Falkit, the testimony to the developing world. So many years and centuries have forgotten the ancient ways, not of ignorance and desperation, but seeking the truth outside the empires and kingdoms. Wisdom is kept in the mountains and the coast. The mystery schools focus purely on the esoteric will of God, studying divinity, alchemy, and language remote, long forgotten by common tongues, whispering arcana to the colleagues and jargon-coded rhetoric to the commoners. Men and women have always lived outside the empires, the control, the deceit, murder, and slavery, creating opportunity or practicing a trade. Some folks didn't want a man who despised them telling them what to do, nor a group preaching their foreign hypocrisies with blades and wine. As the world formed, the lands of Urdu and Naka struggled. Urdu gave to constant wars and territorial disputes. Naka has become a victim of internal land grabs and shrewd banking. The people have become ruthless, believing only in the survival of the fittest. Land and resources get raced after leaving a trail of murder, abductions, extortion, and annexation to the control of the religion. And annexation to control the region. At the same time, Maya and Esha in the southern hemisphere relied upon barter and cultivation. They separated themselves from their northern neighbors, leaving the Nakans and Urdun to their dog-eat-dog and when-all-else-fails mentality. In Maya, things were tranquil and balanced under family values and robust local communities. Across Maya were dotted metropolises, but mostly acres of enclaves, sea commerce, and the kingdom of the ethereal mother Bat spreading across Maya into Esha. The Eshan believed in practices of the mind and spirit above all else. Esha was a stretch of plains with most of their cities on the farthest reaches of the regions of Gaia. Thousands of accessible villages spread across Esha, focused on reaching enlightenment. There were rumors the Garden of Eden still sat upon the borders of Ekru and Esha, invisible to those with corrupted minds and souls. Ancient Eshan monks would train their lives to be able to step into the garden, though no one had ever returned to tell of their success or failure. An Ekru life centered around life focused upon cultivating and nurturing the wildlife, living in balance with one another and the mother Gaia, and embracing a relationship with Rakil the father, Gaia the mother, and Ada the son. The Ekrun existed before the other regions, focused on developing their lands and choosing peace over war, then learning the languages of all the groups around them to communicate openly. Ekru had been the superpower of Gaia and secret through its existence. Their people traveled to various lands and regions to learn and educate. Many on their sojourn returned to strengthen Ekru, as had been done for their time on the planet, while others remained abroad, taking professions or starting families. In allegiance with Esha and Maya, great strides have been made between the three regions. The emissaries and professors returning from Naka and Urdu came seeking to teach and not to learn, bringing their cultures with loud mouths, heavy hands, and closed ears. A saying spread across the globe, saying an Urdu professor could teach nothing and listen less, a spin upon the Ekru proverb, listen to teach. When Naka and Urdun refugees came to Ekru, they were turned away. The Nakans believed they could do whatever they saw, including people. The Urdun who arrived believed they could take whatever they saw or kill whenever angered, leading to a two-fronted war, pushing both groups out of Ekru, echoing throughout history. The Ekru began refusing trade and entry into their territory, creating borders and blockades. The Mayans had long refused business and access to the northern neighbors in Naka. Esha worried less because it had no direct routes into its territory other than by sea from Maya or land bridges in Ekru. The Nakan embargo lasted for 5 generations. The natural boundaries around Ekru protected it from direct invasion. However, the generations of migrants from Nakan travel through Tartarus were unrelenting and desperate. The Nakans feared their survival on the outskirts of Ekru, raising 2 generations before their presence can no longer be ignored. Nakans created gaudy camps, rolling into towns and causing violence. In a matter of decades, it had left lands in Ekru scorched and unsalvageable, then moving further into the region. The Ekru had little in the form of army or military. Many of the village gatherings had been comfortable with peace treaties and barter negotiations amongst themselves. Living for family and peace answered the desperate, violent, and at times cannibalistic ways of the Nakuns with Ekru prisoners of war. The Ekru elite royal guard were forced to respond to the threat, leaving the Ekrun capital of the Middle Ages, Ilipina, prepared for Ekru's bloodiest war. They were bolstering the cities and villages next to meet the spread of the migrants across the entire region, from the world's end to Grand Bath in Ekru's southwest district. The Nakan migrants approached with war machines dreamed of by their ancestors. The Nakans quickly celebrated their victory before the battle, unprepared for the actual power Ekru held. The Guardians of Naka and Ekru met Nakan's army head-on in an allied attack against the approaching threat. The two vicars warred against Naka's army for weeks without resting until an entire generation of Nakans was exterminated. The battlefield had nothing but boiling blood. The children of Rakil fought bravely before their cause of glory turned into unrelenting wrath. Both guardians had fallen into corruption and internal regret over their notions of war. They had lost brotherhood, nationhood, and spirituality, devolved into racism, hatred, and anger, leaving nearly an entire generation of Nakans dead. There were hopes of a peace treaty until a boisterous leader rose in Naka for his rash violence and bombastic charismata. Naka had fallen into disarray and chaos, needing a bold yet cunning leader. The first patriarch of the Gregor family stepped into power with a personal army and ideas of a banking empire. Ansel Gregor spent his life seeking the mythical power of the Fire Guardian, lost to time and war regret. He died in his relentless pursuit, failing to unify Naka in his decades before dying at the hands of the Guardian of Fire in a duel. Until recent memory, the region of Naka has been divided amongst its most influential families and landlords: the Gregor family, the Wolf family, the Gosivioni family, and the family from the southeast, the Mirishimas. Each family struggled for power, land, and influence over the direction of Naka. The power struggle continues today, expanding into a weakened Ekru and Urdu, purchasing land and enforcing policy upon foreign lands. Ekru couldn't endure the tacit generational war of attrition as the once great civilization was reduced to a lesser region known as Nadia. It pushed to its major central districts, with miles around the new region left abandoned over the decades. Naka rebuilt along its coastline under the lead of Mayor Wolf. The Wolf family reinvented the Nakan currency system to replace their lack of natural resources. The depleted Naka sings of great wealth and superior culture, forcing Urdu to support its massive appetite for lumber, steel, hunting, and oil into the modern day. Urdu stood defenseless as Naka crept through its lands as it did Ekru, with its current-based currencies of the theoretical value. Naka took the world stage as a central power, demanding global recognition and respect. The Maya and Esha maintained their culture well into the Mayan era. Naka's ability to print and recreate its wealth without mind for the future was all-consuming. The youth of Esha and Maya were swayed into Naka, seeking to study its secrets of fast wealth, returning with debts and regrets and owned by the four families controlling Naka. The world decay is no longer planning for the global community or the future. Originality competed head-on with reinvention, desperately seeking to escape the pain and past. Naka did not teach of its division, debts, wars, or their annexed territories. Naka moved forward in history without thinking about what the future would hold for other regions or the less fortunate of their people. They never wanted to face the great desperation of their ancient ancestors. They clustered to their shores, ignoring the mass of its dreaded land with blistering heat, dry soil, and little natural water. If one has nothing, what can one do? When Urdu had nothing, they farmed and reaped the fields. Eventually the wild fought back in unthinkable ways. New forms of life appeared, thriving upon the modern lands. Small creatures became too fast to catch. The predators became too ferocious to tame. A selection of Urdu took to the Rakuta Mountains for protection, while others were forced to fend for themselves in the rabid wilderness and clutches of the banks. Urdu sat upon minerals, ore, and metals, invaluable to a man with little infrastructure and few corporations to work the land. The reliance upon their typical war mentality brought Urdu and Naka together. The Mayans have always had abundance, being the source of all Gaia's waterways and rivers. The water region has excellent farmland and better fishing. They've never faced dramatically bad times until the death of their leaders. Even in the modern era, the sedition process for Nakans and Maya was brutal. The purchase of land was nearly impossible. Though Eshens were able to travel freely, the Nadians had the same rights but were never informed, and their media and politics were controlled by corrupt leaders or knocking funding. In God's will, these nations will find their way. A mother's respect. Morgan, relax. Relax. It's way too early for you to leave your crib yet. A tired, soft, smoky voice tempered by life's darkness, a light still gleaming, still. She cradled the babe and kissed him softly in the forehead. Mothers need more sleep than babies or daddies. Awake! Awake! The boy jumped, his tightly bundled hair braids moving. Eat! Eat! The 9-month-old outstretched his arms to his mother with an eager smile. The two had been inseparable since his birth. He learned quickly from the high priestess. She kissed his forehead and then gave him a shove. Morgan loses his grip on the crib, falling onto his butt. He didn't cry immediately, taking back his arms, feeling betrayed. Morgan, as your mother, I see your future. It terrifies me. I lose sleep often worrying over you and your father. Both of you were born after your time. You were both born to remind us the past exists. Your father was the wrath of history's lies and myths, but you, my beloved, are our future. Do you understand me, Sproutling? The high priestess takes a seat in front of him. Daddy, Morgan asked. You're so brilliant, beloved. Yes, your father. He's one of history's greatest men, she cheered. Morgan looked perplexed at the new word she kept using. Do you know history, my beloved prince? She asked. Morgan shook his head. Tell! That might be too complex to understand, but there's time. Time is the flow of life's passage. There's the past, things that have happened before. On the other side of time is the future, things yet to come. I am meant to see the unforeseeable. I am an oracle. Can you say oracle? Oricoli! Morgan cheers, making his mother laugh. Close, very close. Now, do you know what moment is upon us right now? The high priestess asks playfully. Paz, he asks, unsure. No, it is not the past. Would you like to guess again? The high priestess asks him. The future! He cheers again. She politely shakes her head once more. She noticed her son's growing frustration. She hides her laughter. She clasps her hands together, crystallizing a permafrost diamond. Morgan, my beloved prince, only a great man can admit when he's wrong or doesn't know. He cannot be angry for not knowing. She extends her hands to her son. We are in the present now, meaning right now, this moment, today. Call it the present because it's a gift. I relieve stress simply by being grateful for the day, controlling all I have control over, and leaving the rest alone. She reveals the crystallized ice to her son. His eyes gleam as he tries mouthing the words. He pulled himself to his feet using the railing of the crib. He stood on wobbly legs, holding out his hand for the crystal. Here, my love. She lays the diamond on his tongue. He shivered as it began melting on his tongue, showing him how quickly tomorrow could come to savor the day we have. The Prince of Ekru. You need to tighten your tie, sweetheart. It's going to fall off. Or what was your plan? Slip it over your head and lose it again? I don't know why your father insists on real ties. You would be better off with a clip-on. Lady Casella Samara primps her toddler as they prepare for his birthday celebration. He insists because it shows we care for the little things. These few extra minutes adorning my pride and joy with a handsome paisley tie that matches cummerbund. It speaks volumes of our family. Obata enters the room, dressed in his three-piece suit with crimson and purple cufflinks, a crimson tie, and a cummerbund. Morgan reaches for his father, restless as he whines about being picked up. Obata kneels and kisses his son's forehead. He lifts the 4-year-old to eye. He lifts the 4-year-old to eye level. Morgan grabs his father's long beard. Casella, check this out. Obata winks at her as if they were teenagers again. Obata's natural hazel eyes became a crystalline purple. Mouthing it all as he felt his father's face. Obata, don't be so reckless. He's just a boy and your eyes could hurt him, Lady Casella warns her husband. The god's eye ran through the pure blood leaders of the Smera family. Their bloodline ran back thousands of years. They are one of the few families on the planet who could boast of such a lineage. They were feared worldwide, though it was never recorded what would happen to a child who witnessed the eyes. Morgan stood on the sink staring into his father's eyes, which showed the boy universes and worlds past. Morgan's eyes began to lose their brown color, turning into a deep royal blue, radiating light into the room. Obata looked away as his eyes strained, though he smiled with great pride. Obata couldn't handle the power emitting from Morgan's eyes. Morgan, your eyes, the jewels of our kill, they're unheard of. Lady Casella gasped, covering her mouth. He's going to be even stronger than you, Obata. May anyone who witnesses the jewels of her kill face Ekru's wrath. Obata cheered at the marvel, still rubbing his eyes, trying to regain his vision. The world thought he was a madman for speaking of Ekru. They believed he rattled like a madman, even in Nadia itself. When Obata returned to what was now Nadia, he was in rags and dependent upon everybody. He left poverty and validation. He left his father's image and left the world. Obata Samira created his world, and his son became his vision of the future. Obata reflected on life's journey with crystalline blue eyes. Should he wait for it to stop? He must be too young for what the eyes have shown him. Lady Casetta looks around Obata's shoulders, trying not to look directly into either of their eyes, afraid of what might happen. All things to God wills, my sweet flower. Obata shielded his wife as the boy's eyes turned blue, purple, red, yellow, to brown. The boy fell to the ground, crying hysterically. Casella and Obata rushed to his side, kissing and hugging him. I had a bad dream. Morgan hugs his parents as if they would disappear. It was scary. Obata kneeled before his son, wiping his tears from his eyes. As long as you have the father to kill and serve the mother Gaia, then there is nothing, absolutely nothing to fear, my son. Remember that always. Morgan's tears dried, staring at his father's solemn face. Did you understand me? Morgan shivered, looking to his father's hazel eyes. Yes, sir. Morgan hugs him, shaking with fear. What did you see? It was a bull and a lion fighting, and then a pig ate a bird, and then the lion ate the bull, and then the pig and the lion were fighting, and the pig was scared of the lion. Obata stood pacing away as Lady Casella cradled her toddler. She nuzzled him with her nose, kissing his forehead before setting him off to run and play around the manor. You look worried, Obata. I'm trying to believe my advice. I've brought the Guardian of Ekru into this world without any protection. He speaks of the threats, the bull and a lion, my father and Colin. I thought your father told them to stand down while you rebuild Ekru. I must begin training our son. In case the worst happens, he must be able to control his powers, or else they will see him as a threat. Obata held his wife, beginning to weep as if he had understood the boy's vision too well. I've always feared being right. I've always thought they were right about me. But the Messiah, and here, my enemies have never been stronger. I've always believed you. Lady Casella stoically stared into her husband's harrowing face. Thank you. I will always love you. And I you, my dearest wonder, my truest love, and the moon to my son. Obata lifted Lady Casella in his arms, dancing her around the room. We've created the savior of humanity. We have to raise him first. Lady Casella laughed as Obata tossed her into the bed. I love you, Obata. I will protect you, Gisela, and I'll protect my son. This I swear to you. Obata kneeled before his wife, bowing his head. You need to get Morgan ready for the parade today, and we can finally announce it to all of Gaia. We have a guardian again, Gisela. We can truly call ourselves Ekru. We must announce it to as many as possible. All of Ekru must know their guardian walks. All of Esha and Maya must be made aware. I don't remember the last time I've seen you this happy. Being hunted by my half-brother and exiled by my father for my so-called theories. We know it was truth. So much time has been wasted. The world isn't ready for our son. That will be the world's problem. Lady Gisela wagged him over, enjoying their privacy while their son played in the garden. A father's love. The years passed and Morgan was old and strong enough to train with his father. Obata had spent the past 5 years parading his son around Nadia, enjoying glory. The shy child hid behind his father's leg at public events, popping out every so often if there were sweets or a cookout. He and his mother were once again inseparable as he picked up daily homeschooling, history, arithmetic, and languages. Nadia had gone from a forgotten echo of history into a monolith, attracting envy and greed. What the world had turned its back on, Obata turned into gold. He did not sway people with promises of planned obsolescence. He was a man who truly loved his people, and his family first and foremost. He had a large family spreading out across Nadia, the forest and plain areas of Ekru, leading into Maya and Naka. Obata's annual family reunions attracted Samaras, Cass, Julius's, Bisharas, Harps, Ganeshas, Chorjuns, and many lesser families. Obata had always carried his mother's maiden name due to the rash political differences between him and his father. His father, Lord Commissioner Maurice Gregor, had called Nadia a pet project for his son. Obata believed Nadia could lead the world into a brand new age. He was cutting all ties to his birthright and moving to Nadia as a homeless man with nothing. He soon became its king, connecting to Nadia's roots and spending nearly 3 decades growing an orchard and revitalizing people from the inside out. His wife taught history, anthropology, and film to the elderly and young to tell their stories. Obata trained young adults and teens in logic, philosophy, finances, and the alchemical arts. They made a healthy living together, teaching across Gaia, gaining global notoriety and animosity. People refused to accept that Obata could be right because he lived and had a swagger and strength of speech that commanded love and respect. He was beloved by his people who would fight wars for Obata, which is what the world feared. Obata began to mature as a leader. He neared his 50th birthday, watching his son turning 7 before his eyes. His son brought him such joy, talented beyond belief and prodigious. He was absorbing everything around him like a sponge, attending every class and speech. People paid hundreds and thousands to attend. He was too young to have an appreciation for his knowledge, though he couldn't ask for a better guide into his eventual kinghood. At the ready lay Antichus. Morgan, nice. Obata struck his signature round shield like a gong with his practiced sword. He had a cheeky smile, and his beard had salt and pepper he learned to accept. His skin began to thin against his rippled body, still built for battle. His skin began to thin against his rippled body, still built for battle. He stood 5'10" with deep skin as if born from the soil. His smile soon faded as he watched his son slowly drift to sleep. He gave his sword another great gong, bringing the boy to consciousness. You must raise your left shield to guard. Your blade extends horizontally to maintain a distance. Watch and do. Obata instructs, holding his shield, his arm coiled like a python to bash with it. His sword before him like an extension of his arm reaching for his opponent. He bobbed and moved, spinning on his feet, pivoting, dashing to the side, and performing a complete circle around. I don't want to, Papa. It's too early. I want to go back to bed. The 7-year-old pouts, hungry and tired. It was nearly 5 in the morning. Morgan's small frame could barely hold the practiced sword and wooden shield. He yawned, scratching his backside with his sword. Leonticus, Obada's bellowing roar woke his son up to pay attention. Sir, yes, sir, he salutes. Now, out the ready. Obada's smile disappears as he sets up his guard. Oh man. Morgan sighs, lifting the shield and sword. Now, like the water Leonticus. Swing, block, swing, swing, block, swing. Leonticus, raise your shield before I bop you. Obada swats his son's shield, thrusting forward, pressing against his chest, feeling the young man's heart race. Keep your shield up, Leonticus. That is why you have it. But it's so heavy, Morgan whines, slipping the 50-pound shield off his arm and rubbing his shoulder. Guard, Obada roared, pursuing his now defenseless son. Dad, Dad, he tried to cry, but it only made the pursuit quicker. The boy lifts his sword, but isn't expecting the enchanted wooden shield to proceed with the practice sword. He leaps aside, circling his father. Obada hops 180 degrees about face, shouting, Boo! Morgan waves his arms, nearly losing his balance, standing on a single foot. Keep your feet on the ground and head in the clouds, Leonticus. Obada chuckled, going for the finishing blow. Morgan spotted a second practice sword a few steps behind his father. His father perceived his intention, sliding to block the practice sword. He was impressed as his half-awake son leaped behind him, utilizing the king's eye to spot a fourth sword behind his back. He somersaulted backward, picking up the sword and facing off with his father. You have unlocked your eyes so young, my son. Let me show you the true power of an Ekru king. Obada teased, awakening his own eyes to a deep purple color. Whoa, Dad, Morgan marveled. These are called God's eyes. When you are older and fully devote yourself to her kill, as the true Ekru prince, you will be gifted these eyes by God to see as he sees when they're active. However, there is a level beyond this one. Obada chuckles, turning them off. I think that might be a bit too much practice. However, you should pose some pretty good competition with those ruby eyes. Morgan smirked, lifting his blades in a similar position, holding his left blade vertically to defend, and the right pulled like a scorpion ready to strike. Swing, Obada commands, lifting his shield to meet the deflecting sword. Block, Morgan said. He steps forward, forcing his father to bring up his blade. You can't possibly be considering overpowering me. Be serious, Leonticus. Leonticus? Obada went from shock to awe to pride in a few seconds, murmuring, You had a plan. My son had a plan. Swing! Morgan steps up the shield, jumping over its rim to pole vault to its flank, landing a strike behind his father's head as he lands on the ground, rolling to dismount. His father held the shield strong, swatting away the strike with ferocious speed without his eyes. His blade follows his son's trajectory in an arch. Morgan looked up fearful and tried to shift out of the way. Obada spun on his heels, dropping the blade upon the new position. Morgan meets the blade with both swords, being pushed back with no answer, for the shield to come forward in forceful push, laying the boy out flat. Morgan laid on his back, catching his breath. The boy curled himself up, grabbing his knees, wanting to cry. Frustrated with his failure, sitting in a ball as tears filled his eyes. Obada began clapping vigorously, walking up to his son, kneeling before him and kissing his forehead. Morgan stopped crying, hugging his father, who was still impressed by his son's resourcefulness under pressure. You were incredible, my little panther, small and ferocious. Your combat skills far exceed many of my men. One day you will be the greatest warrior on Gaia. You will be the power and might of Ekru. You will be its justice. Our people will finally be safe. Obada lifts his son, carrying him out of the training room. Father? Morgan asked. Of course, my son. You will surpass us all with time. You have the power of old Ekru in your soul. All you must do, my son, is keep faith. Thank you, Father. I love you, son. All I do to see you live in a better world. I hope you do the same for your son. Then you can carry me to my bed to tuck me in, Obata says as he lays his son down, taking out a small piece of double chocolate cake wrapped in fine satin cloth. Don't tell your mother you were training. She'll flip. Keep a hold on this cake, my son. The mansion began to shake and rumble. Obata was frantically running out of breath after seeing the surging power level a few miles away. He watched his son fall fast asleep in the manor's west wing. He closed his eyes, praying on his son's bed. Samara men think and pray on their feet. Those were the last words Obata could utter before suddenly pushing his son through a portal, before the manor collapsed around them. He opened one purple eye to see where the energy was coming from in immense pain as he struggled to maintain the shield over himself, made of lunar energy. The bitter rage against his enemy. He felt the energy once before. It was unnatural, but man-made. He had assassinated his own home, and then tried to kill his son. A deep rage burned into Obata Samara, holding on to his life as he sent his son far from the manor, and hopefully to safety. The unbearable pain even through his shield, gritting his teeth as his nervous system felt the shock. Soul Survivor Syndrome. I see a boy. He's crawling from the rubble. He looks like the only survivor from the Samara property. Young Captain Warren said in his voice communicator on his watch. How are things on your end? Turns out my fiancé was unfaithful. Brian Salim was non-compliant. He needed to be put down. Colin Gregor replied between grunts. I'm going in for the kid. Captain Warren began loading up to descend. Your sentimentality will become your weakness. Let the kid die. He's probably just some passerby. If someone sees you, have we not done enough depravity for you to ask me to abandon a kid? Let me leave with some dignity. This power play of yours has caused enough horror. This was criminal, Colin. Ray began second-guessing everything he knew. I didn't realize you turned into a woman. Your sensitive heart almost moved me. Maybe I should kill the kid to snap you back into reality. Where are you? Colin began to groan, obviously busy in the background. Where's your morality, Colin? Captain Warren asked, scorned. My what? Colin sounded disgusted. Your morality, your humanity, where is it? Ray's remorse was palpable. They were not on military duty. They were not avenging anyone's death. It was all cold blood and greed. The military's boldest soldiers shifted the tide of the future. They were killing two of the most remarkable men to live in Obata Samara and Brian Salim. Ray felt Colin's body count for the evening went far beyond. Ray turned off his communication watch, leaving his cover from a church bell tower. Though little salvation awaited him, he rushed down the ladder, met by dust and debris from the wreckage. Colin claimed they could plead innocent, but the horror of the entire block sunken underground left very few behind. The horror of an entire block sunken underground left very few behind a smoking gun. Ray left the bell tower in a fit of coughs from the dust and debris as he tried reaching ground level. He had asthma as a child, and his training helped him power through it for years. The debris filled his lungs and oxygen became harder to come by. He coughed, bonded by the fog of war, trying to make his way to the crime scene in search for the scared boy walking around. The child bumped into all the debris. Ray caught a look at him, the spitting image of a man he deeply feared and respected. Fear to won him over, killing the boy's father like crushing an anthill. Ray hadn't noticed the child's two piercing crimson eyes, unique and reserved for the full-blooded Ekrun from ancient times. The actual Ekru was thought to have been crossbred or eliminated for centuries. Obata Samara was labeled a heretic in Naka and Urdu for speaking of such things. Their most significant media outlets said the man spoke obscenities, yet Ray was stuck staring at the horrific truth. Ekru was living and breathing in this child before him. The child's existence was enough to cause the rebirth of Ekru, and it meant Samira had been right all along. Obata. He was right. Ray shivered as he wondered what Colin had gotten him into, looking at the crater he had created. The boy held his finger to touch Ray, too timid to touch him. Ray dropped to his knees, putting his hand over his head. The boy reached out quickly and grabbed Ray, and they instantly transported away from the debris onto a nearby hillside overlooking the Samira kingdom. The land Urdu and Naka refused to believe. Through the boy's eyes, he saw life beyond anything he knew. Ray sat on the hillside, looking down upon Nadia and the wreckage. He let the tears overwhelm him, unable to process the core of his evil and the effect of his decision. The kid sat quietly with his arms wrapped around his knees, looking at the wreckage silently. Kid, are there any survivors? Ray asked. Kid, are there any survivors? Ray asked, wishing he could turn back time. I don't know, the kid replied weakly. I need you, kid. Stay with me here. Focus, Ray called out. It happened so quickly, the boy cried, unable to rest his weary eyes nor stop the tears. Ray bowed his head. My condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. I wish I would have stopped this before it started. The boy stood up, preparing to leave. I need to find my mama and papa, the boy ran. Are they still alive? Ray was overcome by a second emotion far more powerful than guilt. It was fear. The idea of Abada Samira, the king and warden of Nadia, could survive an earthquake. If anyone could, it would be Obata. Ray trained alongside Obata and Colin in the regulated regime, and were all cadets together, squad mates in their youth. Neither could beat him in singless combat, and Ray felt more like a coward as he ran after the kid. The idea of Obata being alive and not facing him eye to eye. Ray looked at the boy, knowing this kid was the difference between life and death, between heaven and hell if Obata survived this earthquake. Hey kid, what's your name? Ray asked him. Morgan Lee and Tika Samara, can I go now? The boy seemed irritated, stomping his foot. Ray nodded, fighting his cowardice with fear, leaving him empty. His soul felt weak. How could he let Colin talk him into this? Heavenly Father, please forgive me. Please help me face my guilt and shame. Ray began sobbing, broke down to his knees in grief. Are you okay? You can come, but I must find my parents. Morgan asked as if God's light shone a beam upon the boy. That's the least I could do to face my death with honor. I'm done living in the devil's shadow. He raises to his 7-foot frame. The new training with Colin had turned them into giants. Colin had aimed to reach 10 feet tall. Colin was the son of the Lord Commissioner and the patriarch of the Gregor family, Maurice and Shale Gregor. His father held the most incredible wealth in one hand, and the reins of the greatest military in the other. His two allies, the high priest Brian Salim and the rebel king with no crown, Obata Samara, claimed to be the true son of Rakil and the brother Ada, the reincarnation of a foreign deity, long forgotten by the rest of the world outside of Nadia. The media said he was born with nothing, attempting to blame the world government for his problems. Khaled had come to Ray, who heard nothing beyond the common perception. He gave an enthusiastic speech about how no one was doing anything about Samira and Salim uniting, saying they needed to be unified against them. Colin said he was terrified they had gotten their hands on an ancient power that could overtake any region and unite the entire world. All Ray had to do was listen, and the power would be shared with him. What's your name? Morgan asks. I'm Captain Ray Bradley Warren. Ray bowed his head. A regulator? Morgan asked, feeling betrayed. Yes. You had something to do with this. Why are you even here? It's all your fault. I hate you. Morgan fumes as his eyes turned a deeper blood red. Calm down, kid. My mission is way bigger than either of us. I'm a trigger, not the mastermind. It wasn't my plan. I didn't even understand it. I'm a soldier. And an idiot. Ray bowed his head, taking his eyes off the boy. Morgan came at Ray full force and speed. Ray could barely react, paralyzed by pain as tiny fingernails dug into his cornea. Ray let out mortified screams as blood drizzled down his face. It was rumored the very first Ekrun would take the eyes of their enemies as trophies. The rebel king must have read the same fairy tales to his son. Ray screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to fight through his emotions for control over his body. Morgan dug his wrist deep into Ray's eye socket, wrapping a hand around Ray's eyeball. Ray reached for Morgan, but the boy was quick as a panther, as if born and taught all the survival instincts needed. Ray hoped the kid would back down, looking at his eyeball dripping blood in the boy's hands. Morgan stared at the culprit who tried to end his bloodline. His father preached about the importance of legacy. Morgan lunged in again, and Ray rolled out the way. He had to be a soldier, or he might die to a child. Ray had been distracted by how natural fighting came to the boy, and his distraction allowed the boy to attack his ankle, biting down into his tendon until blood filled his mouth. Ray had enough. Lifting his leg and stomping down, Morgan rolled out of the way, still refusing to back down. Pissing me off, kid. Ray gritted his teeth. Good. My dad says anger will make men weak. Morgan recited, running back in. Ray sighed, raising his hand, creating a rock wall Morgan ran into face first. The boy falls onto his butt, wanting to cry, and forces himself up to his feet, reaching his limit. When you're older, you can take my life. Or we can find your dad, and he can kill me. Ray dropped the wall. I would like that, Morgan sniffled. Finding your dad? Him killing you. And my mom can give me guava pineapple juice while I watch. Morgan wipes his eyes. Lead the way. Ray waves. No. You may kill me. You're a cheater. Morgan crosses his arms over his chest. I can leave you behind, kid. Ray threatens. Good, you should have never been here. You killed my family. Morgan fires back, rubbing his skull as he rises to his feet. Yes, I did. And I'm not going to be the man who kills you. I need to get you somewhere safe, Ray said. Safe for me or safe for you? Ekrun's my home, and I'll stay here, Morgan scoffed. Ray looked on in shock at the boy's wit. He had to be Obada's son, the cub who would grow into the king of Ekru. Obada had been right since childhood, and Ray hid under Colin. About the endless war of bloodshed and propaganda, the fear-mongering throughout Naka and Urdu about Obada Samara, it was all because his truth shamed them. He had to be, because he revealed the truth, toppling all of Nakan society. I have to protect you, kid. I'm already going to hell. I will not allow you to join me. Ray takes his compression shirt, using it to wipe his eye. I'm not going anywhere with you. I want to find my parents, Morgan protested. Your parents are dead. I created the damn earthquake. The whole block is gone. Everyone is dead. Let's go before the debris is permanently in our lungs, Ray snapped at him. You created an earthquake? Are you Captain Ray Bradley Warren? My father said you were an honorable man. Is this what honorable men do? Morgan asked, but didn't seem shocked. I want to atone, kid. I was given bad intel. I was only following orders. Ray bows his head in shame. I don't know that word. Morgan rolls his eyes. It means to make things right, Ray clarifies. Oh, great, then kill yourself and then we'll be even, Morgan smiled, feeling as though he figured it all out. You want me to feel your pain, kid? That's what you want. Ray axed, drawing his bastard sword and driving it into his shoulder. Morgan looked on in shocked. Let me help you, Prince Samara. Ray kneels as blood erupts from his wound, leaving the blade in to prevent death. Morgan nodded in absolute awe at his commitment. Ray spoke into his communication watch, dialing the regime radio frequency, asking for medical evacuation back to Urdu. You want to run back to Rakuta? Come meet up with me, man. You need to try a piece of this action. Ray whined, having to hack the watch long before Ray departed. I've done enough for you, Colin. This was my last favor. I'm returning to my family and praying to God to forgive me and my lineage. I suggest you do the same. Ray demanded. I am God now, Colin says, hanging up the line. I am God now, Colin says, hanging up the line. Ray clenched his fist, wanting to meet Colin to punch his face into the dirt. A helicopter arrived with the Gregor family crest on its side, hovering clearly over the wreckage. Ray kneeled, trying to examine the kid. "All right. When we get you on this helicopter, don't speak. If any of these people find out whose son you are, they will kill you. Let me talk. I know it's hard, but I need you to trust me." "I need my parents," Morgan cried out. "I killed your parents," Ray repeated. "You don't sound sad about it." Morgan crushed Ray's eyeball in his hand. Ray bowed, revealing he was never getting his eyeball back. "Kid, I'm mortified at what I did. I've made the biggest mistake in my life today. That is entirely my fault. I'm sorry." Morgan glares at Ray, silently wiping the eyeball gore on his pajama pants, awaiting the helicopter as it lands. He listened to Ray's advice. He kept his head low and followed Ray as he climbed into the helicopter. With only a pilot, Colin wasn't to be found, nor was he on the radio. Ray was glad the pilot asked no questions as they left Exigo Nadia and traveled to Rakuta Urdu. Pups. Ray Bradley Warren. I got all three of my picks. The Knockin' Prodigy, Hanada Mirashima, my niece Leslie Steele, and Prince Morgan. My men thought I was going soft by adopting these kids under my lead, but I knew something they didn't. These 10-year-olds surpass most grown men and haven't had proper training yet. My brother-in-law and I took control of Morgan and Leslie's training. They were pushed hard, but we only had mountain resources. We built up the land with our salaries, but these kids were keeping up with our best. It always surprised me how the younger generation grasped things that betrayed their elders or heritage. Morgan was a curiosity. I had witnessed his power, something of myth, the ability to teleport at will, the mysteries of the Ekru people. I've had Morgan reading this lore, these stories of his people, hoping it somehow triggers him into using the other abilities in the stories. The kid loved to read. I couldn't get Leslie to sit in front of her book for more than 20 minutes daily. I often found Morgan in a tree reading until either he or his book fell from the tree. At least he learned he can keep the study to himself. The kid needed space. He had a cold and calm disposition, but he's yet to heal nor forgive me. He doesn't trust anyone, nor does he speak much to anyone. Though he's kept a journal. Obata had taught him well. My sister laughed at me once, saying she never saw me as a father, but as an uncle. I was only the father of my works and my men. The military was in my family since humans walked on this soil. The Warren name from Warrenton Valley, where the mountains were the only place to go. For centuries we had worked to spread across the region, covering most of Urdu. Yet we suffered as our family collapsed from divorces, adultery, death, and suicide. We were jarheads to the core. It was our blood, and it was our blessing and our curse. We weren't the type to have sex or drink. We had few kids or caretakers. The mountains are challenging for survival. Growing old doesn't come naturally, but the master of life. If they are weak, they'll die. One winter when I was a boy, our oxen died in a snowstorm. I had never seen so much blood butchering my friends. Animals that helped birth and raise. We were helping my father preserve the meat by packing it all in the snow, and desperately fighting off bears, mountain lions, and even birds. There are an endless amount of starving animals. You stop seeing the differences between the two worlds. Humans are not the apex predators. People pretend for their comfort. Our dominion over animals comes not from courage or power, but our cunning. The animals were relentless and plentiful, and I had already eaten our oxen alive for years. Yet we could defend them as they ran and fought back against predators. We had created a buffet. We became starving animals, yet at the end of the day, my father believed in mercy. He believed the animals needed food more than us. We became the starving animals. Yet at the end of the day, my father believed in mercy. He believed the animals needed food more than us. The foolish things fathers say to recover their failures or soothe their family's fears. My father died before the winter ended. He and my uncle went hunting. And when my uncle came home alone, he had an idea. After the animals stole our food, my uncle took all the men on a raid. We were to steal from the animals what they had hoarded, or they were eating the animals we had marked as thieves with darts and painted beads. My father protested slaughtering all the animals. Many knew a fight ensued, but most raiders were tired of starving and willing to follow whoever promised food. The animals had stored enough to feed us, yet they would fear us if we slaughtered all the marked animals. The feeding frenzy ensued. They were nearly burning down the forest while smoking all the meat. My father's body had never returned, and the men who supported my uncle swore themselves to secrecy. But I knew his screams when I heard them. I had heard them fighting bears. My uncle was a cruel and cunning man. He took my mother when she inquired about my father's death. He went unopposed, and my mother was treated little more than a whore for not defending herself. My uncle was a raider and believed if a woman didn't die defending herself against her rape, she wanted it at heart. She had already accepted her fate if she didn't want to live after being taken. My mother grew up on the coast where such an idea would have been grounds for execution. No matter how she pleaded, screamed, cried, and bled, his entire brood took turns. Then she killed herself a year later, a crying, anxious wreck every day. My sister and I were left alone. My eldest brother died defending our mother when no one else would. Killed right before her as they continued. She conceived a child from the rape. When she found out, she killed herself, and the shaman cut the baby from her stomach, birthing my youngest sister, Adriana. I was not the eldest child, but the only boy left with a sister who was well developed into a beautiful woman, and a baby to care for with a dead mother. Orphans were not tolerated. People had to be married and take responsibility for their kids. There were no resources left to feed bastard kids. Yet everyone knew what happened to our parents. There were only about 100 people in our compound at the time. My uncle's leadership killed too many animals to reproduce, farm, eat, and hunt, and starvation took so many. My mother's suicide brought an uprising. Many fled and left to the virtual unknown. I had turned 15 and had been raiding for 10 of those years. I didn't understand what happened to my mother until we had to begin raiding other villages. Until then, I had no concept of sex or intercourse. I didn't understand why my mother had died until doing it to another child's mother. To take my turn to bond, but I could not. Listening to the woman's screams and horrific pleas for mercy only fueled the men more. I often caught my uncle attempting to offer my sister a way to bait other village chiefs out. Our ancestors in the valley raided and warred for profits, then moved to the mountains and never left. There was something mystical about Rakuta that, even in the most brutal conditions, those with integrity to Gaia could survive, as my father taught anyway. He was dead. My mother was dead. My older sister was being used as a pawn. My youngest sister was eyeballed and sized up to discern her fate. To avoid slavery and prostitution, I had to hunt or raid for 3 people. I had to learn to hunt alone because they wanted my sisters to replace my mother. I couldn't raid anymore unless it was to defend ourselves from a potential attack. My uncle pushed us back to the valley to raid more villages more easily. We remained in the mountains, letting them move south under his lead, expecting them to leave for good. Instead, once again my uncle returned. My uncle, as he drunkenly came into my hovel as my 2 sisters prepared my hunt for dinner. He was our blood uncle, I thought. He would never harm us. I truly believed until I heard my sister screaming and pleading in the middle of the night. I did not let history repeat itself and killed my uncle. In a frenzy, I killed my uncle and all the remaining men who had raped my mother. I killed their sons who watched laughing. I returned home in the middle of the night covered in blood, but it was nothing compared to fighting bears, wolves, and tigers. Killing men was easy. It was wasting so much time hunting these animals that were far crueler and more cunning than my uncle that ruined our stronghold in the mountains. Built weak and defensible settlements and cities down the mountainside, leaving many to starve. I was sent to the regulator regime because the wage could feed our entire village. Now that my sisters were safe and with the regime's strength behind me, no one opposed me. There are many stereotypes of mountain folks being uneducated, strong-bodied, and weak-minded. Perhaps in reading we were illiterate, but in math, sciences, and finance we were well-versed, especially those of us who have survived the winters for over a decade. I was 18 when I met Colin. I thought I had found my equal. I believed everything he believed and everything he said. You cannot afford to lie in the mountains, even if you hated a man. You had to be even more honest, or else it could be death for both of you. For the time being, Colin was my commanding officer. I was a captain. Colin was a colonel and the son of the patriarch, Maurice Gregor, a Nadian raised in Naka, moved to Urdu at 17 to join the regime. While the regulator regime sought global order, Patriarch Maurice had led a private military of power and political litigation to usurp much of the Nakan laws and practices. Colin had detested his father. I grew respect for the Lord Commissioner. I fought and killed for each mission, and he sat at the helm of the regulator regime and the Gregor family as Lord Commissioner. He was the most powerful man on the planet, yet was the first Gregor for quite some time to utilize peaceful means to obtain his will. Maurice had hoped to teach Nakans the ancient Ekru's ways and educate us about their identity and future. I liked his vision for Urdu. The Nakan bankers funding the regime hated it, and the title Lord Commissioner has lost weight without the means to fund the regime. And there is no honest government in Urdu other than the brute force and resources. Obada Samara had met a wall of so many cultural and heritage foundations, most thought he was a terrorist or insane. He was the only one amongst us who believed in peace. Yet he has the power to destroy all of us. People treated this as if it were a lifetime ago, perhaps for many dead men. I was 18 when I first arrived, training with Colin and Obada. He had barely made it past his 50th birthday when we killed him. Obada was not idle, so we put Urdu to order, and I remember watching him write these handwritten letters. A boyish prank at heart, but with astounding results. Major General Obada Samara sent letters of peace to each city in Urdu. What would have been greater than winning a war than never having to fight those wars? It set a tide across Urdu. Those cities used Obada's ideas, writing letters in native tongues and local dialects. Peace. True peace would have been obtained in Urdu. And then he died in an earthquake I caused for calling him a terrorist and a traitor. I couldn't report things to the Lord Commissioner because he died before Obada's death. I was the only man who knew it was Colin for sure. To expose him would be to expose my involvement. Morgan enjoyed discussing Maurice. Maurice and Obada were his favorite subjects, and both could make me lose my whole career. I felt sorry for the kid. He's always in fights or skipping lessons to find himself training alone. I should have left him in Ek and Nadia. That he could at least been a kid. He's not a kid, though. It's probably not even human. If the rumors of the Ekru bloodline are true, it dates back to the first being on Gaia, a being capable of destroying an entire army without flinching. There are stories about the remnants of Ekru blood, muddled and diluted from years of migration, healing, durability, strength, and strange powers. To think for generations, the Ekru people with those hidden abilities ruled us all. That's what Colin feared. A world once again ruled by the Etherbenders. We have failed as humans by destroying said civilization each time it raises its head, threatened by its power and mocked by its humility. Nadia seemed to be a deity in a room full of atheists. Uncle Warren, you're acting all loopy again, just sitting there staring at the waterfall. I was surprised to hear Leslie. She had grown so quiet when she walked that she would be the perfect spy. I'm thinking, little pebble. That had always been my way of shooing away my niece. The older Leslie got, the more she spoke for herself. Perhaps politics will be her field. She was one of the few Morgan spoke to, though whatever they discussed was their bond. That's how we raised her. Well, we're ready to go. Leslie started rocking her body to move my shoulders. You're acting like Morgan. You two love going off alone and getting lost, giving me a heart attack. You two are stressing me out, man. Today I planned an exercise for the kids to do some bonding. Colin had labeled it a C-rank mission. It seemed like an excellent opportunity to do some camping and field training. I chuckled, mushing up her naturally blonde hair. It was from a grandmother from centuries ago, a foreigner who made our grandfather fall in love. Very few foreigners entered our family, let alone for love. I adore my niece. Before I knew of this knockin' prodigy of the prince, I knew Leslie would likely be our successor. She would one day be Lieutenant Vale, an autonomous position for judicial execution within the regime. We need to trim the fat and corruption from the regime, and we can no longer allow war to be used for profiteering or debt for fear-mongering. Uncle, what are you thinking of? Leslie asks. The innocence of children. I pat her head, whispering to her. How to make the world a better place. Yeah? She asks. How do you make the world better for everyone if you always go off alone? Sometimes people don't know what's best for themselves. It's impossible to have an objective. You don't know what that means. It's hard to have an unbiased or clear view of yourself. I have learned recently we can believe something is as right as possible, but it'll still be wrong. I share as much as I can. Then how does being all alone help you be right? Leslie inquires. Following the herd and trying to be like those I'm not led me to being wrong. It was solitude that allowed me to feel remorse rather than being validated endlessly or believed in the name of duty. Leslie had stepped back and looked at me as she didn't recognize me. What about the regime? The regime has become too big to fail, with or without someone at the helm. And if it failed, the men would divide themselves into so many armies and militia groups, it would bring Urdu to chaos. We've become slaves to an institution supported only by fear of its destruction, to destroy anyone that opposes them. The regime has gone too far. Is the regime good? There is order and regulation. But if people are starving, order creates resentment, Leslie. An old order the world no longer obeys, believes people are meant to live free. We've outlived our usefulness, and now we are a bloated beast. Everyone else is thinking of you as a leader. Why don't you become Lord Commissioner? Leslie acts as if asking to go to the park or for ice cream. There's so much red tape surrounding that role, Leslie. You have no idea what you're talking about, I sigh, slapping my forehead. Well, duh, I'm 9. You keep telling me not to make excuses, but go walking off alone all the time to feel sorry for yourself. You're a soldier and a leader. I hope you pull it all together. Leslie shrugs, patting my shoulder. Cadet Steele. Yes, sir, she acts alert. Thank you for your nomination. I mush up her hair and lift her into the air. I must speak it into existence. Brave new beginning. Was everybody dead? Colin asked as Ray entered the hotel room. Colin had been calling home for the past few months. Yeah, Colin, I know how to do my job. Ray snapped back. Colin laughed. Whoa there, buddy. You thought this was work? You said the boss gave the orders, Ray says, alarmed. Colin, this could start a war. No. This ended the war. Yes, correct. The boss gave the orders. I never said the Lord Commissioner gave the orders, Colin sneered. Ray looked on in anguish, noting the men had on Gregor's colors. He was so happy about the evacuation he didn't notice. The business of murder and order had become too regular. He became a merc by habit. It tore at his core. We betrayed the regime, Ray said in anguish. We are the regime now. No one knows but us. Everyone else involved is dead. We're free. We're in control. Well, I'll be in control. I just became a very powerful and very wealthy man, Colin laughed. Colin, what have you done? Ray asked. Come on, Ray, don't try to make me feel guilty for trying to live my dreams, Colin yawned. Who gave the orders? Ray shouted, feeling like... Who gave the orders? Ray shouted, feeling like a puppet. You must watch those emotions before getting hurt, Raymond. Colin smiled tightened as he reached for the bottle of 180 proof whiskey. It's far safer to be my ally. My new god is dropping my enemies like flies. First Obata, then Salim, then my father. The Lord Commissioner is dead. Ray's heart sunk in his chest as he fell backward. Colin began laughing. Oh, we haven't even had a drink yet. Get it together. It's a new day. Colin began cheering, screaming, woo! At the top of his lungs off the balcony. He became a new man, drunk with the ecstasy of murder and a fresh kill. He drank straight from the bottle, breathing a bellow of fire filling the night sky. A ball of fire jetted through the air like a plane, hitting the stratosphere before dissipating. He took a long drink, spilling it over his chin and shirt. Ray snapped, grabbing Colin's collar, swinging him against the wall, holding him down with his forearm in hand. Colin sneered with curiosity as his best friend and a man he would call brother tried choking the life out of him. He smiled, wanting to see how far Ray could go. Your justice today, buddy. Colin straightens to find a fresh breath of air. Who gave the orders? Ray barked. Always a dog, and you choke like a bitch. Colin began laughing between gagging as his face turned red. Who gave the orders? Ray said, driving his elbow into Colin's throat as he held him up from passing out with his shoulder. I'm going to show you if you keep pushing me. A name is fine. Inshishi. Colin gritted his teeth as his eyes began to glow a deep orange, and his aura began radiating from his body, swirling around him with supernatural control. I am Inshishi now. Colin displayed his new power, allowing the power to emit from his body, pushing through his pores and opening up his muscles. He began to grow taller, grabbing Ray by the throat. You can be my friend or my enemy. We were supposed to be brothers. Colin smiled. You killed my true brother. My father was sorrowful to hear what I had done. I had to deal with him sooner than expected. Stupid bitch of Marsha ratted me out. I'm disciplining her now. What? Obata was my nemesis. Colin let Ray go. The admission brought a pain Colin couldn't describe. All these damn secrets. I hate that bastard for making me look a fool like this, using my Marsha like a royal whore, leaving me a cuckold. She hates me, Ray. She hates me. I don't think she'll ever forgive me for killing Byron. What are you talking about? Ray asked, holding his neck. Searing from Colin's grip, the heat was unbearable. Colin sneered. You were always an idiot. But I've always been your superior, Ray growled. Not anymore. Colin begins laughing hysterically. Aw, come on, Ray. I'll keep you alive so you can still carry out my orders. It's about time someone put your self-righteous ass in this place. Colin's aura frenzied and his smile faded as he approached Ray. Ray stood his ground, brave and stern. A flip had switched, and Colin drew his greatsword named Kingswood, made of ecru steel and a yew-hilt. Ray drew his dual swords, crafted by his family's blacksmith for 2 centuries. A dwarf whose ancestors sold the land to the warring family, he ran forward, enshrouding himself with stone armor, as a knight lifting his guard for battle, moving with centuries of bloodline memory. Colin showed shock, breaking his stern look with fear as his long-term friend approached with a hatred and ferocity. Colin's conflicted lineage was built on murder, war, wealth, and secrets. He spent a lifetime befriending his rival and knew there was a lifetime more until they died of old age. Don't hate me for this, Ray, but I have to kill you now, Colin says, raising his blade to meet Ray's left rapier. Ray drew Colin in with a sidestep, Swinging a right hand as solid as stone, Colin shoves into him, and his aura is hot enough to melt the steel. Ray drew first blood, swinging his right hand with a horizontal swipe with enough speed to slice through the aura, leaving an opening of exposed flesh. Colin quickly removed his aura, frenzied by being vulnerable to such a minor hit. Colin swung his entire body and his broad sword swung along, knocking Ray clear off his feet. Ray rolled to his feet, driving him with all his force. He reinforced his armor with the steel layer from the I-beams beneath him. Colin lifted his sword in defense, bracing himself for Ray's full force. Colin shifted and let Ray drive by, but not without meeting the steel wall following him. Colin smacks face first into the steel wall. Ray takes the opportunity to pin Colin to the wall through the stomach. Ray held Colin down with his left hand, stabbing wildly with his right hand until reaching through the other side. "You're always a hard-ass, Ray," Colin says as a flaming spike drives through Ray's chest, sending his old friend to the ground, raving in excruciating pain. Both men's oars dropped as their blood rushed from their bodies. Ray had the benefit of his wound searing itself shut as it caused irreparable damage. "I'm going to die now, Ray. I wanted to celebrate, and you wanted to kill me," Colin began to cry. "You're a horrible friend." "You're a horrible person." Ray rolled to the ground until the flame went out. "You promised me power." "How is he still stronger than me?" Colin screamed. "I never promised you such a thing," Ray uttered, backing away as Colin exploded with energy. "I gave you my soul in Shishi. I killed my father for you. Give me my power!" Colin roared as his body began to grow, glowing red and yellow as his body ripped open, his skin no longer fitting the new growth. He was a bleeding mess growing from 6 foot into a 9-foot mass of sinew, veins, and bones standing before Ray. "What the hell kind of demon magic is this, Colin?" Ray was taken off guard as Colin rushed him, throwing a direct punch, exploding his fist and sending Ray through the steel walls. Colin kicked off his back foot fast enough to meet Ray before he could slam into the next wall. "Call this volcanism," Colin says, raising a hand above Ray, dropping a robust plume of molten lava. Ray embraced the heat, stabbing through the plume through Ray's hand. Colin uses Ray's new strength to pull himself to his feet with the sword, while his steel armor is burned away by the scalding hot lava. Ray digs deep into his stamina tank, letting out a roar as he shifts his weight, kicking Colin in the ribs. As Colin drops Ray, Ray uses all his force to kick Colin square in the balls. Colin released a yelp of pain, grabbing Ray by the throat and quickly throwing him clear across the room. The spirit in Colin grew tired of being played with and treated equally, and Sheesh began pushing against his human container as hard as he could, expanding Colin's mass another few feet pressed against its limit. Ray knew his match. The flaming behemoth put up a futile chase for him as Ray dashed for the door. A firewall rises to block the front door, sending Ray backpedaling for the balcony. And Shishi surged through the walls in a line of fire, emerging engulfed in flames with the face of a lion rising to 12 feet tall and staring down upon Ray. "What the hell is this?" Ray asked as he relented his fight, falling to his knees in exhaustion from the sheer heat. With each approaching step, the room grew hotter until Ray couldn't breathe, as if his boiling blood began to evaporate. "You have the spirit of the Earth Guardian in you, but you are far from my equal. Even with my full power restricted from my vicar, summon your greatest army. I am ready for a true display of my skills." A voice boasted from Colin's body. "You stole your father's soul," Ray asked. "Raquel, save me from this monster." And Shishi's bravado faded momentarily, and Ray wondered what could cause this new god to fear. "Raquel, I beseech you, help your child to fight evil, and brave the storm of betrayal before him." Ray falls to his knees, pleading as Shishi approaches him with Colin's wide grin. And Shishi raised his paw and swiped as hard as he could at Ray with vicious might. The fiery paw turned back to Colin's hand as it entered a barrier of sand encircling Ray. The sands had their mind as the barrier wrapped around Colin's body. The sands extinguished the fires, melting into a glass casing, and Shishi roared, forcing his aura through Colin to fight the sands to no avail, as the sands kept him crouching and fighting with their own will, using Ray's remaining life force. The sands swept Ray off his feet in the balcony, free-falling from the penthouse suite into the 10-foot pool below. He hit the bottom of the pool with a hard thud, but it was better than pavement. Blood and sand began to coagulate the water. Ray pushed himself out of the waters, using the sands, and looked behind him at the hotel room where Colin watched him. Ray started running, leaping from the balcony to the city street below, creating a platform to catch his fall, tumbling to the ground. He only had a few seconds to catch his breath before running away from the hotel. Ray knew the fight was futile. His anger and his guilt prevented his promise to the Equine boy. He couldn't afford to die now. He had to do the right thing. Colin would hide in Naka, daring anyone to challenge or arrest him. He would buy his bail or the whole court case, even if he humored not melting through the handcuffs. There was no way for the system to serve justice to Colin. Ray knew if he at least turned himself in, one of them would be held accountable. He exited the pool and rolled to cover to escape Colin's pursuit. Know your roots. Morgan Lee and take a Samara. Captain Ray Warren patted my head as I sat on his desk, staring at what he wrote of me. He showed me a humane concern, but I think it's to ensure I'm not planning to escape or kill him. Ray took me under his wing, trying to teach me what my Ilim and uncles would have taught me. He wasn't my father. I was his hostage. When do you kill the man who killed your family? I suppose the most intelligent answer is when you're strong enough. If I got an excellent opportunity, I might mortally wound him, and he'll bleed out as he chases me. He would unlikely waste the effort with his command over telekinesis. His regret seemed authentic. A man must deal with his sins. He gave me a room at his family's estate with his niece. I had nice living quarters the family had used for centuries. In his life, he had made many improvements around the property. Since I've been here for a few weeks, we've all done work throughout the property and mountain. Chores were an extension of training. Compared to life in Nadia, it seemed like voluntary slavery. They hired outside help for so little, taking great pride in their solitude and self-sufficiency. Captain Warren signed me up for the academy. A renowned military academy had existed since when people rode on papyrus. Today it was a renowned military academy for the wealthy and well-aligned. We sat in his office and he had taken up days as an instructor. It saved the regime funding. We sat in his study and recruited compound as he filled out my paperwork. I had asked him the same question for the 9th time since we met. Why did you kill my father? No one knows who you are, so talking about Obata isn't going to fly. However, since I doubt you'll hear it often, I want you to know your father was a great man. He and his message mortified us. So many called him a terrorist or a menace. But he spoke the truth. Colin and I grew up in the same time as him. I didn't love your father. I never considered him an ally. Is it because you knew you didn't stand a chance against them one-on-one? If your father hadn't been killed, he would have undone everything the regime had worked toward for centuries. And he would do it in his lifetime. I don't expect you to understand at such a young age, but someone must tell you the truth. I am the man who killed your father. Your father's Obata Mayor Samara. And he took his mother's last name. Why did you kill my father? I asked for the 100th time, hoping the answer would make sense. He terrified my people. They saw him as the greatest threat to the world. He was the only thing standing between the regime and the Gregors from conquering the world. They feared a warden who wanted to build his own home and only built his own home. Nakans want everyone to serve Naka and nowhere else. Obata patted my head. You should be asleep, Morgan. What is a warden? I asked. Why do you have so many questions? Go to bed. What is a warden? I repeat. Ray sighed. Okay. Each region has a vicar and a warden. Recently, Colin and I became the vicars of Naka and Urdu. Presumably, you became the vicar or warden of Nadia. You didn't answer my first question, but what is a vicar? Jeez, kid, I'm trying my best. I wasn't educated about this stuff. I'm learning it now. How can I explain? Do you know who Raquel is, Morgan? God? Yes, great. Okay, good. So we serve God in my house. I was raised to believe God had only created the four elements and the Guardians. The mountains had never had contact with Nadia in our entire history. But then I saw your eyes, and it's as if God stared at me. If you believe in God, why did you kill his warden? What are a vicar and a warden? I ask. Okay. So each region has a core element. Each region is protected by a guardian embodying that element. I recently come to understand guardians are more powerful than anything we've seen before. They are held inside vicars, and vicars are protected by a warden who can absorb the guardian's spirit in case the vicar dies. Were you the warden? Ray looked away, shaking his head. No, I was not. I'm just a captain in the regime. I follow orders and I go home. It's always been that way. How did you become a guardian? Can you please go to bed? How am I supposed to sleep? Morgan asked, looking at the ceiling fan. I'm part of a brotherhood who fears the worst for the regime in Urdu. My lifelong friend Colin introduced me to this people. They told me they could make me the Lord Commissioner if I took up more missions. Next thing I knew, I was heading to Nadia for the first time. I was given some coordinates, picked a location, and we had an earthquake. Those were my orders. Until I saw you, and you looked exactly like your father. Why you and not someone else? I suppose I was the strongest person we had for the job. No one else would likely be able to leave a dent or plan such a thing. It's the dark side of being a soldier. No, it's the dark side of being an officer. Ray rubbed his chin. You couldn't have spoken to him? I asked. I wasn't given the option or opportunity. I'm only a captain and a teacher, Morgan. I only have so much power. I only knew your father in our boyhood. We were squad mates once after the military. After the military, Connor and Obama had a visceral hatred toward one another. The same father, but different mothers. Obama went to Nadia and never spoke to his father again. Colin stayed with his parents in Naka, attending the academy to make his father proud. Maurice always favored Obata, but Obata can never forgive his father. Maurice was the warden of Ether, but a terror bender. He became the Lord Commissioner and turned his back on Nadia. If you two were friends, why did you kill him? We were squad mates. We trained together, fought one another, and learned how to kill together. In retrospect, I wasn't much friends with Colin either. I was his scapegoat against Obata the entire time. I studied your father as a target, not a man. I was looking for ways to exploit him, not empathize. I was never the speaking type. I regret not being it, though. I realized after I had far more in common with Obata than Colin. I've been lost in denial of the truth for so long. I am remorseful, Morgan. Can I finish this paperwork to enroll you in the academy? So my father's dead because you all are barbarians, right? I asked, seeming to cut him. Warren patted my head. Many fascists and racists are born from your situation, Morgan. I suggest you be more mindful of that before you become a tyrant. It's a situation you created. I suggest you be mindful of that if I become a racist fascist like you and Colin, I said sharply. Warren lets out a sigh. Good night, Morgan. Try not to kill me in my sleep. Thanks for the visitation, Warden, I mutter, turning my back to return to bed. I'm sorry, Morgan. I'm sorry for your father. I caused it, and I will repent. Ray stood and saluted. Good luck. God bless. Goodbye. I walked back to my room to pull the blankets over my head, not wanting to speak or be bothered by him and his killer's guilt. Missing in action. The embers burned gold, and the pups were huddled around the fire, licking their wounds. The Camping trip had gone awry for the 10-year-old recruits. Their overzealous teammate grew ahead of himself, moving into enemy lines, revealing an ambush and awaiting them as they hiked to their campground. The sun had spent its last moments careening through the sky. The moon was taking its evening rise. The pups were expecting a simple camping trip as a reward for their hard work and training. Fishing, kayaking, and sleeping under the stars all halted. They fought for their lives against the tide of bandits and fled to their campgrounds. Can you honestly tell me you don't see any issue being so reckless? Leslie still accused. The young girl was putting ethanol in the cuts of her packmate, Morgan Ellys. You got Smiley O'Reilly hurt, you big doofus. I hate when you call me Smiley or Smiles, Leslie, Morgan retorts. She was furious, the last to join Hinata running through arrows and bullet fire. Leslie continued her lecture. Both those boys were too reckless for their own good. Hinata cursed, sitting alone off the cliff overlooking the forest in the moonlit night. Hinata Murashima sighed, picking his nose. You know, plans are constricting. What do you do when it goes awry? Hinata groaned, trying to flick the booger away. Morgan laughed. You adapt, Leslie. It isn't that complicated. If your plan isn't working, you adjust and fix it. He said it as simply as a child could. Being outnumbered had no bearing on her mentality. She slapped her face, trying to figure out how she got stuck with two idiots like this, Mr. Cool Breeze Morgan and the ever hothead Hinata. Leslie turned to Morgan and shouts, So you're telling me I'll have to change and move quickly if the plan goes wrong, right? Well, the plan didn't go wrong. He leaped out and gave away his position. Now it's his fault you're injured, and Uncle Ray is gone. You could all be dead. Leslie stomps her foot. I can't believe you can defend him while you're here, scraped up and hurt. Morgan nodded. That's the mark of a professional. Nada saw an opportunity and went. I would have probably done the same, but not as shitty. So why bother having a plan if I have to adapt anyway? Nada raised his fist. Ha! 2 votes to 1. I win. Leslie sighed. That isn't how debates work. And it is not going down like that, Murashima. Leslie tightens the cloth garb she was using to cover Morgan's gashes. Morgan held his chest, looking at her as if she had lost her mind. Leslie smiles innocently. A plan gives you something to follow. You have a course set in mind to keep you steady and on track. You have structure. If you're going to improv, you're stuck constantly trying to reach an end rather than keep on track with success. You're always making up ways to succeed on your own instead of doing what will succeed for the team. Or has my uncle taught us nothing? Ugh, Hinata groans. I guess so. It just sounds like Urdu talks. Hinata mumbled to himself. Morgan laughs. I'll be the happy medium. I wouldn't be hurt if Hinata didn't rush ahead like a hotshot, but Leslie, if you joined us, your uncle would be here. I was sticking to the plan, Leslie says defensively. There was no order to attack. Exactly my point. You were with the pack. The pack moved as one. Even Warren acted off Hinata's tirade. You stayed put, Morgan snapped. You need to stay with us. You're our support, and you have the heavy artillery with your earth transmutation. Leslie blushed, a warm smile crossing her lips until Morgan comfortably walked away. We got out okay, right? Hinata groaned, wiping his hands on his cotton shorts. Move forward. Let's talk about something else. Leslie was resilient to let the topic slip away. No, at that point, Morgan has no atonement, so he can't transmute. We got out, having given away our position. We then had to use our powers to get us out. You're acting like we have abilities and techniques to spare. We only got out because I didn't imagine kids being able to transmute fire and earth, nor a commanding officer taking half their numbers with him. Now my uncle is lost, and it's your fault. Another curse walking to the fires, furrowing his lips as he sat down with his packmates. Yeah. Are you sure you're okay, Morgan? Hinata reluctantly asked. Morgan had a gash across his stomach and chest. He smiled, giving a thumbs up. He was reluctant to show pain, not to make his comrade feel guilty for the injury. In the young boy's mind, it was a mistake, one Hinata didn't understand or know what had caused it. One Hanana didn't understand or know what caused it, but Morgan followed his brother to the fight as his nature told him. Huh. You missed the vital areas. Morgan's mind was still, giving a few winces whenever Leslie dabbed him with the rubbing alcohol. Yeah, but Leslie bit her tongue. She felt guilty enough already. She wanted to lash at Hanada, who was unmoved by his misaction, nearly costing Morgan his life. Hanada was so cocky it infuriated her. So what if your family were assassins and samurai? You were just a 10-year-old, she vented in her head. Leslie tightened her grip on her knees, trying to hold her tongue. Morgan always let him off the hook so quickly, as if Hanada could never do wrong in his eyes. Thanks for patching me up, Leslie. Morgan gripped her forearm. Thank you. She smiled, loosening her grip and bear-hugging him. Don't let it happen again, fool. She smacked him in the back. We don't have many supplies. Yeah, you're right. He rubs his head, chuckling. You're so mean to me. Please, we're spies. It'll be good for someone to remember that. We're not playing ninja or renegade. We are actual spies. Leslie crossed her arms over her chest, letting out a huff. Recruits at that. You two get out in the field and act ridiculous. I don't think you'll ever be good warriors. Hanada let out a pained groan, falling to his back. First, our position was already lost with you bickering and fussing. You probably didn't even see their sniper aiming right at our area. They had eyes on us, thanks to you nagging. Hanada yawned. Amateur move. Arguing with me in the middle of a recon. I'm already a good warrior. No, I didn't. How did you? Leslie quieted down. I've been training since I was 5, so is Morgan. Hanada smacked his arm, trying to show his boy's muscles. We handled ourselves. We're already great warriors, far exceeding you. What? How? Leslie laughed. You're not answering the question. Hanada sighs, waving his hand for her to leave him alone. They all chorused in unison. My families are samurai and assassins. Leslie let out a long groan and Morgan chuckled along. Hanada rolled his eyes, turning his back to them. Well, it's true, no matter how you mock me, Hanada muttered. I think it's pretty cool, Morgan stressed out long. My father reads me military strategy books, so I should be the leader. I'm the only one who can read well between you two. Leslie raises her bid. Neither of you is more intelligent than me, and I say we. Hanada laughed, turning to them. Leader, but you're a good... If you say a girl, I'll punch you so hard in the nose. Leslie threatens, cocking her fist. A girl. Hanada catches himself reconsidering his words. I like my nose as it is, so I'll leave it, but you already know my response. I'm the team leader. Hanada nods firmly. I'm the fastest, and my family are... Well, the captain is supposed to be our squad leader, so maybe we should wait for him to rendezvous, Morgan suggests, walking around, gathering kindling to stoke the fire. We're pretty deep in the forest. Most of the people won't take too kindly to regulators out here. Laying low is probably our best option, not looking for a leader. Hanada and Leslie looked at each other. Warren was Morgan and Leslie's uncle. Morgan hadn't put together the 75% probability of Warren's capture. The boy always remained hopeful, especially in the fields. They both looked at each other, trying to decide who would tell them. Hanada sighed, deciding to be the bearer of bad news and realizing, dude, Warren's a POW. Leslie stared at him, raising her hand. Way to be cordial. Hanada rolled his eyes, continuing, he should have met us here before sunset if he was free. It took Leslie about an hour to patch you up, and we got here late, arguing over the location. If he was going to meet us, he would have. We'll be here forever waiting for him to find us. This is all your fault, Hanada. All because you screwed up, Leslie noted. Hey, let's not point fingers, Hanada muttered. The only likely conclusion is that he's a POW or dead. Morgan smiled easily. I don't believe he's been captured. But I'm sure he's dangerously close. Morgan rubbed his chest where his enemy's knife nearly removed his neck. This isn't training, guys. Those guys want to kill us. They don't care that we're 10. They only care that we're the enemy. We'll take Leslie's advice and strategy. We are first and foremost spies doing reconnaissance. If Rags captured or separated, this is your answer. Understood? We're merely doing a scouting mission for a badge. We knew no better. However, if we are together, I don't think a single scouting brigade can take us down. The more we take out, the less of an excuse we have. We need to find our commanding officer. Leslie smirked. Morgan's the leader. She looked over to Hinata for an argument. Instead, Hinata seemed relieved, standing tall and throwing a fist. Yosh. Awesome speech, man. Let's go. Hinata raised his fist to the air. Ooh, yeah, spies on a mission. He grips Morgan's shoulders and shakes him vicariously. Have some good vibrations. I'm so ready for this. Let's go. I'm glad you're excited, Morgan pats Hinata's back. Leslie, what do our supplies look like? We have 2 first aid kits, enough rations for the next couple of days if we skip each meal, and our nap packs. We should be fine for a lap around the forest, but Uncle Warren had the rest of our food. In 3 days, we'll start to face starvation, and we don't have much clean water. There's a stream a mile back. We can refill there. When did we get split from Warren? Hinata wasn't entirely paying attention when they started. He believed it would be more of a nature hike until he saw the metal bird staring at him from across the tree line. I don't remember being with him since this afternoon. That's about right. He told us to camp in the usual place, then ran off in the opposite direction to draw our enemies away. Their sniper was probably scouting. Had he not moved, he would have brushed it off as some animals in the bushes. Well, it was Leslie, so that's not too off from the... Ooh, ow, 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 let me go! Hinata screams as Leslie cranks a Russian armbar. Birds all flock out of the bushes, taking to the sky. Ow, ow! Cut it, Morgan barks. You two need to get over yourselves. We're in enemy territory. The two of you want to fight each other? This is what happened when we lost Warren. Hinata stands, holding his arm. She started it. No, your mouth started it. Listen, fight freely once this is over. We need to find the captain. Morgan sighs. You two can be ridiculous. Leslie scoffed, cutting her eyes at Hinata, then followed after Morgan. She resisted, commenting, what good did being a ninja get you? But she didn't want to get Morgan upset further. We should get some rest before we head out, Morgan yawned, wanting to let his body heal even for a few hours before returning to the fray. Hinata sighed. But I was so fired up. Oh, I know. I'll do some scouting. No, we need our rest. It's been a long enough day, and we already lost Warren. Let's attack the day at your best, not forcing ourselves through the night. Morgan sat by the fire. Besides, I need to let time heal these wounds. Even if it's a few hours, we don't need to wait until sunrise, but I need some time. Leslie wasted little time picking up on Morgan's lead, following him as he began to lay down his knapsack and sprayed himself with repellent. She followed the same, putting her sleeping bag on the opposite side of the dying embers. Hinata grumbled, dashing out the fire and following his young compatriot sleeping next to Morgan, snoring into the dead of night. The children awoke at dusk, refreshed and hidden under the cover of night. Their eyes were well adjusted to the moon's luminescent glow. The trek to the stream took little time with their speed. After refilling their canteens, they were off toward where they lost Captain Warren, hoping to find any traces or information. After making ground on foot, they suddenly moved through the trees, wishing to avoid predators and enemies hunting at night. Morgan and Hinata always played in the trees for their weird tag game, which notably grew more violent as the seasons changed and their skills developed, hoping to test their lethality upon the only willing participants in each other, like 2 lion cubs just learning to hunt. Leslie soon fell behind, trying to jump from the tree to tree with the certainty and ease they had, but she wasn't accustomed and her fear of heights conquered her young mind. The 2 boys were far ahead, laughing and throwing sticks at each other, but Leslie began to lag. Leslie stopped dead, clinging to the tree she was on as tears filled her eyes. She closed her eyes, trying so hard not to look down again. I can't keep going on, Leslie finally admitted. Hold, Morgan called. Hinata groaned. Are you tired already? No, I'm not tired. Leslie stuck out her tongue. Now what's up, Leslie? Morgan asked. It's not like you to call quits. I'm scared I'll fall. I want to walk on the real-life ground. What? I've been running through trees since I was 4. I never fall, Hinata groaned, hanging upside down on the branch by his legs. It's easy. Hinata, you fall all the time. You roll out and say you did it on purpose. Don't try to sound cool. Morgan slapped his hand against his forehead, trying to find a solution. We can't stop Leslie. If we run, we'll lose a lot of time and energy. He hops back, meeting Leslie at her branch, loosening her from the tree. I would tell you not to think about it, but I'm afraid of falling too. That's why I keep going. Once you get momentum, it's harder to stop. Once you get a rhythm, you won't fall. I keep going, but I want to stop soon. I need to be in flat ground for a while. She grabbed him, her legs wobbly until he lifted her chin. That's fine. We can walk for a while, but we can't stop until we get information on the captain. I want you to practice. If you fall, we'll come back to get you. We won't leave you behind. Roger. Leslie swallowed, looking ahead as Morgan leapt ahead, a short crouch before soaring to the next tree. Okay. Once I get momentum, she says, skipping across to the following 3 trees. She began to catch a stride, following Kanata's motions and using one leg to push off the tree. It was long jumping without rest. She felt quiet, respecting his tacit ability. She began to time the strides, and the task became increasingly more accessible with incredible difficulty. But watching the 2 before her, she learned rapidly her extraordinary talent. I'm getting it, Leslie cheered. Quiet, we're not home, Morgan stated. Look ahead. Smoke. We're near the camp. Anana grinned. Time to kick some butt. We're best to avoid any enemies unless we must. Let's get close enough to listen, Leslie suggested, finally close enough to join the conversation and laughter. But, I'm fired up and raring to go. I'm a burning flame. You can't suppress me, Hinata whined. Extinguish or else you can hang back here and Leslie can go solo, Morgan chuckled. Stealth, bro. Stealth. Why her? Hinata groaned. She's the most careful and patient. She won't blow her cover. And she can talk her way out if she gets caught. Morgan's astute observation made Leslie blush. But fine. That makes sense. Hinata relented. Well, good then. Glad we're on the same page. How about it, Leslie? I'll go. She hops ahead, keeping her balance from tree to tree, taking point until she fades to a silhouette. Ain't that just the way? Hinata chuckled. She picks up so quickly. Yes, it is. Morgan smiled, taking a seat on the branch. We'll give her half an hour, then we'll head on for support and move on with what she learned. Do you think she'll figure out where the captain is? I know she wants to more than either of us. And I know I want to find the captain of my life. The regime needs him. You think it's that simple? Morgan shook his head. She may get nothing. The camp might be empty. That's why I trust her assessment more than ours. She picks up quicker than us. Though, we'll know how to use the information better. But textbook reconnaissance is her specialty. She's not better than me, Hinata stretched out long. She's better than most, if not you, Morgan sighed. When did you get so cool? Morgan teased as he looked at Leslie's target. Whatever, Hinata raised his arms behind his head. I've been training. So you've picked up more habits, and you're stuck in your ways. Leslie's fresh. Give her a chance. She usually impresses. You put a lot of faith in her, Hinata noted. His instincts told him there was more to the situation. Why are you 2 acting so strange? Morgan blushed. Well, she's pretty cool, I guess. You like her? Gross. Hinata clutched his stomach. Gross, gross, gross. Morgan laughed. Am I not supposed to? I thought you 2 were siblings. No way. My family's gone. I have the regulators. I'm Warren's ward, so I guess I'm close to the family, but he's not my dad or anything. He looks out for me. I sometimes call him uncle, but I never know where I stand with him. Sometimes he's nice to me. Other times he's afraid of me. Wow. I never knew that. I thought everyone had parents. Hinata rubbed his chin. Well, I guess you have parents, or had. I'm sorry. Leslie only has her father. Aunt Joan died in childbirth, and my parents were killed in Nadia. Wow, I had no idea. Hinata frowned. I was such a jerk. Yeah, you were. But she gives as good as she takes. You 2 fight like cats and dogs. It isn't enjoyable. I like you 2, but there's no end to your fighting. I want my friends to get along, especially since we're always teamed up. Morgan laid out plainly. I'm sorry. Hinata rubbed his neck. I don't know. You weren't my problem. I wish you respected my ability. Nah, she's a poop face sometimes and a bit of a spaz when it comes to rules, so you're right to give her a hard time. I do when it's just us, but we're on a mission, Working jeeped. I get it. Hanada groaned. Man, I never thought. Poor girl. My mom had me, my older brother Tayo, and my twin Hikaru. My mom's pregnant again, Hanada groans. Morgan smiles. It must be nice to have a big family like the Mirishimas, huh? I guess so, Hanada rubbed his neck. I'm the youngest, so I get picked on constantly and beat up more when I come home by everyone. That sucks. Hikaru learns much faster than me, so she picks on me too. I can't wait until I have a little brother to pick on. She tortures me because I'm the vicar, and she's just a warden. I would teach him how to climb, about sword fighting. Well, you must do all that stuff to keep up anyway. I want to be the boss and not follow everyone's lead like now. Whatever Tayu wants to do, we do. And if I'm going to get through Hikaru, ugh, bah. I always get in trouble because we shouldn't be fighting, but she does it anyway because she knows I'll get in trouble. It's not fair. You're not missing out on much. Well, I would love to fight Hikaru. If she can take you on, she must be good, Morgan grinned. You're calmer, and Hikaru doesn't know you. She plays mind games and catches people off guard. Hikaru has this finishing move, doing a handstand and kicking you with both feet at once, but one foot is a feint and the other will cut you in half. She wins all the time with it. Even if Hikaru misses, there's enough speed to turn around with the kick and knock someone's block off. She's powerful, man, and already going on missions. Pop says our paths are different and I'll surpass her. And she knows it too, but we've been competing since we were babies. It's strange to think she won't keep up with me one day, but it makes her train even harder. That's so awesome. Training with your family seems incredible. I guess so. And I never met someone without any family. Ha, you want to be around kids? Nada teased. Yep, all I do is regulator stuff. It's never fun, Morgan sighed. Even here, everyone avoids me, aside from you two. I came to the academy to escape my family for a bit. Be the all-star guy for once with all these people who can barely transmute or last in a real fight. You are the guy, and you want to be the bottom of the rung? Hanada shook his head. You're an oddball. That's because I train with the captain, and you get to train with everybody else. Morgan stretched out long. He doesn't take it easy either. He calls it taking easy, but he works me even harder to make up for not killing me. I couldn't imagine him being my sparring partner. Hanada cursed, taking another glance at Morgan. Why you? It sucks, Morgan grunted. Has it been 30 minutes yet? Nope. Only... Wait, the smoke got bigger. Did you have eyes on Leslie? Morgan asked, distracted by the conversation. I lost her. I wasn't paying attention. Time to move in. Hanada rushes ahead. Wait, nothing too bold. We're already missing the captain. And can't keep dwindling in numbers, Morgan warned before Hanada could take off. Let's go ahead then, Hanada yawned, limbering up like a cat waking from a nap. He bounced forward to the next branch quickly. He looked over his shoulder to see Morgan on his heels with a look of sheer determination. Morgan took point, unconsciously leaping forward as if his next steps were assured. His regret of splitting his group weighed on his heart. He was feeling even worse for losing track of her. Had they stayed at the camp and waited, they would have been safe. Even though he felt they could handle more, they were only children after all. Aniki. Hanada looked worried, deciding to keep quiet until they found Leslie. Morgan turned to him. I'm fine, he said calmly. Hanada saw the look on Tayo's face before killing or fighting. A polite smile whenever an ally attempted to reach him, and the ferocity of a ravenous tiger beneath it. But his brother was 25 with 2 decades of experience. He wondered what they would do if the enemy proved too much. Outsmart them, outspeed them. There was a bird call, and both dropped from the trees to the brush below. There was another, and they hurried closer, looking for Leslie. She reached out, grabbing Hanada's collar and Morgan's arm, yanking them down. They had him, but he escaped, Leslie smirked. Uncle Warren got away, she whispered. They say he fled into the mountains, then doubled back twice in the fields, losing them. They have men hunting him. They don't know we're here. They only saw Uncle until we cleared the group. So he's lost in the forest, Morgan groaned. That's a lot of ground to cover. There are 10 guys in the camp. None of them look too tough, but they have squads out searching that have been gone since I've been watching. There's no telling when they'll be back. Leslie looked over at Morgan, then at Hanada. We might be able to hold the camp until then. Are you proposing we attack the camp? Hanada grinned ear to ear. Maybe. We need to take them out in secret or in one sweep, but they don't look strong enough. They can give us some information about Uncle's escape. Looks can be deceiving, and you never know what these guys can do, especially if they detain the captain. That's not easy. Quick bursts. We take them out, then conceal. Take one out, then conceal. We can't reveal ourselves until we get even numbers. This mission has been elevated from reconnaissance into assassination and information collection. Morgan nodded. Together or alone? I don't trust Hanado alone. It'll be too much fun. I don't trust Hanado alone. He'll have too much fun being flashy. Leslie rubbed her chin. But if we group, it'll be harder to take out their men without being caught and facing the numbers advantage. So, it's your decision, Morgan. No, I'll be fine. We have to find the captain first. Hanada gave a thumbs up. I'll show you guys what training gets you. I'll take them all out like a whisper. Morgan grinned. Seems like a contest is in order. And you worried about me, Hanada smirked. But I'm all game. What's the game? Most takedowns, silent war, and style points. We'll convene at their fire pit, Leslie says before any of them can get lost in their imagination. Agreed? Powers or no powers, Hanada gleamed. I can just unleash the fires and knock and burn the camp down. Morgan doesn't have any, so I'll say be discreet. Our enemies are expecting regular kids. Please. I can still take you two down without abilities. Sheer talent will win the day. Sheer talent will win the day, Morgan yawned. I'll take the flank. Leslie take west, Hanada the east side. Save one or two for questioning. Break. They disperse, moving through the brush in instances. Break. They disperse, moving through the brush in instances. Hanada and Leslie both entered. Morgan was going through the back side where a group of men was huddled together. He watched from the bushes. That explained why the front of the camp seemed so empty. Leslie slid between the army grade tents. She quickly put together the camp wasn't some nomadic group but a permanent hideout. As two men came walking by, she slid inside the tent. Her eyes bulged, finding a man sitting in the corner with a jug in his hands. The man sipped the fire water and his eyes met hers. Who the hell are you, lass? He leaned over, grabbing a machete from the table. She pulled back her hands, ripping the ground from underneath the man's chair. His head cracked against the ground as he reeled. She came behind him, chopping in the back of the neck with her elbow. He dropped to the ground. She rolled him over in his sleeping bag and waiting in the corner. She rolled him over in the sleeping bag and waited in the corner by the entrance. Did you hear that? It sounds like the clumsy bastard fell. Amanda began from outside with a slur. Then go check on him. You know how he gets when he's drinking. A more sober voice joined him. If he's drinking and didn't save me a drop, I'm dropping him myself. The man laughs as he pokes his head into the tent. He's sleeping like a goddamn babe, and he turned his head, making eye contact with Leslie. A little girl. What are you doing here, sweet thing? He grinned, grabbing his privates. He has himself a little prize. What is it, Calvin? His mate called. Nothing. Keep moving. Calvin shouted, waving off his mate. He turned back to Leslie with a crooked tooth smile. You like bad boys, huh, girl? Don't be scared now. And if this one had you, I'll treat you like a little daisy girl. I'm lost and scared. Can you help me? Leslie's crocodile's tears dripped from her eyes as she imagined her mother. I want my mom. Can you find her? I can't find your mama, but I can be your daddy. He stepped forward as she raised her head, bringing a pillar of earth to slam his jaw shut. She removes it instantly as his barely conscious body falls, raising her hand with even more force, an enormous pillar breaking his jaw and neck as he drops to the ground. Asshole. She spat on his dead body. Her body went into a brief shock before her brain could register. Her eyes darted to the tense flap too quick. Her eyes darted to the tense flaps too quickly for her body to follow. She felt the imminent danger moving before she could process. What the hell is going on in here? His mate stuck his head in to find Leslie's shin slamming into his forehead. The second swift kick landed with surgical precision on his neck. She made a whole spin, nearly losing her balance, using all her force to kick the man into a coma. Leslie held her shin, hopping up and down, cursing, "Ow! Ow! Ow! Why is his skull so damn hard?" He reeled, crawling forward. "You little cunt!" he curses, growing angry. Leslie leaped, dropping her knees into his back and laying him flat. She rolled to his head, wrapping him in a sleeper hold, using all her strength to choke him out. He stood like a wild boar. He was shaking wildly with his last breaths of consciousness and doing all he could to toss Leslie off his neck. He falls to his knees, trying to take another large breath to fight. Leslie released him only to drop kick him in the back of the head. She kicked to her feet, running back to her chokehold, her veins constricted and her forearms bulging up to his head as his face turned a deep purple. He took a last breath of life, falling flat on the ground. Leslie rolled off of him, catching her breath and looking around the scene. She let out a sigh of relief. Leslie was falling on her butt, regaining her composure. She couldn't believe she had been caught off guard. Had they all entered at once? She shook the thought out of her head, only for it to return with a vengeance. That was actually pretty loud. This coffee is much better than yesterday. She shook the thought out of her head, only for it to return with a vengeance. Could she have handled them both? Was she strong enough? What would they indeed have done to her? She felt the fears and tears cracking them up to her age, telling herself a real soldier would only be concerned with completing the mission. She wasn't a real soldier. Tears filled her eyes as she dragged the two dead bodies into the tent, leaving them in the same sleeping bag. She sat and waited, breathing as best she could, crouched in her perch, waiting for a search party. She would use her earth transmutation from this point forward. These were grown men, and getting kicked by a child wouldn't cut it. She hit him with her best kick, but still bruises were all along her shin. Hanada was on the opposite side of the camp, waiting for an unfortunate passerby. He was concealed at the corner of the captain's tent, a big wooden cabin with two tents connected. He deduced they were a bandit brigade. Their tents weren't cloth collapsible. Instead, a patch of trees were sawed off none too far. The lumber was used for the leader's cabin, and the support of the tents connected around the cabin. Then there were similar huts 6 foot high, enough for most of these men to walk through comfortably. They stayed here. They were probably attacking anyone on the roads. Their scouts were out and around the area, running back for the warning. Then a leading group would cut them off in any direction, no more. If there was anything Hanada couldn't stand, it was thieves and doctors. The young man hated sanitized white rooms and people who dug in the pockets of innocence. Anything he couldn't stand was waiting. Another thing he couldn't stand was waiting. He began to feel the effect of standing or rising and humming and bouncing. His eyes darted around the forest, chasing a few birds as they perched. He wondered after long if he was watching the birds, if the birds were watching him. Could the bird see him? Of course it could. It was a bird. But did the bird care he was there? While pondering the bird, Sanada's body stilled up as he picked up on an approaching conversation. The bastard was tough as nails. He took my blade through his shoulder to get a clean shot off the boss. It was horrifying. Then he finished him off and kept running. We barely escaped with the boss alive. That's why Jeet's all bandaged up. He knocked the boss's head off before running for the heels. Came back around while we were searching and took Bib out. Big Bib? The second man asked, astounded. The man in question was 7'5", 400 pounds of a corn-fed brick wall. The first voice groaned. I warned them both. You don't mess with the ones wearing gray. Dogs wear blue, but the other guys don't. The sons of bitches who snap your neck and keep moving, they all wear gray. The dude had gray and medals on his chest, and all they saw all they saw were gold in their eyes and the little kids. Kids make good eating. I mean, so I hear. His partner began laughing. I ain't seen no kids, though. Just a valley bastard running around. Yeah, whatever. Telling ghost stories, man. You should never come. We should have never left the mountains. I don't eat any kids, man. That's sick. I'll shoot a kid. I won't eat a kid. That's a waste of good meat, the man spat. They had eyes on us before we even got separated, so it was a good thing I moved. They knew we were here. They knew where we were. The captain probably thought he caught on before they did. Disturbing. Nada gritted his teeth, suddenly uncomfortable. Well, you bakas aren't eating me. Yosh, I'm fired up. The conversation was coming around the corner. Hanada braced himself, his mind racing with all the cool moves he could have pulled off, but his temper took control of him as he heard their conversation persist inches from his ear. What happened to the kids? The cannibal asked. Little bastards killed one of our patrols. Only Elgin came back. He told us the little girl was moving rocks and the slit-eyed kid breathed fire. There was a third kid in gray that got wounded, but took down 3 men before that effortlessly. They had a slit-eye with them? These dogs are crazy. How did they pull them air eaters out of oblivion? They weren't dogs. I told you, they were wearing gray. I'm wearing black, Hanada raised a fiery furnace, red fist of passion. No one calls me slit eyes or air eater. I'm knocking, you scum. Shoot the fucker. The cannibal screamed, reaching all over him for his pistol. His eyes were glued to the flames rushing toward him. Gotcha, you little bastard. Hanada's speed was his greatest asset as the man managed his pistol from its holster. In a flash, a burning fist was buried into the cannibal, turning his attention to the next man and drew a sword. Don't get hurt pulling out that butter knife. I doubt you know how to use it, Hanada laughed. What the hell do you know, punk? I know it's going to make a nice souvenir, Hanada sneered. Let's see who's faster. Your draw, or my fist in your gut? Hanada ignited his hand, which grew to the size of a cantaloupe, and kicked off his back foot. The swordsman hesitated before putting his force into a slicing downstroke. He might have had Hanada had he not been paying attention to the burning sensation growing from his bowels as he swung. Before the man could fix his grip on his blade, Hanada had already left an exit wound. He ripped his fist through the man's body, pivoting to evade the blow. Who the hell are you, kid? The man dropped to his knees as the fire continued burning. He gasped. Who are you? I'm Mirashima Hanada, the Phoenix. Hanada raised his hands behind his neck. You're not worth telling my family history. Die slow, scumbag. Hanada ran off with a broad smile, admiring his budding career as an action star. Morgan sat at the back of the camp, watching the group of men. The boy was more predator than prey, more panther than human. He waited, watching the gang of hyenas passing around a bottle of moonshine. Or empty, Emery. Go and get some more. One of the men says, tossing the empty jug to a lanky man. Morgan's eyes grew wide as he saw the man, Emery, turn to the metal spigot behind the group. The spigot was attached to a hut sticking at the back as a hose. Morgan felt around his pockets, finding a pack of matches. His lips tightened as he watched the group, refusing to allow emotion to conquer him. The excitement came and went as he sat in a 3-point stance, crawling through the bush on his hands and feet, gaining a position, a straight shot from the steel. Yeah! The men cheered as another round of the jug was passed around. They were sloppily sucking swills, slipping it all over themselves and passing it to the next. The way they drink, they worried nothing for the enemies and even less for the supply. Morgan took a deep breath to still his thoughts. Morgan bolted in, leaping through the air and kicking the spigot off the still in one explosive movement. Moonshine poured all over the grounds. Even as the moonshine poured over the men, they merely laughed. They were cheering and scooping it into their mouths. You didn't turn off the damn knob, you damn knob. They laughed as Emery was forced to rise again. Top her off while you're up. Fellas. Emery was too drunk to move or process. Guys, look, it's a kid. Hey, somebody. Emery rubbed his neck. Hey there, kid. Now, you get away from there. Morgan waved goodbye to Emery, and Emery waved back, confused and frustrated. Come on now, kid, get out of here. These boys ain't gonna play nice and take you home. No worries, mate. Morgan lit a match and tossed it. It was only moments before the men were all set ablaze. The boy turned on his heels and began walking from the fire, brushing his shoulder off from winning the competition. Anada was still sneaking about the camp, hoping for another quick lash out. Once he saw the flames in the back, he felt in his gut things were over. He let out a groan, walking over to the campfire rendezvous. Anada was slouched and silent. Leslie came second similarly, though her function was conditioned alertness rather than bloodlust. Morgan arrived with a polite grin. Four-man barbecue, he pointed behind him with his thumb. I kicked open a tanker house of booze and only used a match. How do you guys fare? I got 3. Caught one man off guard, then got cornered by 2 pedophiles. I panicked. I got 2, Nana mumbled. But it was super cool. I had to stare down with the guy. He pulled out a sword, and I was like, you don't know how to use that sword. And he's like, I'm going to eat you, kid. And I was like, nah, I'm Hinata, the Phoenix Mirashima, the quickest boy alive. And then he's all like, no, you got me. You're better than me. It was all pretty awesome. I used my flaming glory fist, so I won. Of course, Hinata rewards himself. I lost. You got one more than me. And with only a match? I waited like 10 years for an opening, Morgan groans. But that does sound pretty cool. I wish I had said a cool catchphrase. He was lying. He always acts like a spaz when he over-exaggerates. Leslie groans, throwing her hands up. Over-exaggerate? Maybe a little. But I squared off him and said, hey, let's see who's faster. Your sword or my fist? Then I used my flaming glory fist and called him a scumbag. Cool. After lighting them all on fire, I was happy I didn't have to go in there to fight those guys. Morgan patted Hinata on the back, looking at his handiwork as the men ran around to their deaths. Psh, my grandfather Sato Mirashima was of the Pure clan. He says we're immune to fire. Okay, that's enough stories for now. Did you guys find out anything about the captain? Leslie rubbed her temples. She was ticked off. Nerves stopped her from winning. One more guy and she could have been equal for the lead. Yeah, he was stabbed in the shoulder. He took out their boss, and they're heavy. So there should be a blood trail we can follow, not offered. You guys? I got nothing but reason to kill more of them, Morgan sighed, listening to the nearly 20 minutes of pillage stories, assuming he was taken here to the camp. Their captain is here. He's injured. He can't be far off. Hinata raised the facts. Maybe he could at least tell us where they lost him. Morgan looked over to the wooden cabin. Race ya? No way. No one beats me in a race. Hinata ran beside Morgan, both laughing and pumping their arms. Leslie sighed, and they're back to their fun and games. It must be nice being as dumb as boys, she grumbles, beginning to jog after them, unnerved by the stench of burning bodies. Hinata rushes in first and stops dead in his tracks. Morgan bumps into him, and they both retract a moment. Leslie joined them, confused until she saw the man laying on the ground, his bandages bloodied red, his mouth bubbled over with vomit, his nails rummaged off, his fingers grounding down from clawing at the ground, from muffled screams of help. Well, all you, Leslie, you're the medic. Hinata nudged her forward. She shrieked, no, Morgan's the medic, gripping Morgan like a cat tossed into the water. Help me, the voice said weakly, spitting out vomit, staring blankly into the roof. Ah! The kids screamed in unison, running out of the cabin and waving their arms. They regrouped around the fire, looking at each other to confirm they were all there. Not it. 1, 2, 3, not it, they all said at once. Not it, they all repeat. Draw straws. Hinata mumbled, fumbling about as he tried to inch even further from the cabin. What, mister? I've been training forever? You go. You're an assassin. You used to dead bodies. Leslie pointed hysterically. You two have first aid training, but I do kill stuff training. This is your field. He's still alive. Hinata retorted. Not my field. Totally yours. All you, Leslie. Well, he's half dead beyond the bandages I could offer. Go ahead. Leslie fired right back. It's not the same when they're not dead and laying in puke. Dead things don't move. Half-dead things are scary. Hanada crossed his arms over his chest. His logic was flawless in his mind. Leslie looked at Morgan, who was knelt, picking up kindling. He held them out, and they each snatched one. Mine's longest, Leslie cheered. No, mine is. Look, look. They held them next to each other. Morgan, I don't think you get how this works. They're supposed to be different sizes. That was my way of telling you we're going in together. None of us wants to do it, so we all have to do it. He led the way. Hanada followed, looking over his shoulder, and Leslie kept a safe distance. The trio entered the cabin, filing in behind Morgan, who wore his usual cold confidence. However, his steps gave away his fear, shelving his feet as he tried to find his senses. Help! Please! Jude cried out as tears swelled in his eyes. Water. Yeah, let's dump a bucket on his head and clean him up, Leslie suggested. Then maybe we can look at him. Morgan took a breath and put on a brave face. We're not here to save you. We're here to find out where Captain Warren went. Morgan stepped closer, imitating the captain's coldness the best he could. He grabbed his canteen and kneeled by the man's side. If you want the water, you'll speak. The man looked up with cold, dying eyes before they fell back to the ground. All right, then. Morgan opened the canteen and began pouring the water out. No! No! He howled. Tell me what I want to know. I'm tired of looking at your disgusting face. He tried to imitate the captain, but the child came out. Tears filled the man's eyes. I need new bandages. Please. I don't want to die. You need to tell me what I want to know before I leave you for dead. I'll leave the door open for the wolves to devour you. The man rolled his eyes. I was knocked unconscious. I didn't even see it coming. And I don't know shit, kid. I don't want to die. How unfortunate. That isn't my concern, Morgan said with genuine apathy. Wow, he's good, Nada whispers to Leslie. The bandit leader Jude sighed. So, you think you're a killer, kid? I know if I leave you here, you'll die regardless of whether I touch you. I'll find the captain. Beg me to kill you, or you can die choking on your puke, Morgan threatened. Morgan, relax. Leslie began to fear Morgan more than the dying man. He's not joking with you. He'll leave you here to die. Hanana held Leslie back, feeling the same as her. He looked to the ceiling, gasping for air through his vomit. We were trailing him, using the back paths. We were about 2 miles out, and then he hit me with a rock or something. Then he hit me once more, nearly bashing my skull to dust. He moved to kill me, but my man stabbed him. He walked right into the blade, tossed my biggest man aside, then gave me a cut across my stomach with a goddamn blade the size of a tree, ripping my guts out. They hadn't noticed because he was tucked into his palate. He left, man. He hunted us for miles more as we tried to escape. The more we thought we were hunting him, the worse it got for us. We gave up. As soon as we turned hide, he leaped out, tackling Big Bib, stabbing him so many times he was dead before he hit the ground. Then he leaped back into the bushes as if the bushes came from thin air. My men wouldn't chase him. They dragged me back and tossed me in here to die, drinking themselves silly to see who would replace me. Thank you for your help, Morgan stood. Water! Please, wait. Help me, Jude pleaded. I was taught never to give water to a dead man. Close your eyes and die with dignity. You're not worth saving. Besides, your wounds are past our supplies. It was a part of our mission to clear the bandit camp. Morgan stood, pleased with himself for tricking the bandit leader. A mission? What mission? Nana grinds his teeth, looking from Morgan to Leslie. I just thought we were camping. Fuck you, kid. He raged, vomiting a bit more, spitting up blood. Fuck you too, bastard. Hanada stared on, barely able to see Morgan's arm move. Morgan yanked the man's throat, releasing it an instant later. Leslie rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen anything at all. Hanada caught the movement but wasn't fast enough to react, fearful of being on the other side. The man fell silent, choking but unable to cough. "What did you do?" Hanada asked. I crushed his larynx. I was tired of his voice. He was about to puke. Now he can swallow it. Morgan's eyes had a glimmer of brick red, which Hanada had never seen before. Hanada had read stories from his father and grandfather about those eyes. Morgan and Hanada walked out of the cabin in silence. Hanada watched Morgan, moving his eyes from Morgan to the ground. In his heart, Hanada wanted to ask Morgan what had happened there, but Morgan seemed fine. He said the captain was lost 2 miles out. That's not far. He's probably waiting back at the campsite, though, Leslie suggested. You mean we came all this way and he's still in the opposite direction, 7 miles back? Hanada groaned. He's right behind you. The captain's confident voice hit the air. Sorry for leaving you kids. You must have been scared. Captain Ray Bradley Warren hiked up to the group wearing a smile. His graze bloodied, but his walk wasn't slowed. All the kids turned, glowing as they ran over to the middle-aged man, hugging his legs. The captain kneeled, hugging them all. You kids did a bang-up job. I was looking for a good opportunity to strike the camp. It seems you beat me to it. I'm so proud of you all. Did you see it all? Leslie asked, a bit embarrassed. I saw the great fire in this direction and came rushing back. I was nursing my wound, trying to devise a way to find you all. I came to the campsite and you were all gone. Whoa, awesome. You were looking for us and walked 7 miles wounded? Warren gave a thumbs up and a smile. Never leave a man behind. I love your style, kids. He looked around. It seemed I underestimated you. You got everyone in the camp. My, you kids are a class of your own. These bastards have been terrorizing the forest for a year now. No patrol has gotten close enough. The last thing I planned during this trip was to take them out. Man, the suits back in the academy will be ecstatic. Well, everyone but their leader. He's sick in there, Morgan pointed. I didn't waste any water on him. He smiled, expecting some congratulations for following his mentor's teachings. But did you put him out of his misery? Ray asked with coldness. Or did you leave him to suffer? I left him. Morgan rubbed his neck. Warren kneeled. You've taken out all the able-bodied combatants, but leave the wounded suffering? He's a bad man. He's abandoned. He had puke all over him. I gave him the blow that would kill him faster, but I didn't want to touch him. What have we discussed about good and evil? What have we discussed about good and evil? Warren looked him sharp in the eyes. It's all subjective. To these men, we were sent by the devil himself. They fear us greatly. We can't allow their fear to paint our reality. But we must respect the fears of others. That is being a leader and a man. I'm sorry. Morgan's eyes began to swell as he bowed his head in shame. Warren lifted his chin. Don't apologize. Fix your mistakes. He turned Morgan along to finish the deed. Morgan took a deep breath and turned to the two children. Hanada and Leslie, let's start a nice fire and get some food in us. It's been a long day. I'm going to give these men a proper burial. Ray pats the pair of them on their heads and turns them around, pushing the kids away. Good work today, gang. I'm so proud of you two. Leslie looked over to Morgan, who stood silent and alone, staring at his shoes. Hanada noticed his brother's change in energy. What's wrong, bro? Hanada asked, shaking from Warren's grip and joining his brother. Nothing. I just heard something speaking to me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Morgan brushes it off, walking into the cabin. Something's not right with Morgan. Hanada was on high alert. His energy dropped completely. Someone was speaking to him, and he said, Morgan's been a weird kid since his people were killed. When he got to the academy, most stayed away from him. He gets like that sometimes. That's why he only trains with Warren. Leslie brushed it off, never questioning further than her father explained. What does subjective mean? Hanada rubbed his chin. More than one option or idea, Leslie explained. Warren said fighting bandits was subjective. Isn't that a bit strange to tell Morgan? We get a good job and Morgan has to return and take care of that dude. Well, they have plans for Morgan. He's not a normal kid and his abilities aren't known. He beat both of us just thinking about it. That's not normal for kids our age. My father told me to be friends the best I could because Morgan would grow up lonely. I think we'll get married. Cootie catcher, you mean you want to get married? Leslie smirked, looking down at the fire pit as she assembled the remaining kindling and logs. I want to. We would be so strong all together. Imagine when Morgan is my dad's age, how strong he'll be. Even when we're older, we'll be unstoppable. He's the greatest weapon the regime has, my uncle says. That's what your family talks about with Morgan? He's a weapon? Hanada grew cold. My father thinks Morgan might be, you know. You know what? Ada, Hanada whispers. My dad says his dad was Abada Samara, and his real name's Morgan L.S., not Ellys. He's a prince. That makes me his princess, Leslie claps with a broad smile. Yay! Hanada nodded, realizing he was alone in the discussion. He walked over to Morgan, who sat by the cabin door. What's up? How'd it go, brother? Hanada tried smiling, but Morgan's depressive energy pulled it off his face. Morgan looked up with tears in his eyes. He just kept begging me not to kill him. Morgan buried his head between his knees. I just wanted to go camping. It's not the same when they're like that. You're right. Kill need to take him from the world, not me. Shh, it's okay, dude, it's okay. Hanada sits by Morgan and hugs him. It's hard, I didn't want to do it either. What if they keep asking me to do it? To kill suffering people? Hanada froze up, trying to find words to say, but his life experience limited his wisdom. He squeezed Morgan tighter, letting him cry it out for no one else to hear. On the watch for anyone coming up to shake him into shape, Hanada kept watch, serving as Morgan's protector from then forth. Hey, what's up, guys? Leslie calls out from the fire pit. Nothing. We're talking about... Hanada says defensively. Boys don't talk. Leslie stood up and walked toward them. Hanada stood holding at his arm. Not now. I want to talk to Morgan. It's fine, Hanada. Morgan's tears dried as if they'd never started. He walked over and forced a smile. What's up? Leslie remembered Hanada's words a moment ago, asking if Morgan was fine despite the smile and effortless look. She felt his energy depressed and shaky, but it was usually overwhelming and warm. Leslie hugged him, catching him off guard. She didn't know why, but her instincts told her to squeeze him and never let him go. Morgan patted her back until he felt himself thankful. She was sinking in her embrace. Hanada joined, grabbing them both and hugging his friends so tight they wanted for air. None of them let go. They were children with extraordinary power and purpose. None of them knew their significance or importance to the world's fate. As the captain watched with a proud smile, he let the kids hug it out. He had his way. He would have been the only one with blood on his hands, or he believed the children were captured and waiting for his rescue. The captain knew they were strong, but was astounded at what they'd done. It wasn't their mission to take out this notorious bandit brigade, but there would be honors all around for its removal. Captain Warren stood alone, knowing the incredible abilities of these children. He was impressed yet fearful of what the regime would do with them. He heard whispers from his old childhood companion, Colin Gregor, of a secret program to train the strongest and brightest students in the academy as assassins for the government's will. He would protect these children to the best of his ability. His heart swelled with pride from what his training offered them. He refused to see it taken away for their power and greed. After the gallows, Morgan Ellys, I was brought back to my uncle's office. As soon as I start, there's a car. I was brought back to my uncle's office. He sat decorated in medals and suited in the issued uniform to all A-ranked soldiers. The only thing setting men apart were their medals on their chests, the titles we all carried, and apparent age. Though in ability or knowledge, I know not what separates us. Popularity, or is it thought? Sit down. I've heard trouble brewing in the infamy with your name on it. Ray had an unusual paternal tone, something crossed with concern and guilt. Guilt was a new emotion for me. I was feeling sorry for something, wanting to take something back. Leslie said she forgave me, still it did make me feel better for doing something terrible. I hate when people are mad at me. I try so hard to please everyone and make friends, but still, you can't please everyone. It seems you can hardly ever please anyone. I stood at attention with my feet square and my head straight, making direct eye contact. Sit down. I'm not your dog. Colin told me the rules, I say matter-of-factly. No. Now you're a wolf. Even a wolf has an alpha. Uncle Ray was sitting already. You believe you are my alpha? I asked sincerely. Ray tried adjusting himself in his chair to seem more authoritative, but I was looking down on him. It made him very uncomfortable. I noticed his eye. I wonder how he got that scar. Morgan. I looked up alert. You drifted off there, he noted, with more profound concern, holding his chin. I've been doing that a lot lately. Ever since. I tightened my grip on my wrist, looking away. The captain leaned forward, and I stepped back, my chest heaving as he stood up. I circled away from him as he reaches for me. Morgan, it's me, he says, kneeling down. Calm down. Uncle. But he looks nothing like me. Why do I know him? I stepped away, feeling the way behind me, growing more restless as the 10-foot man approached me. I screamed, running straight for him. I gotcha. He grabs me as we fall. He squeezes me tight as I pry, flail, and peel away from him. It's okay. It's not okay. I elbow him in the ribs, biting his hand and darting to the opposite side of the room. Ray sat up, sitting on the floor eye level with me. He held up his hands and blood trickled down his palm. He smiled brightly at me. You see? I can forgive you. Now, tell me what's bothering you. I stared at him. You can trust me. How could I ever trust you? Memories flashed to the gallows. What the hell did Colin do to you? Ray asked. I was the only one who survived. My heart felt constricted, my mind was blank, and I didn't want to remember. I shut it out as the image tried to form. I wanted to go camping again. Can we go camping again? Yeah, of course. We can go camping at the Cedar Woods. No, not there. I don't want to go back there, I scream. Okay, he raises his hands. All right, you pick. My heart began to race, and my mind raced with it for ideas. On one mission, I went to a pool. It's the older parts of Urdu near the shore. I like it there. It said calmly, remembering how we all got to put our feet in the sand. They taught us about language and nature. The mission was about learning about the lands there and helping the people. We got to play on the beaches and we played volleyball. I felt the sunshine then. All right, there are a few national parks and we can go hunting. No, I don't want to go hunting anymore. I shook, remembering us all being trapped. Half of us were given numbers and the others were given none. You love hunting. No, I'm good at hunting, I clarified. I had to hunt them, or we wouldn't be fed. And then the food stopped, Ray. You needed a specific score to eat, or they ate each other. Felt a wound, looking at me as if he recognized my pain but didn't want to. You're too young. What happened to you? It's classified. I bow my head. Morgan, I'm your uncle. I demand you tell me now. He stands up, stomping his foot. I shook my head. I'm not your family. I'm your weapon. It isn't the same, and I'm not the same anymore. Still, the sameness was different. I don't want to remember. It was rough, okay? You were in the infirmary for a month. The doctor said it should have taken years to heal your damage. I'm asking because I'm responsible for you. I'm your caretaker. What happened to you? Colin wanted to see the beast, I said. What beast? My beast. Colin said he was looking for his brother. He was looking for the moon or something. He wanted to see Luno. I guess he saw what he wanted. Ray looked at me, shaking his head. That doesn't make any sense to me, Morgan. Tell me what you did. What did the training consist of, Morgan? He said it was a training routine. It wasn't training, it was a contest, I corrected. I was told it was special wolf training to train a specialized unit of soldiers to provide deep infiltration. Is that true or false? False. What is your objective? He asks in a way I can better understand. I am a human weapon in the name of the regulator regime, I recite. No, he shakes his head. No, that plan was rejected. Colin led the campaign against it. We first were taken to the kennels and picked out puppies from a fresh litter. We all got to play with the puppies. Well, I played with the puppies. Everyone else was ruthless at first, but then I found out why. After I found out, I wish I hadn't named the spirit. We had to take the puppy with us everywhere. The sergeant said it was to build trust in ourselves, to remind ourselves how we can cradle the protection of civilization, and to know we can take on the burden of true duty. We can get you a new dog. I don't want to kill this one, please. Can we keep this one? I plead. Morgan, what did you say? He raked his hair, burying his face in his hands. I can't believe I trusted this bastard again. Yeah, but it was much later, after the first contest. We were each given a dog. Splash and I were perfect for each other. I called him Splash because of his big brown spots. He was such a good hunter. He followed me everywhere I went. We had to go hunting to collect these weird things. The papers said they were medallions, but looked more like some stupid coins. There were only 15 medallions and 15 of us left. The dogs were one of our supplies before we were freed in the cedar woods to find these medallions. The days passed. Most of the others had eaten their dogs. Splash and I survived, but Colin made me kill Splash to prevent an unfair advantage. The days just blurred together after I buried my dog. I sat in defeat, no longer able to feel anger, guilt, and sadness. You and Colin are evil. The Lord Commissioner bowed before me with his forehead on the ground. I'd only seen it once by Hinata for breaking my favorite dagger. It meant great remorse and humility. You're right. You're completely right, and I'm sorry for the man I was and the man I am. I wish I could reclaim it all, but I can't. I feel like a slave to war and chaos. I'll never let you around Colin again. I'll withdraw you from his classes. I'll allow you to speak to the General Steele about new classes directly. He'll preside over your training. He didn't lift his head. I forgive you, but not Colin. I say, stepping back, overwhelmed. Such a massive man could show such humility. I will earn your forgiveness beyond words. I will show you. I will pull you from your missions this week. Go back home to the mountains and rest for a while. Take a few weeks off. He raises his head to my hip level. Thank you. I say, confused. Why? I respect your intellect, so I'll tell you. You are powerful, Morgan, in ways I couldn't imagine. You're still an innocent child. It isn't easy at times to see beyond your power. But I take responsibility for you. I see you as a child with extraordinary gifts and abilities, but you are nonetheless a child. You represent so many children the regime has bulldozed over or absorbed. Well, those kids are impoverished who are here. You're a specialist at only 11 years old and get a rewarding career in the military. I cherish you. I do not want to be responsible for you losing your heart. When you feel you're losing your mind or overwhelmed, return to the mountains of Urdu. They will always be your home. It was such a strange impulse, but I hugged Ray. I hugged him tightly, wishing I could hold the memories of my father the same. I forgave him already. I still had anger and hatred for many reasons, but I forgave him. I'm sorry for what Colin did to you. He too sees your power. He would like to have you as his human weapon. Do you know my goal for you, Morgan? Ray lifts my chin. No, sir. No, Lord, Uncle Ray. I tried to find the correct honorific, but my emotions clouded my speech. My goal is for you to rise above every student in the academy and supersede every regime soldier. I want you to be recognized for your merit and talents and hold a high-ranking title. I want you to replace me as Lord Commissioner one day, to earn the position so I can elect you as I was elected. Do you think this is wrong of me? Ray asks. I want my parents. I want to go home. I sniffle, unable to be a soldier or a soldier right now. I'm sorry. Your parents won't return, he said coldly before standing. I have a new aspiration for you. To take all your uncle's skill and I teach you and bring it back to Ekru. I'll keep the regime from returning to Ekru as long as possible. You can be the Lord Commissioner of Ekru. His words resonated with something deep inside my being. I didn't feel sadness. I feel purpose. I can lead Nadia? I asked curiously. I believe it's your birthright, Ray said. Here, this book from the Forbidden Library. It speaks of Ekru, ancient up until Naka's invasion. I believe you'll learn a lot about your people. And our curriculum... Why did I do that? And our curriculum here in the Academy forbids any education or discussion of Ekru. If you can finish this book, I'll take you to the library, and you can read as much as you like. I love reading it, Cheer. I know you do. And many others hate you for it. I love it about you. Never lose this side of you. On the coldest day in Tartarus, do not lose your heart. Uncle Ray kisses my forehead and squeezing me and crying. I stare at him as he brought up the painful reminders of my truth. They ridicule, haze, disrespect, and even hate me. I'll rise above them and far past their grasp and comprehension, and then they will all bow to me. I'll be their king, and they'll rue the day they ever turned against me. I'll spare Uncle Ray and Leslie, but the rest will know my pain. I'll try to fulfill both of your goals. You will supersede my aspirations. He bones my chin lightly with the cup of his fist, forcing my head up tall. Don't let the enemy ever see you sweat. If you ever need to talk, Leslie's here for you. I can also talk to you about things, just know I don't have any kids of my own. My advice may not be appropriate at times. I've been a soldier and farmer my whole life, and that's all I know. It's all I know, too, about. Let's change that, he grins. You're dismissed, soldier. 10 toes down, Morgan Ellys. The Mad General had his size 12 shoe buried into my throat, crushing my windpipe after thwarting my assassination attempt. The 250-pound man hoped to break my neck with his boot. Instead, he reached a sweaty hand toward me, replacing his boot with his hand. He lifted my lean body with a single hand, laughing as he observed me. My eyes met his fiery, blood-lusted gaze, knowing there was no chance for mercy if I didn't manage to free myself. The regulators send the child, but I'm the savage for eating my enemies. The Mad General Kaiser Staple chuckles, tightening his grip on my neck as I fight back. A feisty little brat. He slams my body against the concrete wall, denting my flesh into the concrete, then slamming me again, leaving an imprint. I grabbed his wrist, squeezing as hard as I tried to dislocate the joint, but he threw me across the room instead. You little bastard, he cried out, holding his wrist, making sure it wasn't broken. I scampered out of sight. He had his men bring me to this torture chamber. All these guys played their hero, but each had some interrogation or torture chamber. I checked my neck, making sure it wasn't broken. I was in immense pain, but I wasn't broken. I guess it's the motto for my 10 years of life. Where did you go, boy? It's time to eat porridge and tell Uncle Staple where the rest of your men are hiding. He called out for me. I darted from underneath the table I was hiding, kicking his leg from underneath his feet. I rolled over, locking in a knee bar, wrapping his calf around mine, then sitting back, likely snapping his tibia with how he cried out in pain, evening up to nearly 200 pounds of the weight difference between us as he crawled on the floor, trying to hide his pain but unable to stand. I knew I would get you. I wrapped my neck before punt kicking him in the face, knocking a few teeth out his mouth as he spits up a few more. What are you, kid? The Mad General sat up, checking his teeth and jaw. You fucked up my dashing good looks. You look like a dog-faced gremlin, I gag. I was being trained never to speak to my targets, and how they would try to manipulate me and lie to me to save their lives. It never stopped them from talking, and it was nearly impossible not to listen. How did you get mixed up in all this, kid? You are a traitor to the regime. Now you will die, I recited cold as ice as I practiced in the mirror. I am the regulator regime. I am the last honest regime man. My family fought with the regime for centuries. I've been a general for decades. I've been doing this to restore the regime. I'm trying to save the regime from that bastard Colin. He murdered the true Lord Commissioner. It should be Colin getting attacked, not me. The Mad General preached, holding his hand. I knew the old Lord Commissioner had died a few years ago. I didn't know how he had anything to do with this mission. I was only given the details needed to secure the kill and where to rendezvous for pickup. The old LC died around the time Warren had found me, around the same time my father and mother died in the earthquake. He and Colin, you're not listening to me, but you're a boy. You have it in you to kill me then, boy? The Mad General asked me, lifting his head. Without hesitation, I jabbed my wrist blade through his throat, retracting it without remorse as his body toppled over lifeless. I relented, sitting by his body, observing his regulator regime uniform and the medals he wore so proudly, his hand attached to his revolver, waiting for me to let down my guard. I could have been dead if my training hadn't been ironclad. I had Carmen to thank in her ruthlessness for never trusting another human being with a beating heart or a pulse. I knew I wasn't allowed to talk to my targets, but I was allowed to ask whatever questions I liked after the mission was complete. I don't think asking the LC would be a good idea, but he was very adamant about me killing this guy as soon as possible. If he's accusing Warren of killing the old Lord Commissioner, I could see why it's such a threat. I could only imagine the man was dead because he was lying to cause drama, or because he was right and could worsen the civil war in Urdu we were attempting to end. I snuck out of his torture chambers with far more stealth than I tried when entering. At least General Staples was the only one who caught me. I made my way out of the encampment filled with men in regulator regime blue. I studied their movements and formations. The only difference was that each man had sliced the back of their combat uniform to signify they were no longer aligned with Warren's regime. I found the rendezvous point 5 clicks away from their encampment, close enough to the academy to take my daily jog. Regardless, I waited in meditation for the van to pick me up. The ride back to the academy was silent. Seems like you got another one of those rabid dogs, huh, kid? The driver chuckled. You just won me a shit down of coinage. I'll have to cut you in on the pot. I sat quietly in the back of the van, ignoring his statement, but noting his debt to me. He seemed as disillusioned to death as the rest of them. At least I could take the money. Tough crowd. The driver sneers, taking in my usual silence with ease and continuing on the road back home. They often took bets on whether or not I would return alive. Whether or not I would be successful in my mission was their favorite betting. I found it a bit insulting since they were always jerked to me. Whether I made them money or not, they wanted to haze me. So I kept to myself unless I risked being court-martialed for killing or maiming one of them again. The driver was an exception, but I couldn't pull myself away from the words of the Mad General. We're back, bud, if you fell asleep back there, Lieutenant Ellys. The driver calls back to me. Greatly appreciated, Specialist Maxwell. I apologize for my rudeness. I'm lost in thought. You can send me my debts online, all right? I politely reply as we pull into the carport. I'll have your money, kid. I can't believe you're doing this type of work. I went quiet again, wondering how I might have killed grown men. I remember so little of my life before. I know there were at least people who loved me, much less violence, and people hoping I died. Each time I returned alive, people were enraged. We were greeted by a team of mechanics checking the RV for any damages. There was none. General Staples was the only man who knew I was there, and he was dead. I left Maxwell extra upgrades for his ride while I searched for my handler. I let him keep my portion of the earnings to fix up the vehicle for the next mission. There was always another mission. Carmen was waiting for me in the barracks by my cot. She sat on my bed reading my private journal. Luckily, I kept the real thing hidden in a tree a few kilos from the academy, where I went to silence the voices in my head. "Hello, Lieutenant Ellys." She sets down my journal, bored with its contents, primarily writings on how to fix the regime. "Sergeant," I replied curtly. Even though I outranked Carmen now, it was a matter of effort in missions rather than authentic experience. She had been in the military a few years longer than I had, but she was Colin Gregor's pet, a devotee of Nshishi who was well protected and better connected in the military. My handler and trainer, while Ray concerned himself with leading the regime. Uncle Ray didn't have time for Leslie and me as Lord Commissioner. I worked in the field. Carmen trained me to harness my power while Gregor and Warren plotted global domination. I felt like little more than an instrument of destruction, but I ruefully accepted my fate. I was good at it. If not, the undisputed best in the regime. "How'd it go?" Carmen poked me in the chest as I tried to snatch my journal back. "I'm tired. I have a head full of questions. You can read about it later." "What's up, Lou?" Carmen sighed, handing me the journal. "What do you know about General Staples?" "The mad general got under your skin?" Carmen teased. "Strongest man I ever faced. He even sensed me before I could take him out quietly. He's dead, though. Don't worry about that. But he said something about the old LC. "Maurice Gregor. What about him?" "Says the LC's death was an inside job. That's why he's doing all this crap. You know anything?" "Well, I'm forced to answer superior officer, so... Do you want the truth or honesty?" To the rest of the world, these were synonyms. To Carmen, these were two words to slip in between at will to get what she needed. "I guess you want the truth." "I want you, specifically, to always be honest with me. What happened?" I stared Carmen in the eyes until she submitted, breaking eye contact. Carmen rolled her eyes. "He's right. It wasn't the current Lord Commissioner, if you're wondering. The LC was Colin's father, Lord Nshishi and the Lord Commissioner. Have you never heard of Maurice Gregor?" "I'm 12. I haven't heard of most people," I muttered, listening carefully. "Colin killed his father? That's bad, isn't it?" "Yes and no. It's wrong. But Gregor culture passes down leadership to whoever kills their patriarch. It was an awful time to kill the man people call the greatest man to live, but Colin was jealous of his father. It doesn't surprise me or anyone else who knew the Gregor family. A lot of men died around the same time he showed up here. However, the Mad General's cause was a lost one. He took men out of the regime to become some renegade battalion worsening the Civil War. All those men would be court-martialed and killed once enough men could be used to clear out their base. Why would the Mad General even care? Carmen pats my head like I was some pet. I would do the same for you if anyone ever touched a hair in your precious head. Roger Staples and Maurice Gregor were best friends. They grew up together and trained together. Staples was the general of the army. He was Maurice's right-hand man. I don't think you can imagine how close those two men were. Maybe we'll be that close one day. I would love to have you kill for me as you do for Warren. I kill for peace. Did today feel like a fight for peace or doing someone's laundry? Carmen rolled her eyes. You're a tool for destruction and nothing more. At least not to them. I think one day you'll surpass Colin and Ray. Judging by your neck, you may not live long enough if you live long enough. I won the fight. You got injured. It's a scratch. I snapped back at her, hiding my wounds. Carmen smacked my neck, causing me to cry in pain, dropping to my knees, heaving and crying as if she took my head off my shoulders. Maybe with your adrenaline running and being so young you think you can ignore your pain, but I'm looking at you. You look like shit. That's a bad word. Carmen laughs. Sometimes it's easy to forget how innocent you are in all this, Morgan. Go to the medic. Your neck is fractured. I'm fine. Morgan, believe it or not, I'm the only person here who cares about you. You know it, and I know it. Please, pretty please, go to the infirmary. Carmen asked, cold as ice, staring me dead in the eyes, gritting her teeth. I gulped, meeting Carmen's murderous gaze as if she would do worse than smack my neck if I protested. If the next words out of your mouth are not yes, mistress, or I'm going, mistress, then meet me in the training hall. If your neck isn't broken now, I'll break it there, and then you can rest. Carmen gives me a peace sigh, leaving me toward the training hall. Great. I already fought the second strongest guy in the military. Now I have to fight the strongest woman in the military. Carmen was ultra strong. She made most of the men here look like civilians. Her fighting style was far more ruthless than mine. I fell back on my cot in the open barrack room, lined the walls with other bunks for soldiers. Being alone in the room was the only time I felt safe to sleep. Otherwise, I was subjected to the bullies around here who only picked on those smaller than them. The shame most men were 18, 20, or 30 and had never spent a day in combat or on the battlefield. For the past few years, I've been doing nothing but training missions and unlocking the powers Colin keeps saying I possess. Everyone else had an element, even Carmen. Earth, water, fire, and air, but I didn't have anything. I was still sent on the most challenging missions with only my wits and grit. Sometimes it feels like I make something strange happen when panicked, but it's never like fireballs, hurricanes, or earthquakes. I sat up, rubbing my neck while my body was cold, wishing I had gone to the infirmary matched by my usual thoughts of testing my luck in the wilderness outside the academy's territory. The truth was, as bad as living under the regulated regime was hard, there weren't many industrialized sections of Erde without the regime. All the funding was with their military, so places with military bases seemed to be the only ones surviving. The regime uses that logic to expand instead of sharing its knowledge or resources. They only share death, division, and destruction. I hoped I could do something about it, but Warren kept calling it a necessary evil. Stopping it was a lost cause in his mind. He wanted to find a way to gain control or guide it, but I don't think he realized he was the bull he needed to control. Carmen might have been ruthless, but Uncle Warren was cold as steel. I would rather fight Carmen than deal with Gregor or Warren asking me why I didn't. These people live for a good brawl. I happened to be good at it. I stretched out, feeling a bit better after resting for a few minutes in meditation. Felt like my body was recovering on its own. I enjoyed pacing up my time and walking to the training hall, scanning the horizon of the beautiful ancient architecture of the former monastery turned into the headquarters for global war. The story my uncle told me seemed bittersweet. The monks eventually had to retaliate to the raiding, violence, and pillaging of the tribes around them. They were starved by the forest folk terrorizing the nearby villages that usually gave donations to the monks. The villages were destroyed, and a direct attack would be nearly impossible due to the monastery's location. The monks could have either remained peaceful and starved to death, or descended to save the remaining villages if any were left and rebuilt. Thus, the regulated regime was created, by the forces joining to fight back against the starving forest folk, pushing until they controlled nearly all of Gaia in allegiance with the Gregor family. I guess maybe once upon a time the cause was knowable but lost as most movements. I found myself at the training hall the monks had used for their meditations. Slowly but surely they began using it to learn and practice self-defense. Only under Maurice Gregor were the monastery sections used for boarding schools and universities. The regime had its section on the other side of the master's campus and territory. The training hall, however, was the last remnant of the authentic monastery. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of years old. Brown walls painted with murals of the monastery's history from its first being built, as if each era of monks added its mark to the monastery. I wondered what would be left now. There was still room in the massive room for a few more centuries, more than likely. Glad he showed up. Carmen fell from the ceiling, a dagger in her hand, a dagger more than likely tipped in poison if I knew her as I thought. I narrowly dodged her. I would have been laced with whatever toxin she picked if she hadn't said anything. You're getting fast, but I still could have killed you. Carmen dropped her dagger, pushing her way down on me in a front headlock. Get off of me. I hadn't even the chance to get warmed up or stretch. So that's how your neck got broken. You're asking your enemy to let you murder them nicely. She teased, putting all her strength on my neck. I grabbed her arm, trying to throw her off with all my might. She followed my power, gator rolling while tightening her headlock as she lay sprawled on the floor. Carmen stretched her feet to her head, bridging on her neck, locking the headlock in with all of her body weight now, crashing down on my neck. You were supposed to go to the infirmary, right? She asked. I said, I'm fine. I tucked my hand underneath my chin to keep myself from being choked out. I pried her steel-clad grip loose and slipped out of her grasp. She pounced at me without missing a beat, throwing all her weight into me and knocking me down as she rolled off of me to her feet. She immediately began to stomp on me. I caught her ankle, not letting it loose for dear life as I pivoted my hips, tightening in an ankle lock, bringing her down to her back, crying out in pain about her ankle being twisted. Ow! Ow! You broke it! You broke my ankle! Carmen cried out. I barely even locked it in. As I said, Carmen's heel kicked me straight in the teeth and once again on my chin, knocked me out cold for a few seconds. I heard Carmen laughing on top of me. My eyes blinked open and shut as she walked about, plotting her next attack. Carmen wasn't usually used for missions because Colin kept her back to torture, interrogate, and track down dissidents here at the academy. For that, she kept an excellent title and a low profile while she attended the academy. The last thing I wanted was for her to have time to start brainstorming what to do with me next. Her true passion was journalism. I played possum, gripping my neck and bellowing tears. Carmen was patient, maybe with a bit of confusion and legitimate concern. All right, that's enough. Go to the infirmary. Carmen stood at a distance, not falling for my ploy. How did you know I was faking? I sat up, dropping the ruse. How do you know I wasn't? She ran at me full speed, her knee knocking my head off my shoulders and sending me rolling on the floor. I opened my eyes, noticing the white room around me. I tried sitting up, but my head was in a brace, limiting my movement. Carmen sat peacefully next to me, wearing her service coat and having changed from her training gear. She read a book with one hand, sipping from a cup of juice in the other, while others were only allotted water in the infirmary. Carmen didn't speak at first. She made eye contact with me and then looked back to her book. I'm surprised she didn't make me walk to the infirmary after her attack. You are awake. The doctor entered the room, noticing my eyes darting around. Yeah, I didn't know I was asleep. I looked at Carmen again, but she said nothing, shifting her book to sit without looking at me. Sergeant Cruz found you unconscious in the training hall. She carried you here and demanded you receive treatment. She cares a great deal about your wellness, Second Lieutenant Ellys. The doctor places his hand under my neck brace. Your x-rays show you seem to be healing automatically. By the end of the day, you should be out of the neck brace. It's remarkable. Thank you, Dr. Mirashima. Carmen sighs. Yes, you're most welcome, Sergeant. The Eshin doctor smiled. Can I have a moment alone with the second lieutenant? Carmen sipped her juice, patiently awaiting my response. She was my subordinate officer, after all. Carmen had no natural choice if I wanted her to leave. It seemed weird to me she would lie about what brought me here. Carmen had better judgment than me, so I guess she can stay to hear whatever the doctor says. Carmen can stay. Maybe she'll understand better than I could, I offered, trying to sit up but feeling the brace constricting my movements. Carmen lowered her book, tilting her head at my response before sneering in the doctor's face. I had some questions to serve you in the future better. You take on some of the most dangerous missions, and I'm starting to understand why you survive. My first question is, do you know where you were born? Do you know anything about your parents? I think I'm from Nadia. I have no memories before my initiation into the wolves. My life before my last birthday is a blur. Only short memories, nothing solid, I answered honestly. You have amnesia. I suppose I do. My short-term memory is great, but I can't remember anything before my wolf training started. Unless sometimes I'm on a mission, then my eyes do this thing where I see the beginning of time. Interesting. When did you notice the memory loss? Now, I said, trying hard to remember my childhood outside of Urdu or the regime. Your healing is my true curiosity. Was this something you knew about, or is this the first time you realized it as well? I've known about my healing since I started training. I would get hurt and quickly get over it. I guess a few years ago when I got here, I noticed that I would recover a lot faster and keep up with the older troops. Last year during initiation, I realized how much faster I was healing than others, but there's always so much pain that I never noticed if I was healing. If you don't mind, I want to try something quickly. Carmen loudly slurped in her juice. Excuse me, doctor, I need a refill. Feel free to go get yourself one. Dr. Miroshima had a gentle smile of a well-mannered man who had likely never thought someone like Carmen Cruz could exist. Please exhibit some of that Eshin hospitality and fetch me another drink. Carmen insisted, setting the drink in his hand, quickly removing hers. He caught the cup gracefully, lifting it with one finger and smiling. I believe you nearly dropped this, Lady Sergeant. Good thing I caught it for you. Carmen cut her eyes at the doctor. I laughed, clapping my hands at the sleight of hand trick. Ha, the boy laughs. The doctor cheers, making the cup disappear and reappear behind my ear. Wow, did you see that? I laughed, reaching behind my ear. Second Lieutenant Ellys, are you a soldier or a toddler? Carmen snatched back her glass, glaring at us both. I believe he's both. Perhaps he should be able to enjoy his childhood. Do you know where his parents are, Sergeant? The doctor's smile faded as his tone became more graveled, stern like Warren's when taking a mission briefing. Are you questioning a superior officer? Carmen hissed. I'm not a soldier. I'm a doctor and an elder. Are you going to fight me, Sergeant? The doctor laughed as he took off his glasses to clean. Why are you asking him these questions? Carmen's tone remained unchanged, coiled like a snake ready to lash out. The doctor takes a seat. I see Mr. Ellys here at least once a month. More than any other person on this entire base. It's not good to have a regular visitor in the hospital. Because of his age, I used to believe he was a student at the academy. I learned he's a soldier. A high-ranking soldier. You're aware of quite a lot, Lady Sergeant. Who is this boy, and why haven't Child Protection Services been asked to pick him up? He's the strongest force in Gaia. He isn't a child. He's a super soldier and the best in the regulative regime. His talents would be wasted. Carmen gleams. He's a child. Having a childhood can never be a waste. Take up your shoes with the Lord Commissioner, Carmen shrugs. Are we done here, Doc? Where are his parents? Have they confirmed these stations? Shouldn't they have a say in their child's fate? Both his parents are dead. Urdu is his home now. Please request an audience with the Lord Commissioner if you have more questions. He is Morgan's legal caretaker. I was under the impression Ray Warren had no... Oh my God. I was under the impression Ray Warren had no idea of your presence here, Second Lieutenant. It seems he's the architect behind your being here. Do you know how your parents were killed? Last I remember there being a massive earthquake. I nodded in confirmation. Then the Lord Commissioner took me away. I heard of this earthquake while visiting my family back in Naka. The televisions all over Naka said it was the first earthquake in the entire history of Nadia. A mansion was destroyed, killing the warden of Ekru, his wife and child. His wife and child died with all the butlers and maids. A few dignitaries from Naka and Esha boarding at the property. It was a massacre. Esha has never received answers to what happened. Do you believe the Lord Commissioner knows about this as well? I shrugged. I don't know why he was in Nadia. I believe you were the reason. The doctor whispers, holding his pointing finger to his lips. So you're not as dumb as you look. Carmen rolls her eyes. I wouldn't have to fight you. You see all the people disappearing who might ask about this arrangement? I suggest you keep it to yourself, Doc. I'll refrain from asking any more questions, but I still have a test I must run. The doctor conceded, wiping the sweat from his brow. Morgan, do you want to do his tests? Carmen groaned, wanting to leave. Sure, I answered, unsure what kind of test he could give without asking more questions. Until he grabbed the unsure what kind of test he could give without asking more questions, until he grabbed the scalpel and hovered it over my arm. Carmen darted for his wrist quicker than my eyes could catch. Did you enjoy your test of my patience? Let go of me. I'm not going to harm you, Morgan. I need to test your healing factor. To see how quickly it works to know how to diagnose your neck injury. The doctor jerked away. I was surprised he could break Carmen's grip so quickly at his age. You're going to cut him? Carmen shook her sore wrist. Just a prick to see if it heals in seconds, minutes, hours. Anything over that, and you'll need to remain here overnight, if not for the week. A week's recovery for a broken neck is pretty good, I note. You should be excited about this all. Why was your neck broken? Dr. Mirashima persisted. I was killing the Mad General, I blurted out. That is supposed to be classified. You can't tell civilians about your missions. Why were you killing at your age? Perhaps you did reconnaissance or spy work, but to kill at your age... Maybe you can't speak about this because the international community will call it illegal. He held his heart. Geez, Doc, you act as if you'd never seen a soldier before. Maybe if you saw it yourself, you would understand. You must show him what the rest of the world is up against, Morgan. Carmen waves her hand, permitting me. Should I resist it or let him cut me? I asked, pulling the neck brace off of me. That was a fiberglass cache, and you just pulled it off like a scarf. The doctor's hand quivered, holding the scalpel. Relax, don't do anything. Let the good doctor see for himself. Relax, don't do anything. Let the good doctor see for himself. Carmen lets out a sigh. Let him see my masterpiece. All the training, active duty, and attention to detail into crafting you. You look scared, Doc. Want me to take the honors? I sat up and grabbed the scalpel and attempted to slash my forearm with full strength, but the blade broke against my skin. See? Can we leave now? Carmen stretches to her feet. I need you. Children and guardians. The supple days of my youth were fleeting. The good times were forgotten. The defining moments I brushed over and tried to forget. The true evil was weeks ago when I underwent my wolf initiation with 50 other soldiers. My last semblances of childhood and innocence were soon lost to disappear. I believed I moved my blade against my own out of betrayal and dishonor. I saw the truth years ago and couldn't allow justice to be undone. I usually considered what could happen if my life was different, if different perspectives or elements were different. It never amounted to much. I've kept quiet about most of my issues and revelations to a point where speaking to others was greatly regressive. I had to explain things and talk about subjects the listener knew nothing about and never considered. I wasn't bothered much by the end of it all. I grew to a certain point in my thinking, if I don't fix it, no one will. It's usually consistent with the truth, but I involved myself in another man's war and perspective, eliminating myself from a human existence worthy of my age. I spent a life exchanging with grown men and minds, taking the life of grown men and women, to beat a brick wall with my development to relate to humanity. When did I lose myself? When I came to the regime, day after day proving myself and having my loyalty questioned. Day after day of being forced to surpass all those around me, all my efforts was ignored because I lived in exile rather than cohabitation. It's never ending, and they're never satisfied. I felt like little more than a tool of their grand design and paradigm. It's a tool for fear or a device for nationalistic entertainment. It doesn't feel human anymore. I felt like a symbol of the regime. It's an empty existence. Since I entered the academy, there was only one student who matched me. Though his style and flair were foreign to mine, he liked speed and flash. I preferred explosive and sudden. You could see Hanana coming but couldn't stop him. He liked it. I liked wounding an enemy without their knowledge. It began as conceit. Neither of us had ever had a fair match before. I was continuously training and fighting with adults larger and more experienced than me. or otherwise we were forced to hold back against the regular students our age who had never had a real fight. It turned into proving and honing our skills. After we evened up the score with these tag games 2 or 3 months apart, it became fun. We had to stop the academy tag games because we kept getting injured and ended up in Dr. Hisoa's office. Underestimation of each other's abilities flew out the window when he first got the idea to tag me outside of class while my guard was off in the hot springs. A year ago, he set off firecrackers to chase me out of my robe. He nearly lost his life in the exchange, not knowing the extent of my power. Underestimation was a hell of a death. When I returned the favor, I got much the same, attempting to have a foot race with a lightning bolt. It was exhilarating to have someone I could finally put mine all against without holding back. Nana first understood the skill difference between the rest of the soldiers and us. We even tested our commanding officers with our ability and audacious fighting styles. Hanada believed I was a POW. I was treated as any other recruit, but it was different. I was kept away from everyone. He was the ward of the Lord Commissioner, sent for peace negotiations between Patriarch Maurice Gregor, newly elected Commissioner Trey Steele, and Midoriya Murashima, Hanada's father, one of the leaders in Naka with control over 30% of the region. That was a more peaceful time. Maurice had ascended to the seat of Lord Commissioner 20 years earlier, and then what a Gregor woman. After decades of leadership as the world's most powerful man, he surrendered the throne to his most trusted companion, General Trey Steele. Even the Qatar family and Maya and Kismet and Esha worked toward peace under Maurice Gregor. Sadly, Maurice Gregor, Brian Salim, and Obata Samira were all assassinated out of the blue. Kismet retracted its contract with any of these forces. Nadia was left defenseless. Ardu and Naka bonded. Maya and Esha were silent. No one else seemed to know the inner workings of the world. I didn't watch TV outside of cartoons with Leslie and Hanada. The news seemed to mix up everything after having conversations with outside sources, but never the movers. We sat underneath. Unless I was fighting or with Warren, most people treated me as a freak or an oddity, and their fear was palpable. I appreciated Hanada for a primary reason. Hanada made me feel we were normal, and something was wrong with them. As if we did things right, worked hard, and had the results for generations of greatness, while they were struggling for purpose and power of futility. Go! The crowd screamed. Students of the academy and soldiers of the regime surrounded my squad, made me in a circle. They were screaming and cheering as we engaged in another game of tag. Many students played it as a training tool. It became a game of one-upsmanship between the two of us. Hanada and I engaged in a clinch. His elbow smashed into my jaw lightning quick, and I was it. I checked one of his kicks with my knee. I kicked him in the knee, dropping all of his weight from underneath him. He was it. We pushed away, re-engaging with another clash. Hanada speed won him another quick punch off my nose. My lights jarred from the pain. I was young, but knew there were worse things than broken bones. He believed me groggy as he leaped into the air. Even as a youth, I had the willpower to guard his strike with my elbow. Driving the point of my elbow into the meat of his arm upon contact, making him recoil. I had enough near-death experiences to know the need to avoid damage when needed. I was it, so I snatched his armpit, grabbing a handful of skin and shirt, throwing him to the ground in a hip toss, getting distance between us to catch my breath. Hanada rolled to his knees, staring at me like a prowling lion. He was it once more without even realizing what had happened. I grinned, waving him forward. Round 30 of our ongoing tag game started when we had become squad mates a year ago. I had rivals in the academy and the regime who attempted to compete with or sabotage me. Hanada was different. A mirror. Another bottomless pit of power and potential looking to know where the well ended. In each game it felt like we could realize more and more of our power. And the only person who could dish it and take it. Hey everyone, they're at it again. Murashima and Ellys are playing tag. Recruits fresh out of high school and seasoned gray old men came to corral us. They encircled us, and for the first time and last time, our tag game was a sparring session. The audience lifted Hanada. I grew hesitant with all the eyes watching me. Hanada ran up to me, fearless as always, with a cheeky smile. He loved the attention, though it always stole his attention. We collar-tied, wrestling and trying to trip the other to the best of our ability. We again came check. We again came to check, kneeing each other, exchanging control in our clinch. I'd sidestepped Tanada, ducking under his arm to get behind him. I popped my hips, hoisting him into the air by his gut. "Ay-ya!" he shouts as I gut wrench him into the air. "Holy fuck!" he shouts as Holy fuck! he shouts, scrambling in my grip, twisting in the air. As I moved to slam him, he took advantage of all those milliseconds, slinking down his body to turn around and throwing his legs around my neck in a hanging arm bar. I hesitated to slam him, having enough sense not to lynch myself into his triangle choke as his legs cinched around my neck. I drove my knee into the back of his head. His grip loosened as I lifted him, smashing him to the floor. He let me go, and we rolled to our backs, breathing heavily. Hanada kicked me at enough distance to tap my shin barely. He rolled out of reach and got to his knees, wobbly and breathing hard. "You're it," he pants with a smug smile, picking himself up and limping away. "Come on, kid," the crowd cheered for me. "Dig deep, little dude." I took in the energy standing up. The crowd parted as we turned into a slow-speed pursuit. Hanada was known as the fastest kid in the academy, faster than most of the regime's officers known to have superpowers or cybernetic enhancements. Even at our pace, he was out of reach. I took a deep breath, going into a short-speed break, grabbing Hanada by the stupid ponytail he wore. I swept and kicked his legs from under him, then dropped my elbow into his stomach. Ugh! He released all the air in his belly. He let his arms fall flat in defeat. "All right, you win, Morgan. I'm in." "Are you sure, Hanada?" I barely had energy left, but I didn't want to quit with all those eyes watching me. Though I did learn quickly from Hanada, rolling away out of his reach, though I lacked any more strength than to sit on my butt, catching my breath. Yeah, he mutters. "Oh, yeah," the crowd cheers. "Good job, kids." They clapped, dispersing to return to their training and formations. We kept our rivalry strong, every season's change, measuring our strength. We were the brightest and most promising soldiers in the academy. Leslie, Natalie Wolf, and Carmen Cruz were the only few near our ranking for our age group, each a dangerous fighter, a cutting mind. Haley Gregor had promised, but was sheltered under her father and Carmen. Our last round of tag ended, and we hadn't seen each other. A few weeks later, I was nominated to be the first child inducted into the Wolves. I was the sole survivor, and each other died from the blood rushing to their head or exhaustion. It was all a program initiated by the knock-in funders for the regime. Sergeant Colin oversaw it in secret. Each participating soldier was hand-selected in the cruel, and unusual selection process. We fought to first blood, fighting to death, starvation, and finding random objects in the entire forest of Urdu. Lastly, when only 10 of the 50 remained, we were strung by our ankles and left for a week. I was a different person entirely when I was let down, and the only person who survived. My energy, body, mind, and emotions were all exhausted and wounded beyond belief. I had only enough energy to punch Gregor's lights out. After I fell, the only thing keeping me alive was the hand of God himself. The power of God was matched only by my deep rage, hatred, and pain lurching within me for the regime, my uncle, and Colin Maurice Gregor. Perhaps Hanada was one of the few to realize the change. No one else had ever been close enough to me to tell any difference. It had been 3 weeks since we parted after our last tag game. The new season was quickly approaching. Summer was turning into autumn. The warrior's summer was giving way to the king's harvest. "Yo," Hanada ran up alongside me. "I haven't been able to see you in a while. My dad wanted to visit to take us to dinner. I want to know when's a good time for you." I kept walking. He didn't know whether I didn't hear him or if I didn't wish to be bothered. Both became frequent after the gallows with anyone who tried to befriend me. I was told I was no longer a student or a soldier. I was a wolf. My purpose and duties were secret. My existence was meant to be a mystery. Yet here is a boy who knew me. He saw through such commands. After my first meetings with Colin Gregor, I lost joy and innocence. The pit of my stomach and my brain sizzled in his presence. Voices I had never heard before spoke to me. I felt as though I had lost my mind. I knew why everyone avoided me, though I couldn't understand the smile on Colin's face when he entered the room and saw me. Hanada ran up alongside me. "Dude, did you... Whoa, your aura is completely off." Dude, what happened to you? Where have you been? I've been in hell, I muttered. My eyes were new then, a muddy blood red. I was constantly hungry, not for food. My hunger was incorrigible and deeper. I stopped sleeping to avoid the nightmares. I stopped eating as much unless I gorged my face once a week to prevent myself from dying of starvation. What happened to you? You didn't have a mission, or I would have been there. Does Leslie know anything about what happened? I thought I spoke faster than he moved, trying to get answers. I want to be alone, kid. Just leave me alone, I growled at him. Morgan, dude, you look like you need to go to the infirmary or a priest. Your eyes, what are they? What did they do to you? Hanada raised his voice, grabbing my chin and lifting to see my face. I shoved them off at me. Get away from me, Murashima. I growled, snarling like the rabid wolf I was becoming. Whoa. I want to help, brother, he raises his hands. You're done helping. No one can help me anymore. I'm dead to this world. I'm dead to myself. Go! I fought between anger and sadness those days, pushing away my only true friend. When I didn't want to feel sadness, I gorged myself into the insurmountable pit of violence and anger in my gut. I did that until I couldn't feel the sadness anymore. Dude, how could you feel like that? We're only recruits. Let's relax a bit and have some fun. Do you want to go to the Tigris and see who could skip a rock further? Nada took a deep breath, trying to redirect things. I don't want to play games with you. I want to be alone. I screamed, breaking into a sprint. Nada ran after me. I sprinted even harder, pumping my arms. It was nearly impossible to shake someone as fast as Hanada. But near death gave me strength far beyond the child or human capability. I screamed, tapping into the rage as Colin instructed me. He stared at me in hopeless eyes as I dingled from the gallows by my ankles. I could see his face, and my body took flight, going on all fours and leaving Hanada behind me as my aura funneled out of my pores in steam. Too furious to notice my life force was leaving me. Hanada took to the trees, knowing the foot chase became null. I could hear him as I lost myself for the first time. I was hypersensitive to his feet swiping against the branches above my head. The world was a blur as I moved as an animal through the spindled jungles outside the academy grounds. I was consumed in a blind rage, driven by my instincts. I used the same state of power in the blood sport Colin made me play. Hanada popped out of the treetops, using all his force and momentum to tackle me off my feet. We spun, tumbling to the ground. I want to talk, Hanada pleaded. I want to fight, I screamed, taking the first attack. It wasn't me, but the voice became more familiar. It was not my voice, nor was it Ada's. The force called himself Luno, the Lord of Darkness and Unknown. What wished to serve as my conscience was a bloodthirsty beast. I was a child with only Luno or Warren for guidance. As I stared at Hanada in bloodlust, the two voices in my head fueled. Warren's teachings of order, discipline, and decorum fought in my head against the beast. Luno wished me to engage and sate every base human urge. They spoke, but my hands and mind were my own at that age. I felt fear, staring at the only friend I ever truly knew. The only other person on the planet understood what I was going through. But 11 was the last time I remembered making a conscious decision. I wanted the voices to stop, so I tried listening to Hanada's. Morgan, I come from a family of assassins and samurai. I love a good fight, trust me, but I love living far more. Your aura, I refuse to fight you again until it's pure. Hanada withdrew, getting more distance. Purity. What do you know? You even know what I've seen. You didn't have to fight for survival as men and women died right in front of you for days. You weren't hanging next to me. You have no idea what goes on here or what they're doing. I do. I screamed from my pain. Hanada was taken aback. He gulped as his eyes glimmered an orange close to my muddy red ones. We were tapping into that guardian spirit. Two scared, helpless children with far more potential than experience. We tried to stay earthbound as the guardian spirits broke free from its cage. I want to know. You're my brother, Morgan. My father thinks, fuck your father. Fuck all fathers that ever were. Luno urged me in a snarl. using my body for its will. Why do you have a father while I'm in this world alone? In the world alone, surrounded by people terrified of me, a family who visits you and that sends you gifts. Hanada gulped at the idea of my envy, jealousy, and this newfound rage. I had never felt such things before. It felt like my mouth moved as emotions consumed me. The jealousy wasn't my own, but it was enough to begin to pry my hands off of my control, giving way to Colin's wishes. And Shishi desires to control Luno's hunger and to use Luno for world domination. Colin was turning me into the lonely, corrupted, defeated child who wished for nothing more than to please the darkness. He didn't know the light for me to give in to the lust of Shishi. I was lost in the darkness long before I found Luno, clinging to Warren's teachings and lessons about my mind and conscience. I wanted Warren's visions. I never wished to be an advocate of the devil. The sad truth was they were aligned. I found a new teacher, the Lord of Darkness, a new voice who didn't hide behind materials or titles. I was a boy, King Morgan Leontic Samara. I was turned into an advocate of Nshishi. I was meant to be Ada, to live a life dedicated to growth and betterment. Instead, I was Luno. I was born the chosen son of Raquel, guardian of Gaia, to fight against evil, greed, hatred, and corruption. All the things I feel to bursting. I would have died for less of my youth just to be dead and free from the feeling. I killed and fought for less than my youth. Hanada escaped with a smoke bomb, that with my senses I could follow him clear back to the academy all the way we came. I was shaking off each wall of smoke, giving up on sight and losing myself to pure animalistic smell and sound. Ludo stopped me from entering with his aura pouring out of me. Even demons had self-preservation. He pulled my collar and kept me meditating for a couple of days as I stayed in the forest, clearing my mind and coming to terms with my fate. Hanada didn't wish to fight me nor watch my decay. Perhaps even then Midoriya knew who I was and what was happening. When I returned, Warren Masato informed me Midoriya, Lord Mirashima, had pulled Hanada from the academy. In retrospect, I suppose he told his father everything and was sent to Tartarus shortly after. Our fates remained connected, though. I was blind to it at this time. Loss of innocence. I remember my last day of childhood keenly. It was a sunny day, but it was cold, sunny regardless. Everyone seemed so happy, so content with themselves. It was the beginning of the school year. I lived at the academy and I never quite knew the feeling. All seemed a continuation of the same. Wake up at 0500, train until 1000. By then, most people go to the mess hall for breakfast, starting their mornings before class. I was meditating. I only ate lunch and dinner most days, keep my blood flow reserved for my daily comings and goings. Digestion demands too much blood flow and makes you lethargic and low energy. I woke up at 0500. My training was interrupted at 0800 by the appearance of my mentors, Patriarch Colin Gregor and the Lord Commissioner Ray Bradley Warren. They only watched. It was odd they did it twice that month leading up to my birthday. Morgan, the Lord Commissioner, finally called. Come here one moment, will you? Sir, yes, sir. I trotted over my jumping rope. Sir, Colin scrutinized. I gave a salute, having to look up until my neck hurts. Both men were over 10 feet tall, and everyone here fears them. Patriarch, I bow. The patriarch smiled wide and looked at Ray. He's perfect. He is young. Warren's lip furrowed. The hair on my neck stood as I paid close attention to the patriarch. He was dressed like a man who believed himself a god, dressed in slacks and a suit of navy trimmed with solid gold and silver. His cufflinks were carved out of diamonds, his tie in satin, and his shoes are made out of a crocodile with owl feathers. What is your name, boy? The patriarch asked. Morgan Ellys, sir. Did you know your father, boy? I looked to the Lord Commissioner. No one ever asked me such a question. I never felt such a way before. I never questioned his existence. My life was now at the academy and regulation. Everything else seemed superfluous and subjective. Not my place to form judgments. I never reasonably thought about any of it. Your father was a rebel. He was scum worse than shit. He attempted to destroy my kingdom and my family. Are you anything like your father, boy? Colin came at me so aggressively. I stared at Colin, studying how a smile never left his face, yet flames would rise from his body from anger. He was barely able to contain his energy. His aura was visible in orange flames as he circled me, as if ready to strike at any moment. Are you, boy? He reached for me and my blade quickly found his wrist to let him know I could have cut his wrist off if needed. Are you threatening me? It was just a reflex. Your mood is scaring Morgan. He's only a kid. He doesn't understand your anger. That was his father, not him. Ray replies, standing between Colin and me. You don't understand. What did I tell you? His father was my nemesis, my worst enemy. Are you like him? I see you must be. Colin, stand down. He is my ward. I won't tell you again. Ray made the type of eye contact with Colin I only saw in movies. I want his loyalty proven, Warren. The patriarch huffed, backing away from me. You should kill him now, before he returns for us later. When he gets older, you have a full-blooded Ekru elite. There'll be no containing him. Kill it now before it kills us. Your anger is what happened last time. Haven't enough people died? The Lord Commissioner's voice changed, and I ignored it. I felt far more powerful listening to Colin, wondering what he meant, too afraid to ask. You'll back down. We've brought you here for demonstration purposes only. Morgan has nothing to prove to you. The patriarch stared at the Lord Commissioner, keeping his eyes on the patriarch, watching him for his first movement. I was prepared for lethality. It wasn't my place to question. The patriarch laughs. His laugh grows louder and louder, heavier and prouder, reverberating off the walls as the room grew hotter, distinctly present with his energy. You dare threaten me twice, boy. Do you believe yourself capable of killing a god? No man is a god. I retorted my father's favorite phrase. Colin's eyes cut at me. He does not know. He licked his lips like a starving lion. He's too young, Warren barked, standing before me, his hand gripping his legendary sword, facing off with Colin, his energy also heightened, colder and firmer as if the gravity in the room made you sink into the ground. Go to your quarters, Morgan. We'll speak more there. My instincts told me to stay and fight the patriarch. My head felt like it was sizzling, and I knew it would stop with my dagger in his throat. I had a perfect opportunity. A voice was telling me to listen. Not the patriarch, nor the Lord Commissioner. It was faint and unfamiliar. Stand down, young one. This fight is not yours. Listen to your teacher and flee. I heard from the recesses of my mind a calmer voice. That was the voice I listened to, the calm voice with hints of compassion, one I had never listened to or even heard around me. I was backing away out of their sight, watching them stare down. Strangely, I didn't question it. I stepped back cautiously with my eyes on Gregor. Happy birthday. Gregor grinned ear to ear. Warren says you're young, but a man now. Warren was the first to move, and they engaged. Ray used a sword against Colin's bare hands. They continued with complete focus, moving faster than my eyes can record. It's not my fight, not my battle at all. I returned to my quarters. I continued meditating as if I hadn't seen what I just saw. My breakfast was brought to me in the captain's quarters where I resided. I thanked my attendant and returned to my meditation. War-torn, Morgan Ellys. For the past 8 years, I've been withdrawn from the world around me. I was perched as a wallflower, withdrawn into my training, studies, and missions. Warren kept me out of Ludo's hands, and wittingly until one day, there was only me. Confused at 17, seeing the horrors of the world and implicit hatred of humanity toward me for many reasons. I was a child and became a monster about what I'd do for the regime. It doesn't seem natural. For years, this is why they taught me so much, yet they keep so much from me. I can go anywhere but must report to them before and after. They call me a wolf, yet they still wanted their leash around my mind. I had total freedom, but felt duty-bound to return to the only life I knew. Once Hinata was gone, Medoria's visits and negotiations ended. Colin began poking his head more and more, asking the Lord Commissioner about me and even catching me on his own to have brief conversations. And training Warren urged me to stay away from Colin without me. I never understood why. Colin called himself my uncle. He tried being eerily friendly toward me, but after the gallows, I knew the monster that dwelled inside of him was far from human, far from the justice I'm told to bring. Without him, I wouldn't have my power. Though here's my theory. Colin wished for Nshishi and Luno to be united. Not once in history have they ever dwelled in Gaia together. He wants the worst of the worst out of my character. He wanted all the power of Luno and Nshishi at our disposal to hold the world at gunpoint and maintain his kingdom. Thank Angi I admired Warren more, though even he stood on the fragile ground in my mind. I was 15 with the ordered life of a soldier, a first lieutenant with unwavering faith in Warren's judgment. I lost most of my memories before life in the regime, but Warren guided me. He never believed in the superstition or mythology of gods and guardians. The Lord Commissioner was a strict rationalist. In his nature, discipline, and allegiance to Maurice Gregor, he acted as Anki instinctively. I don't believe Ray and Anki spoke until recently. Instead, he grew up with Colin and Nshishi in his ear. I think Ra killed himself for delivering me Rose. If Ada and Rakiham both have lesser corrupted forms in the tide of Nshishi's rule, perhaps each of our guardians have failed us. As guardians and Gaians, we must step up and ensure our brothers and sisters are fed, clothed, sheltered, and loved. I've always held dear and attempted in my lifetime. Even though the world hated me, I did all I could to even what little I knew of love toward it. After all, I had seen. It was in my head. I was sneaking into the ancient library, learning to remove my corruption, my soul's corruption, Luno, and to redeem myself. I thought I was by fulfilling the will of the regulation regime. But one cannot wash their soul clean of sin if the river they bathe in is running black with festered blood. In my memories, Colin Maurice Gregor is internal, a braggart and a tyrant, impatient, hateful, rude, and domineering. Colin was affiliated with the early days of the regime in his youth. After his father's death, Colin left to attend the family business and wealth. Colin left right with him, following the money and power. The fraternity between Colin and Ray and Gregor's funding keeps Colin floating. I watched, waited, and sat about their morning meetings. I was bored as I could be, a child with too much power, normalized to human suffering and unaware of how our tyranny destroyed others. I was only a lieutenant, the ward of the Lord Commissioner and the top acting operative of the Wolves Initiative. I would sit in the meetings to shadow Gregor to his delight, or sit alongside Ray and take notes for the debrief to determine what targets to align for the Wolves. What issues would magically disappear, what radical leaders would reach an untimely end. On this day in mind, I sat in the war room, the Lord's Hall, on the opposite side of Colin. Warren's instructions before we entered were another warning to stay away from Colin. The generals of the regime and the two patrons of war and defense led the meeting to inspire fascism to break citizens down in the cities next to the target. I watched like a hawk, observing and listening for when I would take Warren's seat at the middle of the table, as he liked to sit to be with his men. Leslie's father, General Trey Ryan Steele, sat none too far. I smiled in the back of my head when he entered, disturbed to some degree by their appearance. She had her mother's stunning beauty and her father's guile and integrity. He greeted me full of respect. I gave him an uninterested nod similar to each of the generals. They held their titles with years, paperwork, and dedication. I was in the room because of orders from the only two men on the planet I needed to fear. It's come time you men put in true effort in establishing a suitable kingdom for your god. Colin was at the head of the room, leaning back in his seat, both his hand-cobbled size 15 shoes on the table. Can anyone tell me why in my name, Urdu and Naka, have not been brought to my rule? I'm tired of this with the cunt Qatar off my property and her husband finally dead. We should be moving on to rule Maya and Esha. In due respect, we have no jurisdiction in the southern regions, and our territories are large enough with enough citizens resisting our aim. Warren folded his hands inside. You're asking us to conquer and murder. I don't believe this is what any of our soldiers enlisted for. World domination isn't why the regime was formed. We have enough issues here in Urdu. We have no place to conquer Maya or Esha. Good thing you're here, right, Ellys? Colin clapped his hands. Boy, get up here and join my side where you should be. I have a task for you that will redefine the regime. My brain snored as I was brought to attention. I rolled my eyes, glancing at Warren before blinking to the head of the table. I stared at the 7 generals and Warren behind proud, burning crimson eyes. My face had lost all expression in the past years of service. What? I sighed. I was comfortable watching you all babble on. Colin chuckled. Babbling, yes, I agree. They offer me excuses, but you, boy, I know you could offer me an excellent solution if I obtain Nadia. I mean to hold and have Nadia under my grass. I will be content, and the world will fall under my grass. Colin looked up to me. Ellys, will you be willing to do that for me? Run out and fetch me Brian Qatar's head, and then you can walk away from us, or feel free to return as a general, taking one of these men's jobs in my new regime. Outrageous! I've heard enough. General Steele slammed his fist. Brian Qatar is a paragon in Nadia, one of the few men standing to keep the area in order and afloat. Thank Raquel he is there. The men would be outraged if anything happened to him. He must be unharmed. If anything, he was a member of the Corps. He's no stranger to war to me. He's a regime man. He'll be willing to negotiate if addressed correctly. He's one of, if not the smartest man on the planet. There doesn't need to be violence. Excuses, Colin sighed. If he has Nadia, then I can't have it. I want Nadia. Rationale, diplomacy, justice. You, Warren, I sat in recruitment. These are all the things your father stood for. And he told us if Nadia falls to ruin, then Gaia follows after it. We must protect Nadia without its guardian, not prey upon it. Still didn't believe the stories of the Gregors were rumors to believe Colin cared anything for his father and not the glory of being patriarch. At the time of Steele's outburst, I was looking him in the face, knowing I could take his life when I wished, staring at his throat, waiting for the command to blink and rip out his trachea. One man stands in the way of the regime's will, and you sit here and cower, I mocked him. Weak. Watch your mouth, operative. General Gowdy outranked you and retired Sergeant Gregor. Warren snapped at me. I shut my mouth and bowed my head. My apologies, General Steele. You are young, Morgan. I know you want to please as children do, but there's no satisfaction at this level. There's only the Great War, the war that never ends. The commissioner fought between being a father figure and a leader. General Steele has made a valid point and speaks of the true will of the regulated regime. We are a military, not a government, and we defend, we do not destabilize. We are losing ourselves in the lust for power, Colin. Colin snorted smoke. Boy, all I'm concerned with is whether or not you heard your task. Colin ignored them both. He sat up and leaned over to put his hand on my shoulder. His eyes flashed a citrine orange. Ellys, my brother, Luno, kill Qatar. I do this in your name. Kill Qatar, and the world can finally be ours. No one will be in your way to the top, boy. Colin was before me, looking into me with gleaming orange eyes. His voice was alluring as the bloodlust of my childhood rumbled in my stomach. Your name is Leonticus. A firm paternal voice said in my head, one faint in my memory, but enough for my tongue to grow stuck in my throat. I only can if Warren approves. I defaulted, unable to look away. Enough! Steele slams a fist down once more. Steele had the anger of a man frustrated but healed. He was refusing to lose his mind or be shaken in his convictions. I looked at him briefly as a child, looking for guidance, wanting what he had, his conviction and passion. I felt a kinship and guilt. I felt confused for the first time, not so much morally. Knowing who to follow came easy. But with Warren holding his tongue and this man who could easily be killed speaking out so boldly, I didn't understand. He was weaker than me, but he was above me. It made no sense. Steele was a decorated soldier. His daughter was beautiful, talented, and devoted to Anki and our cause. Her father was an honorable man, she would say so often. General Steele showed me that strength was more than power. I looked at Colin, the impatient, disrespectful man. My soul felt bonded. As a young man, I aspired to be like all three. I couldn't figure out who was right if they were right. Is this a good idea? I finally asked with my brow furrowed, feeling my age. Why is this bad? I turned from Colin to Warren, desperately looking for a conclusion, for guidance. Steele, why are you against us? Steele looked to Warren, who gave him a curt nod. Qatar is not our position. He's also one of our own. The man organized fundraisers and speeches and land once sovereign to Maya. He is, by all means, a stellar world citizen more men should emulate. We do not turn on our own like voracious animals. Brian was a damn good logistician in the Corps. He's no stranger to order. Before the recent and mysterious death of his father and the disappearance of the Hot Priestess, Brian Qatar was a member of a rather illustrious and powerful family. He deserves to die doing Rakil's work as he is. He's attempting to do just as we are, bringing order and honor to the lives of the people of Gaia. If we lead any attack against that man, we've lost all we stand for, and we have no protocol for our next targets. He's doing everything within the image of Maurice Gregor. Killing Brian Qatar sets a precedent to kill anyone simply because they disagree with Colin Gregor dominating the entire planet. Colin scoffed at the mention of Brian's father and laughed at the mention of his own. Is Rakil an affront to you? Does hearing the righteous of Rakil bother you, Colin? General Steele shouted as he leaned across the table in Colin's face. Until I get Nadia and Qatar dealt with, the regime gets nothing from my family. No funding, no renown, nothing. I want the world. Colin shouted back like a petulant child. Take your damn funding. Take your damn funding. I fight for honor, for killing Anki. I'll work as a damn volunteer to keep you from driving us into hell with you. I don't know what the hell happened to you two. You've become tyrants unfit to lead, unfit for your uniforms. You two are thugs. I had never heard or seen such passion in a man before, nor had I ever seen a man raise his voice to Warren or Gregor. Colin gritted his teeth. Steele was neither confused nor ignorant. He knew, but kept his cards hidden, and his poker face is strong. A religious and devout man standing in the face of the devil himself and refusing to fold, despite the fear and hesitation of his comrades. I respected him. Colin turned away, rolling his eyes with little to say. He was exposed to the men at the table and me. We looked to our leader, the Lord Commissioner, to take the same stance the interim Lord Commissioner took. What do I do, Warren? I asked meekly. You can think for yourself, boy. You know wrong when you see it. Use your sense. You can hear us discussing atrocity and injustice against humanity. General Steele looked at me, but only realized he spoke to a child. This is a damn embarrassment to Maurice's name. Look at all you've done. You dishonor all of us with your greed, Colin. You dishonor your entire family that stood before you. A tear fell from Steele's eyes as he fought with the righteous blade of truth and spirit. Are we done yet? Colin yawned. You still made excellent points. This sounds wrong. I interjected. Morgan, please, your place here is done. Please return to the villas. Warren stands. General Steele, thank you for continuing to be the voice of reason and morality. I'm still pulling funding. Colin laughs. Have some damn respect for this regime, Warren snapped. What the hell do you even stand for anymore, Colin? Power. I should have the world by now. You're here to deliver the Gregor family. It's due, Warren. I put you in that Lord Commissioner position. I have long awaited my seat as Patriarch. I will fire you and replace you with men who can play ball. How does that sound? Steele shook his head. Deplorable. While he may have convinced us, Gregor was unmoved. Colin instead dominates the world at gunpoint, controlling the world's dead. Colin smiled at me with a toxic grin. I've given you a price, boy. How about it? It seems I'll be renovating regardless. Be the first in line as general in Nshishi's regime. He pans out his hand across the seats of the generals as if they weren't even there. Hell, after you do this, we won't need a regulated regime. Once you hand me over Nadia, you and I will be all we need. Enough, Anki bellowed. You're out of order and out of your damn mind if you believe I'll stand by and watch this. Urdu is my region. You've lost yourself, Gregor Spawn. Take your leave or be escorted out. Colin sat up, losing his smugness. Fear was on his face for the first time as he realized he was alone and surrounded by enemies. Even Nshishi's energy was suppressed. Ada, go now, I say. Anki was flustered as he tried to balance Warren and himself, likely the first time Anki's ever had to show himself. The powers began to radiate. Both had their auras pouring out of their skin, shouting them. A flaming line engulfed Colin as Ray grew muscles and horns pushed out of his head. Hanada and I fought to see the bottom of the well. These two had power pouring up to the third heaven. I was scared. My eyes turned brown as I only nodded, listening to the power rather than the voice. I was again human, far more a boy than a man. I felt a power inside me. They were urging me to be prudent rather than fight. I blinked out of the room as quickly as possible. I was scared for the first time, not horrified by the implications at the table. I used to think I stood a chance against those two. Things changed. I would be devoured on my own, primarily if they worked together. I was 15, turning 16, those men neared 60. The lack of funding, support, and media barrage forced the commissioner's hand. My duties were restricted as Warren realized how much of my humanity had been stripped away. We chose to honor for 3 years. We chose to honor for 3 years until lean times and budgeting began talking about inviting the patriarch back to discuss his terms. Justice prevailed. Ultimately, the only truth I know is justice, goodness, and Raquel will always prevail. Justice fought daily against rations, salaries, weaponry, and maintenance expenses. The regime certainly wasn't a government, but it looked increasingly like a business as the days passed. Brigades of soldiers were rented out as mercenaries to keep us afloat. General Steele showed me the power of the human spirit. The patriarch showed me the power of power. War Report. Morgan Ellys. Urdu reigned as one of the most foremost kingdoms on Gaia under the microscope and rule of Lord Commissioner Ray Bradley Warren. The climb for supremacy was a long one for the former captain, battling politics and religion within the region. He made it known that his most significant concern was peace and order, and his only enemy was chaos and corruption. Urdu had lost its religion in the modern age. Formerly one of the most devoted to Raquel, was becoming affiliated only with the Guardian Anki. It has been centuries since the vicar, the great-uncle Anki, took a prominent place in Urdun society. Instead, Urduns have been left to the ruins of war after war and in Nshishi's wake of terrorism, conquering, and corruption. War didn't touch their grasp of bankers and financiers buying the land from the natives for pennies on the dollar. Infiltration and assassination became my area of expertise. Going undercover as a real estate upstart to get intelligence on the financial power moves to shape the world. The world suffered from a lack of knowledge. They didn't know life used to be free. Today, it costs your soul. It was a gruesome age of humanity. Urdun women and children were being abducted and sold across the landmass. Urdun villagers were forced from their indigenous homes into prisons or labor, or dying in futile wars against AK-47s or trained telekinetics. And Nshishi's military was everywhere. We discovered much of it was outside the regime. Colin had been busy trying to close his fingers around the world. The end goal of justice could do nothing but watch or live in ignorance. Ray dedicated his life to fighting Colin's war. He had no idea what was left unconquered that would allow itself to be conquered. The parts of Urdu inhospitable because of either the wildlife or people would give their lives for freedom, even if it meant starvation or becoming living history. Now Anki sat as Lord Commissioner of the regulator regime in the form of Ray Bradley Warren, a Southern Valley boy living in the mountain. He worked hard in the academy. By rite of passage, he ascended to the leader of the regulator regime, but many doubted him given his lifelong friendship with Colin Gregor. The synchronized death of world leaders led to their replacements with Ben, who sold the land's authorities to the regime or the Gregor family. It took only 2 men to make a coup for the world, only 2 men in decades of training, preparation, climbing, and hatred. At the helm, the Lord Commissioner wanted to clear the corruption from his homeland. Urdu's internal crisis was a growing difficulty with the amount of Gregor's money funding the regime. The Nakan bankers funding the corruption. Today marked the beginning of a personal battle. No Gregor dollar or eyes would ever know. Colin had crossed the line. Leslie explained the gritty details to me from her father's perspective. There are currently 3 branches in the regime, though uneven in power and majority. There were many natural soldiers or officials with true allegiance to the Lord Commissioner from whoever occupied the seat. Then there were the section bought by Gregor money. Many waited for a man like Trey Steele to lead the military. Those hopes were cut short after 2 fantastic years by his brother-in-law. Trey started a family, and his stringent adherence to justice made the Nakans fear. Due to the threat to Nakan investors, the best leader for Urdu wasn't an option. As Lord Commissioner, he had many tools at his disposal. The regime's greatest weapon is its wolves, autonomous super soldiers reporting only to the Lord Commissioner, ready at all times to support the more significant cause of justice and peace, something instilled in me from a young age. Now he believes I'm a troubled boy. If nothing more, my blades were always ready for war in the name of peace. I knew nothing of justice remaining in the world after this morning. Speed kills. Morgan Ellys. I was sitting in social studies class learning how vital rice from Esha became to Urdu in the 1400s. It never grew naturally within the region until Eshan farmers migrated to southern Urdu through the mountains. This class ignored the political issues surrounding us to give us trivia facts. It was startling how much of our everyday lives were kept out of the classrooms. I was studying in the second row, taking notes in my composition notebook, trying to stay awake. I was away for 2 weeks dealing with a similar issue. I decided hitting the class would give me a reason to stay up, but I had no idea how distant this lecture was from reality. I had an hour and a half to be taught about social ethics and history, yet we discussed rice and war trading the other part of our day. In summation, Urdu would have starved to death 600 years ago if it weren't for rice. Many of you would never have existed without rice, Professor Hulas emphasized as the bell rang. Many students began packing until the shrewd woman blew a whistle. The bell does not dismiss you, I do, she shouts, clapping her hands and blocking the door. I was confused by the display, but most students around me sat down and groaned. I stood looking at the door as the bell began ringing. Mr. Ellys, I'm happy you finally joined our class after 2 weeks on vacation, but could you please silence your phone? I have to give you all your homework assignments. Professor Hulas took a different tone with me. Reserved. I already told you. It was no vacation. I was fighting gorilla bears in the jungle. I sighed. My classmates began laughing, thinking everything I said was a lie. Few knew of my actual duties here at the academy. They were students and I worked. Mr. Ellys, your jokes would not be tolerated. If you are going to mock me, you can leave for another 2 weeks. Professor Hulas slapped my desk, glaring at me. You were eating hummus again. Too much garlic. Maybe brush your teeth. I muttered, leaning back in my seat and raising my feet on the desk. If you're not going to believe me, that's your problem, Max the LC. Get your feet off the table and stop pretending you know the Lord Commissioner. The Lord Commissioner is far too busy to deal with the likes of you. Now silence your phone. Professor Hulas raised her nose to the air, walking away from the desk. My watch. Only soldiers have those watches, Hulas noted. Told you. Silence it. Sure, why not? I comply to see who's calling my communication watch. Mr. Ellys, don't you dare answer that, she insists, a bit more irritated. It's the Lord Commissioner. Oh, sure, and I'm the Queen of Maya. Put your phone away, she barks at me, marching up to my face. I hit call, and the Ray Bradley Warren began to speak. I need you in my office immediately. It's urgent. You'll deploy as soon as possible. Pick up your dossier at the class. Mr. Commissioner? I mean, your Honorable Lord Commissioner? Why are you calling this child's phone? What is urgent? Professor Hulas groveled in awe. That is classified to you. Do you have me on speaker? Morgan, goddamn you, boy. He hangs up, probably rubbing his forehead in his office and groaning. What? Professor Hulas babbled, and the shrew, skinny woman moved out of my way. No need to apologize, okay? I'm gonna get going. See what he wants, all right? I picked up my bag carefully as not to startle her. She seemed ready to have a heart attack. Be safe now with your mercenaries and gorilla bears, she said, rubbing her neck. I placed my finger on my forehead and disappeared into thin air. When I was younger, my powers are unknown. Colin did something to me in the Wolf Initiative. He unlocked something inside me that kept my powers dormant. I didn't have command over air like the Eshins, not water like the Mayans, or fire like the Nockins. I was deemed powerless because I had no affinity to control Terra like most Erdans. Instead, I had a power over what seemed to be space and time. My favorite technique was something I affectionately called blinking. I removed my body from the realm of physical reality onto the astral plane. It was a remarkable purple space of nowhere. I was floating through a substance more like plasma. A lab sample referred to it as ether. I reached the Lord Commissioner's office in a minute rather than the trek across campus. I was learning more about my powers, crafting them, but I learned best by doing. I arrived at the Lord Commissioner's office and got my dossier from his secretary while waiting on the visitor's couch. Yet another village was being discussed for purchase to be torn down and a mall replaced in its space. Ray Bradley Warden couldn't stand to see such a dark spot under his watch. After the meeting in the Lord's Hall with Colin, it was time for him to move his hand in the knock and conquering of Urdu. He called his nephew, asking for him to meet. His nephew appeared only an instant later. A wealthy banking family had settled in nearly 5 decades ago from Naka. As a boy, he was powerless, watching land developments replace villages and businesses. The names were often kept or ignored in these situations. It avoided getting personal or trying to humanize the target. Though the man was notable, Maven Aries, a Mayan expat in Naka. He loved the Nakan lifestyle and wanted to bring its catalyst to Urdu. He moved to a compound in the mountains as a headquarters. A beautiful mansion locked away from the world. The surrounding area was bought. The natives kicked off, and a mall, highway, and metropolis were planned in its place. Maven Aries was a name to me. I knew nothing of the man beyond his dossier and a few conversations with friends. He wasn't a man Raquel would miss. He was no benefit to mankind. He was a man who lived off slavery and bloodshed. The Lord Commissioner emerged from his office, his 13-foot height nearly hitting the doorframe as he poked at his head. Trisha, has my nephew, good kid. He holds his chest when he sees me. I hate when you do that. It nearly gives me a heart attack. I thought you might want some time to prepare, to hang out with your friends, rest, or at least walk. Do you even do that now? No, I wasn't doing shit. I was just in class. I shrugged. Did you blink right out of your seat again? If you persist, people will ask questions you're not authorized to answer. He rubbed his temples, crossed between playing uncle and boss. Morgan, you're a student first and foremost. Be a normal kid. I don't have any friends here. Everyone hates me. I frowned, slumping in my seat. Ray furrowed his brow, frowning as if he wanted to respond but didn't have an answer. Are you and Leslie not friends? He asked curiously. Leslie and her friends insist on being far more than friends. No, I don't want to hear any more. I was hoping you two would see each other as cousins, but sadly in the mountains that doesn't hold the same weight as in the valley. Ray rubbed his temples. Are you two at least virgins? I am not. Well, great. Congratulations, kid. Attaboy. So at least that's normal for you. It's with Carmen. She calls it a part of my training. I don't have much say in the matter. I frowned. Jeez, kid, I'm sorry. I'll talk to Sergeant Cruz. That's unacceptable. Can you stop calling me kid? I'm a weapon. Let's not forget why you brought me to your office. What you and Colin want from me. I rolled my eyes. Besides, school is boring. These missions make me feel useful, not learning about trivia to feel smarter. You can't undervalue education. Only a fool shuns learning. It would be best if you opened your mind more, Morgan. There's a lot you haven't seen. There's a lot more to life than the military. You won't be here forever. Ray leaned forward with his wingspan to pat my head from behind the desk. I don't undervalue education. I undervalue sitting in a chair all day getting talked at by hulas. I do all my real work within the secret library after classes. As long as you're learning, I'll gratefully take your education seriously. I'll get you a tutor and some special examinations to test this theory. Perhaps more advanced classes will suit you better. If we can't force you to fit in, then there's no sense in holding you back. Rumble Ray. That's not... Fine. Whatever, dude. I'll pass this test too. Bring it on. I grinned, squeezing my fist shut. So what's up? Who's the mark? Rory loved when he didn't have to brief me. A simple call, pass me a dossier, and a thank you for your service. I was 15, offering my duty and service to humanity. A banker in the Northern Plains has built an estate. He's been hiding away after his crimes as an alibi. Word says there have been a few attempts on his head. He spends most of his time in his underground bunker. I have a brigade moving there now. Take over the estate and remove this blight from Earth. Sir, is this about Colin, I ask? It's about evening the power balance in Urdu. If Colin withdraws his funding from the regime must remove the corruption from Urdu. He grunted. For the people, for the regime, or yourself, I asked. In the name of Raquel against his son, the devil. This is to undo years of damage we've made, Ray confessed. I grinned, saluting before blinking to my villa to change to my uniform. I was a boy until I slipped into his uniform as a weapon. A pair of combat boots and pants stitched with a layer of protection, a compression shirt and a lightweight vest to stop ballistics, and the signature Valazar trenchcoat for all wolves. Valazar was more durable and expensive than Kevlar, used only for wolf usage to unknown personnel. A moment later, he was no longer himself but an operative of war. With a single blink, he was outside the estate, looking more like a fortress or castle than a house. He never had an appreciation for structures or large houses. Though patience was essential, he had beaten the brigade and decided it was best to do some scouting ahead. An assassin blinks into the foyer from the outside window. Morgan spots floating balls of energy from the ether. Two guardsmen look up from shock and horror, barely able to gasp before two kunai penetrate their throats. A single more blink and the assassin was gone, clearing the pathway for the unit of soldiers to continue unfettered with security. He moved like fashion through the house, hidden within the ether and pouncing on whatever unsuspecting target was before him. He worked his way in stealth mode, appearing only in the split burst before he found a large metal door marked classified. He phased through the wall as if it wasn't before him. He reached for one of his kunai, a 7-inch blade concealed in his sleeve. Two by his waist, he aimed carefully, throwing the blade right through the dimly lit room. There was a momentary gasp after time lapsed, and the security guard's head moved to smack against the keyboard before him. He was forced to retrieve his blade stuck in the man's office chair. So much for security, Morgan scoffed, ripping the blade from the chair and cleaning it on the man's shirt. Morgan moves into the security room, all grins, monitoring the cameras and developing the plan of attack. He rattled excitedly, blinking to snap a man's neck and returning to the security room. He cheers, officially having full range control of the compound from a single chair. He locked the door. He was the youngest team member but had the highest rank as captain nearing the end of his term with the regulator regime until he left for university or continued his career. The only sojourn Morgan had was when he turned 18, his life would be his own, and he could be free from regime life. He saw their target hidden in a safe room. A satisfied smirk crossed his lips. The mission would be over before the men could finish their building sweep. He blinked, removing the two targets blocking the door in case the target screamed for help or blew an alarm. He returned to his seat in the security room, breathing heavily. He pages in for confirmation to proceed, taking some time to catch his breath and regain his energy. This is Captain Ellys paging the Lord Commissioner. I have eyes on the target. He's hidden in a safe room. Should I proceed? Yes, you have your eyes on the target already? The Commissioner was stunned. Where are the men I sent as your brigade? They arrived at the gates. They're turning the corner and cleaning out the place. They would never find the safe room from ground view. The safe room is blocked behind a secret wall beneath the mansion and built inside a secret building wing. How did you manage to find it? The Commissioner Warren was shocked and unable to fathom what he was hearing from his nephew. I broke into the security room, watching on the cameras. Morgan shrugged it off, never satisfied with his work. So you can use your blink ability wherever you see a target. The Commissioner muttered to himself, rubbing his chin impressed. Proceed, I'll pull back our men and we can annex the area. You're a credit to your faith in region. Aw, shucks, thanks, Unc. Almost makes me seem like you like me, Morgan teases. Hurry back, boy. I'll get some steaks before my favorite bistro closes. The Commissioner ended the telecom. Morgan chuckles with childish glee and the communication ends. Once he sees the opportunity, his pupils dilate and his eyes turn a crimson red. He appears behind the wealthy, corrupt banker hovering over his safe. The banker gasped, feeling a sudden presence before making a blood-curdling cry. Morgan was jabbing one of the kunai through Maven's back to keep the banker from running. The other slit the banker's throat. Maven Aries was dead before he even knew anyone was behind him. Morgan let the body hit the floor, looking around the room cautiously for another sign of life. The walls were plated with titanium and lined with Kevlar. It could have survived the entire house burning down or a nuke. Yet he couldn't keep the boy out. Perspective is powerful. Conveniently, there was a safe open ajar with blocks of gold bars, a fridge stocked with bottled water and frozen dinners. There's enough food to last a year for a family, quite a while if it's only one man. Counting your money before you died, or had agreed. Morgan questioned, stepping closer to the safe, kicking it open with the tip of his toe and rubbing his chin. There was more gold than any one man needed. The hunger in his loins told him to keep it, but his superego demanded he calls it in. He spoke into his earpiece. Yo, there's a stack of gold out here. What do you say? It's not our property. It's best we don't. The decision seemed to strain the commissioner, but the time-tested integrity moved his hand. Hurry back and I'll give you your commission in cash if you need it. We're not criminals. I'll leave untraced. Morgan shrugged, kicking the safe closed shut. I'm on my way home. See you in a few minutes. Dress nice. We're going to celebrate tonight. The commissioner ends the communication once more. Morgan chuckles, looking down at the global banker responsible for funding an ethnic cleansing genocide waged against Nadia and Urdu. Morgan had satisfaction in his bones, knowing his home district was protected, at least for the time being. Many others had the same aims. He could never understand what drove men to genocide to justify the deaths of all those people. Real power couldn't be taken away or disputed. It was a beacon of light presiding over all evil in the world. This Morgan believed over any other truth in the world. It's what he always strived for, so life was more than pleasure in adapting to corruption. Life was about development and power. Without these, a man could never choose how he died, however fate dealt with him. This man built his power in others, death, and petty metals. Yet Maven Aries died at the hands of a child, as so many of these men meet their end. Never turned their minds to helping others or national development. Instead, they hoarded solely to exploit the issues in the world. Aries was better left dead. Morgan smiled, stepping over the body and observing the blast door. It was overwhelmed by its size and strength. He enveloped his hand in ethereal dark matter and punched a hole through the door, leaving a dent. He grinned, knowing the others wouldn't have stood a chance. He took another shot, leaving the room for a ballistics team to discover. The money would be coming back to the regime eventually. Unless Aries, his next of kin, claimed the money, it would be a while before his death reached the public. Affairs of the heart. A moment later, he was back in his villa. He was exhausted down to his bones. He finds Leslie Steele, a bombsheller dude at his bed, curled bare in his sheets. When he emerged, she flew out of the bed and ran to him, hugging him tightly, nearly squeezing the life out of Morgan. You didn't tell me you had a mission, she cried, lifting him in the air, overwhelmed with joy of his return. My daddy said it was an S-level mission. I'm glad you're safe. Leslie put me down. He blushed, trying to pry out of her grip. S-level. It was a breeze, but I'm exhausted. I'm excited to see you. She smiles, letting me down. She lifted and moved me with such ease and grace. Leslie was 150 pounds of solid Urdu muscle. Even her butt was a plump muscle, only said to become stronger and more beautiful. She was a sparring partner since their youth, one of the few who could keep up with him as he discovered new powers and plateaus. Leslie understood Morgan's anger, lust, and insatiability. Leslie catered to his needs instead of making him feel animalistic and carnal. She admired him for more, but he couldn't say his youthful appreciation for her moved beyond. His vixen is stacked like a brick house and more brutal than a tank. She was his drug. He couldn't get enough of her as much as he tried. But he could never show how much he cared and loved. Too cool, too detached. I'm glad you came home, baby. Leslie clung to him tight. Get off, Leslie, I'm exhausted. He groaned, shoving her aside, removing his Valazar jacket. I just want to sleep, but I can't. As he removed his jacket, he felt the cold press of steel to his chest. She kissed his lips. She dug her nails into his neck as he pulled away to tear him back. He lifts her in the air, clawing at her firm butt. tossing her onto the bed and having enough strength for a quickie. He looked at his comm watch to see his uncle ringing. The Lord Commissioner was his keeper since the war with the Nadia. Ray says it's necessary to suppress the Nadians and divide the nation. Morgan followed his lead, too young to understand, too faithful to disobey. Though the boy could understand the current efforts of the regulated regime, he felt himself drifting in his age. The regime used to defend the people and fight terrorists, evil, and murderers. Since Colin Gregor took over, he began a tirade of preemptive war. They were flooding the streets and sidewalks. It seems the man had many enemies. Perhaps he shouldn't be the lead if he can't form allegiances. "Baby, what are you thinking about?" Leslie asked, dragging her nails down his chest and stomach, stopping at his belt. "I was wondering if you wanted to come out with me and Stella." "She's been asking about you." Leslie kissed his neck, grabbing his crotch. "I've been talking about you and wanted to know if we could cook for you, and maybe you can sleep over in our room." "I'm heading out with Uncle Warren. He did some steaks." He hardened in her hand as they kissed and biting her lip. "Steaks? Can I come?" Leslie says with excitement. "You're probably going to Della's. Oh, wow, he must have good news. His wife used to love it. He always took us there with good news. I never knew he was married. He always told me he was single." He rubbed his neck, thinking about Warren's criticisms of women, while ironically saying we must demand ourselves to respect them. Hard to believe he was ever married. Once, way before he even became a captain, his wife was killed. I miss Auntie Lynn. She was Eshin, his heart and soul. She was the sweetest woman and pulled him from such a dark spot. After she died, he spent all his time with Colin. Leslie looked up at me longing, like I'm your heart and soul, right? "Yep," I muttered. "Whatever works for you." He let out a sigh, letting her take off his pants. "I'm gonna take a shower, Leslie. I don't feel like sex right now." "Oh, I'll join you." She got on her knees, pulling his combat pants to his ankles. "I'm on a deadline," he groaned, knowing where this was headed. He was exhausted from blinking everywhere. I hoped I could build a tolerance for my powers, but it only seems to be draining my energy. "You take life far too seriously." Leslie rolls her tongue along his length, pressed against his briefs. She kisses the head against his thigh. "I love this cock. I'm only yours, I swear. I hope you don't look at me differently." Yep, that's me. The soldier formerly known as Smiley O'Reilly is now Mr. Serious. He smiled, patting her head. "I appreciate your demeanor. I wish you weren't such a hard ass, though." Leslie lays on her back. She pushes her breasts together, kicking her toned legs and spreading them wide. "Baby, I only need you for 5 minutes. Put in some work and then we can go. I'll tell Patricia another night, or we can take her too." "Sorry, Commissioner, I was late because I was dick deep inside your niece." He doesn't even know we're together. He would flip shit or say we're too young for sex. I might have let things slip today, but I didn't tell him that we've been having sex. He looked between his legs at the semi-flaccid dick. The risk was too much before seeing Ray. He couldn't let his ego get the best of him. "Not right now, baby. Besides, I'm getting back from putting in work. You would love this one. Some of my best work. Together." "Together?" Leslie gleams, trying to get his attention. "Morgan?" "Janky, I'm trying to have a real conversation." He was growing frustrated. "Please, you gotta stop yourself, girl. You're my friend first and foremost. You don't treat me like your friend. You treat me like dirt, like I'm just some thirsty slut." Leslie covered herself up. "I only want you. How else do I keep up with Carmen or these other hoes? If I don't have sex with you, how can I keep you? I never get to see you anymore otherwise." He let out a groan. "Not this shit again." "I didn't say it bothered me or that I don't understand. I said you do it. I love you and I don't mind. I know why you do it." Leslie rolls her eyes. "You're emotionally defunct and have no idea how much I love you. I forgave you as a good student of Anki shall. I respect you, baby. That's all that matters to me." "Anki, Leslie, you're fucking crazy. If you don't like it, leave. Have a normal life with a sane guy." He groaned, shouting, tired of the same conversations. "I don't want to leave. I do like it. Why can't you treat me a bit better? Less of a nuisance. I want to make love to you, hold you while we have sex. You're my one and only. I want you to feel that way, or not have sex at all, and you can act like you enjoy my company without me being naked or silent." He rubbed his temples. I don't know what love is, Leslie. I told you this and I don't have little feelies. I told you this and I don't have little feelies. I like solitude and don't want to be around anyone. Now, can I tell you about what happened? I can show you what love is, Morgan. We're supposed to get married and be together. My father and uncle told me. Either me or Stella. You, Haley, Carmen, Cruz, each of you want too much of me. Carmen can't wait and she's intolerable. Haley's too selfish and you and Stella want me so bad you'll share me. And sorry, but having sex with your roommates is a bit weird. Not saying I'm mine, but both of you let me have sex with you and your friends. It's hard to respect you. So what's wrong with that? Leslie asks, slightly insulted. We all want to have you. None of us mind. Better you than one of these other guys. And better us than people like Carmen or Haley. She rolled her eyes. You must not know how much girls like you, but you're in such a dark cloud. It's a turnoff sometimes. How am I supposed to respect a woman who lets me do whatever I please? I do not let you do whatever you please. He grabbed her neck and held her head down, sliding his dick in her mouth. As she lays motionless, she began letting out moans. Her body arched as he moved deeper. She held his hips, falling as he stroked her throat. He pulled out of her mouth. Her saliva fell over her face. Why'd you stop? She asked, proving his point. I liked it. He sighed. I just wanted to see if you would let me. Where's your self-respect? Why didn't you stop me? Leslie tightened her eyes. I do respect myself. I'm only submissive to you. You have no damn appreciation for it. I'm trying to show you I submit to you, and you take it for granted. Leslie sat up. Look, I like that you can dominate me. No one else can. I've known you since we were kids. I truly love you. But I'll deck you in the fucking face, Morgan, and you know what? Have you ever considered maybe you're just being judgmental? He smiled, wrapping his hand around her throat, squeezing it until she grabbed his wrist for air. She dug her nails into his wrist, holding him down. What do you say? He asked softly in air. I'm only submissive to you, baby. You're it. You're the only man for me. She gasped, rubbing her legs together. He let her go. She falls to her knees before him, feeling her mouth with his dick drooling and slurping over his length. She pulled back, looking up at him. Her eyes fell with a sigh, realizing his statement was valid. You'll never respect me, will you? She rolled her eyes, bouncing his dick against her tongue. I only do this for you. I only let my friends do it for you. I thought that's what you liked after the Witch Coven mission. The good book asks that you love your wife. A woman must respect her husband. Just had a different image of you back then. I never expected you to get down like this. It hurts to see what I'm doing to my best friend from way back. Well, you like being around and fucking them other hoes. Maybe it isn't wrong for a woman to have sex with a man she loves, just having sex with every other guy who gives her attention. Leslie rolled her eyes. How do I keep you here if I don't let you fuck me? There's no competition. Why do I keep having to defend my investments to you? You found out I bought a strip club and broke into tears. In reality, I wanted a bar to eat wings and drink beer. When I finally saw the property, the broker showed me it was suitable as a strip club, but made no money because the security was poor. I changed that and was making a profit at Exego, so sorry. Seeing those women and seeing you, I'm 16 and I'm allowed some mistakes and antics. I accept you for who you are behind closed doors. Leslie rolls her eyes. You seem to have some issues with me. I would never speak down upon your merit. You're my slut, as it should be. Morgan stretched out tall over her face. Leslie reached and moved him down her throat as she shivered. He pulled out, leaving his pre-cum on her tongue before heading to the bathroom. Leslie followed behind him. Can I be your wife? Morgan shrugged. Sure, why not? You're only asking for the 50th time since last month. She smiled. Oh, baby, then come on, let's do it again. It feels so good. Look, Leslie, we're assassins. One day we might be assigned to the other. I began. Whatever. Yeah, sure, you can be my wife one day. I'll be great. I'll have you at home with me and we can make love all day. I can't wait. She kissed me all over. I need to have you. I've been waiting to see you all day. I thought you were home from missions, but then you went on another. You have to wait, baby. I must head to dinner with your uncle. Before the restaurant closes. Why can't I come? Leslie pouted. Do what you want, Leslie. Damn, Morgan sighed. You have no issue making your own decisions outside this bedroom. Here you want to whine and suck your thumb. You're my man. You decide. Do you want me to stay in the villa? Come with you. She looked so beautiful on my bed. She matured so much. He rubbed his temples. We'll shower and you'll come along. Her spirits lifted as she ran up to kiss him on the cheek, then headed into the bathroom. As Morgan reached for the knob, a shiver ran through his spine. He felt as if an enemy got the drop on him. His eye twitched like his mission, feeling like he had never left the mansion. There's someone at the door. There was a knock a few moments later. "Baby, who's that?" Leslie poked her head up, being quiet. "I think that's my uncle," she whispered, cowering behind him. "Oh my God, he cannot see me like this. He will freak out. I'll be grounded forever. We'll have to get married." She paused, her mind beginning to change. Maybe we should tell him. He reached into the bathroom and rubbed her chin, pulling her close. "I'll handle it. Get ready." He kissed her, holding onto her butt in his hand. "Okay?" "All right, baby." She patted his cheek. "Do you still have my dresses here?" "Right in the closet. Wear something modest." "Okay, baby." She kisses Morgan on the lips and then disappears into the shower. Morgan heads to the door, yawning as he approaches. The day-long day having not only caught up but surpassed him. He peeks out the door and sees no one there. "Someone's fucking with me." Morgan grits his teeth. He wasn't where people here still had death wishes fucking with his door like this. He opened the door expecting to be sprinting down the hallway. Instead, he only saw his elder, Carmen, standing in an emerald green dress, clinging to her slim-fit frame. "Hey baby, ready to take me out? I made reservations for us at the Dine-In Theater in New Haven. There's a new movie out in the lounge seats. I figured we can eat well, cuddle up together, maybe make some love there, or when we get back." "Chonky, what the fuck are you doing here?" he grunted. "I don't have time for your shit right now, Carmen. I'm gonna be late." She looked bewildered at him as if he had lost all sensation in his head. "Fuck you, I came to see you." She pushes Morgan aside, walking into his room. "Why does it smell like perfume in here?" "What the fuck, Morgan? We talked about you and your dick. Let me find out one of them strippers are hiding in here. Ain't nobody hiding from you, Carmen. Ain't nobody scared of you." He rolled his eyes. Carmen found out the same news about his investment. She was the first to tell Leslie she hoped it could muster Leslie up to leave him, but Leslie knew her game, as did Morgan, and never had an interest in playing. Oddly enough, that's what turned Carmen on more. There was no getting rid of Carmen. Nothing got through to her. She found rejection funny. She was his mentor, primary trainer. There was no escaping her. "Shut the fuck up, Carmen." He covered her mouth so Leslie wouldn't hear. "What do you want? I'm getting ready to go to dinner with the commissioner." Having no interest in dealing with walking drama, Karma Cruz. "I know you've been with some other bitch, talking to me like you lost your goddamn mind." Carmen whispered, angry but grinning, knowing someone was around. "I wanted to visit my man. I need my attention." Carmen rolled her eyes, moving his hand from her mouth. "Your attention?" Morgan rubbed his temples. "You're 3 years older than me. Can you act like you have some damn sense?" Carmen sucked her teeth. "You're acting like a dickhead, Morgan. You said you understood me and would help me earlier. Now you got some bitch hiding in here. Come on. Don't make me feel like that. I'm self-conscious enough about the way you treat me. Don't make me have to choke a bitch." "Stop dealing with me," he suggested. "I don't like you. I don't like this with you. Leslie's right in the bathroom. She'll break my neck and kill you. Please leave." Carmen rolled her eyes as if what he said didn't make sense. She walked to his bed, ignoring the pile of clothes on the floor with Leslie's panties and bra on top. Carmen glanced at it, only sucking her teeth, knowing there was no progress in arguing, even less if Leslie found out she was around. "I don't have time. I just got back from a mission. I'd rather have a steak than deal with these female problems." Morgan pointed to the door. "You'll pick a steak over me? I made reservations. Get a steak there. I don't give a fuck about your plans. You said you were free tonight. You can bring Leslie. She can look away when you take care of business. She knows the deal." "I only focus on what's controllable. You're out of control. All you ever bring to my life is drama, like this exact moment for this exact reason. Can you do your own thing tonight? We can go after training tomorrow," he tries to reason. "What's wrong with some excitement? Sex during your training is so you can satisfy me in moments like these. You'll have to kill women too. It'll be easier to give them an orgasm than dealing with their blood on your conscience." Carmen was shaking her hips, dancing her dress above her waist. "I'm a boring dude," I mutter. "Why are you here?" "Damn, Morgan, you're kidding me. Can't I visit you to say hey?" She pulled her lips apart with 2 fingers. "She gets to see way more than I do, and you're acting like I'm wrong. You two aren't married." Leslie can fucking share you with me. And if she lets Stella and Patricia get some dick, how do you even know about that? He rubbed his temples, wondering why he even asked. Who do you think you're speaking to, Morgan? I know everything. She seemed offended. I understood the deal. You don't. He sighed. Fine, Carmen. I apologize. Can you leave? Thank you. I'm glad you came to your senses. Come handle some business if you're going to leave me tonight. She curtsies and sits on my bed, her hearing selective. Her eyes drifted to the shower twice before looking around the room calmly. She was waiting to see who would come out. She was a bit nervous despite her seniority. No one messed with Morgan as is, but her merit in the academy administration protected Leslie. While Morgan sat feared among classmates in administration, Leslie wasn't far behind. Just go in the shower and say hi, he grinned. Say hi. She looked at him as if he had lost his mind. If I was fucking another dude, would you say hi? She loved using that example, and it dug right under her skin. If she couldn't have him, no one could. She wanted Morgan to have the same mentality, but failed to see he lacked her jealousy. I would kill him, or I would never speak to you again as if you died to me. He said plainly, life goes on, you're not mine, those three are, and mine alone, so please, keep fucking around. Your value's already diminished. I know how we usually play, Carmen, but I'm not interested. I'm exhausted already, and I want to spend time with my uncle. You're gonna get yours one day. Carmen rolled her eyes, wiping her tears. I don't know why you're treating me like this. I get mine all the time. That's why I don't care about your mouth and bullshit. There's more to life than listening to your damn mouth. You're stressed. Say hi to her and go on with your business. You're older than both of us. Be an adult. I'll stay here until you come back, Carmen suggests, crossing her arms over her chest. Maybe we can catch a night showing or something. Carmen lay on his bed, getting comfortable. I'll say hi when she comes out. You're not staying in my place. You're suspect as hell. I don't want you here going through my shit. You're too damn nosy for your own good, he snapped at her. But she still wasn't getting the message. Get up, get going. I'll call you when I'm free. Fuck you. You're not kicking me out over Leslie's fat ass. Excuse the hell out of me for thinking we had a relationship. If you don't want to go, there are plenty of other men, Morgan. Then leave. Leave me alone in this weird obsession you have with me. Go to those men. Let them deal with your shit. Be their problem. You're choosing her over me. Carmen sucked her teeth. I'm choosing dinner with my uncle. It's been a long-ass day. I have Leslie clinging to me like a goddamn spider monkey. I have Mackenzie's irritating ass texting me all day. And then your ass can never be straight up with what you want. What about Mackenzie? Carmen rolled her eyes. You treat all of us like shit, huh? Then stop fucking with me. I told you repeatedly. I don't know what love is. I kill people for a fucking living. If you don't like it, fuck off. You shouted loud enough for Leslie to hear. That's not an excuse for your shit, Morgan, but I like that. Carmen sighed. Maybe it's psychotic. It's highly dysfunctional, undoubtedly. I'm tired of hearing your goddamn mouth about this shit. I know better than anyone that I'm fucked up, and I hate myself. And if you don't want the reality of my life, then deuces, babe. Carmen sighed. He wasn't understanding, nor could he begin to. She waited for him to calm down before she proceeded. I'm not the one going off on this shit. You are. You're the one mad at me for coming to visit you. Carmen pouts. I don't know why something has to be wrong with me for loving you. When your behavior shows exactly why you'll be alone forever, you should be grateful I love you so much. Instead, you tell me to fuck other men because you don't like me. First off, you do fuck other guys just to make me jealous. And because you're the third woman who said this shit to me that complains about what I am, he says calmly, sitting at his desk. I'm tired of it, Carmen. I can't play these games with you. He didn't know what to do or say, but he felt Carmen's point. Far different than he thought he would. Morgan only ever viewed Carmen as some psycho. To think how deeply her feelings went. He never had to deal with her spreading rumors about him. She protected him from them. He liked her for that. The spider's web was never laid for him. Carmen walks up to him with citrine eyes. She was beautiful as sin itself, a few inches taller than him with her heels. She lifted his chin and kissed Morgan on the lips. He slapped her butt, ultimately grabbing a handful through her dress under her spell. Come. Let's make this quick, he sighs. Carmen smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck. Morgan sits Carmen on the desk and lifts her dress to her waist, slapping the bulbous head of his penis against her wetness. She bit her lip as he entered, pushing deep into her wet, warm pussy. Carmen dug her nose deep into his shoulder. She was moaning and crying as he stroked inside of her. Carmen rubbed his cheek softly, finding his lips, and held his neck. She was kissing him tenderly all over his face. Hurry, she turned off the water. Carmen moaned softly in his ear, tightening around Morgan in contained fear. He dug his nails into her hips, thrusting even harder, smacking his hips in tempo as her aura turned against him. Yes, Daddy. Yes, it's yours. It's yours. She lifted her hips, wrapped her legs around his waist, and began siphoning his energy. Shit. Morgan groaned, releasing his seed inside of her. She was quiet, blushing as she looked away, then began laughing, looking away from Morgan, snickering as her aura feels with the remnants of his energy. She was thankful for the snack. His energy and life were spreading through her body, though a succubus was never so easily satisfied. Carmen pulled his chin back to kiss him deeply. His senses and mind were dulled, unable to form thoughts or words for a moment under her spell. Where are you going tonight? Carmen asked as her eyes turned from hazel to a citrine yellow, attempting to get the details to Crash's party. Maybe I'll stop by and surprise you, baby. You mean stalking me again? He fought her charm, damning himself for giving in to her, feeling weak and baseless. There you go again with that shit. Carmen sucked her teeth, rolling out her skirt. Maybe I wanted to show up and surprise you with a good night and finally have alone time with you. You've been training all week or in classes, and then you don't want to be friends when it comes back to me. No, you got what you wanted. He grunted as a tear fell from his eye. You got what you wanted from me, now leave. He sniffled, his emotions swirling, confused inside him with no experience in solving his problems other than death or fleeing. I wanted to spend the night with my man. Carmen raised her eyebrows, surprised at how much willpower he had left despite having no energy. Well, with you, baby. Wanted to spend the night with you. Sucks. I wanted to be alone. Now I have to deal with you too. He yawned, already feeling the loss of his energy from karma. Every time we have sex, I feel bone dry. Get the hell out of here. I don't know what you do to me. Good pussy does that. Just relax, Morgan. She tried to kiss him. Fuck that shit. That doesn't even sound right. Get on now before Leslie comes out here to kill both of us. I'm about to hit him there. About to head in there and fuck that Northie. She rolled her eyes. Your dick's still hard. I know what you're gonna do. Wash it off and fuck her, right? Don't. I'm still ready for you, baby. I can't now. You put your demon magic on me. I don't want that inside of her. Morgan sighed. The guilt was crippling. Why do I keep doing this with you? You're gonna stop talking to me like that, Morgan. You're being a damn jerk. Too comfortable with being a damn jerk. I don't know what you think this is, fucking with me like this. I don't know what you think this is, fucking with me like this. Carmen's lips quivered, but she wouldn't cry before him. Morgan stared at her. So, Karma, you're not a succubus. She glared at him. You still love me. You, of all people, are still supposed to love me, Morgan. You can love those hoes and be with me, but you can't just be loyal to me. No, I fuck you to keep you satisfied. Now you're draining me, Carmen. It would help if you two had too much attention and time. I don't have the interest or energy for this shit. You're breaking up with me, Carmen cried, hitting him in the chest. You can't break up with me. I refuse. We're not together, he snarled. Not like you're gonna leave my ass alone anyway. I haven't called the visitor to even started working with you. You keep showing up because you swore we're supposed to be together. That isn't enough, Carmen. Now isn't even the time for this shit. You can't be here right now. My girl's in the bathroom. You can't be here right now. My girl's in the bathroom. Carmen seemed confused about this, watching Morgan for a while before trying to find her words, but she went in a different direction. Because I love you. Carmen bites her thumb. I need your energy.
I need your energy. I need you because I'm not strong without you. You give me power. You are he, and I worship you. I never do anything I don't think you can handle. I promise. I would never do anything I don't know you can overcome. You're my better. You deserve these women. Make me your main, and I'll help you do anything you want, baby. Leslie acts before you, and she doesn't worship evil spirits. Morgan refuted. Carbon didn't accept he didn't want to play for her team. And Shishi is your brother. He loves you. We love you, she pleads. Baby, you need to see the bigger picture. You love power, destruction, money, and chaos, not me. I follow the Lord Commissioner. You don't know me, Carmen. You wouldn't understand. I don't understand what I'm saying. Your Lord Luno, she says, her arms crossed over her chest. Morgan, you are the god of power, destruction, money, and chaos, not me. I want to serve you and bring Luno out of you. You'll be indomitable, and we'll be the most feared couple on Gaia. Can you please give in to me? You want me to be that monster. Doesn't make me a monster. I won't be your monster. The power of the moon is far deeper than the destruction of knock and ignorance. I can be more. I serve humanity and my family, not the darkness, not myself. I could make you a king, Carmen gleams. You could reign over the world. I would rather be a hero than be your husband. You're not made for me, Carmen. My value upon Gaia is proven autonomous and known. Yours is made of your head and entitlement and given to you by Nshishi. And Nshishi can bless you with all that you want and need. And Nshishi's power is futile compared to the moon. He stared Carmen in the eyes, not moving from his stance. It's been fun. It truly has. If I thought I could keep this up with you, I would. But this is the crossroads of our lives. I want to be a savior. I refuse to be a monster. You're not my monster. You are a monster. Carmen rolls her eyes, clawing at him with her words. You act as if you never hit me or roughed me, like you never told me your vision and thoughts of humanity. I agree with you. We can be together. I'm not interested in being your friend. I'm not interested in being your Luno. I will be Ada. Morgan cried, wiping his eyes quickly. Go away. Ada is a myth. He doesn't exist. It's for null, she says with venom on her tongue. It's for null. You're a profligate. Morgan turned his back on Carmen. Let yourself out, Karma. I'm tired of your love. I won't forget this, Morgan. I swear to God, I won't forget this. I love you. I worship you. Don't do this. Don't fucking do this. Carmen screeched, throwing his desk chair across the room. Karma's aura began vibrating and her eyes grew citrine orange, glaring at him. You will love me. The bathroom door busted open and Leslie rushed out, stepping in front of Morgan. Bare naked, her guard up and her eyes surging crystal blue. That's it. I heard enough. It's time for you to go, Leslie demanded of Carmen. This is your bitch. Leslie, it's who you're leaving me for. Carmen screams, glaring at him. Leslie stood her ground, unmoved and unafraid, waiting for the opportunity for years. Back down before I'm forced to subdue you, Leslie warns. Carmen looked at Morgan and then at Leslie. She knew Morgan wouldn't hit her. Leslie was waiting to swing off on her. You don't belong here. You don't need to be around Morgan. Leslie gritted her teeth, ready for any sudden movement. Do you know anything about him? About this damn monster? About this menace? About this lunatic? Yes, I do. I've known Morgan since we were children, far longer than you or anyone else who judges him. My whole family has. We're aware of what and who he truly is, Carmen. We won't allow people like you to keep hurting him. He's been through enough. He is the pain. He is the suffering. He is Luno. He'll devour you alive, girl. He'll devour you. In the name of the Father, Raquel, I banish you, Leslie said calmly. Carmen was suddenly taking over, screaming in her face, cursing and shouting and stomping her feet and scratching her arms. In the name of the Holy Father, Raquel, I banish you. I rebuke you. In the name of Anki, I command you to leave. Leslie repeats with the same calmness. Carmen's screams stop. She picks up her purse and shakes her head. She turned for a moment before giggling. She'll be back, but at least she was leaving for now. Morgan always thought it was a joke when Leslie called Carmen an advocate of Nshishi. Morgan never thought Carmen was indeed a succubus, but when only prayer can get someone out of your life, after responding like that, he was convinced. Morgan looked at Leslie as his constant confidant and protector. She would stand before demons to defend him. He would kill for her, but he felt terrible he could never love her as she deserved. He questioned what was missing inside of him, preventing him from caring for her. I'm sorry, Leslie. I had no idea it was her, any woman. I'm so sorry. He bowed his head in shame. I apologize. I'll do better for you. Thank you. Hurry up and shower. Mom was waiting. She was cold as a blade. You're ridiculous letting that bitch in here and fucking her with me in the next room. Leslie hid her face from him. I can't believe you. I can't believe I let myself fall in love with you. I'm sorry, Leslie, I am. I never felt such remorse. I'm so sorry. Morgan couldn't bring himself to touch her. He couldn't even bring himself to look her in the eyes. Shame coursed through him. He defended me when he could have left me. I love you for God knows why. And the way you fucking treat me. What I do for you and how you treat me. No more, Leslie. I'll drop everyone else. You're my fucking hero. Leslie hid her smile, angry yet overjoyed. Get the fuck away from me and take your ass to the shower. I'm not giving you any pussy until you make this up to me. She gut checks him, driving her fist deep into his stomach and twisting her uppercut in his guts. How dare you put yourself through this with that woman? How dare you keep destroying your soul and wasting your energy? He couldn't breathe from the shock of the words and blow. The force of her punch pierced through his body. He clutched his stomach, looking up at Leslie. I love you. Stop taking advantage of me. Leslie sat on the bed, grabbed his natural cocoa butter lotion and lathered her legs. I even shaved my legs for you and you're out here with her. You're something else, Leslie. She smiles ear to ear. I wish I could stay angry with you. But I know you'll make me proud one day. I know you'll be a great man. Thank you for believing in me, baby. He falls to a knee before her. He holds her hips and kisses her thigh. I'll be a better man. I have to. I know you will. She combed her fingers through his afro, saying, It's coming in nicely, baby. She reaches on his dresser and takes the coconut oil from his nightstand, rubbing a mound between her hands and then moving her fingers through his curls. Your touch is so gentle when you want it to be. Morgan said in admiration. That's something else with you. She kissed his forehead. Don't get your hair wet. Uncle's calling in your comm watch. I'll lay your clothes out for you, baby. He stood, patting Leslie on her head. Be good, baby. Be quick, babe. She kisses him, and he heads to the bathroom to wash the day off his skin. To think if he just let the ground team move freely, he could still be waiting in the security chair, unable to deal with any of this. Leslie, call your uncle back. Let him know you're coming. I'll be just a few minutes and then we can head out. Leslie smiled. Yes, baby.
Loss of leaders. My darling wife, I've been wondering where you were hiding. Are you still angry with me? Colin Gregor wore a signature suit and smiled as he knelt to enter the library at the Gregor Manor. I am not hiding. I wanted to be alone. Marcia Gregor turned the page of her tome. A sultry figure whose beauty captivated millions of men. She was a natural beauty with raven black hair flowing like the ocean down her back, a pair of smoky amber eyes. Marcia Gregor had invested the first few years of her daughter's life in marriage, though she didn't realize she was marrying into a burning building. The Gregor name held weight in history, but its new son, Colin Gregor, had no vision or plans for his family. A military hero who endlessly thirsts for competition and to reach new levels. Though as the truth surfaced about Colin's true character, she could no longer make excuses. She saw the writing on the wall and was preparing herself for the worst. His bitter temper and fits of rage. I'm reading, Colin. Can you go run along with one of your others? I'm trying to focus. Marcia had grown tired of Colin pestering her whenever he was angry or bored, with nothing stimulating to offer or say. Books are for schmucks, am I right? Did you know? You're as beautiful as the first day we met. Colin kneeled in front of her, pushing 7 foot tall with olive skin and thick auburn, naturally spiked hair. He He took remarkably after his mother. I was 14 when we met Colin. You need to leave these young girls alone before the father smites you. It's disgusting depravity, Colin. Marcia closed the book. You have my attention. Make it worthwhile. Huh, such tone of voice. What's gotten into you? Is today the day you finally lost your mind? Colin chuckled until he read the book's title, his smile fading. Shadow Waters of the Sunken Kingdom of Maya by Rene Catar. The book was from the 11th century. Colin's body tingled with the pang of fear as he looked up at his wife, realizing he was bowing before her. He attempted to move to stand, feeling a wall of ice over his head. Marcia had twirled her finger, preferring Colin in his current pose, kneeling before her feet. Is this about me killing your fuck buddy? If you had let me join, I probably wouldn't have minded. You named a damn kid after him. What did you expect I wouldn't find out? Colin had asked, really attempting to figure out her angle. He was the love of my life. It was more than sex. You could never understand. Marcia cried out, the ice quickly melted with her anger. You are my wife, Colin roared as his body burst into flames. You feel nothing for cheating on me? I'm your prisoner. You hate me and I hate you. I'm only here for my damn daughter. You cheated me all the fucking time. You murdered your father. Guess what? I slept with the Lord Commissioner too, and your brother. Marcia huffed and puffed. You don't think I knew all those bastards took a turn at my wife's expense? I'm a very generous man. All you had to do was ask, arrange a payment, or at least record it. You're disgusting. I'm the winner. Colin licked his lip, sending a chill down her spine. You loved it, didn't you? The power. Look, you killed all your enemies, right? So what? You're bored now? I can end all this by telling people the truth. You can fight a brand new political war. You abusing political power in the military for your land grab in Urdu and Nadia. Why don't you give these people a fighting chance and tell them what Naka intends? Or rape me again. I couldn't feel anything after having Obata inside me. You can kill me and lose another enemy. Or you can leave me alone to read and raise our daughter. Marcia's words struck like venom, hitting him in places he never knew he had. Did you sleep with Raymond as well? Colin asked, ready to break her neck in two for fear of the answer. No. Ray seemed to resist my charms. He had always hoped he would turn around. Ray never saw you spend your whole life just using him. I wish I fucked him, but he wouldn't let me do anything for him. Sooner or later, he'll find out you only care about yourself. Marcia thought of Colin's childhood compatriot, short into how big of a part he played in Colin's scheme. You think I'm just some monster, huh? I did this for us, to redeem you. I did this for your honor. Colin felt wounded. Colin, I think you're a child with too much power. I thought you needed to be knocked down a peg. Whenever you got out of hand, I would make amends. I made a fantastic diplomat. I'm not the same woman you married. Ray might still chase after you, but you are no longer my master in sushi. Marcia stared at him in the eyes as ice particles began to crystallize from the water vapor, sharp enough to rip flesh or aura. Jeez, I just wanted some head, Marcia. Fulfill your wifely duties. Brian told me you're the best while I jammed my sword up his ass. Then he said I was number 2. Colin combated his wounds with his sardonicism, cracking up laughing. Marcia's eyes began to turn crystalline green as she glared at Colin, awakening the water guardian spirit within her. Colin glared at Marcia for her indolence. He was feeling waves of fear and pride. He wanted to rip her head off. But so did she. Usually she didn't want to fight or would submit to please him. He had no interest in fighting Marcia. He always imagined marrying her as children, and lifting the embargo between Naka and Maya. After a while, she would instantly shoot down any idea he had. They stayed wed to spare their families the socio-political fallout of a costly divorce. Colin had lost two brothers and a father by his design. Those men would have died for Colin Gregor a week earlier against any foe. Colin envied their connection to each other and hated them for how they continually found ways to undercut him. He was happy the world didn't collapse overnight from their deaths. He supposed the adage was true: no man is greater than tomorrow. To think Marcia believes she's being held hostage through marriage. His childhood dreams all have some plot to her. He thought it was love, but it was lust and greed. Colin was alone with all the power and wealth in the world. Even his wife viewed him as a beast. All right, Marcia, we're at an impasse in our marriage. Maybe now we can go to a Gregor-approved therapist to talk it out. Colin raised his hands. Marcia's face contorted into anger, the shards of ice turning to scalding hot water. She slaps Colin across the face. The utterance of marriage from his lips was too much to bear. Colin moved like a roaring lion. The ice immediately refroze around him, locking him in position. He gritted his teeth with no way of touching her. She was far more adept at her distance with or without the ice. Even if he got within arm's reach, he could break down her molecular structure into liquid or vapor. Fighting Marcia was never advantageous, whether physical or mental. She's hated him their whole life, but he needed to have her. He ignored it for years, thinking she would come around, ignoring his real issues. The blood of her true love. The blood of her true love and her family on his hands and conscience. How was he wrong? She is his wife. You're always so damn adversarial, Marcia. I wish you would have just supported me from the beginning. Colin heated his body, at least creating another space to relax. Colin, you're a deranged psychopath. You used to torture animals. You murdered Brian and raped me right next to his corpse. I can't even believe you don't see how much hope I had in you for this long. All you do is drag people down to your level so you can play your games. You see nothing wrong with your evil, Colin. Marcia's ice field turned yellowish green as the chemical engineer turned her ice into a poison vapor. Holy shit, Marcia, are you trying to make me kill you? Colin screams out, staring into her eyes, finding his answer a resounding yes. Her eyes had turned from crystalline green to a similar yellowish green with an acerbic gaze. Her eyes had horizontal slits watching Colin, ready to join her family in the afterlife. I hate you, Colin. She hisses as the poison forces Colin out of the library. She inhales the oxygen, exhaling poison, and returns to her book. She exhaled the extra potent oxygen, enjoying the meditative high to regain her composure before exhaling carbon dioxide as usual. She rubbed her temples, too emotionally exhausted to continue crying. She was meant to be the new high priestess of the Qatar family. Instead, she's Colin's trophy from an egotistical war with its shortcomings. A war where anyone who saw them ended up miserable or dead. Colin coughed down from the balcony, seeking an easier pair of legs to spread. He began to chuckle, reassuring himself he could care less what she thought of him. He mulled over the idea of returning and killing Marcia, and he would lose a vital resource. An allegiance with Maya could save Naka, and a single river could save millions. If Ray pulled on the favors, debts, and crimes, he could lose rights to his army altogether. If both sides imploded at once, he would fall. Colin knew he had to protect his newfound power before being only king for the evening. Marcia was meant to be his mastermind partner. Instead, she set him at war against every nation, even his own. He at least had the benefit most of the world was resting or disrupted by the psychological and financial gymnastics system. It would take them decades to mount an offensive, if not another 2 centuries. By then, his team would have run so many prevented offenses everyone would either worship the name Gregor or fear it, knowing it dominated their existence. Though most took issue with his vision, he might be forced to flee his kingdom to save it. Where else on Gaia could he possibly find refuge? Colin found himself in his cigar room, joined by 2 young girls. One rubbed his feet as another read to him. He had to protect his throne or else the world could collapse. He removed the poisoned suit, sitting in his velvet robe and slippers. He's wearing his fez with a cigar of marijuana and sharing it with the two 12-year-olds sitting with him. 2 curt knocks were before the cigar room opened to Desmond Pierce, the royal advisor. The Pierce name was born once Anselm Gregor and his forefather Ansel Speararm came into a league nearly 1,000 years ago against Nadia, Syrah, and Obsidian clans. Pierce was a relic who strategized the survival of the family. Lord Gregor, the Lord Commissioner Ray Bradley Warren is here for you. It does not seem pleasant. Desmond raised his nose at the scene he saw, looking away in shame. They nominated Ray for Lord Commissioner. That dog went and got promoted. Colin smirked, thinking there might be a chance the plan would come together. From all you reported, we would need to rally the troops and have them all escorted out of Naka. Desmond suggests. Ray's my only real friend. He's the only one who didn't sleep with my wife. Colin frowned. You are not young lads playing with practice swords anymore. He's armed, Colin. Remember what I taught you about power? Your father understood the principles of power until his untimely demise. However that may have happened, I leave my best for natural causes. What was the lesson, Lord Gregor? Pierce's posh, polished way of speaking keeps whoever is across from him at an intellectual distance. Pierce's charismata is a well-intentioned gift from God. Power is a perception. Those with or without it feel its lust. Those without do not suffer the same as those with the burden of its responsibility. Those without either, or adore those with it. Power is the ability to control your fate. That is what creates the perception. You two have become Guardians of Gaia. Your friend is deeply wrought over your property acquisitions. You must be concerned with preserving your life, not your statutory addictions. I prohibit you from children. There are at least five brothels within 10 miles you could have gone to if your marriage is indisposed. Pierce said in disgust, pushing the young girls along. Then you misunderstand who has the true power. I can easily take on Ray. He's too honorable, and Marcia's too temperamental to fight. I may have broken her, actually pushed her too far. She's in the library tower reading old books. Have Ray join me here and find us something older to enjoy. I want to drink at a good night with my friend. Self-control is, let me tell you this right now, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm done with your lectures. You take my orders, Pierce. Rally the troops if that's what you feel is necessary. You'll need someone to pull Ray off of me. Pull me off of Ray. Colin hated the idea of his power and mind being questioned, and he felt it became worse with the small mistakes. Pierce let out a labored sigh, patting his mouth in boredom before getting serious. Are you quite done? Look here, you little twat. I'm older than this manor. If you listen to me, then you can live longer, and I will still be here after you die. Colin looked at Pierce, losing all control like a starving lion. His hand turned into a flaming's paw, and he lobbed Pierce's head clean off his shoulders. Pierce's body walked around until it found its head, lifting it and dissolving it in its hand with a highly corrosive acid burning at high heat. The body was next to dissolve, bubbling and melting from its acid. The cells broke down until there was nothing but an oozing puddle. Pierce's cells began replicating at a higher speed. The acid began to cool into a healing salve. Pierce's body began to reform before Colin's eyes as a baby, into a toddler, rapidly back into the old octogenarian before him. Colin fell over, vomiting in disgust. Smoky, molten bile fell from his gullet, and he was puking enough to burn through the carpet to the floors below. That was disgusting, Pierce, Colin protested. It's called the circle of life. I spent over 100 years mastering the technique, Pierce said with a devious smile. Do you wish to try again? It grew stronger with every usage, pierced ears. I never want to see that again. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Colin stands up, wiping off his mouth. Wonderful. Now you have empathy for what I'm forced to deal with. A boy who can so callously kill his own family and allies, and so arrogantly boast of taking on 2 guardians. Have I failed your family in raising you? My father and mother were supposed to raise me. Colin regresses, holding his head. You killed your mother in childbirth, and your father, one of the greatest leaders in the Gregor family. Now let's see what Colin Mayor Gregor shall do. Pierce bows. You're mocking me too, huh? Colin grimaced. Go ahead, boy. Add a few more centuries to my life. I'll live to see the restoration of the Gregor family long after you've died and turned to dust. Pierce felt the flaming claws tear through his body, turning him into charred strips. Colin went for another slash, and Pierce's body turned into a smoke bomb, filling the room with blinding dust particles. His body reformed above Colin's reach overhead. His cells condensed into clouds above Colin's head, dousing Colin in acid rain until the cloud was dry. He was undergoing the same regeneration process on top of Colin's chest, laughing the entire time hysterically. Pierce sat on Colin's chest as a young reflection of himself. You planned to battle 2 guardians, but can't even fight an old man. Get yourself dressed. I'm going to begin setting my plan into motion. I will send a gentleman to send for you. Pierce grinned, using his walking cane to stand for dramatic effect. Pierce dismisses himself to prepare for the conversation. He planned to give each side 20 minutes to speak and himself a half hour to reconcile their differences. There was a day when conversation solved everything in this generation. No one had the respect or compassion to listen. Few had the self-control to speak. A conversation could save Gregor's legacy. Colin's healing factor kicked in, mending his acid burns. The 45-year-old lion licked his wounds, frustrated and humbled. He meditated on his butt with one knee as he gathered his energy. Ellys Pierce was an ally who never stopped learning or teaching. Marcia was similar in her ways. Ray had been promoted to the highest office in the regime. Colin now sat as a supreme in the Order of the Sun Lotus and patriarch of the Gregor family. Since they were children, Colin dreamed of conquering the world with his friends. But there had always been a power struggle. He wanted them as allies when they can agree upon a single moral or law. War had come to his doorstep from his prolonged pride. Colin stood up with a stern look, returning to his sleeping quarters on the far side of the manor. Walking half a mile within his childhood castle, running his hands along its walls, he got to the master's quarters and removed his robe. Colin walked to his closet, admiring his wiry frame, veins showing from his age and low body fat percentage. He was still in peak condition while his father died, frail and shrewd. Now Colin had the spirit of the Fire Guardian for himself. With the Fire Guardian's power, he could take Ray, the Gregor army, and Pierce could try handling Marcia into submission. Colin slid up a metal compartment, hiding a keypad. Colin pressed in their wedding anniversary and a podium raised from the floor, revealing a charcoal tuxedo. The bespoke suit was embroidered with golden and crimson lacquer, the Gregor coat of arms on his chest. Colin smiled, recalling the memories of his military service. A grim scowl crossed his lips as he examined the jacket, enjoying the feel of the Valazar silk in his hands. The great memories turned to showers of bloodshed, oceans of blood by his mind and his design. The world believed him a monster, and for the first time he wondered why. It was because it's true. He slipped into the suit, fitting better than the day it was first made. He had trimmed down since his 30s. Colin mastered his twin long swords in a decade, in Eskrima and Kendo. He once sought to become the regime's greatest swordsman. Then he achieved his goal and left, seeking to surpass himself. Perhaps this evening would show there was still competition in the world. Maybe this will satiate his boredom. Colin strapped on his girdle belt to holster his two long swords Gemini, emblazoned with the Gregor horned lion upon the scabbard and hilt. Cold steel blades enchanted by ear mystics to enhance his innate fire abilities. Colin's greatest hamartia was underestimating his opponents, solely because he always felt he underestimated himself. Colin swaggered back to his cigar room, pouring himself a scotch as he awaited his summoning. He grew tired of waiting. Colin polished off his drink, poured himself a double, then prowled toward the foyer, hoping to find Pierce. He saw Ray dressed in pure white suit with gold trim, a double-breasted number. He was flanked by a tandem of Rottweilers, the strongest soldiers in the army, easily worth 20 men each. Colin hoped to stroll inside, but the heavier Rottweiler shifted his stance toward Colin's tapping steps. Colin whistled. The man looked like he weighed 300 pounds, but moved on a dime. He was sealed inside a Kevlar power suit, adding another 40 pounds, but boosting his speed and power. His partner was 210 pounds in the same suit. Colin knew little of Ray's suit, but knew the gemstones embezzled on his cufflinks, collar, and lapel gave magical improvements to its wearer. His father wasn't wearing the Lord Commissioner uniform when he died, as if he knew his death was coming and accepted it. Ray focused on Pierce as both Rottweilers stood their ground. The heavier one had special orders. Colin was flattered to have such attention. Colin grinned, lifting his rock glass with a gleaming grin and greeting his guest. His easy demeanor threw the heavy off guard. He expected Colin would be afraid when seeing the security detail, but he saw drunk, sipping and strolling. "Colin, you're under arrest." Ray barked and the heavy charged. Colin sat down his rock glass before turning to the charging man. Colin's fists moved like two blurs, catching the younger man under the chin quickly in his throat upon the opening. Colin bobbed and weaved as his opponent fell to the ground. "Drunken fist," Colin banters, then turns to Ray. "You plan to arrest me?" "Arresting you is the will of the regime. It is not my plan, though I extend this formality as a courtesy to an old friend. You'd rather be court-martialed or sentenced to natural life, or exiled from Urdu, forced to release all assets in Urdu. I sadly vouch for your cooperation. Said you can't fault a man for furthering his family, can you?" "You are my friend," Colin smiled. "We are men now, Colin. I'm paying off debts as I enter into my position, so there are none once I assume my full responsibility and power. I suggest the Gregor family does the same. They want the knocking investors out of the regime affairs. No more banks investing in war. It's a turn to the purpose of the regime and the academy to build bridges." Ray's superiority speech to Colin. "Some friend. If I agreed to such a thing, it would tarnish my legacy as a Gregor. 50% of my assets are in Urdu." Colin clenched his fist. "You'll have nothing if you die," Ray sighed. "Depends on who tried to kill me. Do you care for a duel, Raymond?" Colin takes a stance, never one to turn down from a potential challenge. "I have better things to do than play with you, Colin. I'm here for true opponents. Suppose Pierce or Marcia get involved. Those two would be more than enough for you in your old age. They have special training for detaining opponents far stronger than themselves. I hope we can be mature about this, considering Pierce is a notary, accountant, paralegal, scribe, and everything we need to draft an agreement to surrender the territory, or for you to purchase different land, without regime interest and outside regime territory. They want knockout of Urdu, Colin, and it's that simple. Sorry for your luck. You can be a good leader for your family in Naka. Your wisdom and business acumen are needed in your home, Naka." Ray sighed in exhaustion as he ran the scenario 100 times, and peace wasn't an option. "Okay." I zoned in and out of that for that tone, very wordy, but basically, I defeat these two jabrones, and then you're left fighting 3 versus 1, right? Pierce cues you because I love you too much to snap your neck. I'll maim you beyond belief. I've always wanted your right arm. Colin finishes his glass, setting it down gently. Marcia would never fight for you, Colin. Oh, you're in rare form today, Raymond Bradley Warren. I'm curious how many words you get out before I cut you down. I take back my prior comment. I want to take your other eye and your thumbs. Colin began marching forward. Marcia's lost her entire legacy because of us. Uncles, her father, her true love. You think you'll get the High Priestess of Qatar to fight for you? Ray clawed out Colin's arrogance, forcing him to feel even for a moment. Colin's plan took a few weeks to contemplate, longer than most. The permanence and effects of his actions were an oversight that took most general months before committing. Colin believed an oversight was best left in oversight, lest it become pertinent. Most men who committed such regicide would have an army at their doorstep. Ray came before the army already in motion at Colin's doorstep. I messed up, huh? Nepotism is a beautiful thing, isn't it, Pierce? Colin rubbed his chin. Indeed it is, sir. Pierce raised his chin with a coy cockney grin, sizing up Ray. Colin drew Gemini, raising his guard. He held one sword forward in an epic stance. The other remained at his side, ready to join when needed. I will not surrender a single pebble. I will buy out the damn regime and replace all your generals with stooges. Let's do this, Raymond. Targets constrained, sir. Permission to submit. The heavy's body has melted into a liquid all over the ground where Colin stood. Permission granted, Ray gave the order. The regulators shifted their formation. Colin tried to step forward through the thin film of adhesive wax under his shoes. Colin moved to jump but was completely isolated by a thick wall of wax. The heavy bear held Colin from the wax, squeezing the life from Colin, who was cocooned inside the wax. The heavy popped his hips to belly suplex Colin Gregor into the ground, pinning him in more of the wax substance. Ray had dashed back, sealing Pierce in a box of wood, tagged with demon seals. Pierce banged against the walls, breaking his hands through the box, beginning to form a hand sign to emit a concussive poison. Ray dragged his hands down, pulling the box 100 feet deep on an elevator to hell, and the third took the ground between the heavy and Ray, yet to reveal his powers. Colin was alone against three, struggling against the wax with barely enough room to breathe to melt the wax. Colin kept heating, growing hotter and hotter and hotter, only serving to allow his frustration to consume him. Allow me. I can give you the power to defeat whoever stands against you. Surrender to me, and I'll set you free to reach the highest peak of your true power. A rumbling voice spoke to Colin through his soul. And Shishi, a great time to hear from you, buddy. Lending me a hand here? Colin marveled at hearing the voice of his family's patron in Shishi, the fire guardian, destruction, preservation, and strength. I've done your work. You said I'm already supposed to be the most powerful man on Gaia. I have made you powerful in the ways of men. You did not ask for true power. And Shishi yawned. I see you have a solution in place. I will await my next vicar. You're one lazy lion in Shishi. I've proven my devotion to you thousands of times over. I've proven myself to you, and still you betray me, Colin screamed inside his head, beginning to suffocate from the lack of oxygen. You dare accuse a god of betrayal? You serve me, I do not serve you. Oh, worthless and entitled vicar. You did not surrender to me, but yet accuse me of betrayal. Then let me show you our true power. Rather, my true power. And Shishi's attention was captured, and his raffle waited behind it. He began to chuckle as if remembering having the same conversation 1,000 times. Your pride is admirable, my vessel, but you are in no position to bargain. And Shishi began slowly taking control of Colin's body and feeling Colin's body like a suit, stretching out his flesh and ligaments. The fiery aura Colin once possessed became bubbling molten lava, melting the substance quicker than it could regenerate, burning it into decimation. Colin's body was bleeding from its wounds. After igniting himself, all his wounds healed, revealing him several inches taller than before. The regulators were unmoved as the wax casting fell apart around Colin. Ray had trained them to fight this battle for hours and needed to go the distance. Colin stared at them, more frustrated by them ignoring him than the battle. Colin was consumed by his pride, rushing into the offensive. The heavy maintained point, grounding himself and preparing to wrestle Colin. Colin grinned, welcoming the challenge before feeling pelted by shards of glass, grinding into his skin before being absorbed into a bubble. The bubble was quickly contracted by the heat, sucking away the oxygen. Where's my power, Shishi? Colin demanded answers, and Shishi responded in disgust. This is your power. I thought you were your own man. When are you going to help yourself? Stop fucking around and help me, Colin boomed. Colin Gregor, I am in Shishi. I do not help. I am served. If you are not a servant, I have little use for you. And Shishi said plainly. And Shishi, I killed my family to please you. Colin was bewildered. How could Shishi not be satisfied with my sacrifice? As have other would-be heroes. What good are your efforts to end your service before realizing your true power? Do you believe I am the guardian of people who murder their families? I have the unfortunate displeasure of being trapped inside psychopaths for all eternity. You have only made earthly mortals selfish sacrifices for your end by utilizing my name. What have you done for me spiritually in my name? And Shishi explained, I didn't know you were so sensitive about it, buddy. I see what you mean. You and I can reach an agreement. Colin empathizes. I will exchange. No, I will adorn you with 20% of my almighty power for a measly fifth of your soul. I will bless you immensely with the portion of my power for your mortal eternity. How does that sound, vessel? And Shishi offered. Deal. Deal. I just gave away a fifth of my soul for 20% of your powers. Make it 20%, and you stop doubting my conviction, and I'll give you a whole sixth instead of a fifth. Colin bartered. And Shishi chuckled, finding humor in Colin's negotiations. And Shishi sealed the deal, giving a portion of his energy directly to Colin, more than Colin could handle. He was prepared to push his limits and see how much more Shishi would be willing to give. Colin's aura flared greater than any person the Rottweilers had ever seen or fought. It broke the bindings from sheer force of energy. Colin's heat wave hit everything in the room. The regulators protected themselves with the mirror wall, repelling the heat. Colin needed enough to overwhelm any defense measure they set up. Ray could stand on the defensive and recover for literal days before wavering. Colin was using up his mana every time he was using an ability. Out of 1,000 battles against Ray, he won when he could end things early or catch Ray off guard. Any other time, the fight turned into a war of attrition, with Colin fighting with burned-out flames, with Ray seeming to have endless energy. That was no different. Only the stakes were grander. The regulators adjusted formation after formation to keep Colin at a distance, subdued or on the defensive. Colin didn't have time and energy to observe and strategize a plan. Thinking by the seat of his pants was the only way Colin knew how to work. Colin needed backup. Testing Testing Ray's theory on Marcia would either lead to Marcia adding to his misery or worsen his mind. Marcia watches his death with cruel indifference or satisfaction. Her fighting him would at least mean she still felt something. The idea of her feeling nothing anymore scared him. "Colin, you will not win," Ray said. Ray's left fist is still suppressing Desmond Pierce in a tight box. Ray hadn't moved his hand above his hip the whole fight. Colin spotted the single hand holding. Colin noted Ray's point. They didn't come for a fight. They came to detain the flames and reclaim Urdu. They weren't fighting Colin, and they sought to exhaust him. Colin stepped back as if the situation began registering. "And Shishi, what do I get for another fifth?" "That would be 40%, nearly half my power. Surely enough to discipline and dispense of the irritation before you." And Shishi had watched the fight in the eagerness of the power he sensed inside Ray. "Deal. I cannot lose my real estate," Colin agreed. Instantly, Colin fell to his knees, doubled over in pain as Shishi's presence grew. Colin's body began stretching, the molten aura healing his wounds as they were created. Colin fell to his knees and doubled over in pain as his frame reached 9 feet tall. An aura of dark energy emanated from his body. The silhouette of a flaming lion replaced Colin's aura in the shadow. Colin rose with a grin, sprinting into the mirror wall with both his long swords drawn. He stabbed into the wall with a fierce fencing lunge, sending molten flames throughout the structure. The heavy attempted to capture Colin again, but the wax melted before rising off the ground, dissolving to a crisp. Colin used his right hand to slash through the wall, creating an opening of shattered ice. Colin was shocked by the technique and even more defined Ray as the first to meet him with the 2 great swords manifested by the Guardian of Terra Anki. Those blades did not come from the suit, as they were the divine gifts from one of the children of God. The bitter rivals clashed as Gemini met the horns of Anki's service and honor. Cold steel meteorite blades being handled like practice swords. Colin's fiery, dark energy battled against Ray's primal divine energy, and Shishi recognized the spirit of his brother Anki fighting within the body of the Lord Commissioner. It was at least the energy of another Guardian of Terra. "He is the energy of one of my brothers, and Anki's weapons. Stand down. On this rare occasion, I will let you witness 80% of my true power to wipe him from this plane of existence." And Shishi was enraged by the competition, catching him off guard. He hadn't felt the energy until their mirror broke. Colin felt the same energy surge and knew Ray must have gotten the spirit from whatever got him his position. Colin felt it was desperation on Ray's part, remembering their duel with the same surge of energy. The mirror was one of their aces in the hole, and now it didn't work. They were pressed to a real fight. They had prepared for Colin, not Pierce. That was the difficulty with planning in Colin's mind. You were left to improvise regardless. "No deal. I have an idea. I got this." Colin refused Shishi's offer. Ray pressed into Colin with honor, hoping to distract him from service as the undertow to wound Colin. Colin sensed the blade, allowing Ray to release the full brunt of his attack. Colin stepped upon the blade, allowing it to hurl him into the vaulted ceiling, nearly 3 stories above. Colin flew into the air, wishing he could have even a glimmer of this against his father or even Obana. All he could see in his father's eyes were love and regret for his psychopathic son, refusing him to use his full power or hardly any. Where did I go wrong as a father? I loved you so much. Colin repressed the thoughts, using the air to redirect his body as it reached the ceiling, turning upside down. Colin squatted against the ceiling, then kicked off. His body burst into flames like a craft, re-entering the atmosphere. Its blades crossed the guard and sliced through whatever Ray attempted to enact against him. Even with Colin's impact emanating, his left hand remained beneath his hip, attempting to guard in a desperate and open stance. Ray relied upon his partners to strategize a rescue for him. Colin had different plans. The lighter man, the runner, jumped before Ray, releasing an icy wind, hoping to slow Colin's imminent collision. 50% total. Let's blow through these boys and get Piercy. Now. Colin immediately ignited into a supernova a few feet away from impact. Years in the making. Ray closed his eyes, praying under his breath, causing Colin and Shishi both irritation. Ray began to grow as well, his body filled with muscles. The hairs on his body began growing as he developed into a Sasquatch, making the great swords look like daggers. The suit's material stretched with his body while keeping its form. Ray looked up with deep purple eyes as the uncle of Urdu looked up at what became of his brother Shishi, seeking redemption from a battle hundreds of millions of years ago. Seeking redemption from a battle hundreds of millions of years ago still unanswered. Gemini met service and honor. Ray's knees began to buckle from the force of the supernova crushing him into the foundation, his feet breaking through the wooden floors. Colin's supernova struck like a missile, destroying the foyer and sending the servants and occupants screaming around the house. Ray's new form allowed him to hold his stamps through the sheer heat sapped him of his stamina and energy. The fur around him only added to his agony. His fur began to burn, lighting in flames, burning right to the skin. Ray's wounds began innately creating peat moss from the ankle of Urdu. Lichen and fungi began proliferating, and soon the wound had scabbed shut. Anki, is that truly you? And Shishi asked himself, unable to decide who inhabited Ray's spirit. Colin smirked, redirecting his body and parrying Ray's guard. Colin flipped his body upside down. His force shot him down Ray's massive back. Gemini ripped through Ray's back, tearing the enchanted suit. Colin broke straight through the floor and cement foundation beneath it. He broke down 3 more levels, chasing after Pierce's energy, unable to feel the foundations breaking before him. Ray yelped, standing his ground for his troops' morale, seeing the regime leader stand tall. Ray's body began to overgrow, continuing around his body to cover the room. Ray's giant frame sat in meditation as a new formation took form. The heavy and the runner began sealing the truck-sized hole in the floor of the wax and permafrost. They needed to regroup for Colin's inevitable re-entry. Ray sat in meditation as the overgrowth began to consume the entire room. The wooden panels began growing moss and fungi. The walls followed, and then the ceiling. The runner released his ice stance and began releasing water around the new growth, watering the Lord Commissioner. The heavy unlocked his stance, releasing carbon dioxide at rapid rates. The foyer turned into an urban jungle, removing any home field advantage the Gregors may have had. Ray stood up and marveled at his plan, the rainforest technique. Their numbers meant more in an environment demanding stealth. Ray, however, did not sit idle. As Colin went low in search of Pierce, Ray went high, rushing up the main staircase. He left those two to delay and detain Colin and Pierce as he continued with the true purpose of his visit. Ray lumbered up the booming steps. Lady Guitar! Lady Guitar! A young girl in an orange silk dress and a yellow linen shawl looks at the giant hairy man with childlike wonder. Her ears had 14-karat diamonds, and a pearl necklace draped her dainty neck. She was the spitting image of her father with his mother's rumored beauty. Whoa. What are you? Do you want to play tea party? The girl asked. Madam, I cannot stop for tea. I must rescue Lady Guitar and her daughter. Ray announces, a second voice bellowing beneath his own. Where can I find her? Are you a homewrecker? My dad says people who ask about Mom are usually homewreckers. She giggled, having no real idea what she was saying, but feeling clever for knowing. I was a homewrecker, and now I seek to restore and rebuild the lost kingdom. Your mother is the only one who can do that. Maya will fall without Marsha Guitar's leadership. She can no longer stay in Nadia. The mission was given to me by her remaining family. Ray had tears coming down his eyes as he spoke to the girl. The words pained him to say, Haley, get away from him. Marcia began shrieking, the room growing deathly cold. Haley, come to Mother, Haley. Haley froze in place, too scared to move. The man seemed endearing compared to her mother's wicked howling, sending fear through the room. Haley fell, curling inside a ball, knowing what would soon come from her mother. The fight she saw with her father and mother made her pity the stranger. Marcia pointed at Ray, sending a shard of ice clean through Ray's throat before he could say another word. Ray reached out wildly as blood pumped down his neck. He tried to lift himself, but a chain of water wrapped around his throat and arms, binding him down. Marcia's body lost its form as the wave of water washed over Haley painlessly as she reformed on the other side, clawing into Ray's throat. She pushed them off with her stilettos, leaving Ray on the floor in a puddle of his blood. "Mama, he said he wanted to rescue you. He said Mayor would fall without you. He said family sent him," Haley reported anxiously, trying to catch her breath as her mother cried over her. "What baby? Mayor? Or will Mayor fall? That's about Colin's twisted family. Maya. Did you mean Maya?" Marcia asked, wiping away Haley's tears and kissing her on the forehead. "I don't know. The giant said your family sent him," Haley cried, hugging her mother's cold body. "Never trust your father's friends. Let's go." Marcia remembered the advice her father had given her. She wishes she had listened as a girl. "I can't leave without my things." The poor girl had rarely left the manor besides school, theaters, and restaurants. To say she never left Naka would be an understatement. Ray began to rise, and his wounds were cauterized with the wicked burning sap. Without his partners to assist his technique, he could only heal enough to keep himself alive. Ray took a knee, still around 6 foot tall after the growth. He bowed his head as low to the ground as he could. I apologize, Marcia," Ray pleaded. "Yet here you are, promoted for slaughtering my family with my bastard husband. How dare you lie to my daughter?" Marcia lost herself as her guardian spirit concocted a way to capitalize upon the situation. Marcia moved her hand faster than Haley could see. Haley saw the giant man's head nearly leave its neck instantly. The disc of poison was so thin yet potent that it sliced with surgical precision. His 30-inch neck had more resistance than she could have predicted. The spirit had hoped to clean the man's head from his neck. He used his last bit of life to rush the same healing technique from before. Marcia secured his victory by dousing Ray in corrosive ethophon to stymie his recovery. She finally sealed his body in a block of solid ice, sending him straight back down the stairs. The only thing he was right about was getting out of here. There are very powerful energies surging around the house. I came to find you and take you to the safe room. I can feel Colin's energy from my study. We must go before your father or one of his men finds us. Marcia tried to tug Haley along too quickly. The girl was too scared to talk. She reached out for her mother to hug her but screamed when Marcia tried to carry her. "Haley, we are in danger. We must fly like doves back to Maya if any of my family still remains but your brother. The kingdom is still there. We'll be safe in Maya. Mommy and Daddy won't fight anymore. Let's go." Marcia tried to reason with her. Haley knew her mother was right, but leaving Naka with her mother, who nearly killed the man, left her stunned. Her mother had always appeared so meek and docile until she was angry. So quickly. She could have done the same to her father the entire time, but didn't. There was so much Haley wanted to say, ask, and do now. All she managed was crying out of frustration and trauma. Marcia unclasped her necklace and prayed over its blue kyanite stone to protect her daughter from deceit. "Haley, my love, I leave you my most sacred item. This is my most important necklace. Protect it as I have protected you. Wear it and it will always keep you safe." Haley stood in awe as her mother placed the necklace around her neck, kissing Haley on the forehead. Marcia snatched Haley up and ran her to the playroom nearby, where 2 scared attendants sat with tea and snack cakes to last a day or 2. Marcia took one final look at her daughter, knowing it would likely be the last time they saw each other, unsure what Colin would create in her absence. At least she would have all the amenities a girl could want or need. Maybe she would never learn there was more to life. Marcia felt selfish for leaving Haley. She kept telling herself everything she could ever want was in the Gregor. She kept trying to tell herself everything she could ever want was in the Gregor manor, though the same could be said of Maya. Maya needed guidance and direction. She closed her eyes and closed the door, sealing the door shut with a block of ice strong enough to hold for 2 days. Hopefully Colin will be a good father. Marcia placed her finger to her forehead, sensing the energy signatures around the manor. It was primarily concentrated in the foyer, with 2 strong signatures rushing through the lower levels. She'll take the exit through her garden. She could tell no one where she was going. The servants all made it clear that their loyalty was to Colin. As much as they may love Marcia, Colin had their souls. Marcia flew down a lesser-used section of steps. Everyone loved walking up the grand stairway, taking each of the 30 arduous steps before climbing around 20 inches in either direction. Marcia used an older wooden staircase from the original construction of the manor. She had been visiting the manor since she was 3 years old. Haley was only a year older than she was back then. At least then it was only visiting. Marcia spent her entire life traveling to meetings, diplomatic negotiations, boarding schools, and festivals. She doesn't remember ever spending as much time consecutively in Maya or Nadia as she had in Naka these past 5 years after giving birth. She had nearly lost hope of ever sitting upon her throne with Colin's ego unable to see a queen by his side. Marcia ran into her garden, finally looking at her wondrous creation. She spaced a moment to lift her hand, using the blessed waters from the fountain to water her plants. Marcia could nearly hear the plants singing their goodbyes to their mother. She ran her hands along the garden, remembering her time, reading and developing her powers. Sadly, she had to trust Colin wouldn't burn it to the ground. Marcia felt weak. The idea of abandoning her child with Colin, loathing the man who killed her lovers and her family. It was Colin's way. The harder he was pushed, the more of a point he made about returning harder. He would likely care for the garden, and Haley out of some vain sense of spite to prove her wrong. Goodbye, my darlings. Grow larger and consume the manor. You may not be well cared for, so you must care for yourselves. I love you. Marcia says her goodbyes, creating a cloud from her tears. She wiped her tears, sitting in the cloud dense enough to ride. She imagined riding away daily, but couldn't, for Haley's sake. Watching her daughter grow more and more like Colin by the day was unbearable. Her fear of losing her daughter wouldn't stop her from losing her home region. She would return for Haley once her affairs in Maya were settled. If Haley ever grew bored of Naka, she would always have a place in Maya. She may not know her mother when she arrived, but she'll have a place. Marcia flew away, relieved she had more books and guitar than the Gregors had bought in centuries. Those she could leave behind. Maybe Haley will read them, and care for the garden, and warm her father's cold heart. She's too young to finish her reading lessons. Marcia began to cry at the idea of her daughter growing up illiterate. Marcia closed her eyes, muttering her tears under her breath. The cloud grew in size, carrying her clean across the night sky through the south, away from the moon. She had already reached the great distance across Gregor territory, expecting to rush the Maya quicker. She had already reached the great distance across Gregor territory, expecting to rush the Maya. The Gregors. Meanwhile, in the manor, the Gregors had joined the fray, taking on the 2 Rottweilers within the dense forest. Pierce had been forced to restrict his gas and acid abilities as they only served to feed the plants. In turn, they poured out more oxygen. A single spark could blow the entire manor. Pierce noted even he might not survive at ground zero. Perhaps he could start the circle of life in his bedroom in time to save him. There would be no telling when he would need to activate it. Pierce fought so cautiously that Colin felt as though he was fighting alone while Pierce clung to his own life. Their opponents fought out of the range of his swords with such expertise, even Colin began to lose faith. Without using his fire, his bargain was null. He was fighting to preserve his wealth. Then he began to piece together what Ray's plan revolved around. Colin's foolish pride set out against him. Colin accepted the tactical defeat and fell right into Ray's plan. He snapped his fingers, creating a smoke bomb, abandoning the fight to recover his energy. Colin fled to the adjoining dining room, jumping out the window to catch his breath outside. And Shishi, how can I fight without fire? Colin asked. Lightning will not incite oxygen, but it could start a fire. You could use smoke. Enough smoke will suffocate the plants and maybe even those two dogs of Urdu. And Shishi masterminded. Gonna charge me for that too, Colin muttered. Colin lifted his hands to the window, hoping his servants had managed to flee by now, yet no one was inside. There were many safe rooms within the house, they all knew. He hoped for the best. Smoke at the first floor, but soot and brimstone. Smoke began pouring into the foyer forest as two regulators hunted for Pierce. Without the Lord Commissioner's wisdom, they fought at an experience gap of centuries, and against forces more potent than they had previously thought existent. The foyer felt as though it was growing larger. The Heavy swore he heard children laughing. The Heavy kept murmuring about how he saw his wife running around. He screamed for her whenever he saw her, but his wife had died in a car accident years ago. As more smoke poured in, the hallucinations grew far more severe. They heard voices differently. The previously uninhabited forest now appeared to have animals and large creatures they hadn't planned. The two clutched each other as their brains' fear levels began to override everything. When Pierce revealed himself, they no longer saw the older man in a dapper crimson suit. Instead, Pierce had pale green skin with a frail carapace and wrinkled skin. He wore a moose head on his shoulders with a rune across his body in white paint, holding an enormous rod with a goat's head. Come now, my children, and I will show you the truth of the universe. Pierce smiled wildly, waving them forward to follow him. He turned his back entirely, letting go of his guard and turning his back ambling. Where are you taking us? The runner asked. You came seeking, right? I'll take you to what you sought. All you must do is breathe deeply. Take in the pure air. Pierce exhales a deep smoke, inhaling, and a purple fume leaves his nostrils. They both clung to Pierce for guidance, seeing themselves as children. As they inhaled the mind-numbing neurotoxin, the regulators walked through the jungle thickets of their creatures as Pierce created a grand illusion, leading them both outside the front door and deep into the forest and closing the Gregor Manor from outsiders. The Heavy looked down, appearing to be a child wearing his bicycle helmet, his shaggy jet-black hair from either side. He rubbed snot from his button nose, crying as he saw the tanks from his childhood creeping closer and closer to his villages, as women and children screamed around him. You both have been very good boys. I thank you for helping me so graciously. Now please, look into the reflecting river. Look deep into the river and find the truth. Pierce waved them toward the rushing waters of the only river in Naka. I joined the regime to save those people, but they're all gone. The Heavy reminisced about the days the regulators came to his village and the decades he's committed to becoming a Rottweiler. Your dear family are there, my boy. Look into the river. Now you must save them from themselves. Return to them. The Heavy saw the shaman encouraging him to the river. It's just a damn river, Lieutenant Yunin. Your armor will drown you. It's a mind trick. Snap out of it, bro. The runner shouted as his wife tried tugging him along. Oxygen poured into the runner's lungs faster, clearing his lungs of debris. After a few loogies of that toxic spit, he began clearing out his system. His partner had no luck with the same as the effects worsened. The fatty deposits in the Heavy's body clung to the toxins, pouring the toxins through his neuroreceptors. The horror was becoming a reality for his body by the second as the brain could not tell the illusion from reality. It was as if he was living out a movie without delta waves paralyzing his body, leaving one to act out anything his mind's reach. The runner broke free of the hallucinations. He saw the headlong left the manor. Pierce's eyes met the runner's with a twisted grin. Their crimson suit was untouched. My dear child, it's the dastardly captain who gave the order to destroy your village. Don't you want to redeem your people? Pierce couldn't be blamed for trying, pointing Lieutenant Lunan against the runner. I'm only a child. I can't fight them. The heavy began bawling his eyes out, backing up to the river. Unan, you're a man now. Screw the regime. Fight for yourself. Snap out of it before you die. The runner screamed. Toodles, boys. Pierce evaporated into thin air, turning into a cloud and rushing off. The runner began after escaping the cloud. He ran face first into a bumped wall and raised his energy to radiate his aura. Colin was freeing himself out of the mud before it collapsed. The heavy's mental training didn't begin until he entered the Rottweilers. He fought his existentialism, matched with being under complete mind control. The runner tried more to reason with his partner. Your name is Sander Unan. You are from Jasper, Rakuta, and Urdu. Your mother's name was Monica Waring, and your father was Blue Spade of the Unan tribe. Remember! Unan covered his mouth with a molten hot seal over his mouth and nose before jumping into the river. Sander Unan looked upon his partner, the only thing of any clarity. The runner dashed through the river, extending his hand to his partner. Unan reached out. A small bubble left his palm, growing as the runner approached. The bubble encapsulated him, and he began returning to the manor's building. Unan closed his eye, accepting he had become a danger to the mission, and to his people, accepting his death. The raging rivers beat and carried his body, then pinned him against large rocks. The current smashed into his body. The runner watched in horror as he floated back to the manor. He needed to meet up with the Lord Commissioner. The bubble popped within the trees before meeting the entrance of the manor. He walked out of the forest, cautiously approaching the mansion, noticing the overgrowth in the foyer had died. The smoke was diffusing out of the home. The runner noticed the front door was wide open after crossing the enormous lawn. He peered inside a window, covering himself in the shrubbery. He looked up to the window, seeing the Lord Commissioner unconscious from the results of his transformation back to normal. The runner was the last man standing, faced with a simple retrieval mission. The Lord Commissioner only laid 50 feet away, 100 feet with a return trip. Simple. Simple. He began channeling his air abilities to enter his speed mode, when a hulking, fiery figure approached the window suddenly. The runner hid by the wall, his heart beating out of his chest, hoping he wasn't seen. I don't see anything, but I know I smell something. Do you have to be a cloud? You stink, man. Colin's voice roared, less than his voice. I'll have you know this is an odorless poison. The lad should have been back here by now. Pierce's disembodied voice addressed Colin. And she says you're scared Ray's gonna wake up. That's why you're gaseous. Did you enjoy missing my heroic battle against 3 of the regime's finest? I can truly smell your fear, Pierce. It's intoxicating. It's thick and musky. Just smelling the fresh human adrenaline makes me high. Colin inhaled deeply. The runner's heart beat as the bellowing steps grew closer. He hid behind a tree on the manicured acre of orchard upon the lawn. He needed a plan. He could hide nowhere in Gaia if he left the Lord Commissioner. He would be better off dying than leaving him. He was 200 feet away now to mask his sweating through his Kevlar. The runner breathed deeply and closed his eyes, channeling his energy in a cloak around him, negating the light displacement in his aura. It was one of his newest abilities, and he had yet to master it. The runner had one last-ditch effort to retrieve his Lord Commissioner. He walked quickly on the balls of his feet, not wanting to lose his breath or concentration. He went straight in for the Lord Commissioner, tiptoeing into the foyer. I guess he ran away. Pierce slowly materialized to end Colin's comments. Shame, Colin said. Colin quickly stopped, his eyes widening. The runner froze, believing he was spotted. He nearly choked in his spit, his body paralyzed by fear as Colin lumbered closer. A trophy. Colin casually walked past the runner to Ray's body. "You're sweating, Pierce. Are you well? Maybe you were better as a cloud. The smell is even worse now." Pierce ignored Colin's comments, watching Ray's body with caution. He looked over his shoulder to see if the runner had appeared. The old man half expected them both to burst into the door. Instead, their leader was here, nearly dead. His skin was losing color and nearly going hypothermic. Colin kneeled by the thawing block of ice encapsulating Ray. There was only one person he knew who could have done it. Colin could have won the whole regime in one night. Colin looked at his old friend, pained with compassion. He rolled his eyes, allowing his flames to melt the ice. Colin looked down in pity. He and Pierce were nearly at 100%, and Ray looked like he had fought a python. His head was barely on his shoulders, held together by gashes of foliage. "It looks like the lady's work. Where is Lady Gregor?" Pierce asked sharply, no longer feeling her energy present within their territory. "Ray, you'll die of hypothermia before I kill you. Tell me where my wife is. I'll have a doctor treat you and you can return to Urdu. Tell them the truth. You came and you lost." Colin smugly smiled, though it began to fade slowly. "A completely defensive infantry attack. Those are only for rescue missions. Where the hell is my daughter?" Ray laughed. "You know, Marcia nearly killed me, but my mission succeeded. I have no idea where she escaped to, and I don't want to know. I presume the child was with her. That wasn't to beat you, you lunatic. It was for redemption." Colin stood up in a silent rage, backing away from Ray. If he killed the Lord Commissioner, the entire Regulator army would be on his doorstep. His daughter and wife would be taken due to this guy. The jarhead who followed every order and every rule. Raymond Bradley Warren. Colin's whole life with Ray began to boil to this moment where Colin knew he would kill Ray and cause a world war. Mirror room! The runner dropped his veil, unleashing his most powerful maneuver. Thick permafrost walls encapsulated Pierce and Colin in an airtight 0-Kelvin room, the exact reflective mirrors from before. "Lord Commissioner, Union's MIA. We have to go. Now," the runner shouts. Ray wanted to finish it then and there, but looking at the horrified young man, he couldn't push him any further. Ray bowed his head, using his abilities to reinforce the capture technique. "Marcia Qatar has escaped. We have not lost. Let's get some steaks. I know the perfect place back home in Urdu." Ray pats the younger man's head with a cheeky smile. Ray escorts the younger man from the manor. The runner couldn't understand the Lord Commissioner's calm confidence under such pressure, as if he was looking at a true hero who would fight to the end, though the wounds around Ray's neck seemed worse than any injury the runner had ever seen. Still, the Lord Commissioner wore a smile, holding his head high. "Now, where's Union?" Ray asked. He jumped into the river. The runner pointed ahead into the forest. "Aren't we in luck? That's exactly where we need to go. Put some pep in your step, boy. Old boy Colin's gonna flip his top when he gets out. But he won't dare come to Urdu. Not for another fight, at least. Without Marcia under his thumb, he's looking at war against 3 regions. Maybe 4 with you." Ray tried to explain, but the runner could understand little of it. "You did well. Let's find Union and head home," Ray promises, patting the runner's head again. When they found Sander Union, he appeared to be passed out. The raging waters had knocked out the molten wax seal. "Would you rather we leave you to die or turn your coat?" Ray shouted. Union looked up faintly, then his head fell. "I never stood a chance, did I?" "You've never encountered a challenge before. That was my fault for not properly preparing you two. You two did perfectly. Blame me for the failures. You two focus on improving. It's an opportunity to close the gap between the men we must become and the men we are. You have the choice to come live with us, live to make a difference, or you can die because a couple of old men beat you up." "Help me." Unit spit out water, having no energy left of his own. Ray arranged the rocks blocking Unit from being shot straight into the ocean. He moved them to block the river's current. The runner sped in to lift Unit to his feet, helping him stand independently. Ray jumped down with them, creating a makeshift raft of wood for them to ride. They all climbed aboard. The runner sat down with Unit as Ray moved the stones to block the forest opening leading directly to them. The current lifted the raft, rushing them downstream from the Gregor Manor. The commissioner had chosen a small team for the operation very carefully. The fewer the team, the easier to ensure trust. They rode a few miles upon the river until they were in range to call for medical evacuation. They traveled a few more miles before meeting up with their evacuation helicopter. Colin battled himself in the mirror, attacking the wall ruthlessly, only to have his attacks returned with twice the force. Pierce sat in meditation, knowing a technique like this would eventually fall. Colin had no intentions of waiting it out, dodging his blow, a feint attack he had even given the mirror. He struck the feint away, delivering a final blow to shatter the ice only to discover a steel wall behind it. This isn't ice, Pierce sighed. Do you have any bright ideas? Colin sat in his butt, his flames extinguished from the sheer cold. Pierce smiled. You finally wish to sit and reflect. You talk to me as if I'm a child. Colin scrunches his face. To me, even your grandfather was a child. We were all fools, brash, prideful, angry, and violent. All but Maurice, a thinking and prudent man. He was bold, innovative, and altruistic, and had all the potential to elevate his family and the whole planet. Yet every Gregor of even remote potential is killed by his son, long before the father's work can be completed. Pierce prattled on in Colin's mind. Yes, my late great father, putting me back in the shadow doesn't help us. Colin stood examining the wounded wall reforming itself. This is ether. Your friend wished to deliver a similar message. A new way to fight without murder. We could have conceded this entire fight and fought litigiously. This battle could have been avoided. The Lord Commissioner and Lady of Maya have escaped. I didn't even know to expect an attack, or else I might have sensed his energy sooner. Do you understand my point? Pierce attempted to reason with him. The strategy was rehearsed and planned. Every step controlled by Ray. 2 soldiers with barely a chance of defeating us in singles combat allowed Ray to control an entire battle due to preparation and leadership. There is no I in team, Colin. There are, however, most certainly I's in authority, patriarchy, victory, and vicar. How can you try to lecture me right now? Marcia defended my home. I must return to my love. Colin knocked against the wooden wall. Follow my lead, and I'll show some teamwork. Colin took a few paces away from the wall. He began to concentrate his energy. The particles began to focus on a highly dense ray of magma drilling into the wall. Pierce observed, inhaling deeply behind Colin, releasing a hydrogen stream. Their combined abilities combust through the wall. Colin raised his hands over his head, creating plumes of molten lava into every mirror surrounding them. He then created a shield of dark energy to protect them from the returning attack. Pierce grounded himself, creating a far more powerful shield of butane, intensifying the molten energy and shattering the entire mirror room in a single explosion. Nice thinking, Piercy boy. Piercy boy? Colin cheers. Very good indeed. I will have Nathaniel make us hot cocoa and fetch some servants to clean up after us. A contractor will come in the morning to repair the floor and ceiling. Perhaps even the local lumberjacks and a gardener. Pierce looked around the foliage in disgust. Great idea. I could use some mini marshmallows in my life right now. I'll get Haley. Colin stretched out. For what? Pierce shot him a damning glare. To ensure my daughter is all right. All girls love hot chocolate, Colin defended himself. You will be a great man one day. If only you were more like your father. I pray you finish his work. Once you attend your daughter, find a woman your age, Colin. Pierce dismissed himself. Colin's head fell in shame as he walked into the freight elevator up to the 2nd floor. iced through the hall and gave him hope for Marcia being nearby. He instead found Haley's playroom sealed shut. He raised his flames, melting the ice and banging against the door. "Haley! Haley!" he called in a panic. "Are you okay? It's your daddy." "Daddy!" Haley cheered. "Join us. We're having a tea party." Colin's heart soared at her safety, soon sinking when he realized the life he had brought her into. Colin's heart soared at her safety, soon sinking when he realized the life he had brought her into of his lies and betrayals. The innocence and light of his daughter poured through the door. He sank by the door, guarding it as if he would guard his daughter. She would never leave him, and no one else will ever have her. Focus on the future. Ray returned to the Warren family's 300-year-old castle with its modern renovations. Here his family held their ground for 1,100 years of war. Ray had been born into an isolated family outside the family members who had military exploits, and the grand majority had never left the mountains for centuries, unless going into the territories below the mountain to which they have expanded. They saw no point for them to leave their territory. There were only people expecting the impossible while being depressed the impossible hadn't happened quickly enough. Ray could feel the entire world leave his shoulders when he returned to the compound. Anything needing resolution took a simple conversation. Before everyone being pulled together to solve it, one didn't need leadership, they needed each other. The world was the opposite of Ray's upbringing, as if they had never experienced living in a village or upon Gaia itself. The regime left a shadow of poverty expanding across Urdu. So few benefited from the war machine. For many below the mountains, most might have never lived outside of slavery or oppression over the centuries. They knew no other way of life. The warrings fought off the landowners and the lords poking around Urdu. They battled for 1,000 years until eventually gaining rights to their land. The family had lived upon only 20% of the land, and the other 80% was for wildlife and innocent towns once struggling for survival. Now protected by the Steel Warring Alliance when General Trey Gowdy Steele married Ray's sister. Outside his land of Rakuta, purchased in bloodshed, he knew no longer land where people lived free from the military or aristocrats. Ray returned to the humble castle built large enough to fit the first family. It has 10 bedrooms and 5 full bathrooms. Many bedrooms were for 5 or 3 children to share, usually growing up in that room. 2 or 3 families would share the house, wishing to raise their generations under one roof in a solidified home, how Papa Waring felt it should be, and they did to this day. He opened the door to an anxious teenager awaiting him. "Where have you been? I've been up all night waiting for you." Leslie, his 16-year-old niece, stomped her foot, tapping it fervently. "And you're injured? I hope you didn't forget the ice cream being out all night." "You left at 0500 this morning." "You'll make one hell of a wife one day, Leslie," Ray muttered, his eyes meeting the second child. The Moorish boy rolled his eyes, completely disinterested. Morgan, the Akroon boy Ray had been protecting. Morgan had been kept up all night by Leslie. Whenever he fell asleep on the couch in the living room area, she would turn up the television or kick him awake. Leslie was the only one furious. Morgan didn't react to her anxious energy, replacing it with their exclusivity to emotions. "See, he's alive. I'm going back to bed," the boy yawns. "Why are you leaving me now? You already made it the whole night." Leslie struck out her tongue. "I'm tired, Leslie. You woke me up to wait on a couch instead of in my bed." Morgan cut his eyes at her. "You have all this energy. You stay up and yell at him." Ray sat on a recliner chair, removed his boots, and let his feet breathe. He tosses his cash across the room to Morgan, who catches the 50-pound bag effortlessly before handing it over to Leslie. "Why is your bag so heavy and cold?" Leslie shrieked as she opened the duffel bag. "It's ice cream, a gallon of Rocky Road, and cookie dough. You got our favorites, Morgan." "Cookie dough? Are you serious? How did you know?" Morgan perked up to Ray's delight. "Do not eat the whole thing in one sitting. You'll get fat. Do not forget to brush your teeth after." Ray yelled, beginning to yawn, slowly drifting to sleep. Leslie put a finger to her lips, nudging Morgan into the kitchen to get bowls and spoons. Leslie climbed up on Morgan's shoulders to reach the cabinets. Leslie jumped off his shoulders, holding 2 bowls. She gave him the blue bowl, keeping the red one for herself. Did Uncle Ray seem bigger to you? I thought people stopped growing after puberty. He looked a foot taller, Leslie asked. Did you see the wound on his neck? Morgan asked. Did you see this ice cream? Leslie was thrilled, grabbing the most oversized spoon in the kitchen to scoop it out. We can keep talking once I eat. They were bad, Leslie. If you want to keep me up about something, who could have possibly done that to a Lord Commissioner? What could have happened? Morgan was perplexed. Even though they were the same age, Morgan had more time in the field than Leslie. Morgan became more discerning and curious. He noticed the little things. Leslie focused when needed. She couldn't understand Morgan, who needed to observe every bit and detail of something to exhaustion. He reminded her of a cat. Listen, buddy, life is like ice cream. It's great until it's gone. Leslie said. It was the end of the conversation, beginning to dig into her tub of ice cream. If you're going to eat half the tub of ice cream, all you needed was a spoon. Morgan watched in disbelief as she filled her bowl with a half-gallon of ice cream. I saw you looking at girls at school. You like thick girls, Morgan teased. I want to go to bed. It was a long night without you prattling on about marriage, Morgan groaned. I didn't say anything about marriage. It's a joke, Morgan. It's okay to smile. Your uncle thinks that steaks can fix anything. If steaks didn't fix it, then he didn't cook it right, Leslie concluded. Morgan scooped out 5 or 7 balls of ice cream before returning to his thoughts on the Lord Commissioner. He knew a few people on Gaia might have been able to challenge Ray Warren. The chances of running into Colin from Rakuta or New Haven seemed highly unlikely. You have that I won't stop until I figure this out face. Or is that your I have to poop face? Leslie scrunched her eyebrow, raising her shoulders to her face. Am I doing it right? Is this how you make that face? Morgan gritted his teeth. No. Then what? Oh, no, that's it. That's the face. Leslie laughed with her mouth filled with ice cream. With her meticulous spoonful, she would eat ice cream all night to her delight. Oh, look at me. I'm Leslie, he says, putting an entire spoonful of ice cream in his mouth. Hey, that's not funny. Leslie covered her mouth, unable to hide her smile. Morgan chuckled, regretting eating so much ice cream at once, at least taking his mind off his sorrows. Where were you two? I know you weren't buying ice cream all day. Why did he take you and not me? Because you eat half-gallons of ice cream instead of training, Morgan shrugged. Well, what happens if you won't tell me? I know when something is classified. I try to get my uncle to talk all the time, Leslie smiles. A lot more than I imagined possible. We might have been able to kill the patriarch tonight. I feel like your uncle doesn't think he can kill Colin. Colin's the richest guy on Gaia by, a lot. People get starstruck by billionaires. Try quadrillions. If you kill Colin, all his money goes into his wife or daughter, whoever's in his will. What? Why do you know all this, Leslie? Morgan asked, scooping his ice cream. I eavesdrop on my uncle all the time. And me, I presume, he interjects. I prefer looking at you. No one else here looks like you, and you're very handsome. Morgan's heart skipped a beat as he looked away, unable to speak. So Colin did that to my uncle? Maybe he's a butler guy, but he didn't seem like a fighter. More like a controller or support. No one could stand a chance with him, let alone do it. It had to be someone powerful. Morgan rubbed his chin with hopes of ascending beyond whoever had managed it. Leslie watched Morgan, grinning as she read his mind. He was always so focused. He was spending most of his time training or studying. Morgan left such little room for fun. She usually pulled him along on adventures he ended up saving her. If anyone could surpass her uncle, it was undoubtedly Morgan. If not, then she would have to surpass both. Morgan sighed, giving up his mental investigation. I'm going to bed. Okay, me too, Leslie said, cradling her bowl like a newborn baby. Morgan could barely leave the kitchen before Leslie stepped on his eyes and kept bumping on purpose the whole way to their bunk beds. Ray sat in the living room, snoring through the ceiling to the roof. Exhaustion had made him a lovely blanket and pillow. After a hard-fought battle and travel, he was out like a light. At moments in his life, he felt limited in saving the world. He had a deep peace knowing he was training the next generation to replace him. Morgan and Leslie would redeem his failures. He knew it and prayed for it. Leadership brought great responsibility and pressure. Exhaustion, pure holistic exhaustion, brought upon great rest. Ray slept with a smile, knowing his mission had been accomplished. He wondered why these people, great wealth, never truly helped the world. Dynamic duo. Smiley O'Reilly, how did it all work out for you? Leslie caught Morgan changing his gear in the barracks. He had gotten off the shuttle from a mission near the blurring border between Urdu and Nadia, stricken by poverty and famine in the evolving world. He had been deep in the forest for 2 weeks. A wolf with a squadron to protect the village negotiating for protection from the regime seemed fishy. Morgan looked up weakly, then his head fell in anguish. She was the last person he wanted to see right now. His time in Urdu half made him grow strangely quiet. Where 1 month, a year, and 3 months each time, he returned more distant, self-absorbed, and violent. Leslie's one of the few people who can get close to him. You look awful. You need a nap and some food. Leslie tried to laugh it off, but he wasn't budging. Morgan grunted. Go away. Leslie paused before she continued. He was sitting alone in the male barracks. It was late enough in the year that most men were away at home. She had been waiting for him before taking leave back to the Warren compound for the weekend. Morgan often sought solace in solitude, but the past few years had been too extreme for Leslie. Leslie wondered what could have happened out there. She knew better than to ask directly. When a stoic got emotions, it was like cracked glass holding back the ocean. She stepped a bit closer as his eyes were laser-focused on her as she circled him. His body began reacting, and she stopped dead, holding her hands. Whoa, I was only gonna hug you. I missed you, Morgan. My roommate Tanya cooked beef stew and fresh bread tonight. Will you at least join us for dinner? Morgan let out a sigh, relenting his conditioning and warrior spirit. He let her see the emotional scars. This was still blood on his skin, but Morgan had no wounds. He no longer dealt with it so casually. His detachment delivered dissociation from his perspective of self. He often felt like something higher controlled his movements and mind. Moments like this one, he knew it was entirely down to pure volition. He was too strong to cry, suffocating to death from his willpower. All his time was spent in the field or meetings, giving his advice with the rank of senior captain. He expected things to get easier, for the world to become more peaceful and for solutions to become more straightforward. He was on his last leg emotionally, an area he never paid much mind to and never studied beyond psychology. He had no way of helping himself as desperately as he wanted. He would be 16 soon, exhausted most of the time. Sleep never came easy. He would be up for days before eventually dropping in a narcoleptic coma wherever he was. Approaching him about it was like flipping a switch. He was as likely to walk away from you as he was punching you. Leslie couldn't help but see the scars. The change came like a laceration. He left and came back differently. When he came, the changes to his schema were so sudden and permanent. Her father explained that these missions were to harness and guide his power correctly, but he disagreed with the method. Ray seemed powerless over the process. Neither knew much about what happened to him or what was happening. Leslie was in the dark entirely. The Lord Commissioner was in a position of power 100 years ago. Now it came with the most bureaucratic red tape and responsibility. He was reluctant to show favoritism to his niece. It was even harder to show favoritism to his own ward. Due to his training, Leslie doesn't remember the last time they could spar. Those changes were long, like a breeze, and became accepted over time, like watching the boy she knew disappear before her eyes. It's a shame all the work you do for the regime that you get back to the academy to be treated like an outcast. The way you're acting, the mission must have been bad. Leslie had learned how to get her father and uncle to open up about their war regrets. Never thought of it, he muttered. Do you have a point? I'm happy you came home, Captain Ellys. Leslie tried to approach him in a way he might respond. Gratis, cadet. Good to be home. He recites with a detachment to his words. Are you home? Leslie asks. My dad says. I don't care what your dad says. What do you want, Leslie? Morgan sits up, roaring. Lights flick on down the hallway until they recognize the voice and turn it back off. Leslie stood her ground. His face was stuck expressionless as she screamed on the inside. I want honesty. I want to be your confidant. I'm here for you. Morgan wrestled with her words. You're in the academy, so you don't have to be in the field. When you join the military, then maybe you'll understand. Until then, focus on the books. Don't ask. Leslie rubs his temples. You're very tense. I only want to know what you want to share. I'll listen when you're ready to tell me, Morgan. Morgan stared at her in pain. Confusion wrung his lips into a frown. A part of him wanted to tell her everything. Most of him wanted to let it all pour out. Letting one's mind or emotions flow had gotten difficult. Missing his memories. What Colin put him through worked so well for the pain that he tried continuing. He picked up the practice of wiping his regret and grief clean like a flash drive, saving his nightmares for the comas, forcing him to wake from death's cousin. Morgan could trust so few people with his mind. He wanted to give it all to Leslie, but he knew he didn't know where to begin. He felt the need to protect her, especially from himself. Morgan tried letting out what he could. I wanted to die, Leslie. I'm tired of this. I can't do it anymore. It's driving me crazy and I can't even sleep. Everyone keeps messing with me or outright ignoring me. I hate this place. He twists the faucet shut, expecting Leslie to run if he continues or gets into how he feels. Leslie hugged him, squeezing him tight, clinging to him. She tries to hold back her tears from him, unable to stop herself from leaking. I hate it for you too. You can stay at my place tonight. Morgan held her tight to his chest. His eyes grew watery, refusing to cry for fear he couldn't stop. Leslie pulled his chin down, kissing him deeply. They parted for a moment to wipe each other's tears. Thank you. Morgan kissed her forehead. Leslie assured him, I'm always here for you. My dorm is only 5 minutes away. Morgan never knew how to classify Leslie. He found any woman's attraction or fanaticism with him absurd at best. There was a couple who proved different. He spoke to so few people that it was hard to know what he thought honestly. Leslie felt she knew him as no other could. She had fought and killed him. He saved his life and nursed his wounds. He no longer came back bleeding. His scars could no longer be fixed with antiseptic and stitches. They were deep inside of him, being dug into and unraveled every day. She was his back, and though he never knew it, he was her heart. Leslie knew her uncle, the Lord Commissioner, would separate them if he ever found out. Morgan spent many years refusing to be near her or her friends. He returned to talking to people only after buying land and visiting Nadia. He would leave for a month or two, a year at a time, to be away from Urdu. Once the higher-ups discovered his stipends and funding were being put towards private property, the meetings began, chewing up his time and secluding him from Urdu. The ones who spent their time around him in Urdu called themselves lunatics or lunas for short. He wasn't alone in his thoughts. He was with an obsessed horde of misfits and outcasts. He protected them from the hazing and brutality of the regime. His rank and power set him in a seat of influence. It always hurt Leslie. He would rather be alone or surrounded by lost souls than with her. They arrived at the women's dormitory, a recently renovated condominium, while the men's dormitory could be funding. Most stayed in the barracks. A few students qualified for the villas. They were the ancient imperial suites for the proudest officers of the regime. Morgan had been granted a villa suite but was always away. He was never able to move out of the barracks. Leslie notes, we're in L82, but it's too dark to see the letters. This is building M here, so L is there? L80 through 90 is right there. He points ahead to the brick buildings. Leslie could see nothing but a street light, revealing a few town cars and sedans for the students to rent out. She wondered how he was able to see so clearly in the dark. He must have had night vision. Following his direction as they walk up the steps of the L building, Morgan paused for a moment as if something disturbed him. "What's wrong, Wolfie O'Reilly?" Leslie asked. "You didn't hear that?" "It must have been my mind. I guess I finally went crazy after those past 2 missions." Morgan rubbed his chin. "No, I do hear that. A guy is screaming for help." Leslie turned around, looking for a location. "Guess we gotta handle that, huh?" Morgan yawned, stretching out loud. "We have security guards. You're not at war anymore, Morgan." Leslie rubbed his shoulders. "I understand if you're scared, Leslie. It is late. You're probably worried about monsters." Morgan smirked. "I am not afraid. Let's go right now. It has been a while since I've had a mission." Leslie gulped. "Help someone! Please help us!" a group screamed in unison as their pleas grew closer. "Let's move out," Morgan calmly orders as he leaps from the ledge, rolling to his feet and running to danger. "It's been so long since I tried this. Why do you have to be so extra?" Leslie looked over the ledge in shock. She gulped, never liking heights. She raised her hands, creating a grassy knoll from the lawn below. She ran down it to catch up with Morgan. The knoll fell back to the ground. As Leslie began getting closer to the direction Morgan was running in, she saw Morgan running straight toward her, followed by 4 cadets. "Leslie, we need a wall!" Morgan shouts. Before she could finally understand him, she saw him running past her. The cadets had fear in their eyes. Leslie could hear the ponderous footsteps chasing after them. She closed her eyes and lifted her hands, using the cement pathway beneath her to create a wall. She dug her feet into the ground, ready for impact. The cement began to crack as their pursuers smashed against the cement wall. Leslie felt the shockwave surge straight through her body. She would have been knocked straight to the ground if she hadn't raised the cement around her feet like boots standing in the sand at the beach, battling the waves in undertow, trying to drag her down as the creature beat against the wall. Morgan couldn't stand to see Leslie holding the wall alone. He looked at the cadets, utilizing the little information he had from the students who were younger than themselves, terrified to their core and sweating through their blue uniforms. He looked over their suits where there were sashes around their arms. 2 had deep red sashes. He instantly identified them as terrakinetics. The other 2 had a blue and green. All he could catch was a glance, turning back to the action where the cement began to meet his limits. "You 2, reinforce the wall. You 2, to me, prepare for battle. Stay back and give support. Now!" He sent 2 with red sashes forwards. They wondered how he realized they were terrakinetics. The boy and girl with red sashes looked at each other, confused about how he knew. They couldn't use cement, but created a second wall of natural stone behind the cement wall. Leslie created a cement wall behind the stone, giving them 3 layers of protection. "What on Gaia is that thing? What the hell were you all up to?" Morgan snapped. "It's our pet. It was, but we let it go when it got too big. We wanted to see if it remembered us, but it seems not." The boy with the blue sash sighed. Morgan looked up and saw the full moon, feeling his body begin to vibrate. He then looked at the wall as the beast began slamming even harder. "How long ago did you release it?" Morgan imagined it had to be years ago. "A day or 2, the girl spoke up. "How long did you have it?" Morgan seemed shocked, looking once more to the moon. "It started acting weird a week or 2 ago, and then it flipped out," the boy responded. "We only had it for a month, and now it's freaking out." "I read of these rodents that grew 10 times their size under a full moon. Where did you get it?" "An old man gave it to us in the woods. We were hiking, and then it got dark." The girl hugged her shoulders. "Do you know how to do poison yet?" Morgan asked either the boy or girl. The boy says, "I know how to do gust and whirlwind. I can shoot a water jet sometimes. I've been working on it." The girl pokes her index fingers. The girl pokes her index fingers together, letting out water splatter. "What are your names and years, cadets?" he asked far more authoritatively, needing them to understand the severity of the battle. "I am Amiga, 2nd year." She stood tall and saluted, sucking up her tears, still wanting to cry. Morgan pats the girl on the shoulders before shouting, "How's it going, Leslie?" "I should have trained more. This thing broke through the first wall." Leslie winced. Leslie slides back, abandoning the first wall, creating a 4th and reinforcing it with her remaining energy. "Dustin Kinnan, 1st year," he saluted a bit slower, wondering why this guy was screaming at him. "You're like, a year older than me, right?" Morgan pointed to the wall as a giant whiskered muzzle began chewing through the 3rd cement wall. "It's like a backhoe," Morgan groaned. "Miga, perform your basic training regimen. I'll save your life and mine. Dustin, whenever someone's in danger, get them out with your whirlwind. Run support, Morgan ordered. He turned to take point, hopping in place a few times before taking a jogging start. His aura armored him in the armor of divine moonlight, sprinting to full speed, screaming, "Drop the wall!" Leslie and the Terrakinetics fell back, lowering their hands. A small amount of their energy was restored as part of his plan. The creature swung wildly as the wall lowered, missing it entirely with full force enough to spin it around. The creature swung wildly at the wall lowered. As the wall lowered. The creature swung wildly as the wall lowered, missing it entirely with enough force to spin itself around. The were-rodent stood about 7'5", hissing and chattering as it observed its surroundings. Morgan was caught off guard by its sudden passivity. Morgan allowed himself to let his guard down for a moment, and the rodent slashed. Morgan shifted his right arm, taking its claws straight on as it pierced his armor and grabbing his bicep with its claws. Morgan's eyes glow red as he screams in rage. Morgan drove his left fist into the sternum of the rodent, keeping it near with its claws. Morgan struck again, driving his fist once more into its sternum. Morgan wished he had seen the beast better as its massive mouth opened. Aya appeared by his side, sliding in for a low-leg sweep kick, knocking the were-rodent off balance. Morgan's arm was released, allowing him to dash back. Destin waved his arms, creating a whirlwind to knock the creature open. Morgan used the extra acceleration to leap for the finishing blow, double stomping the rodent in the sternum. Morgan hopped off. "Restrain it!" "With what material? The walls wouldn't hold. Why would a cage?" Leslie asked. "Not a cage. Not for what I have planned. We need to get the were-rat back to the woods, if it's possible. If it's possible to release him back into nature, he becomes Gaia's problem, not ours." As the creature moved, Morgan said, "Great. Stand back." Leslie looked in shock as he raised his hands, wondering what he was doing. When they were kids, he had no attunement. As he lowered his hands, a gravity pulse pulverized the were-rodent, imprinting it into the cement. Morgan falls to his knees after the massive energy loss, looking on with a smile, satisfied with his work as Leslie entangled the beast in vines. Morgan stood, motioning for Leslie to move out of the way. Leslie wanted to ask another question, but knew better than to test a man with PTSD and red eyes. He raised his hands again, dropping another gravity shock wave stronger than the last. He grounded himself, taking a deep inhale and finding a second wind. "It's out cold. Cover it so it can't see the moon," Leslie. "It's out cold. Cover it so it can't see the moon," Morgan screams. "Be sure to hold it tight." "Roger." Leslie and the Terrakinetics trio cheered, combining their efforts to seal the beast tighter. Morgan sat on his butt, supporting himself with his hands behind his back, watching as they sealed the rodent in stone. Leslie wrapped a seal around its muzzle so it could breathe, but couldn't open its jaw. Aya walked up to him and Dustin sighed, following after her. "What element did you use? Was that an air technique?" Dustin asked, curious. "I would love to add that to my arsenal." "Do you have a girlfriend?" I asked. "I'm no one worth dating. Love eludes me. I lack trust and compassion. I'm an ether kinetic. I guess I'm still learning as well. I have some moves I'm practicing, but I'm still learning a lot. I didn't realize I had my powers until... Until what?" "He just paused," Dustin asked. Morgan drifted off, gritting his teeth. He let out a deep breath, laying on his back and staring at the moon. Ether's the material between heaven and under the firmament. Between the atmosphere and Gaia, it's the bridge between the sun and the moon. Ether connects everything. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I love it." Aya sits next to him. Morgan moves his arm, sitting up and scooting away. "Not right now." Morgan moves his arm, sitting up and scooting away. "Not right now." "You don't fight like you have an element. You fight like a warrior," Dustin notes, stepping back, not liking the energy radiating from Morgan. "I learned to survive without too many tricks up my sleeve. I prefer a straight-up fight over reliance upon even my weapons. It's not good to compensate for personal weakness with energy or guns." Morgan regained his composure, reminding himself of his beliefs before standing. Do you think my Mew is okay?" The tear-connected boy asks, walking up to Morgan. I'm spent and I'm starving. The tear-connected girl also sits down. Morgan sighed, trying to be respectful as he walked past them. Leslie looked over at Morgan, who hadn't regained his guard. He was so focused and determined the way Morgan took command in such a high-pressure situation. She stared at him, biting her lip as Morgan approached her. He had grown 30 years and 3. It seemed like yesterday they were kids playing in the mountains. Right now, he was a different person entirely. Do you think he'll hold? Morgan asked. I would be surprised if it didn't, Leslie replied. There's bedrock about 20 meters deep. The academy is built on top of the ancient stone tunnels. They're directly under our feet. If you can get under and around them, the bedrock might hold until midnight. Morgan slapped her in the butt. Captain Ellys, Leslie gasped. I'm just saying good job. Morgan looked confused. Morgan jumped as Aya slapped him on his butt. I've been in the tunnels before for a field trip. The guide says the tunnels are strong but structurally sensitive. We could risk toppling numerous tunnels. You're Morgan Ellys. Terra-kinetic boy walked up. Pablo Leon, 2nd year. Put it there, pal. Leslie rolled her eyes at the fan service, taking a few steps away. She closed her eyes, kneeling on the ground, taking in a deep breath, feeling beneath the surface. She could feel the minerals, metals, and remnants of Gaia. Leslie could feel the tunnels of clay, marble, and stone for miles, barely reinforced by wood and brick. It was resting peacefully atop the bedrock, relying upon the bedrock. To move the bedrock was to destroy the entire structure. It wasn't worth the risk. Leslie stood, shaking her head. What's wrong? Pablo slipped away to ask Leslie. She's right. The tunnels are resting on the bedrock. There's an entire city down there, Morgan. There's an entire city down there. Morgan, is it even possible if it's getting up from what you did? Leslie stood up. I don't think we're in a race against time anymore, but I want to go to bed. I don't want to be out here all night over a rat. The stone won't hold until morning, so pitch some ideas to get this thing back to the woods. There's only one way to ensure it doesn't get up. Morgan rubbed his neck, observing the stone tomb. The muzzle seemed to be snoring. You're going to kill my pet? Aya cried. Morgan rolled his eyes, wondering what Aya thought she was in the academy to learn. I need to rest in a good bed tonight. Welcome back again, Leslie commented. Morgan broke a smile at her, blushing for a moment, or a nice couch more than likely. What do you think happened, Captain? Leslie asked again. Do you see the full moon right now? My powers are heightened under a full moon, so I thought, why wouldn't it be different for this thing? There's no way it got that big off of milk and vegetables, Morgan quipped. Dustin was shocked G.I. Joe had a sense of empathy. His parents sent him to the academy for a good education and discipline. He chuckled at how quickly Morgan broke his character, trying to figure out if he was crazy or acting. But now, I have to kill it. If there are no ideas, this is the only way to get out of here tonight. Morgan yawns. Wait, please, I beg you. I would do anything for you. I'll be your girlfriend. Can you help me save my Mew? I'll marry you tonight. Aya hugged him. No thanks. Morgan slips out of her grip, walking to the stone tomb. Leslie couldn't stand to see it. He had become a deaf dealer, playing with fate like a deck of cards for the War Machine Casino. She placed a hand on his wrist, her eyes begging him for mercy and patience. Morgan looked at her in shock, realizing what he was about to do so casually terrified them. It took him back to his childhood. He turned his back to the group, walking a reasonable distance away and laying on his back as they formed their plan. Leslie pumped her fist. That means we have some time. Aya watched him walk away, wanting to say something but afraid of being rejected again. Dustin inched closer to Leslie, saying, We were trying to set her loose in the forest, but didn't expect the moon thing. Maybe we can still get Mew there. Can you create a current, Aya? Leslie asked. I'm aquakinetic, so the moon should enhance my powers, right? Like the tide? Aya synchronized, hoping Morgan was listening. Well, let's get this thing moving, okay, squad? We're almost done. Soon he'll be back in the force. Leslie claps her hands with a smile. Music girl, Aya mutters. The group had gathered together, talking amongst themselves about the plan. Dustin sighed, walking over to give his input. Leslie uneasily watched, looking over at Morgan taking a cat nap in the group as they questioned her plan. They could fight against death for Morgan but wouldn't help drag their pet to the wilderness, so she decided to begin herself. Leslie grabbed the tomb, dug her hands into the stone, and lifted it into the air. She strayed, making progress toward the forest a quarter mile away. Morgan yawned, stretching out like a cat with his energy partially renewed. He sat cross-legged as he watched the group of cadets. They hadn't even noticed what was happening. They were so busy trying to be heard amongst themselves. In his mind, there was no right ideas. There was what got results and what didn't. He wanted to tell the cadets, but it wasn't something to say without scolding. And nothing one can teach. It must be felt within oneself. Leslie's steps nearly slipped, feeling the load lighten immensely. Good job, Leslie. The only one who took action, Morgan congratulated. I love you, Leslie says, relieved. You lost your touch, Morgan chuckled. If that were Hinata and me, girl, you would tear our hide. The academy made you soft. Leslie felt flustered. She hated how it resonated with her psyche. For most kids here, their parents wanted a private boarding school to raise their children for them while funding the regime. The academy sat upon an ancient bastion of education, strength, and leadership. It became a fundraiser for warmongering, raising children barely able to cope with life or their powers. While the stone tunnels once held monks, scientists, philosophers, and disciples from across the globe, the academy had become an incubator for the wealthy or families of their best soldiers. At one point, military life was all Leslie knew. Now she had her own life and would likely never have to enter active duty with her marks in school. It was worse enough people accused her of being favored. She needed her own way to find respect. Leslie had a sin pattern of a commander. She forced herself to try to take charge. Leslie had to take responsibility as a third-year and top student. She was a third year and dual kinetic. How dare they question her authority? Leslie drops the tomb and turns, marching up to the group. All right, let's move it, cadets. Specialist Leslie Steele, third-year Aqua and Terra Kinetic. I'm your commanding officer and heir of the Warren family. The Warren family was once led by Papa Harvey Warren, the unifier of cave clans, giants, druids, independent villages, and merchants who fortified the mountains and fought against the Empire's tribes and factions seeking to take control of their people. Papa Warren left a legacy descending his family line for 500 years until the land was forfeited to the remnant in the mountains to keep up the fight. The land was named Rakuta in the name of Papa Harvey's mother from the valley. Rakuta fell into discord, causing another war after 5 centuries and another 20 decades. The people in Rakuta were the descendants of these relentless warriors still maintaining a salt-of-the-earth lifestyle. Pablo gulped, knowing the Warren family from the stories his grandfather heard from his grandfather Urdu. His family moved to Maya from Urdu during the Great Civil Wars across Urdu. Pablo warily came along to the 2 super freaks before him, afraid to be on their bad side once he realized how far they had gotten. He eased up once he got closer to Morgan, seeing how unmoved he was, and was shocked at how Leslie and Morgan could have no fear. They were equipped with razor-sharp focus, unmoved by danger. Morgan accepted the violence, and Leslie loved the adrenaline of command and battle. Aya followed, crossing her arms over her chest with no interest in being bossed around by Leslie. She quickly remembered Morgan's advice of using her basic training, synchronizing a memory from a beach trip she took her first year, where the 4th year taught them how to use water to surf. Aya believed if Morgan's powers could be bolstered under the moonlight, hers would work the same. They were both aligned under the moon. Leslie rolled her eyes, tired of women trying to compete over Morgan. It's something she got used to with women whenever it came to Morgan. She thought it seemed so futile. His mind was so far removed from people, far from others. He was a torn soul, spending most of his time to himself. He and Hinata were clueless about girls. She never knew what relationship other women expected to have with him. She had known him for years and didn't know him. Morgan focused on surpassing the men he considered falsified superiors. Hey Morgan, my roommate cooked tonight. Why not come by after this? We'll be having a sleepover. Aya offered. Did she make soup? Morgan asked, imagining the beef stew at Leslie's and laying with her in the evening in her canopy bed. No, she didn't. I grew frustrated with him. Aya held her hands by her side, cutting her eyes at Leslie, who was unmoved. Aya looked back at Morgan, surrendering. They were both focused on the mission, even though it had nothing to do with them. Aya nodded, wanting to understand what it was like on the other side. She was tired of running from danger. Dustin and the last kinetic Kimberly were hesitant to move, terrified of Morgan and wanting to head back. They felt they invested far too much for a pet that wasn't theirs. Dustin repeatedly said, "I didn't even want to come." It had gotten too real for them. Still in their first year, their parents would be hearing of this catastrophe. They spent all their time whisper shouting, and seeing everyone moving to continue seemed unbelievable. "I'm going to head back to the dorms. I can't deal with this anymore. Way too stressful." Kimberly throws her hands up, walking away from them. Dustin looked after his girlfriend, wanting to run after her, but couldn't simply walk away. He felt too weak to stay, as if he would only get in the way. Dustin clenched his fist and released it, wanting the nerve to stay, but the further Kimberly got, the weaker Dustin felt. He stood frozen, clenching his fist. Aya had gone ahead, shooting jets of water from her hands, sailing on the current she created. The tomb was lifted, beginning to float slowly down the river. Morgan climbed on and then helped Leslie and Pablo. Hey, Dustin, can you give us a push, buddy?" Leslie called out, waving her hand. Dustin looked up, nodding in shock, wiping his eyes and running closer. He breathed deeply until his face turned red, exhaling a slight breeze. His cheeks turned deep red as everyone stared at him. He had wholly confirmed that he should have crawled into Kimberly's pocket and cried there. "Breathe from your gut and balls, not your throat," Morgan suggests. "Breathe deeply." I don't understand you." Dustin wiped his eyes. Dustin relied on Morgan's confidence, closing his eyes. He squats down to the ground himself as he inhales, feeling the wind inside his body, feeling the energy build up inside him, struggling to escape rather than settle inside his body. He exhaled, nearly knocking himself over with a gale wind, shaking the trees and startling the small animals. He opened his eyes, no longer seeing his compatriots. He smiles, rubbing his neck. Where'd you all go? I guess I got you on your way." "I wish I could say bye." Dustin smugly smiles. "Great. Now try doing it in this direction," Morgan calls out. Dustin turned his head a few inches, looking at the group sitting in the same place. Dustin nearly fell over himself in embarrassment. His face soaked blood red as he took another deep breath in. Morgan motions for him to breathe more deeply, then gives a thumbs up. Dustin released a gale-force wind, sending the tube shooting down the growing quarter-mile water stream and quickly ran after Kimberly, wanting to tell her of his accomplishment. When the group arrived at the tomb, they found Aya on her back, staring at the moonlight sky in exhaustion and sweat. She had never pushed her limits before. She never knew what spiritual exhaustion had felt like until that moment. Aya wondered if she did all this from you, Morgan, or herself. Leslie was the first to check on her, lifting Aya's head on her knee. Leslie checked her forehead. "Aya, you did a great job. And she's running a fever." How is she?" Pablo neared beside them. "Don't die, kid." Morgan gave his parting words. She's worn a chakra system out. Her life force is spent. Someone has to take her to the infirmary. Leslie looked at Pablo. The cadet looked worn himself. He could barely hold her for a distance, let alone his weight. She looked at Morgan, who seemed to be at 100% after 2 missions. She looked at Morgan, who seemed to still be at 100% after 2 missions now, but was good at wearing a mask. Morgan looked at Aya, then the tomb, pointing to the giant were-rodent-sized rock they dragged here. Though it hadn't made noise, the silence worried him more than its presence. The stone had already begun cracking from Leslie and Pablo's exhaustion. He didn't want to risk another wounded soldier. It was too much to take in 1 week. "I respect your prognosis, Dr. Steele, but if we focus on the situation, I can take her," Morgan offered. "You don't think this is over?" Leslie asked. "I don't want to see another wounded ally in my life. Drop the stone. If anything, I'll just run after the battle." "I don't want to see another wounded ally in my life. Drop the stone. If anything, I'll just run away after the battle." Morgan stared at the stone tomb. "Pablo, can you help Morgan while I tend to Aya?" Leslie asked. "Me?" he asked. Lower the stone, dude. I'm sure he'll do the rest. Leslie rolled her eyes. Pablo gulped and she closed her to the stone tomb. The muzzle had pulled away, leaving cracks throughout the tomb. Pablo couldn't even raise his hands before the tomb began to crack. They all looked on in immense shock. Even Morgan couldn't believe his eyes, taking a step back, overwhelmed by the scene. Aya sat up from Leslie's grip, letting out a blood-curdling scream. "My Mew!" Aya cheers. A chinchilla lemur with a long ringtail hops up to Aya. She lifted it, barely bigger than her two hands. Aya kissed all over its bruises, nuzzling its soft fur with her cheek, instantly feeling better, though still not well. As Morgan approached, Mew began crying, scampering onto Aya's shoulder, hiding behind her head. "Oh, you're one to cry. You were attacking us," Morgan quips. "Mew, mew, 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 mew," Mew accused, pointing at Morgan. "Hey, you pompous rat, you attacked me first," Morgan returned the accusation. "Mew." Mew turns his head in the opposite direction. "You speak to your mother with that muzzle?" Morgan gasped, covering his mouth. Aya laughed, holding out her arms to Morgan to take her. Morgan kneeled, sliding his arms into Aya. Aya puckered her lips, hoping for a kiss. From her midnight night. He flung her onto her shoulders, hoisting her into a fireman's carry, taking a running start. "See you back at your dorm, Leslie," he shouts. "What the hell? You're not romantic," Aya cries out. "Look, I'm tired, kid. I'm military. A fireman's carry is the proper way to carry you. Why are you so love-starved? You know nothing about me, Aya." He lets out a rueful groan. "You could have at least given me a kiss," she whines. Mew leaps, spreading its fleshy arms and soaring to Pablo, and Mew holds Pablo as they all follow at their own pace behind. "Oh God, I'll see you when you get back," Leslie laughs. Aya screams bloody murder as Morgan leaps from rooftop to rooftop. Her only reprieve was the longer rooftops he ran across at breakneck speed. The infirmary was across the campus near the classes, leaping up a straightforward story in a single bound, and then leaped to the next highest building before leaping through the sky. "I hate you, Morgan!" Aya screams. "Would you rather walk?" Morgan asks as they careen to the ground. Aya smiled, feeling as if she was flying. She felt weightless, squeezing him tighter as he touched the ground like a jetpack. "All right, we're almost here," Morgan kneeled, catching his breath. "Where do you train?" Aya asked, sitting next to him. Morgan patted her head. "Maybe when you're older." "I only asked a question." No one ever uses words without a purpose. It's never just a question. It's classified, even if I wanted to tell you. "As far as you're concerned, I don't exist. Stay away from guys like me," Morgan sighed. "You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do," Aya muttered. "You're not going to help me up?" "I'm not your dad. I don't have to help you." "Now hurry up. We have to get there before it closes," Morgan led. "Morgan, please, you have to help me," Aya pleads. Morgan rolls his eyes, holding out his hands. "No, carry me again. Go higher this time," Aya says, grabbing his arms and pulling herself onto his back, wrapping her legs around his waist. "I guess it can't be helped." "All right, hold on tight. I'll get you there." Morgan takes his running start and returns to the rooftop, having enough energy to get there as the doctors were closing for the night for the cleaning and sanitation of the facility. Aya had fallen asleep, getting used to the sensation, too tired, and ran up to the doctors, waving them down, shouting for their attention. "Hold on, there was an incident," Morgan screamed. "Morgan," Aya opened her eyes. "I said hold on," Morgan shouted, catching all their attention. The doctor sighed, exhausted, having set plans for drinks and jalapeno poppers in New Haven. They met them halfway with a gurney, relieving Morgan of Aya. "What are your names and positions? I want to make sure my friend gets the best attention possible," Morgan asked sternly. The doctor looked at the kid like he had been in a dream. The older man cleaned his glasses and put them back on, looking at the Equine boy before him. "My, you are quite the specimen. I didn't know there were still full-blooded Equine left." "Your eyes are marvelous," the doctor bowed his head. I don't take kindly to being called a specimen, Doc. Morgan tried his best to be polite. My pardons, dear boy, there's a language barrier. I'm Eshin, and his tongue is my fifth. It's very new to me. The doctor bowed with a smile. What's your name, sir? Morgan's lips tightened, hoping he could leave Aya, but it seemed he would have to see this through. Ohuja Hisayo. I'm the head doctor. I'm quite curious why you are here at the academy. Does your father know you are here? Dr. Ohuya cleaned his glasses once more. Captain Morgan Ellys, Morgan replied. Why is that your concern? Morgan held his tongue as best he could. Murashima Midoriya is a drinking buddy of my youngest son. My apprentice Hinata was your friend, yes? You two. Have you kept contact? Hisayo asked. You know Hinata? Is he okay? No, I haven't heard from him. Morgan grew excited. There, he does smile. Come. We'll talk as I treat your friend. It is a shock to see you. I used to treat you as a boy. I thought they had allowed you to return to Nadia with your family. Midoriya has recently asked of you. I had no idea if you were real. Hisayo chuckled, beginning to lead the orderlies and nurses to the infirmary. Real? Morgan asked. How did a boy become a captain? You must be no older than 15. I'm 16. You're a boy with an entire life ahead of you. You should be an engineer, not a soldier. Be a teacher or be rich. Why are you killing so young, boy? Don't you know life is beautiful? He asked as only an elder could. No, I don't, Morgan said coldly, standing at ease, monitoring the proceedings in silence. So since you are so serious, I can treat you like an adult, right? Hisayo asked. Morgan's eyes opened, but he refused to react. He tilted slightly to Hisayo, curious about what he had to say next. Hisayo stepped closer to Morgan, washing his hands in the adjacent sink. He whispered only loud enough for Morgan to hear. Is it true when Midoriya tells me about the Wolf Initiative, using students and soldiers for espionage and assassinations? Is this true? Yes, Morgan responded. The Miyashima family seeks to liberate you if you so seek it. You can train with Hinata again if you wish. When you two are older, you can fulfill your destiny. The military service is no life for a child. Hisayo attempted to reason with Morgan. Do you think I have much say over the matter? Morgan asked. Hisayo patted Morgan's shoulders. My boy, it's your life. You're the only one with any control over it. How can you so casually be controlled by others? Is my friend okay? Morgan asked. She's being scanned. There are no external injuries, so we must see the condition of her tissue and chakra system. What happened to her using so much energy? Hisayo asked. A were-rodent attacked us. We sealed it in a tomb. Then Cadet Aya Miyagi created a current for us to carry the tomb back to the woods, where it turned out to be a tiny mouse monkey. Morgan reported with an unmoving expression. Hisayo checked his hearing aid and tapped it in his ear. One moment, I have issues with this thing. It sounded like you said a were-rodent. Pedestrians, Morgan sighed. Hisayo looked stunned. I had thought I had everything. 4 cadets had a moon mouse monkey that turned into a 7-foot were-rodent. Morgan lifted his arm where the paw print bruised his skin. When I say specimen, I mean unique. Do you see your skin is healing? So unique, fascinating, it heals its own. He lifted Morgan's arm. Why are you observing me? Morgan snatched his arm away. You're injured and I'm a doctor. Do you not trust doctors? Hisayo asked. Morgan sighed, extending his arm. You're not going to psychoanalyze me, bro. Here, fix it. The truth is, I never thought the Guardians truly existed. Now what Midoriya tells of Hinata's training with his grandfather and your sudden existence, I now believe in Rakil and his children. It's an honor to heal you, Prince Ellys. Hisayo added. There's always more behind the question. What do you want? Just tell me your agenda. Be frank with me, Morgan barks. I have no agenda. My friend's care for you is all that matters to me. I apologize if I insulted you, Hisayo said calmly. How are you so calm? Morgan asked curiously. Meditation every morning for 1 hour. Helps me improve at my job. I'll treat your arm. Come back for it in 2 weeks. I'll have a shuttle escort Cadet Miga back to her dormitory. You may leave if you wish. It's late. You should rest. Hasayo sat down on a rolling chair, washing Morgan's arm. You think I can be an engineer? Morgan asked. I don't know you. I know this is no place for a human. War has no joy. There's no peace in war, Morgan. You must have seen this by now, no? It's naive to think violence can't solve our problems, Morgan responded. True, very true, but war is not violence. War is all-consuming, involving children and people with nothing to gain and everything to lose. Peace is the only thing of value, Hasayo elucidates. What about a straight-up fight? Morgan asked. With me? Boy, I'm no fighter. I'm an excellent healer, but I'm no fighter, Hasayo laughed. I mean in your philosophy. What about a fight among those who have the issue? Morgan asked. If one must protect themselves and their family, yes. Suppose this person has directly hurt you, then yes. If you do not intend to kill them, then yes. However, one should attempt to speak, to communicate before resorting to violence. Violence is the last resort in my culture. It is not a personal philosophy. Violence is taken very seriously. Dr. Abusha stressed as he wrapped Morgan's arm. Thank you for sharing your perspective. I've never heard it before. Everyone justifies violence and anger. You don't seem to have any need of it, Morgan said, impressed. I get angry. Everyone gets angry. Sometimes I want to fight or hit something. I play sports, jog, or watch an action movie. Dr. Abusha continued. Do you ever walk to the mountains alone to go camping? Morgan asked. No, I do not. Dr. Abusha was puzzled by the question. Then you and I are very different people. Some of us are meant to live life. Some of us are meant to watch it or support it. Stop prying into my head before I get angry. We are very, very different people. Morgan says politely, liking Hasayo's method. Hasayo smiled. You're most welcome to stay. I'll grab a seat. Let me know when I is all right to go home. I'll take the shuttle. Morgan smiled, bowing slightly to Hasayo's delight. Hasayo responded with a similar bow and rose at the same time. If you can speak to Hinata, please let me know. Morgan waves and heads to the door. I hope you think of what I said. Good luck to you, Captain. I'll return to review the scan results. It may take a while. You can leave if you wish, Hasayo says. I'll see how it goes. A good friend doesn't abandon their own. Peace, Doc. Morgan waved, walking out of Hasayo's office. Peace indeed. Hasayo smiled, excited to tell Midoriya, who showed up in his office. Truth be told, an hour passed before Morgan arrived at Leslie's dormitory. Leslie sat up with her friends as they watched the romantic comedy. She struggled to think about Morgan with Aya, wanting to laugh but wanted Morgan home to be with her. Seeing the man you love with another woman is difficult, especially one so disrespectful and undeserving. There was a knock with a louder bang. A few minutes before, the clock struck 100, listening before another knock. Leslie's roommates grew fearful, sending her and Maple forward. Maple was a fourth-year pyrokinetic, ranked the same as Morgan, a captain with a fierce spirit. Maple swung the door open, pushing Morgan aside. He lifted his hand, catching the door at full speed with a bored sigh. Maple locked eyes with Morgan, filling with steam, glaring at him. There was a constant one-sided rivalry between them. Whether in classes or the field, Morgan was Maple's measuring stick. Though their curriculum and missions were vastly different, it mattered not. Maple, how are you? Morgan asked, wondering when he'll be let inside. Captain, you're out late. Maple replied. I was invited. I heard you cooked for me. Morgan teased, leaning his forehead against Maple's. Did you keep it warm on the stove? I made you a doggy bag to take to your kennel. Maple leered. Be nice, second LT. It's been a long enough night. Don't exacerbate it. Morgan smirked, nodding for Maple to move out the way. Maple relented. Be respectful to my home. I usually am, right? I'll probably crash on the couch. I had to take a cadet to medical. I haven't gotten a stop by the barracks to wash. Morgan yawned. You have an officer's villa, Morgan. It's way nicer than our place. We should all be there in your room. Let's go there instead. Maple grew irritated. I don't have the key on me. I'm usually in deployment. All my things are in the barracks. We're back in the Warren compound. I haven't even had a chance to move, and I'll need help. Morgan walked into their apartment. Shoes, Maple snapped, reminding him of their house rules. You two at it again? Hey, babe. Leslie greeted, hugging him around the neck. How's Aya? Nurse Carmine said she overexerted herself, had to walk her back home. She passed out. He began unbuttoning his sweaty black uniform, looking over his old wound. It was cleaned and bandaged, but had a searing, burning pain. Oh, are you okay? Leslie fussed about him. Morgan took a relaxing breath, smelling strawberries and rose water from Leslie's conditioner. Her hair was still wet and curly from her shower. Leslie's gentleness always took Morgan off guard. You want to go take a shower in my room or watch a movie? Morgan stared in awe, knowing with Leslie there was a right and wrong answer. You smell so good. I need to wash. Leslie smiled at the idea of finally getting alone time with her crush. You left some workout clothes here. I washed them for you. Leslie practically skipped into the living room where her roommates, Kiba, a third-year aquakinetic, and Stella, a third-year pyrokinetic, Maple's younger sister. Hey, cutie. You weren't in chemistry today, Stella greeted. I was in the jungle for a mission. Morgan offered a little more information. A mission? That's so cool. What did you do? I only get to do disaster relief and debris cleaning. How was it? Stella's infatuation was palpable. Leslie's cheerful mood briefly faded as she tapped her foot impatiently. Leslie tugged his arm. Lieutenant Steele says it's classified. Leslie interjected. Sorry. Enjoy yourselves, cadets. Morgan pulled the rank, dismissing himself toward Leslie's bedroom. Hold on there, buddy boy. Who taught you to come in here without saying hi? A fifth woman protested from the kitchen. Tanya, a fourth-year pterokinetic and their dead mother. Tanya wore an apron covered in flour, having rushed into the kitchen to reheat his dinner. Morgan hugged her close to her chest and kissed her forehead, pushing her out of the way to admire the homemade bread. Tanya blushed, admiring the man who grew before her eyes. When they first met, he was only 11 years old, and now he was nearly 18. Tanya moved her thick braids from her face, grabbing Morgan's hands to fix his bowl. Morgan relaxed around Tanya more than any of the others, sitting in the kitchen, quietly watching Tanya fussing about, setting his place at the table. Though he wanted to tell Tanya how he felt, he never had to say a thing. She thought of any need he might have before he could say it. What's wrong, my love? Are you sad or in deep thought? Tanya asked, setting the bowl of stew with extra broth and a whole loaf of fresh bread. Tanya and Maple were both fourth years. Tanya showed them both how to make love and found it difficult to hide her affections. Morgan never knew how his changes and coldness hurt the woman who loved him. Tanya had no clue whether or not she truly understood him. Regardless, her motherly nature put him at ease, and she wanted nothing from him, only love. Thoughts, Morgan ruminated, poking around his bowl with a spoon. You can tell me anything. It was rough today. Sad, maybe, mostly regretful. Things are getting bad in Urdu outside the regime. I'm trying to see the solution, but we can't respond fast enough. I barely even understand what's happening to Urdu or why. I see Colin's hands, but this is much worse than the Gregors. Morgan opened up a bit. I kinda get it. My mom wrote me a month ago saying she needed to relocate due to the raiders. First they were hit, and then the land was purchased for nothing by knocking bankers. The bulldozers are tearing down our native land for thousands of years to build up a strip mall and a hotel for knocking dignitaries we couldn't even afford. Tanya let out a painful, rueful sigh sitting across from him. But, Leslie says, when you're older, you'll be Lord Commissioner. You'll be able to fix everything. I might be. Morgan perished at the thought. Most were oblivious to any relation between Morgan and the Lord Commissioner. Very privileged information. Tanya knew everything. At least as Leslie told her. There was rarely a tight lid when Morgan was around to verify the truth. The only solution I see is to have enough wealth to repurchase the land. The problem is the banking system. I think I think they do it on purpose. Because understanding how banking works is secret knowledge, Morgan concluded. So you think the raiders and bankers are connected too? Tanya asked. I fought against raiders today. Dressed very plainly, but none of them were from Urdu. Maybe a few were from here. No elemental alignment, a ton of guns. I don't think they even had an alignment. You need a soul to have an alignment. Tanya sucked her teeth. Morgan smiled a bit, finally tasting the food and savoring the taste. This is delicious, Tanya. Does it taste better than me? I was waiting for you to finally eat. Just relax here tonight. We'll take care of you, baby. Leslie said you had a long day. I made a special gift for you. Tanya kissed his cheek and then walked to the oven. Cinnamon chocolate chip cookies. Tanya, you're the best. Morgan's joy made him flustered. Thank you so much. You give me hope for the world. All I want you to do is relax, baby. Do you want some space to finish eating? Tanya asked. Morgan nodded, and Tanya accepted unoffended. Puts the cookies on top of the oven and pats his shoulders, leaving him to the stew. He appreciated Tanya's understanding and her calm soul. Morgan wolfed down his stew, struggling to savor the tender meat, herbs, and spices, creating a savory dish. Chewing over the carrots, potatoes, celery, red, yellow, and white onions, peppers, jacama, yucca, garlic, and more things he couldn't quite identify. Masterfully cooked. Too hungry and overjoyed to care, the homemade bread and the stew were all he needed. Tanya peeked in, encouraging him to get a second or third helping. When she started feeding him, she rarely stopped. Tanya worried he didn't eat well while away from their dorm. It was a relief someone cared. Morgan eventually pushed his chair away from the table, holding his stomach as the stew broke down. Before he stood up, he gulped down the cup of strawberry soda. Stella or Maple typically brought the knock-and delicacy back home with them. It was his favorite drink. Morgan felt indebted to these young women. His gratitude led him to a strange feeling of discomfort. Most people ignored him or feared him. He never quite learned how to reciprocate these feelings of love. Other than one specific way, the women seemed to value far more than he did. Most women on campus saw him as a conquest, looking at him the same way he viewed a mission. No matter what hurdles befell them, they pursued their end. He was very grateful, but knew a few had one thing on their mind. He wasn't aware if they knew each other's intentions, but was confident he wasn't sleeping with anyone tonight. His body ached and his back needed a good rub. He didn't feel horny in the least, longing for sleep. His dislike for sex originated with his handler, Carmen Cruz, the leader of the Lunas, with a firm handle over the male counterpart, the Lunatics. Followers devoted to worshipping Luna as the guardian of ether. Morgan saw the entire thing as a horrible decision. Carmen's lust for him is matched only by her cruelty. A fiercely jealous girl focused upon her position of power, pulling the invisible leash of the dreaded wolf. Morgan hated how controlling, abusive, and contemptuous Carmen was, but couldn't escape her. Morgan tried forgiving Carmen and blaming himself, but seeing the light between Carmen serving directly under Colin and the wolf training was difficult. Carmen tried her best to bring Morgan under Colin, and Morgan fought back as fiercely. He would never be like them, especially not Colin Gregor or Ray Warren. He wanted to be his own man, not another raider preparing Urdu for knocking bankers. His memories and intuition told him he was of great importance. The Urdu treated him as some savage due to his heritage. They feared and ridiculed them due to their ignorance of Nadia, and enraged him endlessly, but to give in to their rage would be to prove them right. Instead, he buried himself in his missions and schoolwork. His life of dealing death and 7-card stud, never folding or bluffing. How did the regime react? More fear and more hatred. Morgan bypassed the living room with a brief wave, making his way to Leslie's private bathroom. The steam room in the gorilla position, tried to breathe deeply into his lungs to find peace of mind, but it never came. Being left alone with his thoughts brought no peace when he had nothing helpful to think about. The sauna door slowly opened, revealing a scowling brunette with tight braids, beautiful thick lips, and dark-skinned in a skinny but muscular frame. Maple entered to join him, stark naked, watching her self-proclaimed rival glistening in sweat. As much as she wanted to see what all the fuss was about, Morgan looked unfamiliar. Maple rubbed her eyes as God compelled her to see Morgan as a child, alone, sad, and fighting through this life. A feeling of guilt ran through her body for the pressure she added. Maple softened her heart, pulling him to the tub, sitting next to him, scrubbing him from head to toe. Leslie had been watching them, surprised as Maple nurtured Morgan. She held her breath as Maple reached between his legs. The two paused as God released Maple to her nature. The young woman blushed as she sat on her knees, stroking her long-term rival's penis. Leslie covered her mouth, watching as Maple kissed his neck, gentle, tender kisses as she moved to rub his shoulders. Morgan sat with his chin on his knee, being pampered by Maple. Leslie saw a king. Morgan had grown and become so muscular as if chiseled from ebony by God. His stern expression made him an acquired beauty. He had lost his boyish face. When his eyes fell upon Leslie, feeling her energy in the room, there was no smile but an intensity that made Leslie's heart freeze. "Leslie, what are you doing?" Morgan groaned. Leslie giggled. "You really know what you're doing, Maple." "Yeah." Maple's dreaming gaze as she realized they had the same idea. "This is awkward." Morgan blushed, sinking deeper into the water and covering himself up to his neck. "Morgan, I'm not jealous. We're all thick as thieves here. I know we're like family, but I doubt any of our ancestors have ever crossed genes." Leslie joined them in the water. Leslie got more aggressive, climbing into his lap, tickling him and starting to wrestle, forcing him out of the water to respond. Morgan grew in frustration, moving to leave the tub entirely until Maple grabbed his flaccid penis and shook her head. Morgan was shocked as Maple wrapped her mouth around his mushroom tip, unable to fit the entire thing. Leslie took him from Maple's mouth, expertly working his size from experience. Leslie kissed up and down his shaft. As she reached his balls, his manhood laid across her skull, exciting her even more. Leslie began tying her hair back as Maple began her brief speech. "I'm nothing like those other chicks. I actually care about you. Stop being so grumpy. You're overreacting and you know it. I believe in the man you'll become. Maybe not the boy you are now. You're going through a lot. Let us take away the pain." Maple nuzzled his neck like a lioness. Morgan caught Maple by surprise, kissing her passionately. Maple dug her nails into his back, holding him close as she returned his heat, competing once more, now for each other's affection. As Leslie took time to breathe, his fully erect cock pressed against Maple's stomach. "Your dick is so big. I would have been crazy trying to fit this thing inside me." Maple mused as he kissed her neck, setting Maple on the stone tiles outside the in-ground tub. Carmen cannot find out about this at all. Morgan licked Maple's labia majora, selecting who he wanted to fuck first. "Fuck that bitch, Carmen." Maple gasped, fighting her moans in frustration with her name. While they're both wolves, their relationship is toxic but complicated. There aren't too many wolves that exist. Leslie tried to explain, knowing how Maple gets when the C word is used. "I'm not scared. I'm smart. Carmen is directly connected to the Guardian of Fire, the same way Leslie's connected to Ray. I'm not dying in Urdu because you two don't want to keep your legs closed, and Carmen is physically unable to mind her own business." Good old Karma Cruz. Leslie rolls her eyes, leading her and Maple to laugh at their nickname for their rival. "Don't sugarcoat it, Les. He's afraid of Carmen." Maple sucked her teeth, stabbing her finger in Morgan's chest. 10 laps around the dorms tonight says you won't bend me over and take my pussy right now." Maple was leaned in tone. He ran his hands up her chiseled abs, suckling the nipples of her pectorals. Morgan stood taller than Maple, wagging his finger, making her turn around listlessly, holding her hips up for him. Maple wanted to soften for him to allow him to feel the softest parts of her and know it was always there for him. Leslie tried getting excited once more as the moment had passed, discussing Carmen. As Maple winds her taut butt against his semi-flaccid member, Leslie began kissing him, guiding his penis inside of Maple. Morgan felt his penis crushed by Maple's tight walls, loosening her up with each stroke as Maple grunted and moaned. Leslie muffled her roommate with a kiss so the others wouldn't hear in the hallway. While Maple's body was hard as stone, Leslie was like clay, coming from thousands of years of wide-hipped, thick-legged woman with some waist. Morgan longed to taste Leslie's supple breasts and to feel her soft skin. Leslie delighted in muffling Maple's mouth, sitting on the stone floor with her legs spread as Maple feasted on her. Leslie rubbed her clitoris in rapple circles, lusting for Morgan. Morgan felt a surge of energy rushing through his body, watching Leslie and Maple. Leslie blushed as she made eye contact with Morgan. The smoldering intensity in his eyes felt intoxicating, and Leslie waved him forward. Morgan relieved himself out of Maple, trudging through the waters to reach Leslie, slapping the bulbous head of his penis against her labia. Leslie teased the head of his penis in and out, whimpering barely audible under her breath. "Please, please, baby, please." Leslie begged, barely loud enough for him to hear, driving him crazy. Morgan felt himself creak coming from Leslie's pleading. Maple took the opportunity to lubricate him, licking all over the head of his penis, cleaning the pre-cum dripping from his dick before pushing Morgan inside Leslie. "I'll let you have some privacy and keep anyone from interrupting. Try to stay quiet, Leslie. Be gentle, Morgan." Maple rubbed his back before leaving them alone. Morgan's determined thrust made Leslie arch her back. Morgan held her hips tight to his own, enjoying her walls wrapping around him. Morgan was moving like a man possessed. Leslie felt like she was being split apart, his dick pushing against her diaphragm and spine. "Gentle." Leslie rubbed his chin, wrapping her arms around his neck. The pain melted into pleasure as he listened. "I want to tear your guts up," Morgan growled in rebuttal. Leslie blushed. "Let's go to my room so then they don't hear us. We can try a different position. You're hurting me. Between your giant dick and this hard floor." Leslie shimmied off her back, rolling onto her stomach. Leslie shook her beauty, creating waves as Morgan held her hips tight against his waist, re-entering her, his eye blinking open as he adjusted to the heaven between Leslie's legs. Leslie felt full to bursting as Morgan used only half his length. Leslie moaned loudly without the pressure on her back, throwing her weight back using her elbows and hips as Morgan grabbed her ponytail, making Leslie lose her mind as he jerked her hair back. "Wait, don't stop." Leslie grunted. "Stop? No, don't stop. Keep going, baby. Don't let go. That feels so good." Leslie began panting, gliding her hips back. "Oh my God, baby, you always find a solution. That's why I love you. I love you so much. You always find a way." "I don't know what you're doing to me." Morgan's strokes began to slow down, and Leslie felt him engorge. "You're swelling inside me. Your dick gets bigger," Leslie purrs, accepting all his length as her skin claps. "I'm about to give you a baby." Morgan groaned, clutching her hip with one hand and her breast with the other. "Morgan and my dad would go crazy if I got pregnant before graduating." Leslie freaked out. Leslie slipped off of him, licking the head of his penis, quickly stroking him. Leslie stopped using her hands, guiding him deeper into her mouth, her forehead bounced against his abs until she tasted the sweet, salty liquid fill her mouth. The taste of his soul settled down her throat, returning to what had become her favorite bonding activity over the years of their adolescence whenever they got alone. Leslie had been whispering in her love language, filling her throat with his manhood. There were 2 knocks on the door and a commotion outside before Maple returned, locking the door behind her. "Tanya says we can hear everything you two are doing in the bathroom. At least you two seem to be finishing up." Maple teased. "I got another round in me." Morgan looked at Leslie. "I'm worn out, baby. I don't even know how you can keep going." Leslie giggles as Maple helps her friend to her feet, wrapping her in a towel. "Are you okay, baby?" Maple asks her girlfriend Leslie. "I'm great now, but my pussy is so sore." Maple kissed Leslie deeply, licking the cum clean from Leslie's lips before returning to the roommates. "You taste just like him. I love it." Leslie grinned. "This is my dick now. Tell Carmen and Haley they can slide." Morgan rubbed his neck. Leslie looked at him, reinforcing her decision. "It's mine, Morgan." "That's a one-sided decision." "If I let you hit it from missionary on the bed, will that be both sides?" Leslie smirked with a radiant smile, beaming ear to ear as if she had become a new woman. Morgan had always seen Leslie's beauty. Leslie would likely be the valedictorian of her class this year. Despite being lovesick over him, she viewed Morgan as the only man deserving of her. She had put forth so much to invest in the vision she had. Leslie felt flattered at his eagerness for a second round, praying one day the image she had of Morgan as her husband would come true. I love you. Morgan held Leslie's waist, kissing her neck. I love you too. Leslie kissed Morgan before Maple joined in to kiss them both. Hey, I have a wonderful idea, Maple declares. What's up? Leslie asked. Well, Buddy Boy can use the ether. I've only taken one person through the ether before, and I only took her a short distance. Morgan rubbed his neck. Well, the barracks aren't too far, and the villas aren't too far from the barracks, so we go to the barracks, grab your stuff, then go to your villa to have some privacy for the three of us. Oh, and the villas have 24-hour room service. Please, 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 Leslie pleads. I've been fighting raiders all day. You wanted to save some giant rat, and both of you just drained my ball sack. And you want me to go blinking around campus so you two can joyride through the ether and live it up in the villas? Morgan fumed. Yes, the girls cheered, grabbing his arms and leading him to their bedroom to get dressed. The trio returned to the living room dressed in pajamas and sweatpants. They found room on the couch with Stella. A huge grin formed on her face, wanting to break out laughing. Tanya shook her head as the trio tried acting casual. What happened to the movie? Morgan asked. Stella laughed as Kiba mocked them. No, Daddy. No, don't stop, Daddy. What's so funny? Leslie spoke up. Oh my God, we nearly heard everything. You three are freaky, Stella added. We thought you would come sooner, but the movie ended. Tanya covered her face, feeling silly for showing the two how to have sex as it became all they wanted to do together. Leslie was getting her cheeks clapped. Kiba teased more, shocked the innocent and bubbly scholar had such a wild side. Stella continued, I even thought maybe, just maybe, you might catch the credits. To show some respect to the creators, but no. Straight through the movie, the credits, and the TV show. Tanya finally broke out laughing, unable to hide it. Tanya couldn't look at Leslie or Morgan, knowing she typically took Maple's place. Was it hurt or jealousy? In her heart, Tanya knew how much Morgan meant to Leslie and was glad she took the leap of faith. Leslie tried so hard to hide her feelings for him, but he was the only boy on her mind, though Stella's best friend Carmen could never find out. Maple was already standing by the door ready to leave. Her little sister gathered such powerful ammunition over her head. If she ever told their parents, they would go crazy. Having unprotected sex with a Nadian, they would never understand such a thing. The hatred between Nockins and Nadians was known globally. If you tell anyone, I will pound you, Maple threatens from the door. Nuh-uh, I want Morgan pounding me, not you. Stella rebutted, unafraid, not knowing her sister had a soft side. Leslie shocked her, but the idea of muscle-bound Maple having sex blew her mind. The trio excused themselves from the laughter, walking halfway to the barracks before Morgan can teleport them the rest of the way. Then rested up in the barracks on his cot while Leslie and Maple packed his things. He offered to help, but they insisted. His help was transportation, and they needed him rested once they got back to the villa, so he didn't pretend to be tired from using his alignment. Leslie and Maple marveled at the vaulted ceilings of the villa, the perfect temperature, and the wide-open windows. In the center of the room was a circular master-sized bed big enough for 5 people, or a wild sleeper with PTSD. Leslie jumped on the satin bed sheets, holding the silken satin material against her skin, feeling like she was in heaven. Maple inspected the in-ground bath, twice the size of theirs, with different soaps, oils, and bubbles to add to the water. A private bathroom was off to the side with a shower and commode, and the artwork on the walls was awe-inspiring, matching the detailed designs of the marble flooring and stained glass ceiling. This is the most beautiful place on earth, Leslie cheered. And you wanted to spend the night at our place or the barracks? Maple held up her nose at Morgan, joining Leslie in the bed. What are you doing? Leslie asked as Maple grabbed the phone on the nightstand. I'm doing what any sane person would do in this situation. I'm calling for room service. Maple announced, Oh yes, there's a menu. Leslie cheers as both cheer and giggle, looking over their options. Morgan had gone by the windows. From the villas built into the mountains, he could see clearly across Urdu. On the clear night sky, Morgan's God's eye could see across Gaia, seeing the borders of Sarah, Exigo, and New Haven. Names that meant little if one hadn't traveled across Gaia for themselves. To Morgan, it was where the future of humanity would be decided. "Baby, what do you want? Ribs or steak?" Leslie called out for him. "Come, join us. You have to feel how soft this bed is, Morgan." Maple cheered, beginning to remove her clothes and climbing under the blankets. Leslie giggled, joining her as both disappeared under the blankets. Morgan's eyes returned to brown as he remembered the two beautiful women lying in his brand new bed. As I live and breathe. As I live and breathe. Morgan yawned, looking over at Leslie and Maple lying in his bed. They helped him move some of his things to the villa. To their surprise, it had already been well stocked. Most men were on deployment or leave, leaving few to bother them as they traveled multiple trips. Morgan was grateful for the two girls. Neither would have been happy if he left to sleep in the barracks after their evening together. Morgan's phone buzzed twice with a text message from Carmen. "We have an emergency meeting and you should come." Morgan reached for his phone on the nightstand, replying with one hand, "Occupado." His phone began to ring. He rushed to screen the call, worried about waking Maple, who slept like a feather. Carmen quickly replied with a screenshot selfie of a roundtable meeting with Colin Gregor and Ray Bradley Warren, sat with a man who could have been Morgan's twin, though a great deal older. "A doppelganger?" Morgan replied, beginning to sit up. "An ally. Get here quickly, please. They could cause a war. I need you right now," she pleaded with 10 crying emojis. Morgan sighed, rubbing his eyes. His body was still sore. He took a deeper breath, trying to find his center. He couldn't breathe as blurry memories of the man rushed to his mind. Another memory blocked out, but it felt familiar and near. A few seconds into his interviews, he had seen the man on the news. The son of Brian Salim and Marcia Qatar. Brian Qatar. Morgan wondered why this idiot was in Urdu with Colin Ray of all people. "Leslie, Maple, I need you two to help me with an emergency mission. Maple, I need your experience on this one. We need to protect Brian Qatar." His best response to the situation had backup, and he couldn't ask for better allies. "For what? My dad would kill me if I stopped a bullet for that guy," Maple groaned. Leslie groaned, rolling over. "My uniform is in my dorm." "Same. There's an emergency request in the Lord's Hall. Hurry." Morgan hopped up, dressed in his onyx black uniform and combat boots. "If it's too easy, that means you did something wrong." Morgan hopped up, dressed in his onyx black colored uniform and combat boots. "I'll get you back to your dorm room. I need my trench coat." Morgan pulled a metal cache. Morgan pulled a metal cache with a combination lock from under his bed. "I was wondering what you had in there. I thought it was cash." Maple peeped over his shoulder, slowly finding her panties and clothes. "It's my wolf's pelt, a Valazar trench coat." Morgan stood with the midnight black Valazar trench coat falling around his shins. "How many shades of black do you wear, Morgan? Jeez." Maple began to laugh as she tied up her running shoes. "Looks beautiful, but are you wearing a trench coat to look cool, or is that a cry for help?" Leslie japed as she finally got out of bed, stretching out as she looked around the blanket for her clothes. "It's stronger and lighter than Kevlar. This is the Wolf Initiate jacket. It has a few cool features." Morgan showed off the trench coat, never thinking anyone had seen a real wolf agent. "You're getting dressed for a fight right now. I need to be resting for class. I didn't sign up for the Infinite Crisis lifestyle." Maple held up her nose. "What time is it?" "Girl, it's 0500. This has to be a joke," Leslie gripes. Morgan rolled his eyes. "Put your hands on my shoulder, I get you to your dorm." They both looked confused. "Morgan, I don't want to feel your coat bought in blood. It's nice, and it's not that nice," Maple groaned. "Let's start walking to the Lord's Hall. I'll rock with what I have on." I have a technique I really use. It takes a lot of energy," Morgan informs. "When did you get all these moves, clothes, and abilities? You never talked to me about this at all." Leslie fell back on the bed. "Just because I learned to fight without tricks up my sleeve doesn't mean I didn't have any. Now, let's go. This is a priority mission, A or S ranked." Morgan extended his hands to them. "Fine, I'll change when I get there." Fine, I'll change when I get there then, Leslie muttered, grabbing his hand. Maple hesitated, holding her hand back. You two should go. I want to stay here and go to sleep. I have an exam at 0700, and I cannot be late for this test, Morgan. I need you there with me, Maple, Morgan confessed. Maple looked at him, unable to believe he would ask for her help. What did he think he was doing? How could she have offered herself to a rival so willingly? Why did it feel so good to be wanted by him? The question flowed through her head until she grabbed Morgan's hand. Then her mind felt silenced. His energy pulsed through her. She looked into his eyes, knowing they would protect each other. Why didn't you just ask me out sooner? Maple complained. Make me feel these stupid emotions for your indecisive ass. Morgan smiled, placing his finger on the center of his forehead, envisioning the living room, then stepping through the space-time vortex before him. The young ladies looked around in amazement as they entered the astral plane. Their awes echoed through the purple velveteen halls of the astral plane. In a moment, reality rushed into fruition before them. As they appeared in the living room where their roommates had fallen asleep, the TV watched them. Maple immediately ran to the bathroom to vomit, hating roller coasters, let alone whatever they just did. Leslie stared at everything around her for certainty. It was indeed there and had always been there. She looked at Stella and Tanya sleeping with microfiber blankets, wondering why she couldn't do the same. Why Morgan couldn't be as simple as that blanket. Stella, did you just come in? Did you get more orange juice? Tanya asked, rubbing her eyes. You. Morgan waved 2 fingers. Sup? Why are you all back home so early? Tanya asked, covering herself up. There's an emergency meeting we gotta get to, Morgan noted. I didn't even hear the door. How did you get in here? Stella asked, waking up. I blinked, and here we are. It's one of my powers. Morgan winked. You can teleport now? When did you learn how to teleport? Tanya was amazed, thinking he didn't have an alignment or any abilities. Colin Gregor. The same reason we must rush to protect the Lord Commissioner and the Qatar heir. Senator Qatar is here? Tanya asked in shock. I don't recall this one being the senator. I only know him from a banquet dinner a few years back. One of many they hosted for their organization, fundraising dinners. I seriously doubt his presence here is a good thing. Morgan trailed off toward Leslie and Maple, changing their clothes. Maple reappeared. Her stomach was queasy, and she was dressed in her blue student uniform. Her face turned pale and sickly. The family name Vibram is on her chest. Maple sat down, holding her stomach, but was unwilling to turn back. She wanted to push forward to see if it was worthwhile. Leslie? Morgan asked. I'm coming. Give me 3 minutes. Jeez, Leslie called back. Please hurry. Colin has a terrible temper. Morgan turned his attention to Tanya. They need bread or something to settle their stomach. It'll make the travel much easier for everyone. There are 2 more loaves and bacon from yesterday's breakfast on the counter. Give me a few minutes as well. I'll make you 3 sandwiches. One of you Vibrams, I need a flame. Stella groaned, sitting up to her feet and following Tanya into the kitchen. Stella instantly tossed the skillet, heating it to 400 degrees. Tanya got busy. She cracked 3 eggs into the skillet, let them sizzle, and tossed the bacon strips into the heat alongside the eggs. She turned her attention to slicing the single loaf of bread into 3 pieces, finishing up as Leslie walked out uniformed and half awake. The trio stuffed their breakfast sandwiches into their mouths before preparing for another trip. They were gone again as soon as they came, walking the astral plane into the Lord's Hall. It was the first time either of the ladies had seen its mythical majesty. Morgan had come often for meetings with the generals. The hall was 10,000 years old. The whole room was carved with marble. 28 pillars lined the room, 7 along each wall, holding up the pantheon ceiling of solid stone. There was a sitting gallery where Carmen sat in the wooden seats with a green sundress and emerald earrings, flipping through her social media management systems with her thumb, glancing up occasionally for any newsworthy taglines. The center of the room had 3 world leaders pausing their debate to react to the massive energy fluctuation around them. The energy spiked as an electrical disturbance broke out. Colin was the first to stand to the pending threat. He looked to the gallery, feeling Carmen had something to do with this. Carmen looked at her phone as the screen began to slightly malfunction. The Lord Commissioner watched this as Ward, his niece, and their friends stepped nearly out of thin air. Brian Qatar sat with a grin, staring at Colin, who was livid. What are you doing here? We're in a restricted meeting, Colin fumed. Captain Morgan Ellys and Captain Bram with Specialist Steele reporting for a security detail. Sir, Morgan saluted. Your presence isn't needed here, Colin challenged. I disagree and have the authority to do so. You're one of the most violent lunatics on Gaia. Someone must watch over you. Morgan asserted, having grown unafraid of the patriarch. Colin tested Morgan's audacious gaze. Colin took in the cold-blooded killer he corrupted from an innocent child. Colin wanted a loyal super soldier. Instead, he got a rabid wolf already more powerful than most of his legions. This is the boy Ray believed could lead the regime. You called your pup out of fear, Colin sneered. I'm no longer a pup. You saw to that. Now you can speak to me directly, Morgan barked. Maple tugged Morgan's arm, whispering, That is Sergeant Gregor. He outranks us. Do not incite him. He needs to worry about inciting me, Morgan responded, his eyes not leaving the patriarch. Hey, Morgan, Carmen cheered, shouting through the tension and waving wildly for his response. Brian spectated a quiet, calculating observation. The reporter Carmen Cruz and Morgan connected. Only a handful of Morgans he had ever met in his lifetime or heard of were men. He had to be his cousin. Brian always assumed the boy was alive, but to see him was another story entirely. Morgan, at ease. Take your detail a few feet away. We must focus on the ceasefire. We're meant to foster peace over the northern hemisphere of Gaia. Ray suggested with a collected groan. We must continue our meeting. You must have a sovereign nation to rebel. The truth is that Urdu and Nakans have invaded Ekru without mind for the people there, similar to our current situation with Naka and Urdu. They invade with no respect, causing chaos and discord. I think it's best to invite these captains to sit and join us. As a Nakan and Ekru raise in Urdu, they must have a colorful perspective, fighting for their agenda. Brian had a profound cadence to his speech. He was selective with his wording and timing. Colin cut his eyes at Brian. For what? What's your ploy? I stated why rather clearly. Brian sighed exasperatedly. Do you see what I've dealt with my time here in Urdu, Captain Ellys? I could not imagine your stress here. Morgan sat quietly, offering nothing in resistance to Brian. He was focused on responding with action. He had no political diatribe or agenda to offer the men, nor was he personally familiar with their standpoints or perspectives. He had faint memories of Brian, but the memories of Ray and Colin becoming combustible was fresh in his mind. Feeling like he was looking at a military drone, he once held this boy as a baby more than either man could say. They had the same blood coursing through their veins, yet couldn't feel further apart. Brian thought he might be celebrating the day he saw the lost son of the Samir kingdom. Instead, he pushed his seat away from the table, bowing his head and then excusing himself without words. Brian could not speak to the group further as he pulled out his cell phone. Brian left for the hallway, beginning to take his call in private. Leslie, you should go around and up to the gallery. Specialists do not have jurisdiction on this floor. The Lord Commissioner nodded her away. But this is worse enough as is. Please listen to me and move to the gallery. You can also take the steps if you must dally on this level. The Lord Commissioner offered, wishing to respond to the meeting at hand. The Lord Commissioner had dropped the formalities. His tone rumbled as he began losing control over the situation. He opened his mouth to speak again, and Leslie raised her hands, not wanting to test him. Leslie left for the gallery, beginning to slow down as she overheard Brian's conversation, not wanting to give away her position. She stepped back around the wall towards the stairs leading to the gallery, holding out an ear. Drake, you won't believe this. The Messiah arrived minutes after I prayed. He comes off like a jarhead, brainwashed. He's volatile but acts like a military drone. He didn't even recognize me. Didn't even use his proper name. The Patriarch and the Lord Commissioner are at odds. We're on a burning bridge, brother, Brian reported. Leslie slowed down her breath, listening intently. He's the golden boy of the regime. What do you expect? He's a soldier. Isn't that how most of them act after basic training? The phone responded, rationalizing the situation. I expect him to understand he's behind enemy lines and brainwashed by their lies, Drake. Not to be coming here to defend the Lord Commissioner. I didn't expect his enemies to have consumed his heart, Brian stated coldly. You want to talk about being behind enemy lines? You? I told you not to even set up this meeting. You wanted to be trapped in a room with two Guardians of Gaia discussing your conspiracies, yet asking for something to happen. You can't talk about the boy if you have no better sense of your age. Drake was furious. I can protect myself, little brother. I am my weapon, and nothing formed against me shall prosper. Everything is going rather mundane, but still the plan. I expected this corrupted Earth Guardian and Shishi to be united. Instead, the Lord Commissioners agreed with me. Brian tried to explain. Drake quieted down. Those two have been friends most of their life. Do you honestly think it's real? I believe what you stated is the last thread holding their relationship together. Their presence in each other's life seems dependent upon that truth. It's sadly hollow to consider how much people change in their lifetime. I immediately came here expecting a fight, but it seems the Lord Commissioner himself may see the restoration of Nadia. The boy has affected his intentions. They have a familial relationship. The Messiah even arrived with warrant next of kin. Brian rubbed his goatee. Don't die too soon, brother. A good brain is worth nothing in a corpse, Drake noted. I do not fear death. I fear condemnation for Makil only. Makil will have his due, and all will come to fruition. Brian's conviction scared Leslie and Drake alike. Leslie backed away, needing a way to contact Morgan. She backpedaled around the corner as Brian began walking to the door. She rushed to find her place in the gallery, taking a few spots down from Carmen. The two made brief eye contact before Carmen scoffed and rolled her eyes, looking at her beau below and taking a quick picture of him in his trench coat. Go get him, baby, Carmen called again. It was a little secret around campus the two had a romantic relationship and kinship as wolves. Colin, Morgan, and Maple had argued over the wolf program. Colin had begun by poking a joke at their lack of qualifications even being here. Morgan rebutted with being a wolf. Maple asked questions and more questions to her mentor until she exploded over the details or lack thereof. Colin dodged their questions or brushed them away. You took a child and tortured him in the forest. You're supposed to be a leader, Maple began her tirade. The more Colin tried to deflect her question, speaking of a lack of military jurisdiction on her part, the more Maple doubled down on how unethical and heartless the patriarch was. The Colin began getting flustered when she called him an embarrassment to Naka. Morgan had sat back, studying Colin's movements for any sudden reactions. Colin was on a two-front defensive as Maple began questioning every judgment, decision, and accomplishment Colin had, leaving him disarmed to say anything nor stand on a single past deed. Colin sat at his wit's end, ready to throw the table over and burn the entire building. Colin looked at her with a vein budging in his forehead. He was worried about proving Brian's smug point and quipped about how dangerous he was as a world leader. Maple began boldly asserting Colin should step down from leadership within Naka and remain patriarch in a limited capacity to influence Naka. Ray sat with a thin smile, agreeing with many of the girls' points and attempting to have it done the same to save the world. Gaia sat firmly in Colin's hands. His only concern was keeping it there. The three had previously discussed the land in Ekru and Urdu the Nakans had been acquiring. The Lord Commissioner took the stance every nation should remain in its region, allowing yielding ambassadors, tourists, and those who would apply for a visa to travel. He wanted time for the regions to grow without lobbyists, warmongers, and criminals running region to region with malice, an effective century of peace beyond his lifetime. You ruined his life by putting him in this program. You feel nothing for it. He can never live a normal life because of you two. Neither of you cares about him. Two miserable, power-hungry men living vicariously through a boy greater than they'll ever be. Maple spat out her accusation. Carmen had her phone camera recording the entire thing with a delighted smile. The graduate and salutatorian of her grade felt the academy needed to hear the truth. She didn't expect Colin to jump to his feet, knocking his chair over. His body erupted into a flaming horror, his signature smile now immersed in a deranged glee as he stepped closer to Maple. Morgan left his seat, drawing his kunai from his holster. He was armed and armored. His eyes grew crimson as he analyzed Colin's energy flow. Colin gulped and the boy moved so quickly. The boy's eyes were like his own father, Maurice. Colin felt as though he was staring at a reflection of Maurice Gregor. But this ghost was armed and armored, not crying over how he felt as a father. The boy looked like Obata. Colin had expected the boy to die during the wolf initiation, but here he stood. He expected him to die during his missions, but here he stood. He hoped Ray would have killed the brat when he killed his family, but here he stood. The boy had set all his allies against him. Colin's most extraordinary victim had become his nemesis. Colin's flames extinguished and his smile faded as he made brief eye contact with Ray. He hadn't even tried to call the boy off. Things are going well, yes? Colin's approach took them all off guard. He looked at Morgan, but it wasn't fear. Colin felt as if he was staring in a mirror. The wheels began spinning in his head. I have a daughter. She would make a far better wife than this creature by your side. I'll begin drafting a marriage proposal. How would you like to be a Gregor? I'm a girl. Maple grew furious, trying to get around Morgan to tell Colin off. Morgan allowed Colin to back down from the fight. Morgan held Maple back. I suggest you both take your seats and stay here. I'm not here to talk. I'm here to ensure you two don't ruin the world again. I prefer to stand, Colin grinned. You think I'll bow to your patricidal cowardice? Killing old men and villagers doesn't impress me. I've killed actual soldiers. Morgan was unwilling to back down himself, with no one to hold him back. You killed your father, I wonder. Are you as strong as your father? Who murdered both your parents, for that matter? Or has anyone explained how the world has conspired against the two of us? You and I, Morgan? I'm your only true ally and relative left. Say hello to your Uncle Colin. This is why I've tried so hard to teach you. No one else here knows the truth about you. They will all lie to you. You know what I think? You know what I want? A true heir to my empire. Colin extended his hand to Morgan for a hug. Colin had expected an outburst of rage. Instead, quicker than light itself, the kunai frozen before his eyes. Morgan's facial expression hadn't changed as he coldly pushed against the force, holding back his hand. Colin fell back a few steps with his hands raised, his heart still beating. Morgan's eyes hadn't moved off of Colin. He wondered how his hand was stopped so quickly. Phenomenal work. But today is not the day to set the world on fire. Brian clapped his hands, revealing himself in the doorway, observing their quarrel. Brian snapped his fingers and the kunai fell to the ground. He used his telepathy to influence the kunai. Brian had no control over Morgan and could not gain control over him no matter how he tried. Morgan walked closer with a mannerly smile, approaching warily. He noticed Morgan's hand was on the hilt of another dagger strapped to his waist. It hardly stopped the boy from his target. Brian noted the tenacity. Brian let out a weary sigh. I may not be able to stop him twice. I suggest you begin acting like you have some sense. Brian suggests cordially. Who killed Abada Samara? Who? Colin asked again fervently. It was you, Morgan seethed in anger. I certainly played my hand, but I pulled no trigger. It's no secret that I wanted the Gregor throne, but I killed no Samaras, none using the name anyway. You have a rather large family tree even I couldn't burn. I murdered this chump's father, and my own, to win my wealth. That was because they fucked my wife. Sitting on my throne as one giant joke at my expense, they had their way with Marcia. According to Gregor law, both those crimes are punishable by death, granting me amnesty in Naka. Colin confessed. There are 3 or 4 known Gregors left in the world. Gregor law, each from different lineages and bloodlines, must be 300 years old. And you think you'll receive God's mercy for what you've done? Brian asks, seeking Colin's conscience, showing at least one person saw through his moral gymnastics. I am God. And this right here is called patience and mercy. You all stand opposed against me. I came here for a friendly chat, yet all you act against your Lord and Savior? You're lucky I don't destroy you all. Colin raged, screaming at the top of his lungs, the only release of anger he was allotted. The Lord Commissioner slammed his fist on the table, attempting to regain order. I have no place in the sudden appearance of Captain Ellys nor Captain Verbram. It was their own volition and design. The purpose of this appearance is unknown. And yes, being a wolf agent, Captain Ellys is free not to discuss his reasoning. I have no idea how they could have ever learned of this meeting. There's currently no bloodshed. Let us resume this meeting and work on the subject at hand without a war. Who killed Obata Samara? Ray Bradley warned. Who? Colin stared at Ray. Who killed him, Raymond? The Lord Commissioner cuts his eyes at Colin, who seemed desperate and delirious. The reports say an earthquake hit the property. Ekru doesn't even sit on a fault line. How could there have been an earthquake? The Samaric kingdom was bigger than the Qatar Manor in Graham. It was over a mile long. How could the entire block fall unless a strong, terrakinetic targeted the mansion? Can you tell me again what you did to be awarded the title of Lord Commissioner of the regulation regime after my father and uncle's death? Brian quickly pieced together Colin's desperate pleas for a confession. Colin didn't want to be the only monster in the room. Quite the assessment. Brian Salim was also a brilliant man. Intellect did not serve him much use. I suggest you learn from his mistakes. They had finally gotten Ray's attention beyond his title of Lord Commissioner. Colin knew they were all coming with him if he was going down. Do you understand the danger you are in, Captain Ellys? Brian asked, scooting his chair away from the table. You set your eyes upon the wrong enemy. What do you mean? Morgan asked. What do I mean? Morgan, if only you knew what you are to Ekru. You've brainwashed the Prince of Ekru, your nephew, to be your weapon of war. Why? Why? You murdered my family for power and brainwashed my cousin. Out of fear? Brian said sharply toward Colin and Ray. The Prince of Ekru? Maple asked, holding her stomach, looking at Morgan. Colin looked at Ray, who looked on in shock and anger. Years of conditioning from Colin and isolation from Ray were undone in one admission. Morgan stood in shock, able to join quickly in how two boys played God and ruined the planet for everyone. The men who took his life and his family from him. Carmen watched Magnetic, not blinking as she ate pretzels straight from the bag hidden in her purse. She looked smug at Leslie and then back to the scene. Carmen rolled her eyes, deciding Leslie wasn't related to her uncle's decisions. Carmen held out her bag of pretzels and Leslie reluctantly accepted, needing something to keep her hands busy. Moving next to Carmen to watch. She was still exhausted from yesterday and it seemed a conflict was inevitable. Leslie squeezed Carmen's knees as she watched Morgan struggle with the realization. Worry etched on Carmen's face as Morgan's energy began changing. It got darker. And he lost his aloofness. He was pissed as crimson energy flooded from his pores. Even I'm curious how you got this one to trust you. You helped me kill the boy's family and act as if I did it myself. Now he's your little son? Or was he your pet? Colin covered his mouth, beginning to laugh. You were promoted to Lord Commissioner for killing Obata Samara? Barely audible to any of the men shouting at the other, but Maple heard. Morgan, relax. Maple stepped back as his energy began bending the tiles beneath him. I swear I told you. I told everyone. I told you when you were a boy. I told you everything, Morgan. He ruined your memory, his training. I took you out of his training, Morgan. Please control your power, not now. Ray was broken up, losing his grip, sorrowful and angry. This is war, Raymond Bradley warned. We will remove every single Nakan and Erdun from Nadia for this atrocity. As Lord Qatar of Maya, I will bring both your regions down. Your marked men. I assure you I am like neither of my parents. I am a far worse opponent to face. Brian slammed his fist on the solid oak table, breaking it in half. He tossed off his suit jacket, revealing an athletic build, though he planned to make little use of it. Ray attempted to please. Brian, please. You're no friend of mine, Lord Commissioner. You will refer to me as High Priest Qatar, the godfather of the Brotherhood. And your lack of respect is exactly why you will fail as a leader. I at least thank you for your admission of honesty. You sit here with me, knowing you murdered my family, fooling yourself to think you could kill me as well. You can hide your sins from the world, but not from the eyes of God. Brian stood up. So be it. Ray nodded, letting his purple and green aura flare up, his body beginning to grow. Oh, the fun begins, Colin ignites himself. Morgan backed away a few steps in shock, muttering under his breath as his memories collided. He was able to comprehend it with his mind. Suddenly, another mind lent its assistance. Brian saw Morgan's distress and grew angrier. You two take me far too lightly. Brian sends a pulse wave of psychic energy, sending Colin and Ray flying. Colin rolled, catching himself as his body spun to face Brian. He dashed forward, his hands growing into flaming lion paws. Ray got up slower, rising on a stone panel beneath him, riding it to Brian. Brian pointed at the stone, listlessly tossing it in Colin's direction. Ray fell to the ground. Colin hopped up on the panel, running up its side, then launching himself to Brian. Flames wrap around Colin like a flaming bullet. Maple grabbed Morgan, creating a fire barrier as Colin's energy clashed with another wave of psychic energy. The energy surged against the other until they exploded, sending Colin backward and dropping Brian to a knee from a slight migraine. Morgan fell to his knees, fighting tears, losing his mind, trying to piece together the madness. Maple panicked, feeling the incredible energy pushed against her barrier. She believed it was from Brian and Colin clashing again. Instead, she was struggling to keep them from plane, super big plane. I did not have to deal with planes downstairs in the basement. I would love to see that as well. Like this was a non-existent issue inside the basement. There's a far superior place to record. There's actually like barely any distractions in the basement, and it makes the whole process go by a lot quicker. She believed it was from Brian and Colin clashing again. Instead, she was struggling to keep the energy contained from the inside. Morgan stared at the ground blankly, and his eyes turned a dead black as if no one remained inside his flesh. Maple sighed as the resistance stopped and she was able to maintain her shield. That was a car. Maple sighed as the resistance stopped and she was able to maintain her shield. I'm trying to help you, but you must help yourself. Maple cried, feeling exhausted as the battle raged on with Brian fighting Colin and Ray. A flash of Aya collapsing appeared before his eyes. He saw his fellow legionaries falling left and right around him. His body was walking through a hall of brutal memory. His body was walking through a hall of brutal memories from the battlefield. Every man he killed, in every fight he had stolen a life. Every insult against him fell into the ocean of his family's son and image, seeing his mother's smile and his father's pride, feeling the absence. Morgan's heart wrenched, believing he had long lost the feeling of pain. I will give you my power. A maniacal voice cackled in the recesses of the boy's mind. The new mind showed him everything that had brought him to this point. His shallow black eyes looked up, seeing nothing but the energy blurs moving around him. Outside the shield of swirling fire energy, a purplish-green giant energy signature protected an orange and purple entity from rapidly moving obstacles. A gray silhouette sent large plumes of energy out of thin air toward both. Morgan's body stood up, kicking into instinct due to the fight before him. Maple dropped her shield, falling to her knees in exhaustion. Morgan began to hear screams and cries from past battles. He saw his father reaching through the rubble of his kingdom to set his son free. using his last moment of life to teleport Morgan away, crushing the air from his lungs. Morgan's blind instinct sharpened into images as Morgan's eyes turned crimson, briefly, before a deep golden yellow dominated his irises. Dark black energy began radiating from his body with a wicked smile on his face, as all his enemies had gathered themselves together in one room. Morgan laughed hysterically, feeling his energy bursting out his body, the memories of pain making him laugh maniacally. I got you, babe. Go ahead and watch the action with Leslie. It feels so good to be back on Gaia. Morgan chuckled, unable to control himself as traces of electricity sparked around the dork aura. Now, I can stop holding back. Laughter was falling out of his mouth as his mortal mind shattered, commanded by his divine destiny. Morgan's energy was rising without a ceiling. His aura consumed the flames around him, turning the flames black until the technique was completely nullified. Morgan. Maple asked, backing away to brick for the gallery. Jaluno, the Lord of Darkness. Pleasure. Absolute pleasure to meet you, love. It's time to type some loose ends, my dear. I'll be with you this evening to love you once more. Run off now, my dear. Morgan winked. Maple trusted the man even though she was terrified. She broke to run and Morgan waved his wrist, creating a portal, dropping her in Leslie's lap straight off the battlefield. Maple looked around, trying to figure out how she had gotten there. Sitting up to take the seat between Carmen and Leslie, snatching the bag of pretzels before vomiting. What the hell is going on? Maple asked. You were down there. Jeez. I suppose this is great, though. Better Morgan take care of them all now than later. It means we'll be queen and king sooner, Carmen responded. Leslie and Maple stared daggers at Carmen for speaking about such a thing. Never fear, the Redeemer of the Damned is here. Hey, I'm making a goddamn entrance. Morgan grew upset with the conflict around him as the three played cat, liar, and mouse. The silhouette of a wolf wrapped around Morgan's body in pure nether energy. He runs his hands through his short afro, sighing. You see, this is exactly why humanity is doomed. You never pay attention to the important things. Morgan spotted Ray stone surfing after Colin and Brian. He selected his first target, teleporting before Ray. Morgan drove a knee straight through Ray's chest, instantly knocking the wind out of his mentor. Ray folded onto the boy's knee, reaching out in anguish, unable to defend himself or process the speed and power. Morgan roundhouse kicked Ray in the abdomen a split second after the initial impact. Then a high jump to Ray's head, knocking him straight to the ground from the levitating stones, straight to the ground 10 feet below. The massive stones dropped onto Ray's body and Morgan disappeared from the battle. Ray! Colin adjusted his attention for a moment. Your fight is here. Brian blasted Colin with another wave of psychic energy, knocking Colin from the stone panel. Morgan looked on in disgust. I don't need your help, and this is my fight. You're all my opponents. I'm your prophet. I must help you. You're not a very good listener. You wanted a savior of the living. I am the reckoning from hell. I'm not here for you, smart idiot. Morgan laughed, grabbing Ray by the throat, listlessly pitching the giant man into Brian before Brian could react. Brian's eyes bulged from shock, completely unexpecting the 13-foot man to be tossed like a child's toy. My, and she, and Ankh. You're not Anki. Who are you hiding in there? My, have you played a trick on Mother? Does she know you're hiding here? Morgan laughed, looking at Ray. Looks like Father sent me here to kill all three of you. Let's try to make this a good fight, boys. I haven't walked in this realm since Nahari Samara. I don't come out to be bored. Impress me. Colin dashed in for Morgan, never one to be taunted. Morgan hadn't even turned his head as the throwing knife swam through the air, burying itself inside of Colin's chest cavity and dropping him instantly. Boring. Morgan yawned and laughed. Seems I'm better than you two. Maybe you should have died with Obata. You can't even handle a 16-year-old Garden of Ether. Pathetic. Colin felt pure pain, excruciating agony as he held onto his chest. The pain was worse than his humiliation. He was staring at the butt of the knife's handle barely poking out of his chest. He hadn't even seen it coming to activate his healing factor. Colin lifted his head from the puddle of his blood. He watched Morgan with a proud smile at his creation. Morgan had awakened the Lord of Darkness, the guardian of Ether Luno. Colin dropped his head, allowing death to consume him as his body fell cold, his heart wrapped around the knife. Brian shoved Ray off of him. He created a force field around himself, beginning to levitate above the battle. He watched as Colin Gregor bled to death and the Lord Commissioner struggled to stand. Brian was in horror at being wrong. Morgan hadn't been a drone. The boy was a vessel, God's witness to the cruelty of humanity and its leaders, and their eyes were locked on Brian, attempting to escape. You're too small in your head, and not on the field. I need to pop your bubble. Morgan looked up to Brian 20 feet above his head. Brian watched in amazement as Morgan jumped over his head, barely touching the open hall ceiling, and coming down in a backflip, kicking Brian's force field into terminal velocity. The barrier shatters against the ground. Morgan landed with the same bored look in his face. Do you have more men or something? Are you all so weak because you're old? We can travel back in time if you want a better fight. Come on. Morgan taunted, beginning to wave his hand, creating a portal. How old do you need to be for a fair fight? I don't think you could even beat me in this lifetime. Well, I'll take your silence and winces that you're ready for me to end this all. It's time for you three to die. Morgan's capabilities limit Luno as the boy looked at what he did. Luno convinced Morgan he had to end it all for the betrayal and secrets. Morgan raised his hands. The gravity field above the room condensed into visibility. Hey, Carmen, are you getting my good side? Morgan shouted. You know it, babe. I knew you could do it, Lord Luno. Carmen cheered as her part was complete. Morgan, you're going too far, Leslie sat up. Move, Leslie, you're ruining my perfect shot. Carmen got closer. I got it, baby. How are you advocating this? Leslie spun Carmen around and her phone fell to the ground. What the hell is your problem? My team is winning. Carmen glared at Leslie, then snatched her phone off the ground, fuming at her cracked screen. And you're buying me a new phone, steal. Ray crawled up to Morgan on his knees, clasped his hands together, bowing his head to the ground. I surrender, Morgan. You are the strongest. This match is declared one man standing, Big Brad. The last one of us living wins. Pick yourself up and let me fight you hand to hand. Or would you like me to stand 50 feet away from you so you can try an earthquake? Both are more honorable than you gave Obata, right? Morgan canceled out the gravity field. I'm sorry, Morgan. I told you when you were a child. I've always been upfront with you. Where did I go wrong? Ray bowed his head against the ground, prostrating until his forehead bled. Morgan, please don't, Leslie cried out, running to the floor. She got on her knees before him next to her uncle. Please, Morgan. Luno glared at her in disgust, but couldn't ignore her pleas. The spirit let its grip on Morgan go, even if for the day it would surely return. Morgan's body went limp, his eyes turning back to brown as he fell unconscious on the ground. Maple and Carmen run down to the floor to check on Morgan. Leslie held Morgan in her arms, crying over his body. Maple checked on the Lord Commissioner, though he shook her away as he crawled closer to Morgan. Morgan fell by Leslie, crying over his body, apologizing profusely. Carmen ran to Colin. She shouldn't get too close to Colin, looking down as he lost color. She ran to Morgan's side, pointing to her mentor dying before her eyes. Leslie, please, he's gonna die, Carmen pleads. Leslie looked over to Colin, asking if she could honestly heal him. A question not of her skill, but of her convictions. She hates Colin Gregor, but refusing to help would make her an accomplice to murder. Carmen dragged Colin out of his blood, kneeling by his side. The blade poked out of his sternum with a wolf's mouth as a handle gaping at the sky. A similar fate to other men on his tirade of removing his enemies from the face of the planet. It was a miracle Colin was even alive. In truth, his deal with the devil kept him alive, and Shishi waiting to take control of Colin's body once he died, even though he was gripped to life. The death made dealing with the blade more sensitive. It's in my heart. It's plugging it up. Colin whimpered like a baby. He needs surgery, Carmen. I'm not a field medic. Call this one in, Leslie shouts. Tell the regime about this? Are you kidding me? Carmen raised her eyebrow. They record those calls. This fight needs to be buried immediately. Kiss and make up. Morgan won. Please help me. Word breaks the patriarch died in Urdu. There would be war. I can't do anything about that, Carmen. It's too deep. I saw the blade and it was inside his body. Removing it will kill him. Leslie closed her eyes. Remove the blade, Carmen. Remove the blade and run. I can heal myself once it's out. I have more of my soul to barter with. Colin could barely lift his arm, seething with rage as he stared at Ray crying over Morgan. I'll finish this, and there will be no war. In disgust, Carmen stuck out her tongue, poking at the dagger. Leslie, please, it's so bloody. I'll spare you, Steel Girl. You can be one of my devotees. Pull out the blade. And she continued to entice through the body of Colin. Leslie turned her back to Colin. A wounded Colin was one thing, but using his flame for the Phoenix recovery he was known for wasn't going to happen. Leslie doubted anyone knew there were limitations to the technique. They seemed to run into a loophole with their nearly unstoppable technique. Colin remained alive, but it was something evil keeping his mouth moving, bleeding from his death puddle. You need an exorcism, not a doctor, Leslie offered. Morgan was unconscious but at least alive. His body turned cold from the remnants of nether energy pumping through his chakra system. His body was rejecting its energy, causing his limbs to turn ice cold while he ran a fever. He could at least be taken to the infirmary. Colin needed a helicopter and medical evacuation. Even Ray seemed torn as Colin died with hatred and love for his childhood friend. Ray lifted Morgan in his arms, tossing him over his shoulder. He held his hand, heating himself as he sealed Colin in a healing moss. Ray rushed off to get Morgan to the infirmary, his new duty taking all precedence in mind. No one had noticed when Lord Brian Goddard slipped away, rushing to his driver already en route to the airport. No one would stop him from returning to Maya on a first-class ticket to set a water embargo against Urdu. Once at the airport, Brian walked past the check-in, loosening his tie and buttons. He dropped into the bathroom, slipping into a stall Brian Qatar, walking out with a novelty hat and an attached beard and wearing an I'm What Stupid shirt as he walked into the executive lounge, sitting alone with the pina colada. Mr. Smith, would you like to try a virgin daiquiri? A hostess asked with a tray. Oh, yes, you're so sweet. Here's a nice tip for you. Brian bobbed his head like a geriatric, faking a knocking accent. Of course, Mr. Smith, you're always so sweet when you come, she says as he puts $20 on the tray. Oh my God, thank you. Haha, you're so easily impressed by money, huh? You want to own a place like this or work for one like this? Brian asked. Oh, Mr. Smith, you're so funny, she laughed, leaving the strawberry pineapple daiquiri and a few extra cookies for the kooky old man. Brian smiled brightly underneath the beard, picking up the cookie and dipping it in the daiquiri, tasting his creation as she left him for his meal. He began genuinely planning his retaliation. Morgan had become an unexpected component. In his berserk state, he was unable and unstoppable. Brian replayed how a mere child defeated 2 Guardians and himself without contest. He smiled, regaling and meeting the new Guardian of Ekru. This Captain Morgan Ellys from behind enemy lines with an antrogate amnesia. He will find his victory over Luno, that the world would be restored. He imagined if a wolf was allowed to handle a patriarch and Lord Commissioner of the regime. What would their collective pride and vitriol have produced if he hadn't interfered? Brian had no answer as he walked in disguise through the airport, sitting exhausted, reflective, and humbled. He was meandering past check-in straight to his concourse. He had thought nothing of the child they called Captain. Their relationship confused him, the 3 of them like one dysfunctional family. So he let the thought go, enjoying the strawberry pina colada daiquiri with the assortment of cookies. Morgan was back in Dr. Hisoa's office. He was laid with fluids running through an IV. There was no need for life support, but Hisoa wanted him to stay until the nether energy filtered out of his system. Leslie sat by his bedside. Mabel wrote down Dr. Hisoa's necessary instructions for hospice treatment, entrusting the group senior with the details. Leslie watched Morgan sleeping. He looked peaceful as he rested. She lay on his chest watching him the previous night as well. He had the face of a boy she once knew, once in her life. The lacerations that would lead most to spiraling into depression or suicide made him, this entire time, he wasn't human. He had an alignment, and he had his family, killed by her uncle. The same uncle who once read them bedtime stories, took them fishing, taught them to hunt, and raised Morgan as a human weapon. She had no idea how they would ever reconcile. Suppose there was ever a chance they could fix things at all. She had no idea herself. They had made love only last night. Was this her fault for pushing him? Morgan's heart rate began to speed up. Leslie's eyes bulged as the lights began to flicker. His eyes shot open and he sat up, gasping for air, holding his chest and throat. He began pointing frantically at the defibrillators. Leslie swallowed, trusting his judgment as she grabbed the defibrillators. "All right, clear." "No," he cries, anxiously pointing to the glass of water beside it. "Oh, okay." Leslie blushed, handing him the water. "You almost cooked me, Steele." Morgan gulped the water down, looking for more. "Are you mad at me? You called me Steele. I want to be... Why would I be mad at you?" Morgan asked. "Do you remember everything that just happened?" Leslie asked. "I do." Morgan rubbed her chin. "You had nothing to do with it. And look at you here. The first one I see when I wake up." Leslie squeezed him, crying profusely. "I'm so sorry for the entire line of Warrens and Steeles to Papa Warren. I apologize for everything my uncle has done to you and everything my family has done to your family." "Leslie, relax. I feel stressed out being used as their pawn. I was tired of being afraid. I felt challenged in other ways, but doing it was so easy." Morgan struggled to find the words to describe the pathological paradigm programming set against him by Colin and Ray. "You kicked their asses. Carmen recorded the entire thing." Leslie giggled. "I love you, you know that, right?" Morgan asked. "You'll never understand how much I love you. I love Colin to die because your knife throw was so perfect." Leslie pinches his right cheek. Morgan sighed. "There's going to be ramifications for this. Even if I had to stand by them myself, those three cannot hold power." Leslie grew quiet as his tone changed. Though she believed he was right, her father often spoke about how it was odd his brother-in-law would even take up such an office. There would undoubtedly be ramifications, but for the time being, there was only them, and no one else could take that from her, and no one could take him from her. Reflections of a New King. Morgan Ellys. Warren came a week later, and he and the patriarch were both hospitalized, but their fight ended in a draw. But he never specified why. "Morgan, come sit with me. We must discuss a few things." "Are you well, sir?" Ray smiled. "I'm well, son, thank you." The usual older man phrase. Most men over 40 here took to calling the younger recruits such. "You've grown here in these halls. You've served us well, sir. I wish more of a life for you than this. You deserve a normal life. After your next mission, I order you to resign and live your own life. Do you understand me? If I refuse, you'll be court-martialed and forced to resign. You are to leave. It's for your safety." The patriarch. "You're astute," he sighed, crossing his arms behind his back. "Walk with me for a moment, Morgan. I followed the lead of the only paternal figure I've had over these 18 years. Not sure if it truly qualifies as one either. We were both usually too busy to meet weekly, outside of training, briefing, and debriefing. We only saw each other in passing. No one truly knew we had a bond of any sort. I earned my title. Captain Ellys, you were requested by name to handle this by the patriarch. I do not trust this man, nor does he trust you. You will complete this mission to sate his curiosity and live your life as you please. I will not have either of your blood on my hand. I hold you both in high esteem. I will not see that lost. Why does he matter? You know who he is, correct?" I nod. "That is why. The patriarch of the Gregor's wealth is a very desirable position, one he wishes you to assume. Colin wishes for you to marry his daughter, Haley, to assume his fortune and be his heir." "Haley? I couldn't do that. Natalie would rip my eyes out and curse me 5 lifetimes over if I had. Dude, if I left her for her friend, why not? The money is meaningless to me, and I've bonds that prevent me from engaging with Haley. What bonds do you speak of? Another woman or several others? Marriage would destroy what I have right now. He smiles, hugging me. Here I believed you to be some monk. All along you had a girl of your own. He sounded proud, almost happy. It was rare we saw this side of each other. Or was she? I let out a sigh. Natalie Wolf. I couldn't lie to the commissioner. No, he shook his head. He cannot be with the wolf girl. The patriarch will not like that one bit. So, he isn't a good man. He has bad energy all over him. Haley isn't quite my type either. She's beautiful, but not quite the brightest. She would make a good wife. How do you know? The Gregor family does well to ensure their daughters are prepared to serve their husbands well. The Wolf family, on the other hand, well, you were a product of their collective brainchild with Colin Gregor. Then stay away from both, he frowned. I hoped many of the rumors are only rumors. The Gregor family is not the most honorable. My recent events with Colin had left me scarred from delivering my judgment. I see its future better in your hands. Such power and wealth cannot be handed over thoughtlessly. In your hands will see good use, I believe. You were a good ward. Now you are a king. You do not trust Colin either. Stop doing that. Stop reading my mind or whatever the hell you're doing, he said, unnerved. I bowed my head. I cannot help that your thoughts come to me so easily. The story's rather see-through. He uses you like a fiddle, and you enjoy being used. I'm trained to figure out more complex scenarios than your twisted relationship. You were a mountain kid going off of all he knew, and all Colin Gregor has ever known is treachery. He killed his father. You don't think he planned to have you killed if you wouldn't comply as he'll do me? I sigh, stopping before I reveal too much of what I figured out. If you do not trust the man, why must I wed his daughter? To keep the world in order. If you were aligned with your guardian spirit, you would see the clear option. The marriage is a request for peace. It is not my directive nor an order. It seems simple enough to fulfill. The girl is gorgeous if I do say so myself. Am I free to live as I please, even if I refuse to wed Haley? The commissioner bows his head. Yes. I'm not sure how long it might be if Colin is angry with you. To refuse his request would be a great insult. Marriage was his amend for you nearly killing him. His phoenix rising technique didn't work. He's on his deathbed. You are to be his ward, learn from him, and marry his daughter. I let out another sigh. You're getting rid of me. I knew you were a traitor too. I'm sparing you. I refuse to allow you to live out your days in the military. You deserve a life. I swear my life to you, Morgan. I had never intended for any of this to happen. I didn't know anything about your father. I followed orders. I was a mountain kid, but I was a xenophobe. I grew up around racists and bigots. I didn't see anything in Nadia and never thought twice. I had no idea how important you was. I had no idea how important your father was to all of Gaia. I never realized how much Urdu relied upon other regions with that talk of independence and self-sustenance. Urdu is dying, my boy. I didn't only kill your father. I killed my own region following Colin. Ray looked long into the sunset. You are in the military. You said I could be the Lord Commissioner one day. I insisted. Morgan, I don't return home to a wife. I don't have children of my own. I have lived a long time, long enough to hate myself. I fear you will resent me if I do not cut this cord soon. I spent my entire life in the military, from the academy to regaining our compound back home. I run the Great War. You are free to do as you wish. I will live proud of my decision to allow you to be a king. I do not have the power to stop the war, only to control it. Be free, Morgan. I do not want to quarrel with you. I have wronged you. Please allow me to make amends. Ray offers his hand. I do not understand. I stepped back, trying to read hostile intent, hatred, or any form of animosity in the man I once admired. Instead, I saw a cruel, bitter, miserable Lord Commissioner pleading for absolution before his timely death. The same comforting sleep I wish I could find, knowing despite your evil, there was something left. There was something left human inside you. Something inside tells me that your life could matter or make a difference. He smiles. Because you do not know more than this, Morgan. You were brought here to be a tool of war. There's no life for you. That is not what you were meant for. The violence and savagery of battle. This world needs more from you. It will be best if you go. Go and live your life. If you wish to stop the war, let's end it when you're ready. My boy, the war machine keeps moving where the money directs it. I'm putting you in a position to direct the money and save us all. Ray bows his head and nod. Dissent wasn't in my nature. With a little mind of my own to make up, nodding seemed appropriate. I had love and hatred brimming to my eyebrows for this man, yet I was only entering a world he had mastered. It seemed to hate him would be to hate what I was and was becoming. The hatred would only be a mountain in my pathway. My lesson. Things need to change, and the most powerful man on Gaia believes I'm responsible for changing it. What is this mission? It seemed strange. There was a freedom fighter in Naka giving Colin trouble. The man is claiming rights to the Gregor Manor and the Gregor territory of Naka in the name of Avada Samara. Colin wants him eliminated. He's convinced a fair amount of people, and Colin can lose everything because of the target. Details will transfer to your tablet. Before you scout, a plane leaves to take you to the Gregor compound in Naka. He wants to speak with you. Please have this dealt with by the end of the month. It's a simple mission. I can eliminate the rubble today if necessary. Please go to Nadia and do your scouting. I know you invested a fair amount of money there. On your weekends, you can't be found anywhere but Nadia. Today, return to your villa. Ask yourself about the life you want for yourself. I fear it is necessary. The man's evidence is rather convincing. However, I don't know enough about Naka or Nadia in history to discuss the matter. It threatens a shift in world powers. I must react the best way I know how. The best way I've found is relying on you. You can fulfill this last act against God and then return to a normal life. Live your life. It was an honor being your teacher, Captain Ellys. Ray salutes me and turns about face, leaving me in the field, lost in my thoughts and options. It was highly unorthodox and unprofessional from the Lord Commissioner. There was more to the situation at hand, yet I brushed it off, beginning to prepare for my mission mentally. I'm far more focused in the idea of rebuilding my home at this point. The feelings of dismissal and fate were wrapped up in the ability to speak or the inability to express. My perspective twisted on my tongue, possessed by silence and knowledge, surrounded by legions, unaware of what awaits humanity and how much we've done to cause it. They all drink to forget their week and have fun. I drink to cope with reality and the wounds of truth. There is no forgetting, only acceptance. When I opened my first club, I used drugs and alcohol to fit in. I tried my damnedest, but nothing truly worked, nor would it have worked. I couldn't understand drinking to forget the pain because whenever I tried, I spoke about the most excruciating moments of my life, dreaming of the pain in my subconscious. The only time I could ever bury the pain deep inside me was when I was sober, in my right mind, to know how to keep myself and my mouth shut. I couldn't pretend all right. I couldn't pretend all right was all right anymore. Not to act superior, but having seen what lies on the other side of infinity, the other side of truth, most patrons drank, smoked, partied, and tried to make peace with their world and convictions. I tried to make peace with the man in the mirror, tell him to get through one more day. Life after death was brutal to live for and even harder to comprehend. My world had been stopped and restarted as an insect running inside foil-drawn lines. Few things can make you feel insignificant or powerless. My life restarted against my wishes, against my hopes. When I finally believed that I found peace and tranquility I sought, I was thrown back into the fray, waking up with more questions than answers. I woke up feeling as if my skin was more a parameter than part of me. Now I feel I could destroy everything in my vicinity at any moment. I tried to stay in solitude, but everything life demanded connecting to this world. I realized life had meaning. Each of life's creatures had a purpose. For some, the purpose is small or solved through their mere existence without any outside action. Those among us cannot die until their purpose is fulfilled. The day-to-day has become a mere moving picture and an automation of routine. But it is not life, not an existence, day-to-day of going through the motions and the will to die. Yet life is all we are given. Everyone wants to talk, feel, and be a part of the grandiose effort, and be a part of the grandiose overestimation of existence. In truth, life carried little purpose. Even those who believed life was terrible or meaningless were empirically wrong, blinded by self-hatred. In truth, life is life. The rest was us and our environment, two things we have complete control over. Let's control how we react and interact. The quality of our lives was a construct of our imagination. I was told to be thankful for all these beautiful women with nothing in their heads, and even less familiar with me. We pretend that our love came from something more than sex and money. When my dick was soft, finding a reason to be with them was complex and even harder to find interest. They had nothing to offer me but sex, and I've had enough sex for the rest of my days. I longed for something more profound to make my wretched soul feel pure, to make my mind rest and make my heart feel like it had a home. These women cared nothing more than fun, money, and themselves. I know greater exists. So why is it so hard to find anyone who would make me feel as if I was worth this new opportunity? Instead, I'm only reminded why I found such peace in death. One day soon, I'll leave this world behind. This world of tacit apathy and plaintive validation, ignorance and destruction, or stupidity and war. I long for good beyond mortal death. I will leave this society and its ills behind me. One day, I will find the peace in my creation outside the regime. Location of self in the inner kingdom. Morgan Leonticus Samara. It's strange how we can talk about such finalities of life when others die for these matters. We reach some level of jaded malcontent and believe the world becomes blithesome and dull, as if there's some new title or science that will translate and manifest into some brand new idea of how to live life. We change the rules in life and wonder why we become dissatisfied or insatiable. We constantly believe there's more than believing ourselves right in this idea of more. But life has little more complexity than one day we die and must do what we must to be joyful until its end. All life is meaningful. One can be fine where they are, but this does not mean to say there's no better in this world. One who always believes he is right becomes a tyrant. We must be open, but reject those who speak only from a limited perspective, from a knowledge they believe is more outstanding than others or unique. I understand there's more to life, but I also understand I could stay exactly where I am and be happy. Maybe do it differently. But I'm living my life as I lived my life, and I plan to live this way. But when that understanding leads to trampling upon the lives of others or could lead others astray, it becomes paramount that I speak up. I understand someone's working understanding. Suppose they live in good health and success. But if they said this to someone, it would be differently perceived. If they said these things most wish to be affected deeply by what they said, they would seem ludicrous. Many people are struggling in life, but we attempt to compare groups disadvantaged by inability and by exclusivity. They cannot stand, it does not stand, and demons and vanity make us believe otherwise. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. I understand this better. But this is out of necessity for those of us who do God's work to do it truly. One must adapt the world to their perspective, changing the way the world works to be in their perspective. And there are those with little effect, because to manipulate the world, one must understand how it currently works. Some attempt to live a life of great worth but have lost their minds. They believe in their gods because they have learned how life works. A human must understand this truth. We teach our own and leave others to suffer as the world passes by them. Generations lost, blaming their inability to understand this crucial law, instead of merely teaching and allowing them to fend for themselves. One is guaranteed success by solely understanding the law that binds. We all rise and fall by our merit. No, our lives are not the same. Yes, we all define success in different ways, but there is a way for everyone to be happy. Violence is mandatory, but we must save this for the unjust and criminals, not praise them. Not use this as the first resource. Peace, tranquility, nourishment, and growth for every person to pursue a fulfilled existence. That will be the way. Contribute to this when your time comes. You will be rewarded greatly, to the best of your ability, or to the fulfillment of your path and not kill. One may be completely neutral to the idea of God and unwittingly do his works due to the good nature or living standards, and others can speak the holy name and do holy atrocities beyond belief. Who goes to hell? The unwillingly devout or the mindlessly blasphemous? What can decide this end? Only God and only reality. Reality is God. That's why so many live a lie. Reality is it in itself. We brand it differently and try to manipulate it for survival. But reality does not stop being reality because you're in the extreme cold or the jungle. We are all just beings attempting to live and feed our own. But some of us only extend our good nature to self, which is evil. Some of us boldly envision every individual on this planet as our family, as if they were our flesh and blood. That is good. There is no manipulation of philosophical argument. That is the imperative that Raquel himself has set. We are all bounded to it, no matter how we delude ourselves or our followers. I said in my sanctum, free from the stress and judgments above the world. It seemed no matter what was done, there was always someone set to be upset and discontent. When are the few times these discontents have any accurate suggestions or ideas? No real progress is ever made. I am left to deal with nothing more than discontent. Reality has become a popularity contest. I've watched unfit leaders ascend to greater power to have it crumble atop of them. I've seen men of great merit stuck and stifled. Reality has become Nshishi's playground, built upon trickery and distrust. I know little of what is genuine, constantly evaluating my ability and driving myself insane as if I could do or could have done more. I've conquered Nshishi, and I'm confronted with my eyesight. A monster is dead, and I should consider my health. I'm not sure we truly consider what is real or meaningful anymore. Everyone is so ego-driven, we refuse to see rights or wrongs within ourselves. We try to create extraordinary lives built upon self-proclaimed facets and identities to escape our true selves. I find myself categorized as misunderstood. I find myself being talked over by confused masses, and I face a loss of others' egos and failures of self. Their lack of acknowledgement of their personal lacking and failures make me the monster. to be blamed for the living conditions and choices made by these forces when they cannot reflect upon themselves or their identity to see wrong. No, evil and wrong only exist outside themselves. That is why I find myself surrounded by ego. Even within Shishi Dead, his advocates are plenty, chasing personal gain. None of them wish to save this world from evil. They want it more comfortable for their vice and lifestyle. Am I not different? I've been charged with protecting these people, but how do I do such a thing when I meet someone and can immediately identify a list of characteristics and their ideology that keeps them right where they are? I believed we were the savages of men, but I'm beginning to view humanity as the issue in itself. The world has been propelled past by human consumption, by human inventions and conveniences. We've made living life uninteresting. We no longer wish to live, love, or act, or hurt. We're immersed in our egos and selves. I do not believe I can save the world. I'm afraid I have to disagree. Many of these people are worth saving. They're not in truth my issue or concern. They are evil. But are they evil simply because they have not seen nothing but evil as a virtue? They admire, love, and honor in Shishi in every breath and image, yet scream for my grace in creations. How do I save a world so evil and vile? So many lives were lost to suffering, and billions with the power to change the suffering and conditions of others can only hopelessly complain about their own life instead of trying to make the life of others more bearable. They live in this world for themselves. They are not my allies, not my children, and not my fault. They have chosen their world for Nshishi, for death, and for corruption. I'm here to purify this world. To save the world as I've saved myself. To purge the evil and show the beauty of simplicities. I'm not meant to save the world. I can only help and assist those who wish to save themselves. I welcome those who want to build a more incredible world. I'll allow those who only have interest and care for themselves to eat shit. We're one in this world. Suppose one is discontent without suggestions and methods of change. They are a blight rather than a concern. They are an irritation, reminding me more and more of this world and its flaws. There only rests hope in creating a new one. There is nothing more in this creation than these miserable conditions and the tide of Nshishi and Anki's profane war against Rakil's children. So this is what I guard. Life, hope, and truth. Descendants of Gods and Men, Morgan Ellys. Colin called me up early in the day with laughter and a scheme. He had begun teaching me the business side of life. He made me vice president of his company, and his daughter was finding her way between Natalie and me. She called to be a buffer, and said she kept me from leaving Natalie. I hoped in a way Haley wanted me for herself. She tried to act tough and say she was only in it for the sex, but that wasn't her mindset as a Gregor. Gregors are winners and champions, set to their purpose and their way of doing things. Coy may have worked on everyone else Haley met, but she cared for me. When I arrived at the Gregor estate, I was greeted by a young woman named Ananda. She gave her introduction and brought me to the cigar room where Colin and I discussed our affairs after some golf or boating. Ananda informed me to take a seat. The young lady rolled me a blunt the size of a cohiba. She told me a rock glass of Don Perignon, then got on her knees, giving me the best head I've ever had. When my nut came, she swallowed without missing a beat. Right after, she eagerly pulled out a condom. That's when I stopped her and needed to explain. She winked and returned to work, teasing and sucking on my cock, taking hits off the blunt and sips off the glass. When Colin finally came to us, she was in my lap. My balls were drained, and we were laughing about some dumb shit. No idea how long he was there watching, as my eyes had been closed from the high and liquor sedating my system. Hey there. How did you enjoy Nanda? Nanda kissed me on the cheek. Will you need anything else, Master Ellys? I'm fine, thank you, dear. Hurry on now. Colin sits in his armchair. She's one of the best girls, damn near as good as her mother. Colin licked his lips. His appetite was incorrigible. Sir, did you say her mother? Don't worry about that boy. My staff has been loyal to the Gregor family for generations. That's how you keep good service. Take care of your workers and they'll take great care of you. Take care of their families. And you see how enthusiastic that girl was to serve. It's hard breeding good slaves. It takes a substantial hand to train a good slave like my Ananda. I could only nod. I had long quit playing the game of morality and better judgment. Colin had a different way of viewing the world, one I can't quite understand. The man was born wealthy, not rich, but wealthy. His view is debatable, but his vision for his family is indisputably admirable. We never began this relationship because we agreed. He wants to see his family reach new heights. I want my legacy to want for nothing. What better partnership? I've heard some disturbing things from my daughter and son. Ellys seems to believe you want to call off the wedding. I never claimed to love this arrangement you found me in. To my understanding, this was business. He grins. That's my boy. Yes, it is. Colin had a self-assuring laugh, deep and hearty. I wish Haley had such a sense of duty. Instead, the girl prattles on about feelings and love. She does? I ask in awe. He nods. It's intolerable. Haley was a strong advocate of the idea of marriage. Now it's how the feelings will be unreciprocated, and she doesn't think you'll be happy. I keep trying to tell her how big your smile will be once my fortune is signed over to you. He shook his head. You and the young wolf definitely stirred something up. But you chose wisely. I'm glad I got you on my team before Morden laid eyes on you. Those wolves are maniacs. He would have killed you on the spot. I found it best to let Colin talk to whatever point he wanted. You would get quite few words in edgewise. The wolf has quite a mischievous streak, huh? I never imagined her disobeying her father. I tried to tell Morden he was too easy on her, but I guess you knocking her head against the headboards was enough to keep her loyal boy. He begins laughing. Natalie's a great woman. She's been a great help to me in the office. Colin enjoyed his laughter for one. His smile faded when I didn't join in. The dull silence set us at odds. I took a breath, regretting the past half hour of my life. I think love is nice for the first couple of months. Natalie would have been far more valuable as a good daughter. What good is a woman with no family name to protect her? Without her father's protection, she's another lost lamb in the world, prey for the wolves. I love the irony. I almost wish you went through with it to see how Morden handled such a thing. I welcome you into my home and offer you the greatest delicacy I possess. Natalie hasn't even brought you in front of her parents. Such a shame, Morgan. Is she embarrassed by you? Watch yourself, Colin. I care for that woman regardless of your understanding or grudge with her family. I hate wolves of an old blood feud with those smug bastards. They've refused any Gregor from marrying their families centuries ago. Their people used to paint themselves in the blood of my fallen ancestors after eating them. That was 1,000 years ago. But the fuckers walk around with the same pride and bravado as if they got done picking off Gregors last week. How do you know of that, sir? Boy, I know everything. True history is passed down from father to son. The mind, the mouth, the soul, they never forget. We talked, we spoke. My grandfathers, great-grandfathers were all historians, men who studied finances, politics, and war from the beginning of time. History existed, son. It's only muddled by the poor and migrants who leave their homes and names behind. But the old families stayed as units. We stayed whole and wisely chose who we wanted to make history. A name is power. The Gregor name is the ultimate power. Wow, I barely even know my grandparents. Colin smiled as if there was a secret he wanted to share. Would you like to meet my forefathers? Sure, where we going? He doesn't precisely accept no for an answer, so I learned to monitor his request. Follow me. Colin stands over grins. This is great. I thought I'd have to wait until your wedding day to show you this, Morgan. I sobered up quickly. Colin wasn't the idle type. A man didn't make a fortune stay a fortune being idle. We walked through the castle for 5 minutes of his clapping and excitement. Then outside, skipping over Lady Gregor's garden, the highlight of the outdoors with the heirlooms and wild community. It was wild but kept as if no one touched the garden and cared for itself. We walked further for a mile or so. We exchanged a few words. Colin held his grin, smiling ear to ear, mostly repeating, I can't wait for you to see this, and me replying, I hope this is worth it. Colin took me into a dense jungle off the Gregor estate. The Gregors lived in the same manor for 1,000 years, since they built their first settlement and turned it into what it is today. We walked until we reached a small shack in the jungle. Here we are. His smile widened, if possible. Oh, that isn't what I expected. You keep your father in here? Colin's smile faded immediately. Are you some fucking idiot? He shook his head, pushing the door open to the shack, where there were only stairs descending into darkness. Hand me that torch, boy. There was a torch with a gilded handle. The torch looked like it had never been lit. It existed for centuries. Colin waved his hand over the torch, which blossomed into orange-violet lights. The staircase filled with light, revealing intricate symbols and designs along the stairs as we descended. The stairs went narrow and straight for a few stories underground until we reached the long hall. Be careful. Dust. No one is allowed down here but Gregor men. He patted my back, leading me along the sole pathway, surrounded on both sides with liquid magma, and on the outside of that seemed to be a stream pouring in from a nearby river. There were figures in the darkness towering over us, nearly scraping the nearly 50-foot-high ceiling. These are the Gregor patriarchs before me, dating back to when those sick albinos changed their calendar. They stood aligned on both sides, statues carved out of stone, clay, and marble. Some stood encased in gold, and many were made entirely of obsidian volcanic rock. Every Gregor man since the beginning of our remarkable family is in this ancient mausoleum. Colin beamed with pride. One day these doors will be opened once more to non-Gregors to create one more statue before their lives are sacrificed to Nshishi. My statue, of course. A terracotta statue, so it may strengthen through the test of time with our family name. Then decades will pass, and your statue will be built, Morgan. By then, you'll be a man, a true Gregor patriarch. Your statue will be made of granite and solid gold. He wraps an arm over my shoulder. What do you think, boy? I can't process this. You don't have to. It's in your presence. You're here. Clear your head and you could still hear their voices granting us wisdom and encouragement. Colin closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. I used to come here all the time as a young man around your age. Ask these brave gods for their wisdom and words. Convene with my fathers. I stood in awe before 40 statues scraping the ceiling of an underground tunnel. Each was a real man. Each man lived a life and had a story of conquest or amelioration. Each of these men was the blood of Colin, who stood with his arm wrapped around me as if he was finally passing down the torch. One day, boy, you will marry my little girl and make me the happiest man in Gaia. To finally have an heir worthy of catapulting the Gregor name to godhood. I thank Warren daily for finding and bringing you to me. There stood in the shadows down the line. The statue stared down upon me with a punishing presence, as if staring at the sun. The Lord Commissioner, Patriarch Maurice Gregor. Colin's father attempted to bring peace to Gaia by restricting the regulated regime from world domination. He's the man Colin killed to become the patriarch of the Gregor family. Breathe it all in, boy. The future is bright for us Gregors. Volcanus. He raises a fist and looks at me to join in. I merely nodded. Seems amazing, Colin. I pulled from under his arm, pacing down the grand hall until I could look Maurice in the eye. There were rubies lodged into his eye sockets, the only one in the whole hall. I felt like I was staring at my face. You loved your father? I was a dutiful son. I waited patiently. Is Haley a dutiful daughter? He smirks. Far more dutiful than I've ever been. I thank Inshishi for blessing me. God is good, isn't he? But you know all about that now. I don't quite understand. Colin shrugged. She's not important, boy. But this moment is, take it all in, breathe in this fresh Gregor air. You have bound now, my boy. You are destined to go down in Gregor's history. I'm honored. You're goddamn right you're honored. Colin smiled brightly. Boy, there are only two things that matter in life, that's love and power. If you can balance the two, you are a king. You can have them both if you know your means, but we're men. When we find boundaries, we push through them. We know no means, it's the flaw of man. That creates two men. Those who avoid the inevitable boundaries and those who push through anything before them. We are the men who push through whatever attempts to bind us. Through any boundary before us, all things yield before us. We yield to nothing, and we are the fire and the future of humanity. We are the gods, boy. Volcanus! He holds out his arm, filled with the glory of the catacombs. Colin seemed to stare at me and see everything he wanted in his air. The more I got to know this man, the more I understood the two of us couldn't have been any more different. But these were older men. Though not so old to have grown addled, he was far too old to be anything but lost in his ways. Silence was my best policy for dealing with Colin. What will never be forgotten. Morgan Leonticus Samara. I snuck into the estate as a shadow, a stealth specialist by trade, a captain in name. But I was in a different stature entirely. When I was 10, I was pulled aside by 20 other young men and women. We were hung by our ankles and left to dangle. For hours, days in the woods, with only Sergeant Gregor as our proctor. Many died right beside me. You watch children dying by your side, it destroys something inside you. I'm not sure that thing ever existed in me at times because I came out physically defeated and emotionally unchanged. Everything else seemed drones, obedient and unquestioning. The latter two were just my nature. The former I could never genuinely agree to. My target is Brian Guitar, a freedom fighter preaching the doctrines of the rebel king Obata Samara. The details were always blurry. We were trained not to question, only to carry out the will of the regulation. The Guitar estate was 3 stories in the uptown area of Nadia, a territory added to Nadia in the past few decades. Many disputed the building through the loving hands of his followers brick by brick. It said he assisted in building the estate and maintaining the grounds, a 3-story home on 10 acres of Nadian soil. Many citizens of the area were quiet. Then a man rose to combat the regulation. It began with Samara and his regime. They extended to Brian Guitar and the Brotherhood. Samara was assassinated after his speech about 10 or so years ago. This upstart has taken up the battle. These freedom fighters never learn. You can't fight the inevitable. If you stand against the Almighty, the governmental bodies will destroy you. I phased through the first floor and took my time maneuvering through the house. There were no alarms, no security. The house was modest. Pictures of my target with a beautiful woman and a child. It meant little to me. Cute kid, though. I walked through the home. With the familiarity of having been there before. Reading blueprints and housing plans comes in handy. I paused by the children's bedroom. The door was cracked ajar, and soft snoring came from within. I used my hand to secure the door, pushing it open just enough to slide inside and back out. It was a small room with posters of cartoon bears and wolves laughing about and dancing. I swallowed, looking around at the innocent decor. My lip pulled back in discomfort as I felt an attachment creeping upon me in this home. I looked down at the race-car bed to find a tiny child no taller than my hip, sucking its thumb on its side in the fetal position. It could never hurt a life with his skinny arms, soft skin, and a handsome young face. He had long hair pulled back into braids that fell to his shoulders. "Is that you, Jada?" He stretched up and asked as if I was Santa Claus. I remained quiet, hidden within the dark, only staring at the young boy no older than I was when I first reached the academy. No, further than arm's reach away. I'm hired by the entire governmental bodies to eliminate whatever target comes my way. "Jada, is that you?" He repeats, reaching out into the darkness, nearly touching me. His small hands. I backed away slowly, leaving the room. I'd never seen a person so young, so undeveloped and innocent. My comrades were also trained to be killers, trained to carry out our duty mercilessly. I had no posters of bears. I was a wolf without pictures of wolves, though I do know wolves well. I had one target. Only he needed harm to be done, no one else. Go back to bed, child. Hada, sleep now. He lowered his skinny hands and bowed his head. Daddy tells me to stay asleep. Mommy tells me to stay asleep. Now Ada tells me to stay asleep. I can't wait to be a big kid like you, Ada, that I can visit people like an angel like you do. I hesitated to find words. I was anything but an angel. The connection I felt to this child, the structure and layout of this manor, everything was so familiar. I stared into the boy's face as if looking into the reflection of a child I once knew but believed long dead. Yet he was breathing and speaking to me. I only swallowed, ignoring the little pest, heading back to the hallway. I moved closer and walked away to the grand bedroom. The lights were all out, but a small nightstand reading lamp. I opened the door, facing off with a man, sitting in his bed with the woman from the pictures. He had no gun in his hands, no weapon of any sort. All he had was a book, The Great Kings of Gaia. You've come. Brian greets me with a smile. You're finally here. I was quiet. I was studying and observing. Brian has already been defeated by me in combat once. I could humor his last words. It's the least a man deserves before he dies. I saw you. I knew you weren't dead, Anna. I knew you hadn't left us. Brian put a hand on his terrified wife as he stood. Do not scream, sweetie. He will not harm you. I'm a dog in the military sent to fetch a bone, and I may not harm your wife while you're alive. I cannot attest to what may happen when you die. I'll allow you to kill her if you wish to be a man and stop her suffering. I'm only here for you. No, you are a slave of the military. You were stolen, my lord. You were taken from us, Shahada, and now they send you to kill your people. Believe me, friend. Believe me, my king. You are the true king and lord of Ekru. Your father announced it to the world. I'm nothing. Will you truly kill me for simply trying to free my people from the servitude of bankers and warmongers? What happens to them when I fall? Who will lead them? Who will ensure the lions do not devour us all, or the bull does not trample us? That isn't my problem. I gritted my teeth, remembering a dream from long ago. Search in your heart. Search deep in your mind. Is it not the truth? Are you not Morgan the Antikythera? If you're not, then kill me immediately. Brian gulped, closing his eyes, ready for my strike. I grew frustrated. My training prepared me for a fight, not a conversation. It wasn't in my nature to give to my emotions, especially not before a kill or during a mission. You're a liar, I growl. I have told you the first truth you've never heard in your life, Johanna. And truth, kill me if you must, but stay and protect my people. Stay and watch over Nadia. In it you will find the truth of your purpose here on Gaia. I swallowed and bowed. I must kill you. You cannot remain in Nadia. I'll flee. I'll take my family and I will flee. My work is done. I've set the grounds for your kingdom. I never wanted to lead. That is your calling. Now sit on your throne, and your people will rise beside you. Your father purchased Nadia, and I built the infrastructure. All you must do is lead us to victory, Morgan the Antikythera. I need you dead. I shook my head, hyperventilating, wanting to cry. You need me gone? No. Brian shook, sweating bullets as he reached out towards me. I glared at his approaching hand, unsure whether it was from a friend or foe. Your grandfather was Maurice Gregor. Your father was Obata Samara, and my father was Brian Salim. The people who sent you, those men you fear, those men you nearly killed, they fear you more than you will fear anything on Gaia. They killed their fathers, and now they want you to kill me. With my death goes the last remnant to stand against them, other than you. Are we not brothers and men? Warren's words echoed in my ear. He only told me to handle this man. I needn't kill him. I needed to get rid of him. I prepared for death, but I was not prepared for alternative options. Go. Run and don't come back. If I catch a whiff of you upon the surface, I will destroy all you love. I will never risk angering the first son of Akil. Why do you call me this? I finally asked, confused, irritated, and frustrated. I am not Jayada, and I'm no hero, no king. No one knows I exist. Your people have been waiting for you to sit upon your throne, my king. Morgan the Antikythera, the son of Raquel. Ada, the guardian of ether. I love you and hold you dear, my lord. In my absence, save us from the fall of man. I'll accept my death from you, or I will live in exile until you call upon me. Now, you do not know. Stay in your home for the week. Stay in Nadia and you will see your need here. We love you desperately, Jahada. Go before I change my mind, I muttered, staring at the ground. Brian nodded. He shakes his wife from her sleep. She was frozen, staring at me, and fell, crying on her knees, thanking me for my mercy. They packed frantically. They fled within the hour. I stood alone in their home. I slept in their bed. I called in the finalization to the commissioner to let him know Brian Qatar was neutralized. I chose my words carefully. If I was ever caught in a lie, I was asked to come home for debrief. I refused, saying I needed rest. I would return within the week. There was something I had to see. Ray asked me to return within the week, a week I could fulfill. Afterward, I'll be spending years with the man who sent me to kill Qatar. Nadia was different from most other regions I had seen. while others replace community and love with consumerism and sycophancy. According to the book, Nadia maintains its bazaars and festivals since the Second Age. Since my week here, I've witnessed both in my delay of warding under Patriarch Gregor. I imagine the bazaar had far more goods back when the sect crew was whole. In the past few days, necessities and a few stands have been selling handmade dresses, jewelry, and scented oils. The women passed through exchanging food and names until they had all left happy. It was a grim sight. They lived with such satisfaction at realizing how dim their life was to their heritage. What this land once stood for was hope. They all seemed happy to be part of the Nakan life. I wish I'd never met those women in La Vida. Perhaps some goodwill will come, perhaps not. There should have been 3 people dead. One should be a child, but I couldn't grab my kunai. I couldn't bring myself to end things where they were. The dismay when Brian never arrived. The sorrow when the women found out their hero had departed. I stood with the truth, watching from the corner in a black hoodie and a pair of sweatpants. My Valzer trench coat tags and badge are somewhere in Brian's home. They made me feel constricted, felt strange. I haven't been able to think clearly. I looked at these women with so many of beauty, of taste, intelligent with the will to be cultured. Many caught my attention, but I felt a new boundary. I usually ignored to take what I wanted. Now I had no wants. Nothing these poor souls could sate. I had questions I had never bothered to ask and memories I never bothered to consider. All floated in my mind. I could process nothing more. Mangoes, grown fresh from my orchard. A woman held out ripe red mangoes, big and juicy. "Sir, come try a free mango," she waved me over. I pointed to myself a clear 20 feet away from her. "Yes, come. My mangoes are the best in Gaia." She was a shapely middle-aged woman with a noble gray streak of hair braided and falling off to the side. She was wrapped in silks, her smile brighter than the sun. "Thank you for sparing Brian Guitar," she rubbed my chin. "You're such a sweet boy." I grinned, holding her hip. "You offered me mangoes, not flatteries." I was so young and stupid that I didn't even realize what she said. I wanted a different mango. "Yes, of course." "My, you're so forceful." The vendor giggles lightly, swatting my hand away but not removing it. "You're young enough to be my son. Behave yourself, Jada." Something came over me. I lost my sense, not in a bloodlust of rage, but in obedience. I was standing at attention and nodding as if a command invoked something in me. "My apologies, madam." "You are forgiven." She nods politely, checking my temperature against my forehead. "Now please pick a mango. One fat and juicy for the hero." Hero? I snatched up a mango half the size of my head and gleamed. What makes you think I'm a hero? I sliced the mango open with my kunai, taking a bite into the pulp. My tongue felt a sweetness that had never reached my tongue before. I smiled brightly, taking another bite and another until half the mango was gone. As I moved to take a chunk at the second, she put 2 fingers to my forehead. "You sure are a greedy one, boy." I smiled. "Haven't eaten in a few days." "Oh, I did not know. Then have another." Her motherly nature reminded me of Tanya. "No, that's fine. I haven't eaten by choice." I give her a nod. "Well then, please enjoy a bit of my honey, fresh from my beehive." "I'll try your honey." I smiled, brushing her waistline once more. She picked up a jar of honey with the honeycomb still inside. She swirled the honey dripper around, then swirled the dripping honey rain on my mango. The mango was juicy and glistened with honey. I looked at the woman as if she had created a new religion. "How did you come up with that?" It tasted as if I had a mango for the first time. "It's simple, truly. Our people have been eating it for ages, Shahada. If you came more, you could eat all you wished. Many women here would be more than happy to cook for you. I have a daughter who seems around your age. I have my eyes on you." "Sweetie," she blushed. You mustn't be so forward with women. I raised a brow. I get plenty of women without your advice, Auntie. I pay my sex, accepting the refusal of my advances. I have a wedding proposal already. Do you love your wife? Do you love the woman you play with? And do they love you? She circles me, her pheromones filling my nostrils as she embraces me, staring into my eyes. If you want me, I need true love and devotion. I shuddered at her touches as she stroked my soul, not my ego. I listened intently, holding on to her words. Oh, who's the lucky bride? The fruit vendor stroked her fingers along my fro. If I told you it was Haley Gregor, would you believe me? I groaned, deflated at the idea of being Colin's son-in-law for the rest of my life. Even if I were to be faithful to only Haley, which didn't seem too hard a feat considering her beauty and love for me, her father would ruin the deal. I would, Jana. That's a blessing if you were happy. She rubbed my chin again, lifting my head. A man should be thrilled to wed the woman he loves. I don't know what love is, Auntie. I don't experience happiness. I'm happy to be alive, but even then, I believe death is a better alternative to marriage. If my beauty enchants you, my daughter, she is far more beautiful. She'll be your wife. She insists much more. I'll be honest, every single woman in Nadia looks beautiful today. Every woman will not love you. Most will use you and try to convince you their abuse is love. You would work endlessly to appease them, which will never be enough, and the wrong woman will make you feel empty, as if no woman will ever be enough. You have plenty of sex. I can tell by how you hold me and long to fill my lips, but I implore you, Jahada, seek love. What use is love for an orphan soldier waiting for his death? Love is in mangoes and honey. Eat and enjoy the celebration. You'll be happier. Marry a woman you love, Jahada. Love is in mangoes and honey, not in less than money. Remember that. I chuckled. Thank you, Auntie. Enjoy your day. I raised my mango in a toast, excusing myself to take another survey of the festival. I took a bite of my mango. I stopped walking with the taste of the ambrosia dripping down my lips. I turned around to find the auntie in her stand. I suppose I walked further than expected. I don't see her anywhere. I was walking around but wasn't sure where my body was leading me. Not sure why. There's so many women around. I should be enjoying them and being enjoyed by them. Instead, people stared at me, whispering, pointing as another person would swat away their hand. I walked toward the outskirts of town, staring at the castle, one of the last fortresses protecting the stone tunnels to Urdu, considering walking home the long way to manage my thoughts and my story. Moose walked the other way as I approached instead of approaching the hooded man lurking around. Those were easy. And an enemy made everything easier. I was sitting on Moss Road at the bus stop. The buses weren't running, but it was far enough from the festival that I could breathe. Protesters were marching about. Most young college and high school students shout and raise signs. I left one hell for another. I hate protesters. It solved nothing. I let out a sigh listening to these anarchist profligates. Brian Guitar's memory lives on. The return of Jihad is afoot. We will be free from those regulator dogs, the kids screamed. They must have caught me in a different mood than usual. I sat rubbing my chin, curious how these children knew so much. The children screamed and the adults passed by. Most bothered not even bat an eyelash and laugh it off, calling the children heretics and telling them they would anger and shishi as Qatar did. I was sick to my stomach watching them. Let the kids believe what they want. At least the kids should be the ones with hope. That's what innocent is, right? Innocence at the end of the day. These people were harmless. I looked at my 18-year-old hands. I tried to process the damage, pain, and suffering I had caused with them already in such a short time. Innocence. Had I any left? The evening passed. I camped on a rooftop in Exegio where I had a bird's nest. a radio for music, a hammock, and some beans cooking on a mini hot plate. I swung in the midnight sky, enjoying the silence and wishing it would last forever. I don't remember the last time I felt this free. I don't remember having ever felt like this. I was swaying in the wind, singing the songs I barely knew the words to and eating baked beans with barbecue sauce. What could replace this feeling? Dancing on the rooftop to music spoken in a language I no longer knew. Was this what civilian life was like? Or just life in Ekru? My ears flickered as I heard roaring Humvees from beyond the edge of town. I let out a sigh, watching as many citizens, barely a score, come out of their homes with all they could hold. More children joined them in colorful outfits and fittings, and they were led by Auntie and a few other women. I raised a brow of interest, letting out a yawn as I rolled over, not ready for another demonstration. I just started eating my beans and enjoying the festival's music. The Humvees were joined by a chorus of tractor tires running off sands from the east. Those were regulator vehicles. I guess they sent in the search party for me. I guess my vacation's over, back to Urdu or La Vida. Suppose they must be looking for me after ignoring Warren's calls. I stretched out, packing up my things. I began hearing the screaming and yelling below. The Humvees quickly approached, and the crowd was beginning to disperse, turning and shoving each other as they began to retreat before the battle even began. I smirked but felt a deep sense of pity. The women began to balk, the men barely old enough to grow ball hair. I must move quickly. My snow was packed. I climbed off the ladder into the alley, jogging out to pass by the crowd to end this. I'm Captain Morgan Ellys. The city's under my jurisdiction. Stand down in the name of Lord Commissioner Ray Warren. I howl and howl, passing through the crowd to the front line. It's fine, I'm here, boys, back down. I laugh it off as I wave to the guard captain. The audience stood behind me, terrified. Nothing remained of the city but the young and the old, the women and the boys yet to be men. They were armed with all they had in their homes, fastened in their cruel weaponry, standing before the Rottweiler legionnaires of the regulated regime. Men armor head to toe in Kevlar casings and riot armor, their tanks, their vans, and their peace maintenance arsenal. Combat shotguns that fire off 12 rounds before they switch to their assault rifles. But the kicker was the tranquilizer guns and beanbag guns at the waist, their shotguns already in hand. It's him, the crowd began. Ja'ada bless you. I heard Auntie cry from the line of scrimmage. Silence, the Legion leader barked. You shall not dare speak such a name in the face of the guards and law of Shishi. It's him. It's Lean Tika Samara. They rallied. He's the wolf. The armed men began muttering amongst themselves. The audience whispered amongst themselves. Wolves aren't real, the legionnaires began amongst themselves. A wolf amongst us. The audience crowd deflated, backing themselves up. This is what Brian Guitar warned us of, and we didn't listen, was whispered throughout the crowd. Silence, the Rottweiler's commanding officer barked. Speaking the names of heretics is forbidden. Your focus is on me. I regained his attention with a light shove. I'm Captain Morgan Ellys. As I said, the city's under my jurisdiction. The problem is solved. Brian Guitar is neutralized. Now go home. Was that assault, punk? He sneered as two of his mates came closer. You'll be the first of these heretics we break in tonight, and you're under arrest. My leg twists with anger and pride of my youth. What jurisdiction does an Urdun soldier have to arrest an Ekrun man? Nadi is under my protection. Nadi and Ekru are out of your jurisdiction. Tell the commissioner I have completed my mission. I'm Wolf Operative Ellys. You can return home now, I declared one final time. The guard captain burst into laughter, and they all burst into laughter. He shoves me with the butt of his gun. Wolves don't exist, and we don't work for the Jolly Green Giant. How pathetic are these people, boys? They're so terrified that they've resorted to lying to scare us. The sinners never cease to amaze me. The sinners never cease to amaze me. He was joined by one of his entourage. The sinners, profligates, anything to dehumanize our enemy before taking their life, anything to distance ourselves from them. I remember that talk among the dogs. We were alike but not the same. Dogs needed their pack for protection. They needed some false creed of self-subjugation. Without their masters holding their collars or giving commands, they were nothing more than jocks in assault gear. They hid behind their kennel and protected each other with their last. Dogs eat their shit even when they've become sinners. If a wolf disobeys the pack, his brothers put him down. If a dog disobeys, they cower around each other, licking their wounds and barking at anyone outside their pack. Hypocrites. Are these people sinners? These terrified masses are defenseless and weak. We called them sheep, blind followers of vice and base desire. We were lost inside our egos as if we justified by our masochism and murder became holy. It didn't make sense until Qatar said it. The feeling to defend Nadia when even they cowered before their enemies. My heart began to beat out of my chest. Time is moving faster than I can allow. His face was as clear as day. Will you truly kill me for trying to feed my people? A week ago, I would have asked from what? Why resist the regime? Why must people fight so stringently against the just and honorable? Because this isn't justice, and there is no honor. We evacuate cities, disarm their citizens, and hold them at gunpoint. I'm a wolf. I've killed giants and demons and murdered terrorist leaders and politicians for these people already. Forces would have destroyed them, brought them down to their knees, run through the influence of vice and eternal damnation. I stand to let my work in protecting the citizens of Gaia be torn from me because of dogs. If these people are genuinely sinners, what good can be done by killing them before they find absolution? I'm a wolf. These are dogs. We're alike but not the same. I can't allow these people to die or watch this region fall. These soldiers don't know the world's true horrors, only this life. Their soul strength was in numbers and the willingness to kill. I knew the outcome, but I had to reconcile my reality. I needed to know there was faith left in my past. The Shahada they've spoken of was with me. The smile on the commander's officer's face is guttural laughter. It's sickening. They find pleasure in this. They enjoy this. There'll be no convincing them. They came for one thing and one thing alone. Warren said some people are born evil. Many of us are simply neutral. Perhaps those of us who are even acclaimed as good. But you must understand there is true evil in this world. There is true evil, but not these people. Time was moving faster than I could allow. The howling of the dread wolf was deafening in my ears. Get out of our way, heretic. He jabs me again with his gun, shoving me aside. I must move quickly. Start rallying them up, men. He announces, raising his hand to the sky and opening it wide. I had 2 kunai at my waist, my fangs. I've lived long enough to commit atrocities and good. I've removed these people from their savior. Today is my day to die proudly. Time slowed around me as I entered the void, parallel to this reality. My skin was burning as never before. The howling and snarls of insatiable bloodlust were the only things I could hear before a calmer voice began. Have your fill, Luno, and then you'll be relieved. The boy has made his decision. The voice was familiar but unrecognizable. My consciousness began to recede. I was staring at a legion through a blood-stained lens. Everything seemed to be moving so slow. My body was paralyzed, vibrating with rage, with anger, and conquered fear. I let out a primal scream, kicking off my stance, drawing my 2 kunai, falling upon the commander. He reached for me, and as he did, I buried my kunai through his hand, pitting it to his neck. I twisted my blade deep into his shoulder, and he let out a howl, calling the attention of a few of his men. There's still time to surrender and end things peacefully. My voice wasn't my own as I stared down my victim. Call off your men. Let it be. Let this be its end. The voice of Ara, the son of Raquel, spoke through me. The laughing continued. Are you mad? I am one. My men are many. He laughed fiercely, trying to reclaim his confidence. Men who laughed at the demise of others were sick. Men who laughed in the face of their death were lost beyond saving. There is no stopping this. The voice that was not my own continued. End this, it confirmed. With pleasure, I laughed hysterically, responding aloud to myself as another force seized control of my body. And with this confirmation, I tore my blade through his throat, tossing his Adam's apple onto the street before his army. 2 of his men were upon me at their end, and Kevlar could have been used against guns, maybe even blades. I turned upon them, unleashing my full attention and focus into a series of punches through the nearest man's chest. I punched quickly and powerfully. My fists were trembling against his chest until he began coughing up blood. I was vibrating between reality and void, boring holes through his soft tissue. I took him by his throat, squeezing through his thick armored neck, and tossing him into his friend. As they fell, my body leaped atop, pinning the living man under the weight of his friend. Call off your men and end this, I demanded. For the regime, he shouted. I heard the buckshot blast behind me. My body tore through the fabric of reality, reappearing behind the gunman, snapping his neck. I no longer saw. Not people, not bodies. Only blurs and balls of lights. Red lights, oranges, yellows, blues, and a mob of gray. I could only trust my instincts to keep me alive. I was gone. The snarling of Luna mixed with Ada's voice repenting. Such a pity. Such a waste of life. I could hear their last gasps out of their body. The panic as I appeared before or behind them. Rottweilers thought they were supreme, but all dogs were mutts before a wolf. I ripped through them into the only things I felt were the soft intestinal tissues dripping between my fingers. I didn't know how many men died, but I knew the fear had not subsided. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. It will never be enough. There is true evil in this world, which does not stop the fear. No evil, no. Evil doesn't abide by fear. It exploits it. Evil is obsessed with its vision and its vision alone. These men wouldn't stop at this point. Pride kept them going. Help! Help! Mom! Don't scream, Rose. Don't give these bastards a satisfaction. Don't give these weak men. Mom! Ada, please. The girl Rose cried. Please don't let them, Ada. Please save us, Ada. I was beckoned. It was as if my body demanded itself to be there. I blindly went to the girl's screams. My hands tore through flesh, peeling apart the hole on the other side, emerging through the man's carcass. He dropped off me like a jacket after a long day. His friend raised his gun. He shot right through me. I growled, snarling as my consciousness came back to the surface. I let out a primal howl, retaining Luna's ferocity for as long as possible. What the fuck are you? What the fuck are you? He shoots again, and I jump into the bullets, my nails digging into his throat, prying it and tearing it open. I breathed heavily, turning to see the street flowing with blood of those men, drooping into the sewers, rolling down the streets. They all lay dead in the street like dogs. Dozens of men, perhaps hundreds of soldiers. I had no count. My breathing came heavy until eventually each breath hesitated. Air was harder to find. I fell on my knees, looking down at my body covered in blood. If I ever cried before, it was then. I looked at what I had done to my regime brothers lying dead in the street by my hand. The citizens hushed, too fearful of speaking. There was silence as I died, such peaceful anguish. I drew the only kunai I had, bearing it into my stomach, ripping at my intestines, and falling over onto my blade, relieving myself of my duty. Judge me fairly, Raquel. In the end, I did what was just. Luna surrendered, and with it I felt relief. All the anger, ferocity, carnality, and arrogance left me all at once. A smile crossed my lips as I hung my head, embracing the sweet peace of death.